Chapter 151, The Big Iron Can of Death. In his entire life, Eero Lacroxia, a private soldier of the 3rd Infantry Regiment, even if he counted the time he had dreamed, had never imagined that such a horrific scene would appear before him. It was like destroying the heavens and the earth. As a little soldier, he had no idea what orbital strike plan his superiors had. He only knew that a meteor shower streaked across the sky and hit the core area of the tower ruins in the distance. And then, there was a landslide. Not to mention the hot wind, the shock wave, the loud noise. At least, what he saw was enough to surprise him. It was as if there were 2 big suns, many small suns, rising deep in the ruins of the tower. Then, the ruins of the tower that he had been familiar with in the past few years changed. Although it was a ruin, there were still iconic buildings here. Many of the high-rise buildings in the city collapsed, but a considerable number of them remained in place. The buildings in Takamatsu, built with pre-war technology, have stood for 100 years without falling down. There is a reason for this. No matter how dilapidated they look from the outside, they just can't fall down. Many battles took place around these tall buildings from the pre-war era, but the bullets and artillery fire didn't do anything to these buildings. Even if the 155mm howitzer hit the buildings that didn't fall down, it would only scratch the skin, or mess up the already messy structure inside. But it has never completely collapsed the building. But this huge bombing from the sky not only did it, but it went too far. Not only did the ruins of the high-rise buildings before the war collapse, there was no high-rise jungle in the center. From Lacroxia's perspective, looking deep into the ruins, it was as if a monster had taken a bite out of the steel jungle. There was a large piece missing. Before he recovered from the shock, a series of whistling sounds came from above his head. He was familiar with this sound. He had always heard it in the past month, but he had never heard it so densely. Before he could think about it anymore, the company commander's orders were passed down layer by layer. The squad leader ordered to set off. He quickly put away his thoughts and followed the team. While heading to the front line, he felt his whole body was hot. He himself could not tell whether it was caused by the fast march or the excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. A series of rumbling explosions came from the direction he was going. That was the sound of artillery hitting the green orcs' positions. As he advanced, he was still nervous, fearing that a round from a metal barrel cannon would come from the front, or that a greenskin armed pickup truck would appear. These things, in the past period of time, were their nightmares. But none of them appeared. When he followed his comrades and came to a place only 100 or 200 meters away from the greenskin orc position, he clearly knew why there was no obstruction on the road ahead. Those greenskins were blown up. How could they have any spare energy to stop them? Those iron barrel artillery, those armed pickup trucks, were probably blown to pieces long ago. He had only waited here for 5 or 6 minutes, but he had already seen hundreds of shells hitting the position in front of him. Such intensive bombing. His head was numb. To be honest, staying in this position, Lacroxia was still very scared. If the shell was slightly off, it would hit his head. Even if it didn't hit him, he could still clearly feel the power of the shell from only 100 or 200 meters away. Even the officers were still tirelessly warning the soldiers below, telling them not to let their chests and abdomens touch the ground when they were lying down, and to hold their bodies up even if it was uncomfortable, in order to avoid the shock waves from the ground, which would injure the soldiers' internal organs. They waited in place for 7 minutes. According to the squad leader, they arrived a little earlier than the scheduled time. Lacroxia didn't understand this. He didn't even have a clock. He only knew that the time had come, and it was time to charge. In fact, he was still a little scared. Not that he was afraid of the greenskins. After being bombed like this, how many of them could survive? Even if there were many alive, it was nothing more than fighting against them. He had a gun in his hand. If they were too close, he would use a bayonet. He would just fight. He was afraid that the artillery brothers behind him would shake their hands. That would be the end of them. But he still rushed after them. After crossing a distance of 200 meters, they rushed into the greenskins' positions, and quickly looked for various possible defense points of the greenskins. There were occasional resistance fires. Obviously, not all the greenskins were really dead. In the collapsed houses, in the narrow holes formed by the collapse of multiple layers of reinforced concrete, there were still some greenskin orcs who survived the bombardment. After the human soldiers launched the attack, they emerged from all over the place, howling and counterattacking. But their number was too small. In front of Lacroxia, 3 appeared. He and his comrades started shooting immediately. The 3 squads in their platoon were not far from each other. More than 30 guns were aimed at the 3 greenskins and fired intensively. The greenskins also fought back with guns, but each of them only had time to fire 2 shots before being hit by nearly 100 bullets and killed. The result of their battle before death was nothing more than breaking a soldier's leg. The soldier with a broken leg would be dragged back by his comrades, and the people from the subsequent logistics support company would take over and then relay him back to the field hospital in the rear. The rest of the people continued to advance. The artillery fire from the rear continued, and the firepower was a little weaker than before, but the bombing area also changed from the original full coverage of the greenskin positions to a smaller scope, covering only the area about 200 meters in front of the infantry. The infantry and artillery coordinated. After they completed the clearing of the current area, the artillery bombardment will continue to push forward 200 meters, and in the vacant area, they will continue to explore forward. This process will be repeated 4 times, until the position with a width of about 800 meters is penetrated. To be honest, during the whole process, the only thing Lacroxia was afraid of was the shaking of his artillery. The heavy artillery was always bombing about 200 meters in front of him, which was really scary. As for the greenskins, he saw the bodies of greenskins all over the ground, and they were rotten to the point that it was difficult to find a complete body. Occasionally, there were some living people who appeared, but they were just a few, and they were shot at by dozens of guns at the same time, so they were not a threat at all. To be honest, apart from the fear brought by his own artillery, Lacroxia's biggest feeling was a bit bored? Of course, he knew that his feeling was a little absurd. Going a little further, he and his comrades entered a ruin with 4 walls. The top of the house was covered by a concrete slab. There should have been a shell that hit it before, and there was smoke coming out. There was a 50% probability that it was empty, and the other 50% probability that there were greenskins who were dead and unrecognizable, or greenskins who were unrecognizable but still alive. If they encounter the latter, then they can just shoot them a few times, ending their lives. But despite this, according to tactical ethics, they still have to go in and make sure that the inside is empty. This time, they encountered a low probability event. With a bang, the first brother, who went in, had half of his face blown open. His helmet was blown up by the large caliber greenskin gun, and his whole body suddenly fell backwards. Lacroxia was the second one. He subconsciously took a step back, moving a little further away, making it easier to raise his gun. The G9A assault rifle began to sweep wildly into the dark space. He couldn't see the target, so he could only shoot like this. The brothers in the same squad behind him also rushed over, and poured bullets into the room, like him. Lacroxia was the first to empty his magazine. He skillfully straightened his bayonet, and then rushed in first after the other brothers stopped firing. In the darkness, he vaguely saw a humanoid monster much taller than him, coming towards him, with a strong stench. His mind was blank, but his hand thrust the bayonet forward in the most standard posture. Then, a great resistance came, and he hit something. He pushed the bayonet forward with all his strength, and turned the gun handle. The resistance pushed his body back a few steps, but he soon lost his strength and was pushed down. Lacroxia also fell down. He felt his clothes were wet, stained with smelly blood. Immediately, several comrades from the same class rushed in. Someone reached out and pulled him up, and someone stabbed the body under him with a bayonet. The greenskin was indeed dead. After leaving the narrow ruins and anti-gun cave, Lacroxia saw that he was really in a mess, covered in blood. But they were all greenskins. He didn't feel injured, but his arm was too strong, and he felt a little weak at the moment. Gradually coming to his senses, he was surprised that he had killed a greenskin with a bayonet. Although the guy was probably hit by a lot of bullets in the previous shooting and was seriously injured, he was the one who stabbed him to death after all. Looking around, he found that there were only 6 people left, including himself. The one who just entered in front of him and was shot in the head was the 4th person to die in their class. Only 2 people died today, and the other 2 died in the past half-month. Their class has not had any new soldiers. He became more sober, and the boring thoughts before had long gone. The squad leader came up, patted him on the shoulder, and shouted in his ear, "Well done. But Private, we don't have time to rest now. Keep going. The war is still cruel." Likishi also felt that the war was cruel. The heavy artillery had helped them clear a wave of enemies, especially with such dense artillery fire. The number of remaining enemies was not large. But in the close-range clearing, his soldiers still paid a heavy price. Of course, it was not as exaggerated as the ratio of 6 dead and 2 dead in Lacroix's infantry squad. Lacroix's squad was mainly the vanguard, so it was a bit miserable. The overall casualty rate of the whole regiment was about 2%. They sacrificed about 100 soldiers and eliminated more than 200 sporadic greenskins. As for the overall number of greenskin deaths on this position, it is difficult to calculate. The heavy artillery in front fired for more than an hour, and there must be at least 5,000 shells falling here, and 500 dead greenskins are the minimum. Of course, this is an estimated number. Many bodies were rotten or buried under the ruins. It is hard to count them. We can only say that there are more than 500. The bombardment has basically stopped now. It is estimated that the artillery shells have almost been fired. However, the target area that their 3rd Infantry Regiment needs to capture has also been cleared by them. The 2 combined battalions of the 1st Sheafing Brigade quickly penetrated through the gap they opened. And then, they went south and north respectively and began to encircle the greenskins. Friendly forces in other directions had also begun to attack across the board. 2 battalions were left to defend this position, cutting off the connection between the greenskins at the north and south ends of the front line, while the rest of the troops followed Major Perbov, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Brigade, and moved northward. However, it was the southern part, where the greenskin positions were separated, that ended the battle first. There were not many greenskins left there, especially at the southernmost end, which had been captured once by the 4th Regiment of the 7th Guards Division, and the position fortifications were all destroyed. Later, after they retreated, the greenskins reoccupied the place. But the rebuilt fortifications were obviously still rubbish, and the artillery bombardment almost killed all the greenskins there. Compared with the southern position, the north theoretically has more troops deployed, and the 3rd Independent Regiment has also joined the siege of the northern enemy. But there are a lot of greenskins alive there, and more importantly, there is a greenskin boss. Greenskin orcs, with or without a strong leader, their performance is very different. When there is no boss, they will fight among themselves, cannot gather together, and act recklessly. When there is a boss, although they are still reckless and brainless most of the time, at least they can act in a unified manner. And Roast Axe is such a powerful orc leader. He is the 2nd most important person in the clan, second only to the Meat-Tearer. He has many strong followers who obey him. He knows that according to the elders and the plan of the Meat-Tearer, they are about to launch a full-scale attack on those shrimps. Many big bombers, big trucks, and big cans are ready. The Meat-Tearer even sent the 2nd largest one to him in advance to appease his mind. That thing is bigger than the killing can. The elders call it the big iron can of fear. Although to drive this thing, you have to saw off your legs and feet, connect them to the machine, and insert many tubes into your head and spinal cord. You can't leave it for the rest of your life. But so what? With such a powerful thing, you can chop and chop more happily, shoot and shoot more happily, and there are multiple tubes. No greenskin would want to get out of such a thing. Right? After getting into this big iron tank, Bafu was in pain and torture every moment, which could only be relieved by killing people. He wanted to lead his boys immediately, to kill all the shrimps. But the meat-tearing boss kept asking him to be patient, and be patient. He was patient, and finally endured the earth-shattering bombing. Where were the support from more large machines? None of them. What should he do now? So far, there are shrimps everywhere. If this continues, no matter how powerful he is, no matter how brave his boys are, they will be finished. At his call, at least 400 green-skinned orcs gathered around him. He led this group of greenskins and began to break out to the east. On this way, he had the intention of killing gods and Buddhas. The Roasted Axe, who stuffed himself into the big iron can of fear, was 4 meters tall, taller than the ordinary killing can, and much stronger. The strength of this set of armor even exceeded the power armor of the Space Marines. The bullets hit it, and the effect was very poor, and it could not break the defense at all. A battalion commander organized more than a dozen rocket launchers, and fired intensively in one breath, killing several greenskins. However, the Roasted Axe, who was regarded as the main target, was hit by these bombardments head-on. But the damage suffered was not serious at all. That guy even targeted the battalion commander, charging forward, and chopped up the soldiers who blocked his way. He fired multiple machine guns, and swept the wheeled sawtooth, killing dozens of infantrymen along the way. The battalion commander wanted to retreat when he saw the situation was not good. But he failed to retreat. The instructor was killed by the machine gun, and the battalion commander was cut in half by the sawtooth. The entire battalion was destroyed, and it was difficult for other troops to fill the gap for a while. Fortunately, Prabhav's battalion was inserted into the right place. But even so, the interception process is extremely difficult. Whether it is the Wanderer V, or the domestically produced Challenger tank, in front of the terrifying big iron can, there is a danger of being dismantled alive. The machine guns on the armored vehicles are not easy to hit the big iron can. Although its shape is wild and its size is huge, its flexibility is actually not weak, and the hit rate of the turret is not so perfect. Even if a considerable number of machine gun bullets hit it, it will only make small dents on its metal armor plate and cannot break the defense. To put it bluntly, the caliber is not enough. Even the 76mm tank gun of the Challenger tank is not good enough. The main reason is the local artillery technology. The initial velocity of the shells is not good enough. The caliber alone is not enough to penetrate armor. Of course, the overall effect is better than that of machine guns, unless there are hundreds of machine guns, which are fired very densely, or dozens of 76mm tank guns successfully hit. Then under the effect of metal fatigue, the armor of this big iron tank of fear will be broken. Otherwise it will not be able to do anything to the roasted axe. On the contrary, he was able to get close to the armored vehicles. The huge iron clamp could even clamp the front of the armored vehicles, and even deform them. The multi-barreled machine guns could break through the defense and kill the driver inside by firing directly for a few seconds. The wheel saws would sparks when cutting the armor plates. In this way, he used various methods to destroy 2 armored vehicles and 2 tanks. Infantry came up and tried to attack with rocket launchers again, but they could only achieve relatively weak results and could not make a final decision. If you want to destroy this big iron tank of fear, you either have to pay enough sacrifices and use enough firepower to blow it up. A drop of water can wear away a stone, let alone thousands of bullets of all kinds and artillery fire hitting it. But the sacrifices you have to pay are too heavy. Before you kill the roasting axe, you don't know how many people will die and how many tanks will be damaged. Another option is to use a 155 howitzer to blow it up. This is reliable enough. If 2 or 3 shots hit the target, or even if 1 shot hits the target, the destruction mission may be completed directly. However, this plan will also be accompanied by huge casualties, mainly from accidental injuries. But there is no other way. If no solution is found, the human troops will not be able to hold on until the time to destroy this steel behemoth will be penetrated, allowing these orcs to break out. Prabhav gritted his teeth, ordered some troops to surround it, and at the same time called for artillery fire from the rear. There were many soldiers from the 1st Battalion of his Sheafing Brigade within the coverage area. When the artillery fire fell, many of his brothers would be killed. His heart was bleeding. But he could not only not let his soldiers withdraw, but also ordered them not to retreat. This was to use the lives of the soldiers to exchange for the results of the battle. Let our soldiers withdraw? At this moment, such a sentence appeared in Prabhav's mind. This was the voice of the governor. Prabhav was stunned for a moment, but he reacted immediately and changed his order, asking the soldiers to retreat. Following the armored vehicles, the infantry began to retreat, hiding in the bunkers, and the big iron tank of fear was about to chase. However, suddenly a strange force made it freeze in place. It was not completely still, but as if it had lost its controller. Its body stopped. This was Gu Hang move. The governor personally followed the attacking troops and came to the battlefield. He was not too worried about his own safety. This was a battle that he must win. And as a psychic, he was not without the ability to protect himself. In this battle, as long as he did not want to die, he would not die. At the same time, his arrival could not only boost the morale of the troops, but also solve some special problems. For example, the greenskin leader he encountered now. His psychic ability played an important role. Gu Hang certainly had no interest in simply wrestling with this big iron can, which was a very stupid act. Although his psychic strength was not low, it was unwise to fight against such a mechanical monster with a steel body. He was controlling the green-skinned leader inside the iron can. Obviously, the green-skinned big iron can was powerful, but it did not have the certain degree of psychic resistance that the Space Marine power armor had. This big thing has no protection against psychic energy. However, The wide force field of this green-skinned leader is quite strong. Gu Heng almost tried his best to attack the part of his soul that represents the central nervous system through the ability of soul cutting. This is difficult, just a little easier than killing this soul. Gu Heng can only temporarily incapacitate it. After about 1 or 2 minutes, he will return to normal. But this period of time is enough for the 155 howitzer in the artillery position in the rear to fly over. Chapter 152, It's So Big So Green. The roasted axe, along with the evil fear big iron tank he was driving, was blown up by 5,155 howitzers falling from the sky. The dense artillery fire fell down, and he, who had just recovered his power, had no time to leave the explosion range. And his armor, no matter how strong it was, could not withstand such a baptism of artillery fire. Of course, in this process, accidental injuries were inevitable. In 2 minutes, there were still many of his own soldiers, who had no time to run to a safe place. Even if they found a shelter on the spot. If they were too close to the explosion area, they would still die. But this was the necessary price. Gu Heng's proactive attack only reduced the price to the minimum. It was worth saving 100 or 200 soldiers. The death of Roast Axe also marked the complete collapse of the front line that had led the orcs to confront the human army for more than a month. Moreover, after the morale collapsed, the greenskins had no way to escape. Human armies surrounded them from all sides. Even if they could fly, they could not escape. And this was exactly Gu Heng's goal. What he wanted was not only a crushing battle, but also an uncompromising annihilation battle. Although the casualties were not small in general. More than 1,000 soldiers were probably killed or wounded in the full-scale attack. But the result was that at least 4,000 greenskins were completely wiped out. 70% of the enemies died in the early stage of the artillery fire. At this time, Gu Heng saw that new changes had occurred in his event panel. Event, Greenskin Threat. The greenskin orcs that appeared inexplicably on the planet have grown into a threat that cannot be ignored in a few years. But under your leadership, the brave warriors not only defended the invasion of the greenskin orcs, but also annihilated their main forces through orbital bombardment, artillery coverage, and full-scale assault. However, whether it is the intelligence detected in front or your own feelings, these greenskin orcs look very unusual. They don't look like wild orcs that have developed independently on the Wrath of the Owl Star. But they also don't look like space orcs that invaded from outside the star. Phase 1 goal, completed. Phase 1 reward, T5 level additional arms training option. Beast Slaughter Group, obtained. Phase 2 goal, find out the reason for the rise of the greenskins. Phase 2 reward, and important information. Event in the panel. Greenskin Threat. The first phase reward has been settled. Gu Heng can already see the training option of the new additional soldier. The Beast Slayer Regiment. In the soldier card interface. As long as it is a T5 or higher unit. Spending more grace can give the unit a special attack effect against green-skinned orcs. As for the Beast Slayer feature given directly to the 3rd Independent Regiment, it can actually be counted as a reward for the first stage, saving him 60 grace points. As for the second stage, it was originally what Gu Heng was supposed to do. It was just that the so-called reward for important intelligence made him a little concerned. What would it be? We would know when the time came. After taking a quick look at the updated event information, Gu Heng stopped paying attention. The situation on the battlefield was still the top priority. After destroying the main resistance of the green-skinned orcs, the large army rested on the spot. And at 5 p.m., they all had dinner sent by the logistics department. And after resting for another hour and a half, they set out again at 6:30 and headed deep into the ruins of the tower. This is not radical. There should still be a few greenskins alive in this position, but it is no longer important. It is not possible to ignore it completely. After all, the follow-up troops still have to continue to perform tasks in the depths of the tower ruins, and the logistic supplies also need to pass through here to be transported up. The safety of this place still needs to be protected. So, Gu Heng left the 6th and 7th Garrison Divisions, one in the north and one in the south, responsible for continuing to clear out the sporadic greenskins that may still be alive in this position. And as a reserve force, to ensure the safety of the logistics line. Let's not talk about the clearing mission for now, it's not difficult. The main force advanced deep into the area, also without any difficulties. The previous orbital bombardment was no joke. Under such a large-scale attack, only a few greenskins survived. Especially the most important targets, the starting positions of the greenskin attacking forces, and their base camp, all suffered heavy attacks. Other places were relatively lightly hit, But the number of greenskins themselves was also small. As the troops advanced, they could indeed occasionally see some greenskins popping up, but they were not a threat at all. Of course, in order to ensure stability in the later stage, a garrison division would be left behind every 20 kilometers. While ensuring the logistics route, they were also responsible for clearing out the local greenskin orcs. Soon at nearly 12 o'clock that night, the troops arrived at the gathering place of the greenskin orcs reported by the Space Marines. According to the latest intelligence before the orbital bombing, there should have been more than 4,000 greenskin orcs, and 3 times the number of fart cannon fodder gathered here, and a considerable number of heavy equipment that was more sophisticated than what they had encountered before. However, now there is only a huge bomb crater and a large area of wreckage. In the center of the greenskin gathering place, there is a huge bomb crater with nothing in it. In theory, thousands of people could be gathered on this huge bomb crater. But at this moment, all of them are gone. There is no trace of the body left in the true sense. On the periphery of the crater, some suspicious debris began to appear. Looking at the appearance of those debris, it can be roughly guessed that they should belong to some greenskin corpses or equipment fragments. But it is just a guess. The fragments are not in shape at all, they are things that melted and cooled, so we can only guess. Far away, some parts that can be identified as what they belonged to before they were destroyed can appear, such as fingers, half of thighs and the like. Here, the bodies will appear to be more dense. Only in places farther away can you see some intact equipment wreckage, such as overturned, charred trucks, immobile killing cans, and relatively intact charred corpses. The green-skinned orcs who gathered here in a heroic and vigorous manner, ready to set out to destroy everything, suffered a devastating blow here. I don't know if there are any green-skinned orcs who survived in the edge of the bombing. But even if there are, there must be not many alive. And they must have run away long ago. Gu Heng was very satisfied with the strike effect. But the only thing that made him feel a little uneasy was why the Space Marines had not sent him information about the strike effect before. This shouldn't have happened. More than 10 hours ago, the Special Operations team left the area that might be affected by the orbital strike after completing the marking of the strike targets. They had 10 hours to evacuate, so there shouldn't be any major problems. In fact, there was no need to retreat so far, as long as they maintained a certain distance and made sure that they were not marked by the orbital strike. There would be no artillery fire from space, and they would be safe. After the orbital strike ended and the magnetic field of the wireless communication stabilized, they had a call with Gu Heng to report their safety, indicating that they were not affected by the orbital strike. At the same time, they followed Gu Heng's request and went to the 2 most important strike targets, namely the gathering place and base camp of the Greenskin army, to explore the effect of the orbital strike. Logically speaking, given their distance, they would definitely be able to find out the situation quickly. But the actual situation is that the large force led by Gu Heng had already seen the situation of the green-skinned orcs gathering place with their own eyes, but the Special Operations team, which should have reported the information long ago, had not received any news at all. It is now 12 o'clock in the night, which is already very late. All officers and soldiers started at 11 o'clock in the morning, went through a battle, and continued to advance among the ruins, clearing out the greenskins, and came here, without resting for a while during lunch in 13 hours, and now they are very tired. It was not good to send a large force to move. He found a signalman, and sent a radio communication request to the Phoenix Regiment. There was no response. He felt something was even more wrong. He called Prabhav, and arranged his troops. After resting, they would go to the direction of the green-skinned orc base mentioned in the previous intelligence early tomorrow morning to conduct reconnaissance. If they encountered green-skinned orcs in the middle, they would not have to conduct a special cleanup if it was not convenient. The most important task was to find the traces of the Special Operations team. Gu Heng was quite worried. Although there were 5 Space Marines in the action team, theoretically there wouldn't be any big problems, but when fighting against the original Wrathful Owl sect, 1 Space Marine could be sacrificed, not to mention fighting against the Greenskins. Especially, these Greenskins look slightly different from the wild Greenskins that developed independently from the spores. Wild Greenskins, Space Greenskins, are all greenskins from body structure to social form. There is no difference. It's just that the latter are more developed, the technical level is more advanced, there are powerful orc warriors, and even orc warlords rule. The most terrible orc disaster in the legend happened 7,000 years ago. That disaster almost destroyed the entire human empire. But before eliminating the powerful space orc clan, orcs that grew up independently on certain planets and had not yet become a threat to the galaxy were called wild orcs. The way the greenskin infection spread to another planet is difficult to trace. During an interstellar voyage, a certain cargo with greenskin spores that were invisible to the naked eye was loaded onto the interstellar spacecraft. When unloading, it falls to the ground, or is blown to a certain place by the wind. When it encounters a suitable environment, it begins to take root and sprout, and grows the first squig. This aggressive and ferocious little beast, when hunting, fighting, being injured, excreting, and dying, secretes and splits into many spores, which begin to give birth to more squigs, fart spirits, and even orc boys. Generally speaking, when the greenskin ecology of wild orcs on the planet has not yet fully developed, the greenskins are in a primitive tribal state. There is no technology to speak of, nor any organizational structure. They are just a group of wild beasts with relatively high intelligence. They will fight each other and fight among themselves. After all, fighting is the nature of the greenskins. As for whether the target of the battle is the same tribe or a foreign tribe, they don't really care. In the fight, they will select a greenskin boss as the leader of the tribe. The greenskins who make up the tribe will start to fight with everything around them that can be hit under the leadership of the boss. If they can't find it, they will split up and fight themselves. In this process, their numbers will gradually spiral upward, and a large number of greenskins will die from internal friction. Although the number fluctuates, it will still rise overall. At the same time, as more battles are fought, the number of greenskins will increase, and their so-called wide force field will become thicker. This supernatural power, which is closely related to psychic power, but is not psychic power, is similar to some kind of idealistic technology. It will make their tribe stronger and stronger. And technology will also advance inexplicably. Various weapons and equipment that only greenskins can use, which I have thought of, will allow them to embark on a journey to the starry sky one day. Of course, if there is no external force, this process will be very long. But if there is external force, for example, if they have eaten enough foreign brains, or if they have seen enough war technologies of humans or other intelligent races, then the orc technical boys, goblin technicians, technical masters, a series of technical greenskins who have received enlightenment will rapidly speed up this process. According to this standard, in the ruins of the tower, the orc tribe, with a scale of only tens of thousands of people, should not have killing cans and fear cans. They have guns and hot weapons, which can only be said to be developed fast enough. Similarly, in the past reports on Garbage Town, there has never been any mention of large-scale greenskins waging war against each other. This is not consistent with the situation of wild greenskins. But it is even more different from space greenskins. If there is really a greenskin clan that can cross the star sea and set its sights on the Rathal star, then forget it, there is no way to resist it. The greenskin orcs that appeared in the ruins of the tower on the Rathal star are indeed a very exceptional case. But it may also be that humans have not yet fully studied the ecology of greenskinned orcs. And Gu Hang's recent crazy cramming of knowledge can hardly mention this area. Because of this, he is worried about the current situation of the Special Operations Team. This green-skinned orc clan is so special. Who knows if something will happen that even the Space Marines can't cover up? The Emperor Angel of Death, in many cases, is just like its name of demigod. But in the universe, in the confrontation between many monsters, sometimes they die one by one. Greenskins are just one of those many monsters. Gu Hang can't be called a bad mouth, but the Special Operations Team is really in big trouble now. Time goes back to 11 o'clock in the afternoon. When the orbital strike fell, they were indeed not hurt. They waited patiently for a while. The residual heat of the bombing dissipated. When the radio resumed communication, they reported safety to the governor, and then they followed the governor's instructions and went to the orbital bombing site. The main attack location that needed to be explored was actually the gathering place and base camp of the Green Orcs. They went to the base camp first. Here, the scene was almost the same as the departure point. Also a huge bomb crater. And all the surrounding buildings were razed to the ground. The difference was that among the destruction here, there were many more fart spirits, craftsmen, and many more wreckages of green buildings. That was all. They wandered around the attack location for a while, evaluating the effect of the attack and looking for any survivors nearby. The Greenskin military factory was confirmed destroyed. The Greenskin camp was confirmed destroyed. and the 3 greenskin hatchery farms were confirmed destroyed. It must be said that greenskins are really tenacious. Even with this level of destructive bombing, it is more powerful than a nuclear bomb. But the greenskins who are farther away from the center of the explosion, especially when the attack comes, are in some solid bunkers. They are really fine. Fortunately, there are not many of them, and they are scattered, without being discovered. They did not waste time to clear them out. Of course, if it was particularly convenient, they would just kill them, given the characteristics of the green-skinned orcs. As long as their boss was killed in the bombing, and there was no leader among the remaining greenskins, they would become intelligent beasts. They acted completely on instinct, fighting each other, until another boss emerged from among them. During this period of time, they were at their weakest. As long as humans seize this opportunity, they can completely exterminate them. Then, they can carefully clean up every inch of land where the orcs have passed, and the orc crisis will be resolved. Of course, with their tenacious characteristics and the way their spores develop, we must never relax our vigilance against the orc crisis. For a long time in the future, this planet must always monitor and explore places where greenskin disasters have occurred, and regularly kill suspicious plants. But as long as they don't let down their guard and follow the relevant regulations and ethics of the Empire, the problems will generally be minor ones, and most of them can be nipped in the bud, so as not to cause a major crisis. But just when they were gradually relaxing, a roar came from somewhere far away. They were startled, but soon realized that it was not their whereabouts that were discovered. It was more like a green-skinned orc, howling, using sound to gather his subordinates. Communication is basically done by shouting, which is a bit funny, but now no one can laugh. The emergence of this situation means that there is still an orc leader with appeal, and a considerable appeal, in this area, and it is unlikely that he was chosen in the recent fight. On the one hand, it is not so fast. On the other hand, the new boss who just came out is unlikely to have such a temperament. Then the answer is obvious. Under the previous powerful orbital bombardment, there is a powerful leader among the green-skinned orcs who did not die. It was not known whether it was due to good luck, or because they were not in the core area of the bombing, or some other reason, but this was obviously not good news. They decided to check the situation. If there were already a large number of greenskin orcs who had gathered under their call, then forget it, they would just pass the message to the governor, and then assign people to monitor them. But if the number of greenskins gathered was not large, Martins and the other 5 space marines, they planned to kill the greenskin boss. The decapitation tactic is one of the most effective tactics against the greenskin orcs. A huge whack. Even an expedition across the Star Sea requires a strong orc warlord organization to initiate. Only a strong enough leader can unite the greenskins. But at the same time, as long as the boss dies, the remaining greenskins will immediately become a mess, and usually more than half of the people will be killed in internal fighting. They don't have any idea of extinction and extermination, and they will first defend against foreign enemies. Even in a specific battle, if the leader of a squad dies, the entire squad will be greatly shaken. And if the commander of a battle dies, the entire battle will collapse. When dealing with greenskins, the best way is to find the biggest, greenest, and strongest one at the moment, and then kill it. So who is the most suitable person to do this on the battlefield? Of course, it is the Space Marines. In the past wars, Phoenix always had to perform similar tasks 5, 6, 7, or 8 times in a battle to fight against greenskins. Now, it was just a return to the old ways. In fact, the Space Marines still missed it a little. However, when they quietly arrived at the place and saw the greenskins gathered there, they gave up the idea of a surprise attack. There were more than 1,000 orcs there. It wasn't just light infantry. There were also some battle trucks and killing cans. A rough count showed that there were no less than 50 heavy equipment of all kinds. Moreover, there were also sporadic greenskins gathering here. Martins was shocked by the number. Why were there so many? During the discussion, they came up with a guess that could explain it. It was estimated that the orc leader was leading his gathered troops to the assembly point. Halfway through, the orbital bombardment came. The most important targets of the bombardment were the base camp and the assembly area. Those 2 places suffered the most violent and unavoidable blows. But they were on the road, in the middle of the 2 places, and were lucky enough to escape. There must be many greenskins who died. Martins and his men saw that there were many orcs with injuries. After all, this wave of orbital bombardment was not just 2 large macro cannons. but also 20 small macro cannons and hundreds of orbital missiles, which fell everywhere. Those things were also very fierce. But in general, thousands of greenskins survived. The decapitation tactic was difficult to implement. Not only were there many enemies, but the green-skinned orc leader was also worth paying attention to. It was so big and so green. Chapter 153 Tribe. If there was a reliable friendly force to help attract attention from the front, the 5 Space Marines of the Phoenix may have a chance to succeed. But at this moment, the friendly forces around them are only 28 soldiers of the Storm Squadron. Although they are also elite, it is impossible for them to face an enemy 50 times their number, and to attract the attention of the Space Marines from the front. Even if they all die, they can't do it. Moreover, even if they could attract their hatred, it would be difficult to rush in and behead them. That greenskin leader looked very strong. He was wearing heavy equipment, and his entire body was over 3 meters tall. The modified hot weapons and cold weapons all looked very exaggerated. That heavy armor was definitely not something that could be easily broken. Martins and his team were well informed. After evaluating the strength of this monster, they found that even a veteran Space Marine could not defeat it in a one-on-one fight. Only if the 5 of them rush to his face at the same time, they can ensure a quick and undelayed killing. But as long as there is a problem in the middle link, they will be delayed, and the surrounding greenskins will continue to support them, and they may be trapped inside and unable to get out. Forget it. Forget it. Focus on monitoring and wait for Governor Gu to come with the main force. By then, with a large force pushing in, the 5 of them will take action in the melee, and they will have a much better chance. There is no need to be adventurous now. However, they stopped fighting, but the greenskins seemed to have discovered them. The eye-catching orc boss cast his eyes from afar towards their hiding place. Martins frowned. Why were we discovered? He was really confused. Could it be that, after not fighting the greenskins for a while, his senses had deteriorated? But after thinking about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with their actions, and the elites of the Storm Squad did a good job. It shouldn't be so easy to be discovered. I don't know how they found us, Schneider said. I only know that we are in trouble. Be prepared for battle. What kind of battle is that? 30 people fighting against 1,000 heavily equipped orcs led by a boss is courting death. While the distance between the two sides is still far, it is right to run. However, as they were running, they soon found out what had discovered them. It was of course a green-skinned orc, standing next to the orc boss. His hunched body did not look tall, and he did not have any exaggerated weapons and equipment on him. Overall, he looked very ordinary. The only unusual thing was that he was holding a silver-gray metal stick in his hand. It was not supposed to be a product of greenskin technology, but on the upper part, it was decorated with animal teeth and multicolored paint, full of greenskin orc style. The old orc pointed the scepter at the location of the Space Marines. They immediately began to dodge with an intuition that danger was coming. At this moment, a red beam of light came straight at them. The Space Marines were all fine, but the light penetrated the bodies of 2 stormtroopers. The alloy steel bulletproof plates under the military uniforms had almost no effect. A fist-sized, penetrating hole was burned on the bodies of the 2 soldiers. The light beam passed through the bodies of the 2 soldiers and went far outside, until it hit the ruins wall in the distance and disappeared. The 2 men fell to the ground helplessly, their bodies twitching and struggling helplessly on the ground. They were not dead yet, but they were doomed. No one could save them, and when they retreated, they could not take 2 wounded soldiers who would die in a few minutes at most. This could not be considered abandoning their comrades, but their morale was inevitably low when they fled. However, although they were not dragged down, their escape was still not smooth. The hunchbacked old orc kept releasing beams of light in his hand, and he would shoot at them every few minutes. This highly penetrating focused beam of energy, even Space Marines cannot ignore its lethality. If it is hit twice, the power armor will be damaged, and 3 times, it may be fatal. It doesn't even need to hit the same place. After 2 shots, the defense of the entire armor will decrease due to structural changes, enough for the 3rd shot to cause fatal damage. But fortunately, although the attack range of the old orc is very long, it still has a terrible killing effect at a distance of 2,000 meters. However, he did not have a high-power scope, nor did he have the ability to aim and shoot. Although the beam would not have the problem of trajectory deviation due to the long distance, it would be useless if the aim was not accurate. The reason why the first shot was fatal was that the team had not had time to completely disperse their formation, and the distance between them was a bit too close. So it was easy to hit them with a random shot, which caused the two storm squads to suffer a fatal blow. At this moment, when they moved, the formation became more dispersed, and it was not so easy to hit them. Moreover, they are not without resistance. Bolt guns, electromagnetic rifles in the hands of the storm team, are capable of killing enemies at a distance of 2,000 meters. Although there will be a considerable attenuation, it is still fatal if hit. T3 soldiers are already very reliable in shooting accuracy, not to mention the Space Marines, who cannot use T to show their abilities. They even have a combat assistance system built into the power armor to help them complete the shooting work more accurately. Even though the guns in their hands were not sniper models specifically designed for long-range killing, they were still able to threaten the old orc at a distance of 2 kilometers. However, they did not succeed in shooting him, and only a few greenskins who accidentally blocked the gun died. The old orc was also quite cunning. After finding that he had become a target, he did not bite the bullet and shoot at the Space Marines and stormtroopers, but hid behind the orc general. This is a big bunker. Even a bolter can't hit his armor at a distance of 2,000 meters, let alone hurt the old orc behind him. But at the same time, hiding is not easy to be killed by a bolter or an electromagnetic rifle. But he can no longer continue to threaten the fleeing humans. However, the situation suffered by the human side has not improved much. A considerable part of the entire greenskin army has started to move. Armed trucks and killing cans were all in motion, chasing them. Even the orc general had to fight in person. Bullets kept coming at them from a distance of 2 kilometers. The shabby guns in the hands of the greenskin boys were firing loudly, which was very lively. But their bullets could not reach a distance of 2 kilometers at all, and they fell to the ground halfway. Not to mention accuracy, but the greenskins did have weapons that could threaten them at this distance. Not to mention the iron barrel cannon, which was not accurate. Although it was powerful, it had to be able to hit a mosquito with a cannon. The large machine guns on the armed trucks and the multi-barreled machine guns equipped on the killing tanks can still pose a threat at a distance of more than 2 kilometers. The weapons of the green-skinned orcs are not accurate. However, when the bullets are fired in an extremely dense manner, as long as the general direction can be guaranteed, the bullets are still lethal at a distance of 2 kilometers. Then, with the huge number, even stray bullets are threatening enough. During the escape, soldiers of the storm squad kept falling down. At this moment, turning around and firing back was not particularly meaningful. They could not kill all the enemies, nor could they repel them. They could only keep running. Of course, they could not escape. If the Space Marines ran away at full speed, there might still be hope. The elite soldiers of the Storm Squadron would definitely not be able to escape. But even for the Space Marines, the probability of running away was actually not high. After all, if they ran at full speed, they would be leaving their backs to the enemy to hit at will. The weakest part of the Space Marines' power armor is definitely the back. Dying with your back to the enemy is undoubtedly a huge shame for a Space Marine, even if they give up their honor and their allies to escape in order to preserve the fire of the chapter. They may not have a good ending before they completely escape the enemy attack range and escape from the pursuit. One of the 5 of them may fall down, and they may have to pay a lot of lives to escape, and there will be no chance to recover the gene seed. At the moment, although they are still retreating, sometimes they are facing the enemy while firing. Sometimes they are hiding on a slope, behind a building ruin, to temporarily stop the bullets from coming. Retreating in this way, they will definitely not be able to run fast. On the contrary, even if the road is rough, their armed trucks have 6 wheels after all. Even if the wheels cannot move in some places, taking a detour will not slow down the speed much. And walking mechas like the killing tank will not have any problems. Although Martins and Schneider worked together, through the sudden concentrated fire of the grenade guns, they destroyed a killing tank at a distance of more than 1,000 meters, but it did not quench their thirst. They could only do their best to stop the enemy pursuit speed while fighting and retreating, and they could not run in a straight line. On the one hand, they had to avoid the firepower, and on the other hand, they had to be careful not to be surrounded by the Dieter-armed trucks. They now fully understood that being caught up was inevitable. But this did not mean complete despair. Although they didn't talk to each other, Martins believed that his comrades should have the same idea as him. They should find a place that is easy to defend, and then hold on until reinforcements arrive. Although they don't know how long they will have to hold on, This option is more reliable than running away. Of course, they must also be prepared for the worst-case scenario. The whole army is annihilated. But what can they do? This is how war works. Especially against this orc clan that has surpassed the level of ordinary wild greenskins. Who knows which will come first? The accident or the victory? In the middle, they did find some places suitable for defense. There were several large, solid, 3- or 4-story buildings. Although this place was no longer the core fire projection zone of orbital strikes, the fact that the buildings here could survive for 100 years and survive the earthquake-like aftermath of orbital bombing proved that the pre-war buildings were strong enough. Retreating into the tall buildings and fighting inside the buildings, it would be difficult for the armed trucks to drive in, and the killing tanks would also be inconvenient to move. The area they needed to defend was only a section in front of them, and they would not have to face bullets from all directions, like on flat ground. But those tall buildings are still not the best choice. They are worried that they will be blown up by the greenskins with explosives, and they will still be attacked from all sides if the enemy climbs up with some ladders. Martins and his men are still looking for a more suitable place to hold on. Although no one knows whether the last abandoned tall building, which seems to be able to hold on, is the most suitable place to find next. And no one knows whether the next one will be worse. In order to maximize the defensive advantage, they can only try to keep looking. This time, the Emperor seemed to have heard their faithful prayers, and their luck suddenly improved. A soldier discovered an underground space in the ruins of a building. This kind of basement, in terms of environment, is very suitable for holding on, although there is still a risk of collapse. As long as it is deep enough and strong enough, the risk of collapse is smaller than the risk of a high-rise building being blown up. As for other aspects, they are almost all advantages. There is only one entrance, which is convenient for holding on. The space inside is more limited, and the enemies faced at the same time will become fewer, and the enemies cannot play a numerical advantage. If the space is narrow, even things like killing cans cannot enter, which is even better. If it really doesn't work, seal the entrance. Although you can't get out, at least you don't have to worry about being conquered for a long time. After a day, the governor's army will come. It may be much safer outside. They wear power armor and dig out with their bare hands. They may be able to dig out after a few days. Anyway, it's better than waiting to die. The only thing to worry about is whether the underground space is deep enough. If it's just a small basement, after entering, someone rushes into the entrance, and you are stuck inside without space to move around. It will be very dangerous. However, just passing by the underground entrance and taking a quick look, Martins dispelled this worry. This is not a basement at all. It is an underground research institute. Just look at the heavy, solid round iron door at the entrance. In the past, this iron door should have been powered. Otherwise it would be impossible to close or open it by human power. But now, it is just open there, and the power has long been invalid. Without hesitation, Martins chose to enter. 5 Space Marines, plus the 21 surviving stormtroopers, entered the underground space. At Martin's signal, a team of elite soldiers explored deeper. They had to find out what was going on inside, and where to retreat to if the battle went badly. In addition, they also had to find out if there were other entrances and exits to help them escape, or to guard them to prevent the greenskins from getting stabbed in the ass. The rest of the people stayed at a distance of more than 20 meters from the entrance and temporarily pulled up anything they could pick up, broken bricks, building boards, in short, to urgently build a position. They had to guard the entrance, try to delay time, and kill the enemy. But they didn't have much time. Only 2 minutes later, the enemy appeared at the entrance. It was just a few greenskins, seemingly some armed truck that couldn't get through, and let the infantry on the truck go. As soon as they showed their heads, they were mercilessly killed. The entrance was only 30 meters away, and the elite soldiers of the Space Marines and stormtroopers were able to hit the target with every bullet. The most important thing was that the weapons in their hands were not as weak as the G9 series rifles. The bolt gun was enough to kill the greenskins in one shot, and the electromagnetic rifle would only take a few more shots. In other words, if the greenskins only used infantry to attack, they would probably not be able to take them down even if they were all dead. The Space Marines had nearly 300 rounds of ammunition per person, and the stormtroopers had at least 180 rounds of ammunition. If they used them sparingly and shot more accurately, they should be able to hold on. The green-skinned orcs also understood this, even if they didn't understand it. When they couldn't get into the killing tank, they mobilized the iron barrel artillery to blow up the lower entrance, and gathered 20 guys to rush in. But none of them came out alive. They naturally understood it. They didn't continue to send people in to die, which gave Martins and others time to catch their breath. But he also knew that this was the calm before the storm. It was already late at night. But they didn't dare to rest. They tried to contact Governor Gu, but the wireless communication was cut off. I'm afraid the greenskins have the relevant technology to block the communication information. In short, they don't have many choices now. They can only hold on by relying on the geographical advantages here. The orc elder Gorgon looked angrily at the flesh tear in front of him, who was stronger and much larger than him. And he wanted to kill him. But it didn't work. He couldn't beat me tear. He couldn't even sit and watch me tear die. He knew that those hiding were cans. In his distant memory, he had seen this kind of cans, killing orc boys, just like orcs killing farts. Meat Tear was already the strongest warrior in the tribe, but according to his past memories, he could judge that if Meat Tear rushed in without caring, he might be able to kill 1 or 2 cans, but he would eventually die there. Tear Meat cannot die. If he dies, the more than 1,000 guys who have finally gathered together will collapse again. There are 5 or 6 orc bosses with the same status below. They only obey the stronger and greener Tear Meat. Once Tear Meat dies, there will be a bloody struggle among them. They will fight each other with their own guys, and will not care about other things until the last one is left. If it were usual, Gorgon would not mind these. But not now. He still needs the clan to continue to exist. He could only persuade him earnestly. Why don't you listen to me? When have I ever lied to you? No matter what I say, it won't work. Tear Meat was still so stubborn. I must kill all those shrimps. I won't leave until they are all killed. All my guys are dead, the military factory is gone, the farm is gone, but I haven't killed a shrimp with my own hands. This is absolutely not okay. But we will all die here. Gorgon growled. Those shrimps have killed Roast Axe. Killed all the guys in front. And are coming to kill us. We must leave now. This is not the time to fight. When we have more guys, more guns, we will kill these shrimps again. After a pause, the orc elder Gorgon pointed to the tunnel entrance in the distance, which was almost invisible in the dark night, and continued, a few years ago, I was dug out from there. After I killed those shrimps who dug me out with my own hands. I carefully explored the place. It's very strong there. You can only charge from the front. But there are cans guarding it. Even you can't get in. At this point, Gorgon suddenly stopped talking. He saw that Meat Tear's eyes were full of tyranny. Staring at him, he seemed to have made a mistake. He just said to the strongest boss in the tribe, you can't do it. And this is something that most orc bosses would never believe. The huge Meat Tear lowered his head and looked at the extremely old Gorgon. Tear Meat said, I am the boss, I don't have to listen to you. I am the biggest in the tribe, the greener, there is nothing I can't kill. At this point, his mechanized arm grabbed Gorgon's throat and lifted his decaying body up. You are too old and too cowardly, I have had enough of your words. I will keep your head, so that you can watch with your own eyes how I tear those shrimps into pieces. Gorgon hissed, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he couldn't say anything. Fleshtearer didn't want to listen to him anymore. His mechanized arm just exerted force and twisted Gorgon's throat. The light in Gorgon's eyes disappeared quickly. At this moment, he remembered a lot of things. He was originally just an ordinary craftsman. From the Iron Tooth clan. He was born on a warm planet. At that time, their clan had completely occupied the planet. The only remaining shrimps were kept in captivity as food, slaves, and tools for entertainment. Then, there were shrimps. The clan's worship was destroyed, and many cans fell from the sky. And together with many shrimps, they attacked and destroyed the anti-orbital guns on the planet. Then the shrimps used countless artillery fire to wash the entire planet up and down, and baptized it many times. All the greenskins he knew died, and he was lucky to survive. But later, he was captured. Then, he came here and was locked up in the underground research institute not far away, and stayed there for who knows how many years. He was dissected, but the greenskin's tenacious vitality allowed him to survive again and again after simple stitches. He was injected with various inexplicable liquids, and was used as a test subject for various experiments. But suddenly one day, everything stopped. He was stuffed into a refrigerator. It was very cold at that time, and he quickly lost consciousness. When he regained his memory, a few ragged shrimps appeared in front of him. They had never seen a creature like him. And after he recovered his strength, he broke the glass coffin that locked him up and killed all those shrimps. But he forgot a lot of things, such as how to make a cannon, how to make a killing jar. These were all things he remembered recently. Then, he went out and encountered many monsters. He fought with those monsters, hunted them for food, and in the process, he also bleed. In the place where he bleed, within a year, some green plants began to grow. And Squiggle, Fart Spirit, and other greenskin guys began to grow gradually. He was very happy. He was no longer alone. There were people who could fight with him and accompany him. He still remembered that among the new guys, there was one guy he liked the most, called Meat Tearer. That guy lived up to his expectations and became the first boss. They gathered all the guys together. Gorgon established their tribe according to the appearance of the clan in his memory, and gave this tribe the same name as before, the Iron Tooth Clan. During these years, the tribe grew in number, and they began to expand outward, until they encountered many shrimps. He was very happy, because fighting with shrimps was the most fun. As they fought, the tribe would become stronger and stronger. The boys would fight, die, and the survivors would become bigger and greener, and the dead would grow more green skin, until they became more and more numerous and stronger. And then the flesh tearers would cause a huge whack, and the Iron Tooth Clan would sweep across the entire planet, making it exactly like the planet where he was born. More than a month ago, a more powerful shrimp appeared. Gorgon was not only not worried, but also more excited. In the fierce battle, the whack force field became thicker and thicker, and the flesh tear became bigger and bigger. As he wandered in it, he remembered many technologies that he had forgotten. He recreated the killing jar, the fear jar, and even made a set of war general armor for the flesh tear. But why did something like the one that destroyed the Iron Tooth Clan fall from the sky? Gorgon didn't understand. If only we could build a big ship that could fly outside the planet. This was the last thought in his mind. And the last sound he heard was the roar of the tearing flesh. Then, his consciousness returned to darkness. When Martins and Schneider saw the tearing flesh, their expressions were solemn. At such a close distance, they were finally able to confirm that this was an orc warlord. From their past combat experience, they clearly understood how strong this thing could be. An ordinary space warrior could not last more than 3 hits in front of an orc warlord. To defeat him in a duel, at least a company champion was needed. At this moment, along with this orc warrior, there were also a sudden influx of green-skinned orcs. The number was too numerous to count for a moment, but they could not all squeeze in because the entrance was not wide enough. Martins and Schneider looked at each other. What they saw in each other's eyes was not fear, but surprise. The opportunity has come. Don't be afraid of this orc warrior appearing. As long as he appears, it will be a great opportunity. To kill an orc warrior, it requires a company champion to take action. Isn't that a coincidence? There are 2 company champions here. Chapter 154, Death of Space Marines. Space Marines, of course. There are strong and weak ones. Apart from weapons, power armor models, and other hardware configurations, the individual strength cannot be ignored. It is not a problem for a veteran to fight 2 or 3 new recruits. The company champion is the strongest among the 100 warriors. Martins and Schneider are both. Of course, theoretically, the strongest person in a regiment should be the regiment champion or the regiment leader, but Martins was temporarily promoted after the regiment was almost destroyed. His real strength is the level of the company champion. But even so, he has a chance to fight against an orc general. If he controls an entire planet, it may be difficult. But this one is far from that level. Moreover, his armor looks fierce. But it should not be as good as the Terminator armor among the Space Marines. The problem now is to create a chance for a one-on-one duel. This is difficult, but it is not impossible. There are so many greenskins pouring in at once, and the entrance is very crowded. The orc warrior, with the mechanically modified armor, is only slightly smaller than the killing tank, and is very crowded in the passage of the underground entrance. In front of him, and behind him, there are killing tanks coming in. Space Marines and stormtroopers are already firing at full speed. There is no need to worry about whether you can hit the target or not, because the entrance is blocked by greenskins. Even if you are blind, you can accurately hit the enemy by firing at the direction where they are howling. However, after this consumption, many greenskins died, but their ammunition was also used up quickly. Especially, After most of the greenskins in the front were killed, they were faced with killing cans that blocked the entrance tightly, and had to bend their mechanical knees and move forward slowly and clumsily. For the killing cans to come in, it was pure force. Their size was only slightly smaller than the height and width of the entrance, so they could get in, but they couldn't move their hands and feet at all. Especially since there were many greenskin guys following along. If it raised the multi-barreled machine gun in its hand and fired forward, it was hard to say how many human soldiers it could kill, anyway. The greenskins standing in front of it, I'm afraid few of them would survive. But are greenskins a race that cares about such things? The first to fire, not even the crowded killing cans, but the tearing of meat. He struggled to find a gap behind the killing cans to squeeze the big gun out, and then fired forward. The killing tank was squeezed, and was uncomfortable with the bullet gun. It was stimulated by this, and went crazy. The multi-barreled muskets also opened fire. Under the powerful firepower, both the Space Marines and the elite of the Storm team were beaten so hard that they could not show their heads. It was too close. Even if the helmet of the power armor was hit by a large caliber machine gun at a distance of 20 to 30 meters, it would be shot in the head. They could only shrink. Fortunately, the shelter made of various metal scraps, ruins and rocks was not so easy to be destroyed. But despite this, they still chose to give up their position. The killing tank came to their previous position with great effort, and pushed away some obstacles with force, which gave them some room to move. However, the next moment, a violent explosion occurred on the spot. A strong red flame came, and the killing tank could no longer move. Ordinary explosives, of course, would not be so easy to destroy a killing tank. But if it was the melt-a-bomb commonly used by Space Marines, it would be another matter. The metal body of the killing tank was blown into two pieces by the melt-a-bomb mounted next to an obstacle and hidden so that it would not be easily discovered. The extremely high temperature that rose in an instant was too much for even armored metal to withstand. In an instant, the armor plate began to melt and break. If the melt-a-bomb was larger, it would not be impossible to melt this killing tank into molten iron. Of course, that would be a bit too much power. The current level is enough to cause its destruction. Not only did the armored body lose the ability to continue fighting, but the fart spirit inside, which had its hands and feet cut off and a tube connected to its brain, had already been scalded to death. This miniature hot melt bomb was one of the only supplies left in the regiment. There are still some similar disposable equipment, but they are getting less and less, and there is no place to replenish them in this hellhole of the wrathful All-Star. However, the Space Marines had no time to feel sad. The high-value equipment was in use at this time. And to put it bluntly, the most precious thing in the Phoenix Regiment was the lives of the warriors. They kept counting the time. The extremely high temperature brought by the hot melt bomb would not last long. With the rapid decay, the Space Marines knew that after 6.72 seconds, the temperature would not be able to penetrate the power armor on their bodies and cause any harm. And this was the moment for them to act. 5 Space Marines attacked at the same time. 3 of them stood still, and the bolters in their hands had already changed from the precise single-shot mode to the full-speed shooting mode, the last fully loaded magazine that was replaced in advance. In a very short time, poured out countless bolts, and these bolts, almost all of them passed the blown-up killing tank and blasted into the body of the orc warrior behind. In addition to the 3 of them, Schneider was in front, Martins was a little behind, and the 2 former company champions of the Phoenix Regiment, who were now the strongest individual combatants in the regiment, rushed towards the orc general. Their speed, in an instant, exploded to an extremely fast speed, following the explosive bombs, and rushed towards the orc general. Almost all the explosive bombs hit the orc general, the super heavy armor on his body. Even the Space Marines' bolt guns could not penetrate it, causing direct damage to the orc boss behind him. However, after all, these are dozens, even hundreds of explosive bombs. When these diamond bullets clang and hit the body very densely, it can still feel the obvious impact. Not to mention, these bombs will also explode twice, bringing additional damage. This means that after nearly 100 micro-explosions, no matter how fierce the flesh is, no matter how thick the armor is, it is inevitable to feel dizzy, and even unable to control the body to step back repeatedly. But during this process, its body, which was much stronger than that of an average Space Marine, could still launch a counterattack at the most critical moment. He raised the gun in his hand with great effort and fired forward without aiming. In a moment, About 10 large-caliber bullets were fired. The caliber of this thing was here, and its power was no less than the grenade launchers in the hands of the Space Marines. More importantly, even if he did not aim, this narrow terrain was fair to everyone. The Space Marines were not small in size. 2/3 of these bullets still hit the target. Schneider was hit by 4 bullets. 3 of them were deflected by the heavy, curved shoulder armor, but 1 still penetrated from the junction of the shoulder armor and the chest armor. Of course, there was armor there, but it was relatively weak, and the angle of the bullet was also good. This shot injured Schneider, but he only paused, and then continued to rush forward without slowing down. Behind the two of them, there was a most unlucky battle brother, who was hit by 2 bullets on his helmet. He groaned and fell to the ground. The 3 or 4 storm teams behind him tried to pull the fallen warrior back, but they failed. Even if they were strengthened to the T3 level, their physical strength was much higher than that of ordinary people. But with only 3 or 4 people, they still couldn't drag the fully armed Space Marine. At this moment, Martins and Schneider in front rushed to the front of the meteor. Schneider jumped slightly, raised his attack position, and accurately stabbed the combat knife into a gap at the junction of the Orc warrior's armor. It penetrated. Schneider could hear the Orc warrior let out a low roar, obviously feeling pain, and even his body was brought to the ground because of Schneider's rush. But this aroused his ferocity. His alloy-wrapped arm bent inward, and the muzzle of the machine gun mounted on his wrist pointed at Schneider. As long as he pulled the trigger again, the machine gun, like a storm, would fire countless bullets in an instant, hitting Schneider's body. At that time, no matter how thick the power armor was, he would inevitably be seriously injured. But at this moment, Martins arrived. The chainsaw sword in his hand fiercely found a weak joint on the arm from the other side, and cut it down. The power of the chainsaw was turned to the maximum, and flames flew. He felt a huge resistance, but he gritted his teeth and pressed the chainsaw sword down desperately. A moment later, the hand holding the gun barrel was cut off. Schneider was somewhat dissatisfied. Martins did save him, but in his opinion, it was a waste of an opportunity. If Martins had chosen a more deadly position, it would have been possible to kill this powerful enemy directly. Although he would pay the price of serious injury or even death for this, it was still worth it according to his cold fighting will. However, Schneider did not say anything about it. It was not because his life was saved, but because it was a battle, and a slight change in a split second could mean the difference between life and death. The Orc warrior only had one hand broken, and was not dead yet. Without the spear, the guy still had a huge sword welded to his left hand. The sword suddenly slashed at Schneider, and Schneider used one hand to grab his arm and wrestle with him, while the other hand tightly grasped the short sword inserted into the armor, and pulled it outward along the force, to expand the wound, and it would be best if it could touch the important organs. At the same time, Martins, who had chopped off the Orc general's hand, raised the chainsaw again with blood all over his helmet. This time, Martins chose the neck of the flesh-tearing man as his target. There was a gap between the heavy helmet he was wearing and the breastplate, which was the best entry point. However, although the entire battle process was extremely fast, it was somewhat delayed. When the Orc general's huge body fell, the enemies who were originally blocked behind him had a range of fire to attack the two of them. The crude guns in the hands of some Orc boys can be ignored for the time being. Although the power of greenskin guns is generally very large, it is unrealistic to want to injure the Space Marines with a few shots. However, the weapons in the hands of the Killing Jar are different. The multi-barreled machine gun opened fire. Schneider was hit by several bullets, which affected his strength to strangle the greenskin warrior's arm. The big knife slashed his lower back from behind. The ceramic steel armor was broken and blood splattered. The meat-hero was still planning to draw out the big knife and hit it again to completely cut the shrimpkin in half. But at this moment, the chainsaw sword in Martin's hand arrived. The Phoenix captain was furious, and all of it was vented on this sword. Under the burst of fire, the chainsaw cut the gap between the helmet and the breastplate, and a huge amount of blood gushed out due to the movement of the chainsaw, like a fountain. Just like cutting off the forearm of the flesh-tearing man before, Martins also cut off the opponent's head this time. Then, Martins didn't bother to check Schneider's situation, drew out the chainsaw sword, and rushed forward against the firepower of the killing tank machine gun. The killing tank looked slightly larger than the Orc general, and it also had a terrifying melee weapon. But in fact, The armor strength and power output were no match for a real orc general. In addition, it was impossible to use it here, and its combat effectiveness was further reduced. The furious Martins was actually injured by the machine gun, but he still destroyed the orc walking mecha in no time. At the same time, the other two space warriors also rushed out, and the three began to frantically slaughter the orc boys who lacked the protection of heavy equipment. In the narrow area, the three of them were like three efficient killing machines. Those greenskins were helpless under the chainsaw sword and combat blade. The elite soldiers of the storm team behind wanted to help, but when they raised their guns, they found that it was unnecessary. The greenskins they aimed at would often be killed in the next moment. Several people looked at each other and finally put down their weapons. Forget it. It would avoid accidental injuries. But in fact, the Space Marines did not kill many greenskins at the door. After about 20 or so people died, the remaining orcs all ran away. Orcs are not always full of morale, especially after their boss died. They will also lose morale and flee. The retreating greenskins, while running, were still shouting some language, although I couldn't understand it. I could probably guess that it was saying that their boss was dead. Martins panted, and didn't lead anyone to rush out. He was very angry, but still rational. Here, they can rely on the terrain to kill countless greenskins. Outside, in the open area, they can't withstand dozens of killing tanks and armed trucks to annihilate thousands of greenskins. They can only retreat and drag Schneider and the Space Marine with a gunshot to a safe place. At this moment, there is a noisy sound outside. Having lost the strongest boss, the greenskins have shown their traditional skills and started fighting among themselves. Chapter 155. I saw that the Space Marines are not invincible. There are too many strange and terrible things in this universe. In fact, if those greenskins were more strategic, especially the leader Fleshtier, who did not lead the charge, and was impatient to come down, but instead constantly sent killing cans with ordinary greenskins, and even fart spirits to consume ammunition, and pave a way, and finally Fleshtier led enough people to make a decisive blow, then the final fate of Martins, and others might be annihilation. In the final analysis, the number of Space Marines was too small, and their weapons and equipment were too light infantry-like. If they had melta guns, plasma guns, heavy bombs, or more micro-melta bombs, or replaced their combat blades and chains words with power weapons, perhaps this battle would have become easier, and the cost would not have been so great. The two lost Space Marines lay quietly on the ground, and the remaining three surrounded them. The elite members of the storm team did not dare to approach, and they naturally left space for these superhuman warriors. Today's battle made these guys, who thought they were very strong after the governor's special training, clearly realized the gap between them and the real Superman warriors. If there were no 5 Space Marines, if they only relied on them, they would probably be crushed to death by the orc warrior like a chicken. However, even such a strong demigod, there will be a time of death. The warrior who was shot in the head has died. The first large-caliber machine gun deformed his helmet. The refined ceramic steel material could not withstand such bombardment. The second shot penetrated the helmet, whose defense power was greatly reduced after deformation, and the brain tissue was fatally damaged. Schneider is not dead yet, but if they had a pharmacist and a dreadnought mecha, he might be able to change his identity, live in a different way, and continue to fight for the Emperor. But none of these happened. Schneider also knew the ending. He understood his physical condition better than anyone else. Half of his waist was cut open, and several important organs were damaged. He was still alive, and even conscious for a while. That was a sign of the strong vitality of the Space Marines. He was half lying on the ground. His helmet had been taken off, and the blood coming out of his mouth had stained his beard and half of his face. But his expression was very calm. In contrast, Martins and the other 2 phoenixes looked much more sad. At this time, it was Schneider who spoke. "Why are you so angry?" His voice was a little soft and a little laborious. Excessive blood loss and organ damage caused a lot of blood to enter his lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe, let alone speak. But from his voice, there was not much pain, and he seemed very calm. The comrades beside him did not speak, nor did they stop Schneider from continuing to speak. Thinking rationally, he was almost dead, and his last words had to be said. "Don't look so sad. Isn't this our destiny? Is there any Space Marine who can retire peacefully after working for a certain number of years? Death on the battlefield is our inevitable result. There will always be such a day. My only regret is that I can't see the revival of our chapter. Martins. To be honest, I have never accepted you as the chapter master. I am stronger, more cruel, more decisive, and more like a tough warrior than you. But the chapter master still chose you to succeed. Even now, I still feel resentful. Since you became the head of the regiment, I almost disagree with every decision you made. Sometimes I really think those decisions are slow and cowardly. But sometimes, okay, I admit that I just can't get over it and sincerely oppose you. Just like this time, I came to the Wrathful Owl Star to seek help from Governor Gu. On the way to the Wrathful Owl Star, we encountered so many worlds, and no one was really willing to help us. This is one of the few options we have, although the governor does not even have full control over his own world. And this world is so desolate, at least everything has become hopeful. Now I am dying, I must face my heart and tell you sincerely, I recognize this governor. I think he can really help our regiment revive. Martins, I know that since we came to this planet, we have lost 3 brothers, including me. This will make you waver in your heart. After all, you have never been so firm. But, I want to tell you, don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. Now that we have made a choice, we must go all the way firmly. Martins didn't know what to say for a moment. The person who knows you best is your competitor. He had to admit that Schneider really hit the nail on the head. He was indeed wavering and hesitant. How long have they been on this planet? In just 2 months, 3 of the 7 brothers have died. Among them is Schneider, a warrior who is even older than himself. The problems on this planet are far more serious than previously thought. A local evil god who has fallen into hell, a greenskin tribe that has already produced a warrior. These enemies were things he had never thought he would face before he came to this planet. If things continue like this, can the remaining 4 members of the regiment survive until the moment of revival? Don't wait for the revival, the regiment died here. But he didn't expect that the person who persuaded him to stay firm was Schneider. As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are good. These words should be what Schneider really thinks. But why did he change like this? Martins wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to speak. Schneider seemed to see through his inner thoughts. I saw the army under Governor Gu. He was able to train such a strong army in a short time. There are even some heroes in it that I have to recognize. What is there to be unbelievable? Martins was still confused. Schneider was right, but those so-called brave soldiers. To be honest, they had seen many times of fighting with the elite troops of various empires in their long battles. Is that so? Schneider, with blood in his mouth, smiled. He raised his hand with difficulty and hooked his finger to indicate. Martins leaned down and put his ear close to Schneider's mouth. As his lips moved, Martins heard a shocking news. I have been to the Secret Research Institute in Weishing City, and I saw many black boxes. Chapter 156. What happened to those black boxes? When Gu Heng received the news, the battle was over. The 1st Battalion of the Wind-Chilling Brigade, which set out early in the morning, under the command of Prabhav, made a fierce advance, and soon found the group of greenskins, who were still fighting among themselves, and had no intention of covering their tracks. They were roughly divided into several groups, and they were fighting each other. Prabhav was not in a hurry to provoke them. There was no need. These greenskins fought so fiercely, so let them fight. It would be best if more people died, or even if they all died. He was not stupid enough to sit and watch the enemies kill each other. And he would fight with the lives of his soldiers. He passed the news back and divided some action teams to find the traces of the missing special operations team. The main force was far away, patiently monitoring this place from a distance. A few hours later, the 2nd and 3rd battalions also arrived. After gathering 3 combined battalions, with nearly 2,000 people, seeing that the greenskins were about to be defeated, and a big guy was about to be unified, and some orc boys were even running away, Prabhav chose to take action. He didn't want some of the greenskins, who were still alive, to run away, which would increase the difficulty of the subsequent cleanup. Before taking action, Prabhav asked for artillery support from the rear. If it had been earlier, the artillery would really not be able to help them. They had just mounted the towed artillery on the truck. And when they arrived at the designated artillery position, it was already late last night. As a result, early this morning, before they had time to catch their breath, they received a request for artillery support from his side. There were not many shells left, and the artillery brothers were also very tired. They could only use about 20 guns at this time. After 5 rounds, 100 shells fell. But it was enough. The greenskins who were fighting each other just now had no time to build any anti-artillery positions. They were bombarded to pieces. After the bombardment, the 3 mechanized combined battalions began to charge. Prabhav's battalion took the lead, and the 2nd and 3rd battalions surrounded them from the left and right. They had an advantage in numbers and a fully mechanized team, except for the artillery units that were left in the joint artillery positions behind. They had tanks, armored vehicles, and infantry brought by troop transport trucks. The overall combat effectiveness was quite strong. On the other hand, the greenskins, who originally had about 1,000 people, had a large number of deaths in the internal fighting. The killing tank walkers, which were the most threatening among them, were destroyed in the internal fighting and blown up in the artillery fire. The rest, facing armored vehicles and tanks, were still a threat, but they also became the main targets. Fortunately, the killing tanks were different from the powerful death cans, and even the defense of the heavy orc warlords, which could be comparable to the strength of the Space Marine power armor. The killing tank is much smaller and thinner. When facing the bombardment of at least 10 double-barreled machine guns at the same time, the dense machine guns will cause the metal armor to deform continuously, and finally be broken and torn. In addition to the machine guns on the armored vehicles, the 76mm smoothbore gun on the domestically produced Challenger tank, combined with a machine gun on the Walker, can cause considerable damage to the killing tank with one shot. If they have a unified command, with enough armor, relying on the strong physique of the green-skinned orcs, they may really be able to break out. But obviously, they didn't. The greenskins won't surrender, but they will run, will charge without thinking, will fight on their own. It won't be a problem to wipe out this group of greenskin orcs. Casualties are inevitable, but this should be the last organized group of greenskin orcs. This is the last battle before victory. After the battle, while cleaning up the battlefield, Prabhav received news from the people who were sent out to search for the Special Operations Team. They found the Space Marines. The Phoenix chapter leader requested to see the commander here. So, Prabhav met the Grim Martins. The two did not communicate much. Martins just told Prabhav, mention the underground space where they had been hiding before. Martins had instructed several soldiers of the Storm team to investigate there in depth. The original intention was to find other exits, prepare a way out, and avoid being robbed. But unexpectedly, the Storm team soldiers had other gains. It turned out to be a research institute, doing some biological research from the prosperous era before the destruction of the wrathful Owl Star. The information contained there may reveal the origin of this strange group of green-skinned orcs in the ruins of the tower, who are developing very fast. However, since they were mainly engaged in combat at the time, they did not conduct further exploration. Martin suggested to Major Prabhav to take good care of the place and protect it in preparation for the subsequent exploration work. After saying this, Martins took his 4 brothers, including the bodies of 2 combat brothers, and asked for a troop transport truck and left. The 2 Space Marines took the 2 bodies and headed for Renaissance City. They had completed their mission, and it was time to leave. Martins, on the other hand, went straight to the rear to find Governor Gu. Gu Hang met Martins on the way to the Pre-War Research Institute. Beforehand, he had received information reports and roughly knew what had happened before, especially that 2 Space Marines had died. To be honest, this is not what Gu Hang wants to see. He had thought about it before. After all the Space Marines died, he would use the energy from the event Phoenix is dying to exchange for gene seeds to mass-produce his own super warriors. But regardless of whether this is a bad idea or not, even if it is possible, it should not be now. Not to mention the high cost of grace points. He has not found a place to buy power armor. He has already felt the role of super warriors, like Space Marines in war. The Phoenix Regiment led by Martins has always cooperated well with him. They never refused any mission requests he sent out, and did it as soon as they said it would. Isn't that good? Gu Heng would not expect them to die. He was also very sad when 2 people died, just like when 2 of his own elite soldiers died. After meeting Martins, he comforted the leader who lost his brother, and then said that he could let him know if he needed anything later. For example, as mentioned before, he had asked someone to buy the equipment suitable for gene seed surgery. This was not to fool Martins. In fact, he did contact a merchant from the Imperial Chamber of Commerce through Yilishia. The caravan had agreed to slightly adjust the trade route and pass through the angry Owl Star. It would probably arrive soon. However, despite hearing what Gu Hang said, Martin's expression did not improve much. Since he came to Gu Hang, he had already made plans to talk about everything. Governor. Your secret research institute. Those black boxes. What's the matter? Chapter 157, Greenskin Battle Settlement. Martin suddenly mentioned the secret research institute, mentioned the black box, which was beyond Gu Hang expectation. But his expression was still very stable. He asked back, have you seen it? No, but Schneider has seen it. Huh? Gu Hang let out a long breath, and in his heart, he wanted to explode his space marines in advance. Not to mention doing other things, it's also good to watch the house. If there is a team of space marines guarding his research institute, it won't be so easy for Schneider to succeed. The black box is his second biggest secret after the system. The confidentiality level there is very high. Under normal circumstances, no one can approach it. Anyone who does not heed the warning will be shot. But I also said that it is a normal situation. For a master like Schneider, it is obviously not a normal situation. Wearing power armor, a black robe, sneaking in at night, his huge body moves without any sound, and the speed is very fast. Such a master found a way to sneak in and saw everything. What can he do? We can't expect those servitors to defend against the space marines. That's not realistic. In the absence of sufficient security forces, there is no way to deal with this. As for Martin's questioning at the moment, Gu Hang sighed and said, Captain Martins, we are partners, so I don't want to find any reason to deceive you. Please don't ask where these manufacturing machines came from. I can only say that I have my secrets. Can you understand this? Martins remained silent. Secret? He instinctively felt something was wrong when he heard the word. A planetary governor has some secrets that cannot be told to others. Is that a good thing? The black box manufacturing machine itself is indeed not illegal. On the contrary, this super technological product from ancient times is a treasure that the human empire is tirelessly seeking throughout the universe. But precisely because it is too precious, why should an ordinary, even somewhat down-and-out planetary governor own it? There is more than one. Gu Hang chuckled and continued, where these black box manufacturing machines come from, I really can't tell you. But please believe, my faith in the Emperor, my loyalty to the Empire, is unwavering. You are on the Rathal All-Star, right next to my government, my city. You can open your eyes and see if there is anything to soil here. We are destroying the cultists entrenched in the city. We are annihilating the green-skinned aliens that have emerged on the planet. We are building our cities and factories, and recovering those lands that can be said to be controlled by traitors. All of this is to ensure the loyalty of the entire planet, so that it can better pay taxes to the Empire. Everything I do is completely in line with the Empire's requirements for a planetary governor. In fact, I think I do better than most planetary governors. Gu Hang emphasized his loyalty, using his actions on this planet during this period of time to prove it. After hearing these words, even Martins had to nod. If you say that Gu Hang has problems, you must have solid evidence. Right? You can't just use the black box to say that there is a treasure, and it is not illegal. Martins did not see any signs of depravity, corruption, or disloyalty under Gu Hang influence. At this point, Martins had to calm his face. Governor, I don't doubt your loyalty. But he didn't know how to continue. But Gu Hang followed his words and continued. I just feel that these black boxes are of unknown origin. And I feel that I might be deceived and seduced by some mysterious corrupt forces? Martin stopped talking, which was considered as tacit agreement. Gu Hang smiled and said, then as I said before, just wait and see. Martin stared at Gu Hang deeply, and said, I will watch you. Your Excellency the Governor. Ha ha. Gu Hang laughed. Frankly, then it's settled. After saying that, Gu Hang put away his smile and turned serious. However, Captain Martins, I hope you can keep this a secret for me. You understand the preciousness of the black box manufacturing machine. And you also understand how much trouble I will encounter if the news that there is more than one black box manufacturing machine on the Angry Owl Star gets out among the stars. Captain, you need to understand that we are closely connected. And the development of the Angry Owl Star is strongly related to the reconstruction of the chapter. The black box is not only a powerful tool for me to build the entire planet, but also a key factor in the reconstruction of the Phoenix. This news should never be leaked. What do you think? When he said this, Gu Hang was sincere. Martin still had to admit that Gu Hang was right. When the fate of the regiment was tied to the development of the planet, what reason did he have to sell this news? He even remembered what Gu Hang said when he persuaded him to stay with the regiment on the Angry Owl Star. At that time, Governor Gu boasted that he would turn the entire planet into a forging world. At that time, he thought that Gu Heng was just bragging. But now it seems that he really has the capital to realize it. No wonder Schneider said such words before his death, which made him firm up his will, stop wavering, and stand on the side of Governor Gu. I am still too indecisive. At the beginning, Schneider didn't like Governor Gu very much. But after seeing the black box, he kept the secret to himself and even changed his mind, hoping that the regiment would cooperate with the governor with all its strength. But he was shaken. He smiled bitterly and said to Gu Heng, I will keep the secret for you, Governor. The future reconstruction of the regiment needs your help very much. Don't worry. I will not forget the outstanding contribution made by the Phoenix to the safety of the Angry Owl Star. The gene seed implantation equipment needed by the regiment will be ready soon. After sending away Martins, who was full of worries, Gu Heng was also slightly relieved. He was actually not too worried that Martins would tell others about the secret of the black box after knowing it. The sincere exchange of words with him was just a hope that the chapter master would not make a mistake, as long as his head was not confused. When the fate of the chapter was tied to the development of the planet, even if it was in his own interests, he should not sell out the planet. And now, since Martins had made a guarantee and promise, there was nothing to worry about. Without thinking about it anymore, Gu Heng continued to act according to his established plan, and went to the underground pre-war research institute, where the Space Marines had fought to their death. When he arrived, the place was already under the control of the soldiers of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade. The soldiers also conducted an in-depth investigation, ensured the safety of the place, and marked the general functions of each room and area. Further exploration, or even the excavation of the research materials inside, would not be something that the soldiers could do. Gu Heng had sent a message to the secret research institute in Weixing City, asking Wu Jiaron to bring people to take a look. If the research materials here are really valuable, the lady, whose level has actually been raised to the level of a mechanical priest, will stay here for a while. If the value is average, then a few ordinary technicians will be left to do archaeology. This time, Gu Heng came here in person, not for the technical information that might be hidden in this research institute. He just wanted to know the historical records of why greenskins appeared on the Angry Owl Star. It was not to satisfy curiosity, but the requirements on the event panel were just that. It was not difficult to get what she wanted to know. He soon found some simple records. It turned out that before the war, this was a biological research institute, employed by the planetary government. They asked someone to get a living greenskin craftsman technician, trying to study the biological form of greenskins, how their brains grow, and why they can create such special greenskin technology. They have some research results, but they are not critical, and most of them are just theoretical things. However, just when they were about to destroy the experimental materials, the war broke out and the place was quickly captured. After the full blockade of the laboratory was initiated, there was no need to worry about being breached by chaos traders. But it has been a long time since it was opened. There is no record of what happened afterwards. But Gu Heng could roughly guess it. After all, after such a long time, the security system may no longer be able to support it. And this is also a place that scavengers and adventurers will explore. For some reason, the Research Institute was reopened, and the sealed experimental specimen, that is, the green-skinned craftsman technician, was released. It is also possible. No wonder. This greenskin tribe will develop faster. The starting point is a craftsman from a space greenskin tribe that can cross the Sea of Stars. This greenskin tribe cannot be considered to have started from scratch, although the environment was not suitable. And there was only one old orc at the beginning, but 10 years after being dug out, a powerful greenskin tribe still stubbornly emerged here. Gu Heng could even imagine, if he was not there, after this green-skinned orc clan completely conquered the garbage town, slaughtered, and enslaved the 200,000 or 300,000 people there, what would they have become? Especially after leaving the ruins of the tower, which is not suitable for the growth of greenskin spores, and arriving at a place with abundant water, relatively fertile land, and even where living people can be used as waste. Their number will probably begin to grow explosively in a short period of time. By then, what we have to deal with will not be a greenskin orc tribe of tens of thousands. As long as the number increases 3 or 5 times, coupled with their technological level far exceeding that of the primitive orcs, The trend of greenskins ravaging the entire planet will be unstoppable. With the current state of the angry owl star, how could it withstand the crazy development of hundreds of thousands of greenskins? It can only be said that fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. After Gu Heng figured out the information about the origin of the greenskins on the angry owl star, the second stage of the event, Greenskin Threat event, was completed in the panel. The so-called important information, which was a stage reward, was also lying on the panel. As long as he thought about it, he could get it. However, before that, he was attracted by another message. The settlement page of this whole war against the Green Orcs finally appeared. Before, there were more than one battles, but the system interface had never shown the data of the battle settlement. At that time, he guessed that the battles would not be calculated separately, but would be incorporated into the whole big battle of Green Threat. He would have to wait until the entire battle was over before he could settle the reward. And now, his guess seemed to be true. Slightly in the upper hand. 2,189 points of grace were obtained. Total loss 9144. 37,823 eliminated. 0 prisoners. Junktown Militia, Allied Forces 3,447 losses. 217 eliminated. Governor's Legion, 5,697 losses. 15,022 eliminated. Phoenix Regiment, Allied Forces 2 losses. 230 eliminated. Imperial Navy, Allied Forces 0 losses. 22354 eliminated. 2,189 points of grace. Seeing this number, Gu Heng had only one thought in his mind. Fighting is still a quick way to make money. It's just a pity that only more than 15,000 people were counted as his exact kills. The number of Garbage Town militia can be ignored. It is probably because before the Garbage Town was reorganized, the adventurers there were counted as allies, and were not considered as his troops. Anyway, the Garbage Town militia at that time was really rubbish. More than 3,000 people died, and only more than 200 results were achieved. It didn't have much impact. The Space Marines fought fiercely in the exchange ratio. In the situation of being completely outnumbered, they not only fought 1 for 100, but also the Orc warrior, who was the supreme leader of the Orc tribe. If they appeared on the front battlefield, they could kill hundreds of human soldiers by slaughtering ordinary soldiers. However, they were few in number, and they did not kill many enemies, so the results can be ignored for the time being. The most important thing was the Imperial Navy Quintet, which launched a full round of orbital bombardment, killing more than 20,000 greenskins. This victory will not be counted on Gu Heng's head, nor will he be given a gift reward. But it is also very important. If the 20,000 greenskins killed by orbital bombardment had not been killed, and Gu Heng troops had to advance head-on, he would have to pay a huge price. He couldn't risk ruining the victory of the entire battle for the gift points he could get by killing the enemy. Besides, even if it was just these 2,000 points of gift, it was already very satisfactory. Counting the previous surplus, Gu Heng now has 3,079 points of grace points. At this point, he felt relieved. After having so many grace points, many of Gu Heng's ideas can finally be implemented. The building system that he had never done before can now be built with money. Especially the Zhongxi Academy that he had always dreamed of. The exchange of Space Warrior gene seeds, which he had been hesitant about before, was too expensive. But now, he has abundant grace points, and can exchange some to test the waters. The wandering merchant he contacted brought him several sets of Space Marine power armor during his journey. He finally tried to make a few Space Marines of his own. He could also continue to work on the technology system, expand the technology level of the territory, and create more industrial lines. Every technology he extracted before had worked. In short, with enough gift points, he could do a lot of things. Chapter 158, On the Eve of the Star Wars. With 3,000 points of grace in his hand, Gu Heng felt the annoyance of being suddenly rich. However, after calming down and thinking about it, although there are many points of grace, there are also many places waiting to spend money. If he really wants to do it according to his idea, I am afraid that if he throws all the 3,000 points of grace, there will be only a few splashes. For example, in the exchange of gene seeds for Space Warriors, if he throws all the 3,000 graces in his hand, only 30 seeds will come out. If you force it, it won't last. You still have to plan it well. Making money is important, but how to spend it is also a science. But there is no need to rush this matter for now. The grace points have been obtained, and they will not be lost. He still has a lot of time to make good arrangements. He turned his eyes to the important information that can be activated in the event panel. What could it be? With a thought, he clicked on the information. When he really saw the news, a cold sweat broke out on his head. He now had only one thought. Fortunately, he had handled this incident, and he had solved it quickly. Otherwise, if he had missed this piece of information, something serious would have happened. The elder of this greenskin orc tribe, the master craftsman Gorgon, had once made a space communicator when the tribe was strong, and sent a communication request to his former mother clan, the space greenskin orc clan Irontooth clan. In the communication, the location of the Wrathful Owl Star, the cosmic coordinates, were mentioned, and the main force of the Irontooth clan was invited to come. After sending the message, there was no reply, and Gorgon had forgotten about it. But in fact, his message was sent successfully. But he forgot to build the receiving part when making the communicator. A pirate plundering fleet of the Irontooth clan received the message and was heading to the Angry Owl Star. In the near future, the 10th plundering fleet of the Irontooth clan will pass through the Star Tunnel and arrive at the jump point of the Angry Owl Star system. Coincidentally, a merchant fleet of the Imperial Caravan will also cross the Star Tunnel and arrive at the jump point at about the same time. If he hadn't received this information, Gu Heng didn't dare to think about what would happen. He invited the caravan. The Imperial Chamber of Commerce is one of the official organizations of the Empire. If you want to form a merchant fleet that can sail in the boundless territory of the Empire, you must obtain the approval of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce and register as a merchant. Otherwise, you will most likely be treated as a pirate. Fortunately, the procedures for registering as an Imperial merchant are not complicated, and the threshold is not high. As long as your identity and origin are clear, the goods transported each time are clear, and you accept the tasks issued by the Imperial Chamber of Commerce when necessary, then you can do it. Of course, a spaceship that can support navigation through the interstellar tunnel is indispensable. When registering as an Imperial merchant, the first and third items are generally stricter. As for the second item, which is the goods, it should be very strict. But for such things, sometimes it depends on one's ability. And those who can do business with Imperial merchants also need permission. Generally speaking, those who have such permission are planetary governors. In fact, as the governor of Angry Owl Star, one of Gu Heng's major powers is to trade with the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. The output of Angry Owl Star is very limited, but it needs important commodities from other Imperial worlds, which leaves a huge profit margin. The trade volume is controlled by the planetary governor, which is why the governors in the past were able to find ways to gain power even though they did not have cruiser support and could not bring many people. Of course, Gu Heng doesn't need to gain power in that way now. However, it was different when he first came. A month ago, he actively contacted the Imperial Chamber of Commerce through Yilixia, hoping that a group of merchants could adjust their routes, pass through the Angry Owl Star system, and conduct some transactions. This is actually a bit difficult. The size of the Angry Owl Star is too small, and the past transaction records are a bit shabby. But what if Gu Heng is a member of the Gu family? In this regard, his family's identity played a certain role. The merchant who came was named Wang Jiarong, Gu Heng's cousin. In addition to the regular trade goods, her ship also carried two things that Gu Heng specially ordered, both of which were related to space marines. Space marine power armor, and biological equipment required for gene seed implantation surgery. Whether it was for this hard-won trade opportunity, or for the goods he specially ordered on the ship, or for the smiling cousin in his memory who had a good relationship with his predecessor, he had to find a way to save the caravan. What's more, the Irontooth clan's 10th pirate plundering fleet mentioned in the intelligence was heading for the Wrathful Owl Star. If we don't take advantage of the possibility that they might clash with the Imperial merchant caravan to deal with them in one fell swoop, will we wait until they have completed the robbery before taking action? With the ability of the greenskin technology, even if the Imperial merchant fleet's ships are smashed into scrap, the scraps floating in the universe can be collected by them and used as materials. Not to mention the various goods loaded in the caravan. As for how to deal with the greenskin pirates mentioned in the intelligence, the Angry Owl Star definitely doesn't have the ability to do so. The entire planet probably doesn't even have orbital defense means, and can't even find a starship, let alone take the initiative to attack. But isn't there a quintet floating in the planet's orbit? A legitimate main cruiser of the Imperial Navy. Gu Heng contacted Yilixia almost immediately. When the female captain heard the news that a group of greenskin pirates were approaching, she was not solemn or panicked, but excited. In the sky, she received the governor's request and carried out orbital strikes on the ground. Although this can be regarded as a merit of the Navy, it is incomparable to fighting a naval battle, annihilating a green-skinned fleet, and saving a merchant group of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. The latter is the opportunity that Commodore Ulysses has been dreaming of, and it is the real merit of the Navy. However, Ulysses was not overwhelmed by the news. What is the source of the news? Is it accurate? I can ensure its accuracy, Gu Heng said. During the battle on the surface, I seized a space signal transceiver, which clearly mentioned this matter. But there is no guarantee when the greenskin pirate fleet will arrive. Ulysses asked again, can we know the size of that fleet? Gu Heng smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is where the risk lies. I can only tell you that the fleet should be the Iron Tooth clan, the 10th plundering fleet. I don't know exactly how many ships it has, or what the size of its main battleships are. That's a headache, Ulysses said. I only have one ship. If there are many greenskins coming, and they are very strong, ambushing them will only lead to a trap. Yes, Gu Heng agreed. So, is there any way to get support? We need more ships. Is it possible to call the Pegasus Sector fleet to send more support? I would do the same without you telling me. But we must also prepare for the worst. What if it's too late? At this time, Yelisa showed a clear mind. She longed for merit, and longed to destroy the enemy's ships in a great naval battle, to gain glory, and to wash away the impression that she was regarded as a relative. But at the same time, as a person who had excellent grades in the training of naval officers, she was not a fool. She was not cynical. She clearly understood that her life experience was not a burden, but a great help. As long as she continued to follow the routine, she would be one of the top people in the Tianma Star region. At least a backup. Whether now or in the future, military exploits were important. But if the risk of gaining military exploits was too high, it would be a loss. If they just lost the naval battle and destroyed the angry Owl Star, it would be okay. She would just bear the shame of defeat or fleeing without fighting, and there would be a chance to wash it off in the future. But if she fought recklessly and destroyed the main cruiser quintet, dying with the ship would be the end of everything. Even if she survived, she would never have a chance to recover, and it would also bring great disaster to her family. With such a high price, she had no choice but to be cautious. Gu Heng understood this. He pondered for a moment and said, we are not fighting alone. The Imperial merchant fleet that came to the wrathful Owl Star was led by my cousin, as far as I know. In addition to a main armed merchant ship, she also has 2 frigates. We can ambush near the jump point. If the greenskin fleet encounters the merchant fleet, we can choose to join or not join the battle according to the situation. Gu Heng's behavior is suspected of selling out his cousin, but in fact, without saying so, there is no way to convince Ulysses to take the risk to participate in this battle. It's feasible, Ulysses said, but I have to say something ugly in advance. The specific size of a greenskin pirate plundering fleet is not fixed. Once the situation is not right, I will immediately choose to evacuate and temporarily avoid the sharp edge. I understand. Speaking of this, Gu Heng's mood was also quite heavy. You don't have to worry too much. Even if that happens, you try your best to resist on the surface of the planet. When I meet up with the main force of the Star Zone fleet, I will rush to support you as soon as possible. As long as you hold on, there is hope. Yeah. Hearing this, what else can Gu Heng say? He can only nod his head. If the greenskins coming are really numerous and fierce, even a main cruiser like the quintet will have to run away first. The angry Owl Star will definitely be finished. I just hope that situation won't happen. After talking with Ulysses, Gu Heng led the troops, left the ruins of the tower, returned to the base camp outside the garbage town, and then stayed for the time being. He wanted to reorganize the troops here. The 7th Garrison Division was basically dismantled to the point where only the framework was left. The officers and other things were basically retained, but the soldiers were divided into the 1st Brigade, the 2nd Division, and the 3rd Independent Regiment. These 2 half-division brigade units, the Sheafing Brigade, only have 3 battalions with a total of more than 20,000 troops. Equipment, ammunition, etc., are all configured first. In addition, Gu Heng also gave the 3 synthetic battalions of the 1st Brigade, the full 2nd Division, a total of more than 13,000 troops. All received additional training as a beast slayer. These 20,000 troops will board the transport ship that flew down from the quintet and enter the starship. This is the support requested by Yilixia, and Gu Heng also agreed. Although, there is a possibility of encountering a too strong enemy. The female brigadier general may take her elite troops and run away directly. However, Gu Heng did not hope to fight independently on the planet after the quintet ran away. That was unrealistic. On the contrary, he also boarded the ship. He had two ideas. First, if the enemy was strong and Yilixia retreated at the last minute, he would try his best to persuade the lady to join the battle. If necessary, the 20,000 soldiers he boarded, as well as the 4 phoenixes he urgently recruited, would be his capital to persuade Yilixia. Secondly, if the enemy is really very strong, to the point where it is impossible to fight, then life is important. Follow Yilixia and wait until you meet up with the main fleet of the Star region, and then fight back. But if the second outcome really happens, it will not only mean that Gu Heng's efforts over the past period of time have been completely in vain, but also that there may not be a chance to start over. A planetary governor, who fled with the Imperial Navy before the planet fell, has a huge political cost. At that time, he might still die in court. So, Gu Heng would never want to go to the second step. He needed to solve the problem in the first step. A few days later, the first jump point of the Angry Owl Galaxy, under the flashing blue light, for ships, suddenly appeared from the void. Among these 4 ships, the largest one is about 1/3 the size of the quintet, which is equivalent to the size of a main destroyer in the Imperial Navy. This is the Beautiful Girl, an armed merchant ship. Although it is huge, it has only 20,000 sailors. Its armor thickness, void shield strength, and firepower are far inferior to those of the main destroyers of the same size. Next to the Beautiful Girl, there are 3 much smaller ships. These 3 are not merchant ships, although they will also undertake some cargo transportation when necessary. They are 3 frigates. Each ship is about 800 meters long and can carry more than 7,000 sailors. Their owner, named Wang Jiarong. This girlish female captain wears a white dress with golden patterns and a golden veil draped over her body. She stands in the captain's room, looking out the window in the distance at the boundless sea of stars. Holding the white round-brimmed hat on her head, her beautiful face has a trace of worry. Behind her, the huge ship control room is frantically calculating the information from the ship's thinker array. They have detected the approach of another strange fleet at the jump point. In at most an hour, that fleet will pass through the jump point and arrive in the real universe. Chapter 159. Star Tunnel. In this vast universe, if you want to travel across galaxies, the most important thing you need is the star tunnel. A star tunnel connects 2 galaxies, compressing the distance of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of light years into a few days, a dozen days, or at most a month. A spaceship that has the ability to enter the star tunnel. A starship essentially enters a hyperspace state after entering the tunnel. The normal way for a starship to sail in the universe is to sail in the star system at sublight speed, from one jump point to another jump point, then enter the star tunnel, come to another star system, and then find the next jump point. This requires star maps and navigators. The latter are specially trained psychics. Only they can distinguish the specific location of the star tunnel jump point in the void of the universe, guide the ship through the tunnel, and arrive at the other side of the tunnel. At the same time, the so-called star map has meaning. The star map shows many star fields connected by star tunnels. 2 adjacent star systems may actually be very different in the physical sense. Perhaps 2 star systems that are physically close are only tens of light years apart. But because there is no direct connection with the star tunnel, navigation between them requires jumping through multiple star tunnels. So they are very far apart. However, 2 star systems that may be tens of thousands of light years apart in the physical sense are connected by a star tunnel. So they are 2 close places on the star map. In the human empire, the physical distance between galaxies is of little significance. Without interstellar tunnels, relying solely on the power of the spacecraft itself, traveling at sublight speed, communication between 2 galaxies, no matter how close they are, is unrealistic. Of course, physical distance cannot be completely ignored. Some monsters can really survive for who knows how many years, slowly fly from the void of the universe, and really fight their way out. In the Empire's territorial division, universe, star field, star region, galaxy, these 4-layer structure are all based on the star map. The densely packed star tunnels, like a huge network, connect the entire Empire's territory. There are 3 star tunnels in the Angry Owl Galaxy. Tunnel number 1 connects to the Kurogia Galaxy. Tunnel number 2 connects to the Black Arrow Galaxy. And tunnel number 3 connects not to the Tianma Star region, but to the Xinjun Star region next door. The Tianma Star region and the Xinjun Star region belong to the Dragon Eagle Star region, both under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Universe region. Wang Jiarong caravan came from tunnel number 1. They had just finished a business in the Kurogia Galaxy. Originally, her voyage plan did not include a remote place like the Wrathful Owl Star. Didn't Elysia convey her cousin's needs to her? After thinking about it, it's not a big problem to make a detour to the Wrathful Owl Star system, then go to the Black Arrow Star system from tunnel number 2, then return to Kuroga number 3, and then return to the capital Wing Star. It shouldn't be a big problem. If you travel a little further, and visit 2 more planets, you shouldn't lose money. At most, you won't make much money. Just think of it as supporting your cousin who you played with a lot when you were young. It takes 5 days for the fleet to travel through the star tunnel from the Kurogia Galaxy to the Wrathful Owl Galaxy. There was nothing major in the first 4 days. As usual, the fleet could see the bizarre scenes outside the window. But in fact, as long as they did not leave the range of the ship and did not release any detectors, there would be no danger. But on the 5th day, the navigator on the Beautiful Girl reported a message that they had detected an abnormal signal in the star tunnel. It seemed that there was a fleet following them, and also traveling through the star tunnel. This made Wang Jiarong very uneasy. The tunnel from Kurogia to Angry Owl Star was deserted, and not a busy waterway. Even the Empire was too lazy to build any checkpoints at the jump points on both sides. In addition to the dilapidated Angry Owl Star, this situation has lasted for hundreds of years. Apart from her fleet, who else would pass through here? To the neighboring Xinjun Star District? That was not realistic. The prosperous Nest World Kurogia had a route directly to the Xinjun Star District. No one would go to the Xinjun Galaxy from the Wrathful Star. It would be a detour. And it would be more costly. No one would do it. What is the situation of this fleet? In interstellar navigation, any abnormality needs to be vigilant. The Empire's space domain is not really that safe. Pirates are the most common threat. And there are always threats from other aliens. The Empire calls all non-human races aliens, and is committed to eliminating all intelligent races except humans. Not to mention that when traveling through the Star Realm Tunnel, it is easy to encounter some supernatural events. For example, a wrecked ship crashed in the Star Realm Tunnel, and dozens or hundreds of people were missing from the ship during the voyage. And sometimes dozens or hundreds of people were added. These things were even commonplace. And now, after clearly realizing that there was more than one ship following them in the same Star Realm Tunnel, they had no choice but to be cautious. After completing the star jump, they did not dare to stay any longer, and chose to switch the engine mode immediately, gradually accelerating, trying to pull the speed to the upper limit of sublight speed, and heading to the Angry Owl Star. Wang Jiarong knew that Elysia cruiser was docked in the orbit of the Angry Owl Star. After reuniting with the quintet, her merchant ship had strong security protection. For this reason, she also ordered the astropath on the ship, which is also a profession after the psychic has undergone special training, to try to communicate with the quintet. However, the astropath brought her some bad news. They could not contact the quintet. The astropathic message had been sent, but there was no response. This situation made Wang Jiarong even more anxious. If they could not contact, there were only 2 reasons. Either their astropathic message was blocked and could not be transmitted, or the quintet could not receive their message. Either of them was not a good thing. The ship was leaving the warp state and returning to normal sublight speed, which required a certain amount of time for the engine to accelerate. She now only hoped that the acceleration process would pass quickly, and she had repeatedly urged the mechanical priest in charge of the engine work. At the same time, she also ordered the entire fleet to enter the first level of combat readiness and be prepared to face the enemy at any time. On the Beautiful Girl, there were 11 M-class heat hammer macro cannons ready to go. The other 3 frigates were each equipped with 15 S-class defensive rapid-fire guns and 3 M-class retribution beam laser guns. These guns, as well as the operators behind them, as well as the meditator arrays of the fire control system and navigation system, were all in the highest state of combat readiness. The so-called meditator array refers to a wetware collection composed of specially trained psychics, or even ordinary people, under the meditator technology, which, in conjunction with basic mechanical calculators, assists in ship operation and assists in calibrating artillery firing. But despite having made all the preparations for the war, Wang Jiarong still prayed to the emperor, hoping that misfortune would not really befall her. It would definitely be the best if nothing happened. As for the current tension, it would not matter if the extra preparations were wasted. However, not every prayer would have a corresponding good result. They are coming out. The navigator's voice sounded in Wang Jiarong's ears. She quickly returned to the main console, and the screen cut to the opposite direction of the starship. In the void, many ships are gradually showing their shapes. In fact, the distance between the two sides is more than 50,000 kilometers. However, this distance is still too close in space. Through the virtual screen enlarged by the Thinker array, the ships that followed them, crossed the jump point, and entered the real universe, have already revealed their identities very clearly, the fleet of green orcs. This can be distinguished from their exaggerated, chaotic appearance, like a pile of garbage randomly spliced together. Only the green-skinned orcs' warships would grow into this shape. However, it was ugly. The paint was messy, and it had no traditional aesthetics. Its rough appearance did not look like a technological product. However, it was indeed a serious interstellar warship. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 greenskin warships. Can anyone tell me why there are so many greenskin warships here? Wang Jiarong was a little out of control. However, no one could answer her question. The middle and senior managers of the caravan on the console are not ignorant. The orc ships that appeared later are not easy to deal with. In the starry sky, there is a most intuitive way to judge the strength of a starship. Look at its size. Of course, it is not 100% accurate, and there are countless exceptions to prove this. However, when the difference in technical level is not that big, in general, the larger the warship, the stronger it is, which is a message that is true in most cases. At the moment, of these 12 green warships, 4 are as big as destroyers in the human empire fleet, and the remaining 8 are at least as big as frigates. The huge, ostentatious cannons on these ships also follow the style of the green orcs. Caliber first. Wang Jiarong tried to keep herself calm and gave orders. The engine group accelerates at full speed. We must try to get rid of these green orcs before their fleet speeds up. All fire groups, fire at the greenskin fleet with all your might. Concentrate firepower, target a single target. Cause as much damage as possible. Yes! Everyone on the ship, who doesn't know that it's a critical moment now. No one dares to be lazy when their lives are at stake. Keep your distance, try to escape. This is certainly the right choice. The beautiful girl is larger than the average main destroyer, but most of the space is used as a cargo hold. The strength of the void shield equipped, and the strength of the ship's armor itself, can barely reach the level of a destroyer, but the firepower is at most less than half of that of a normal destroyer. The other 3 frigates were of normal frigate specifications, and at most they only carried some cargo. Facing the 4+8 configuration of the greenskin fleet, there was no hope of a head-on confrontation. Firing was just a casual move, the key was to run. And in the case of running at full speed, they certainly couldn't adjust the ship's hull to make it easier for all the firepower to hit the enemy. In fact, if they fired at the back at this moment, at most only 1/3 of the firepower could be exerted. However, those green ships had just left the star tunnel. The energy shield on the hull had been activated, but it was clear that the power had not yet been maximized. When the starships just jumped out of the star tunnel, they were relatively vulnerable. Because of this, 3 rounds of concentrated firepower directly destroyed a green frigate. The energy shield of the green starship was overloaded, and in the blink of an eye it changed from a blue light to a dangerous red. A large number of shells penetrated the overloaded energy shield and hit the hull. The armor was shattered, and the hull was severely damaged. If you zoom in, you can even see many green-skinned orcs flying out of the damaged hull. This green-skinned frigate has basically lost its combat capability. If the greenskins win the battle, they may be able to recover the ship and repair it. But at least in this battle, this frigate can't pose any threat. The victory at the first battle, Wang Jiarong was somewhat excited, and the morale of the entire caravan also improved slightly. However, this was almost the only good news in the future, and the bad news came one after another. When they turned their firepower to the second greenskin ship, the greenskin fleet had gotten rid of the fragile state when it just completed the jump. This not only meant that the energy shields on their ships began to operate at full power, and were not so easy to be penetrated, but also meant that the weapon systems on their ships also began to operate normally. The 11 green starships that were still functioning normally opened fire at the same time. Kinetic artillery. Green laser cannons. All fired fiercely. The style of the green ships was consistent with the style of their entire race. The number of various types of artillery on the ships was generally much greater than that of human warships of the same level, and the caliber was generally larger. But at the same time, the characteristics of being much less accurate than human naval guns were also perfectly inherited. But the distance between the two sides was too close. At this moment, the distance was only about 70,000 kilometers at most. But for space naval battles, it could still be regarded as a close-range bombardment. The human side will suffer a great loss. On the 4 ships under Wang Jiarong command, almost at the same time, blue light flashed around them. That was the appearance of the void shield after being hit by fire. In the blink of an eye, the void shields around the 4 ships all showed signs of turning purple, which was a sign of impending overload. Chapter 160, the starting point of the road to glory. The close firepower of the 11 green ships made it very difficult for Wang Jiarong fleet to resist, and their counterattack was weak. The bow of their ship rushed outward, which was not conducive to firepower projection, not to mention that, when the enemy weapon system was online, the close-range interception capability was also online at the same time. Whether it was the laser cannon or the macro cannon shells they fired, some of them were locked in midair and intercepted by the enemy firepower in the void. Of course, the interception systems in the caravan ships were also working. The Defender kinetic rapid-fire cannon and the Reflector intercept laser cannon all did similar things. But in general, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Before they could completely distance themselves, they would probably be knocked down by the firepower of the green-skinned orcs. What was even worse was that their speed seemed to be even slower than that of the greenskins. The engine system of the orc ship, after starting to accelerate at full speed at this moment, was obviously late. But its speed was actually raised to a very fast level in a short period of time. Their advantage in advance will probably be eliminated soon. When the speed difference between the two sides is eliminated, the closer the distance is, the greenskin fleet's firepower advantage will be further exerted. Not to mention, the greenskin fleet has a special hobby during the naval battle, boarding. They can almost be regarded as the second group of people in this universe who like to board in naval battles. The first group is the Space Marines. Landing capsules, landing ships, and even short-distance jumps. These are all means that the greenskins can use. Once the distance reaches a dangerous level, they will use such means. Small landing capsules, landing ships, followed by a large amount of artillery fire approach the target. And there is a considerable degree of camouflage on them, which is used to deceive the interception system of the target ship. After approaching the target ship, these landing capsules and landing ships will sail at a low speed, making the void shield unable to produce a defensive effect, and thus get close to the ship. Some of the innocuous holes in the hulls that were made during naval battles will become entrances for invasion. If there is no such entrance, the various high-performance bombs and cutting devices that come with the boarding troops will find relatively weak positions on the ship and cut holes. These holes pose little threat to the ship itself, which is equivalent to an adult being bitten by a mosquito. But the scary thing is the venom that comes with the bite. A considerable number of soldiers will enter the ship and engage in fierce fighting inside the hull. There is no particularly open area on the ship, which is particularly suitable for heavy firepower deployment. Most combat environments are narrow, closed, and face-to-face. Who can compete with the green-skinned orcs in such an environment? The elite green-skinned team will kill people in the ship, even if it is not possible to directly destroy and kill all the people in the entire starship. Every certain amount of casualties will cause the battleship's combat capability to decline significantly. If they reach the weapon system, they can silence part of the firepower, which is a win. If they reach the thinker array, they can paralyze the ship's automation system, greatly reducing the coordination of the ship's various departments. If they reach the engine hangar, the high-performance bombs detonated from the inside may paralyze the entire ship. If they reach the captain's room again, boarding operations are of course high-risk and high-loss operations. In most cases, the landing capsules and landing ships will be destroyed by intercepting firepower while approaching the target ship. But as long as it is a small success, it will be a disruption. If it is a big success, it will be possible to seize the ship. The greenskins are not afraid of death. In fact, there are already some small airdrop capsules flying over with the shells. However, so far, There has not been an airdrop capsule that can pass through the fire interception network. It is estimated that there are 100 or 200 greenskin boys who have been buried in the Star Sea. However, Wang Jiarong's face is still pale. It is of course good news that no greenskin marines have landed on the starship. But this good news is too insignificant. Seeing that the void shield had turned purple, and seeing that some shells had passed through the void shield and hit the starship's hull, she could already feel the vibration. The void shield is an energy protection system, and its characteristic is that it can intercept physical shells, energy cannons, missile weapons, and especially objects and energy approaching at high speed. However, it is not effective in blocking objects flying at low speed. The void shield in its full state, that is, when it is blue, has the best blocking effect. However, if the attack it withstands exceeds a certain limit and turns purple, it will fail to block, and shells and energy rays will have a certain probability of leaking in. At the beginning, it was fine. Even if the shells leaked in, the attacks weakened by the void shield would generally be able to withstand the strong physical armor on the starship. But when the void shield's carrying capacity reaches its limit, that is, when it turns red, the probability of shells leaking through will increase significantly, and the weakening effect on the attack will also weaken. At this time, it will probably be a competition of armor strength and hull strength. Although the current state of the void shield is still in the process of changing to purple, the starship armor is still quite powerful, and the occasional attack that penetrates the void shield does not cause much harm. However, all of this was extremely bad news. Since the greenskins launched their counterattack, things have been deteriorating rapidly. More importantly, Wang Jiarong has completely thought of no way to change the status quo. Gu Heng, you really killed me this time. I shouldn't have come to this remote place, she muttered in her heart, her face pale. At this moment, the astropath suddenly reported a message. Captain, we received the communication signal from the quintet. Wang Jiarong was stunned for a moment, and suddenly she was overjoyed. Hurry up and get it in. The next moment, Yi Lixia voice rang out throughout the bridge. I am Commodore of the Imperial Navy Pegasus Fleet, Captain of the Quintet, Yi Lixia Fofana. Her clear voice sounded like a savior to everyone on the beautiful girl. Yi Lixia, thank God. We finally got in touch. Save us. Wang Jiarong was so happy that she almost cried. I'm right next to you, Yi Lixia said. Now, you need to turn your fleet around and fire at those green ships with all your strength. We need to be here before they can speed up and completely destroy them. Wang Jiarong was slightly stunned. What does right next to you mean? Did Yi Lixia expect to encounter the green fleet here? So she ambushed here early? The reason why the astropaths did not respond to the communication was because the quintet was in a silent and lurking state? But why? How did she get the news in advance? Wang Jiarong's mind was in a mess, but these thoughts only flashed through her mind for a short while, and soon she stopped thinking about it. Obeying Yi Lixia's instructions was the only chance to survive. At that moment, the 4 ships of the beautiful girl caravan, according to Yi Lixia's request, began to turn their hulls sideways and attack with all their strength. If there is no external help, this is courting death. It is very dangerous to face the enemy sideways. This can fully exert the firepower of the ship. But the area of attack is also the largest. When the distance is far enough, when firing at each other, and the direction of the war is determined by firepower, this problem is not big. When the two sides are more than 100,000 or 150,000 kilometers apart, the firepower attack suffered by the opponent is not much different when facing sideways or directly. But the firepower projection capability of the ship may be 30% or more different. But in the same way, when facing sideways, the ship cannot be stationary. Ships moving sideways are also more likely to avoid artillery fire. In general, this is a balanced offensive tactic. The greenskin fleet charging at this moment is, of course, an absolutely radical offensive tactic. By closing the distance, the artillery of both sides will greatly increase the power and accuracy, and they are even willing to sacrifice 20 to 30% of their firepower for this. But despite this, the greenskins' firepower advantage is still much greater than that of the beautiful girl. They don't know why these shrimp ships suddenly show up as if they are going to fight them. But this obviously makes them more excited. Not only did the firepower become more intense, they also released more landing capsules. However, at this moment, hundreds of missiles suddenly flew out from a dark void in the distance. These missiles headed for a green destroyer. The next moment, 2 huge macro cannon shells streaked through the void and slammed into its energy shield. The 2 heavy cannons that arrived at the same time were also extremely destructive to the starship. The energy shield around the targeted green destroyer suddenly changed from calm blue to purple, which symbolized danger. Then, of the hundreds of missiles, 70 of them passed through the void shield and hit the destroyer. The 70 explosion points that suddenly erupted on the hull of the green destroyer caused serious damage to the ship. The energy shield generator may have been affected by the explosion, and the purple void shield disappeared for a while. If they were given a little time, not long, a few minutes, it would be enough for the energy generator on the greenskin ship to restart or activate the backup energy. However, there was no such opportunity. Then 10 slightly smaller macro cannons came again, 6 of which hit, and hit it hard. The damage caused by these 6 cannons, even more terrible than the previous 70 missiles, directly hit the greenskin warship into a huge fireball in midair. A valuable destroyer was completely destroyed. And this inexplicable firepower did more than that. 10 macro cannons were fired at a green frigate, 4 of which hit it, and its energy shield suddenly turned red. The shield strength on the frigate was much weaker than that of the destroyer. On the bridge of the quintet, after confirming the results of the battle through the battle screen faithfully transmitted by the thinker array, Ulysses did not cheer. That was too unstable, and not what a captain should do. But she still couldn't help it, and swung her fist vigorously. This green warship that was blasted to pieces was actually her first actual naval battle achievement in her career as a captain. And this achievement was enough to surpass the careers of many captains in the Pegasus Star region. Since the establishment of the Pegasus Star region fleet, it has not been used as a support force by the Imperial Navy and has not been mobilized to form a larger fleet for combat. In addition to the old captains, who went out to form a temporary joint fleet, the other younger and less experienced ones. That is, within the scope of the Star region. At most, in the surrounding Star regions, to eliminate some interstellar pirates. What can those interstellar pirates do? At most, a pirate ship of the frigate level is considered quite good. There are even many who use ordinary spaceships to rob, and at most dare to touch some ultra-small caravans. In the past, Ulysses did not even get the credit of exterminating small pirates, which is one of the reasons why she was ridiculed in private. But from now on, no one can laugh at her. Even if they are transferred to other high-intensity war zones, not every senior captain who has seen big scenes has the record of destroying an enemy destroyer. Getting an assist is something you can brag about for years. Today, she, a brigadier general who has always been said to be a relative, has accomplished it. Not only is she not an assist, but she is also the only main force. What's wrong with sneak attacks? This is called tactics. However, after the initial excitement, Ulysses immediately regained her composure. One of the 3 enemy destroyers was destroyed, which was a heavy blow to the entire greenskin fleet. But they had more ships and a lot of capital. This battle, there is still time to fight. Especially now that the advantage of the first-hand sneak attack is gone. Without the advantage of the surprise attack, it will not be so easy to achieve the same results as before in the next round of firepower. The Orc fleet has already discovered their traces, so they will not let them attack without any defense. The early ship maneuvers will make more artillery miss, and the short-range anti-aircraft firepower will be fully alert. Some macro cannons will be intercepted halfway or deflected. Of course, as a main cruiser, the quintet is well equipped, especially 2 L-class Chuziai's Fury macro cannons, which are devastating to frigates. As long as they are hit once, the energy shields of those frigates will be directly overloaded. The slaves and technicians on the quintet have begun to work very quickly, loading shells for the next round of artillery fire. And the thinker array is working hard to observe and lock on those ship targets that are actually moving rapidly. Fire strikes require preparation time. Before that, the quintet will first face a round of enemy fire. The defender rapid fire cannon, the reflector interceptor laser, all began to operate to resist the firepower of the Orc ships. At the same time, large patches of blue light appeared around the cruiser. That was the scene when the ship was attacked and the void shield took effect. The naval battle has entered a white-hot stage. The previous results of destroying a destroyer and overloading the energy shield of a frigate now seem less important. At this time, Ulysses couldn't help but turn her head to look at the man standing not far behind her. She sighed and said, "Gu Hang, if you lose, you will really hurt me badly." Gu Hang smiled and said, "If you win, then this is the starting point of your glorious road." Chapter 161, Glorious Explosion. Hearing the so-called starting point of the road to glory, Yilishia snorted coldly, as if she was very disdainful, and didn't want to pay attention to Gu Hang, turned her head, and continued to be busy. She kept giving orders, constantly listening to the news reports from various departments, and making corresponding reactions and judgments, forming orders and passing them on. She seemed a little nervous, trying to keep herself focused. She was indeed not an experienced naval veteran, and she didn't even have serious practical experience, but her excellent grades in the Naval Academy were not fake. If she hadn't been really good at grades, even with this family background, how could she have become a captain? She wasn't the only one in the younger generation of the Fofana family. She had all the tactical ethics she had learned in the Naval Academy in her mind, and combined with the real-time situation on the battlefield, she responded in a standard way and issued orders. This would be a little dull, but it would not be easy to make mistakes. When Yilishia was in school, she had thought of many strange naval tactics in her head, but after having actual experience, she found that her early ideas were purely self-entertainment. A few of them are really useful, and even seem to be able to work wonders in the current battle situation. But she dare not use them. Methods that have not been verified in actual combat. Who knows whether they are miraculous or useless? In the current situation, what she needs to do most is not to make mistakes, and use the powerful firepower and strong defense capabilities of the Quintet cruiser to play steadily. She would rather play a little more rigidly. Gu Hang looked at Yilishia serious expression, and a smile appeared on his face, and he felt a little relaxed. How to ease the relationship with the female brigadier general later. That is a story for later. Let's get through this difficult time first. There was a conflict between the two of them just now, and it almost broke out. After Gu Hang boarded the starship with nearly 20,000 soldiers, the Quintet drove to the jump point of the number 1 tunnel of the Angry Owl Galaxy. Before that, Yilishia tried to let the Star Talker on the starship send a message to the beautiful girl to remind Wang Jiarong to prepare in advance. But the message failed to be sent. Probably because the other party was traveling in the Star Tunnel. In this state, it was difficult for the Star Talker to locate the target of the information transmission and transmit the message. At this point, they gave up the communication and let the ship quietly stop in the void. Silence all communication information, except for the necessary energy supply. Turn off most of the engine power. The starship floated silently in the void, and on the observation scale of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of kilometers, it was almost like a speck of dust. Even if the enemy starts scanning the surrounding environment immediately after coming out of the Star Tunnel, it is difficult to find traces. Yilishia strictly implemented her previous idea. She squatted here and waited for things to happen. If you can fight, fight. If you can't fight, run away. After seeing the Green Fleet chasing the beautiful girl caravan, Yilishia fell into a dilemma. Those frigates are not mentioned for the time being. It is difficult to penetrate the defense system of the main cruiser with a bunch of small-scale weapons. But the 4 destroyers cannot be ignored. They are equipped with medium-sized firepower, which can really pose a threat. But to be honest, it is not that there is no chance of winning. The beautiful girl caravan still has 4 ships. With them, there is still a chance of winning, even quite high, 60%, or even 70%. However, a 60% or 70% chance of winning is not enough for Yilishia to gamble. If you lose the bet, you will lose everything. It is better to retreat, go back to get people, assemble the entire Pegasus fleet, and it will not be difficult to eliminate these greenskins. As for the safety of Angry Owl Star, forget it. A planet with an annual tax quota of 5 million coins. What is there to save? The cost of a frigate, even the cheapest one, is over 500 million. Angry Owl Star has to pay taxes for 100 years to afford a frigate. But for Gu Hang, the concept is completely different. It's okay if Yilishia withdraws, but Angry Owl Star is finished. He strongly requested Yilishia to participate in the battle. The conflict between the two was caused by this. Yilishia was not very willing. During the argument, Gu Hang did not say it clearly, but vaguely mentioned that there were 20,000 of his soldiers on the starship. Yilishia face suddenly darkened. Even if it wasn't said explicitly, it was a threat. She had hoped that Gu Hang would bring his troops up before, just in case. The greenskins like to use boarding tactics in space battles, which is written in the Navy teaching ethics. Although there were already Marines on the starship, it would definitely be safer to have 20,000 more soldiers. However, who knew that this would become Gu Hang's weapon to threaten her? Once civil strife breaks out on the starship, not to mention whether her marines can suppress the 20,000 soldiers under Gu Heng, but there is no doubt that it will take a long time, and the internal strife of the ship will pose a fatal threat to the safety of the quintet. Gu Heng could see that Yilicia was being held back. He did not continue to use this topic, and continue to force it. If both sides were hurt, then the greenskins on the opposite side would be very happy. Afterwards, he softened his tone, said a few words about defending the Empire, protecting the caravan, and eliminating the alien enemies, and drew a picture that if this time they really succeeded in annihilating the greenskin fleet, then Yilicia would undoubtedly have made a huge contribution. A cruiser, fighting independently, annihilated an entire greenskin fleet consisting of 4 destroyers and 8 frigates. This military achievement is extremely outstanding. Not to mention in the Pegasus fleet. It is also something to be mentioned in the entire Imperial Navy. Even with such a record as a foundation, and with enough family background to support her, her military rank may be able to move up in a short time. There is a huge threshold between the rank of Brigadier General and the rank of Major General. Generally, a Brigadier General would not be called a general, but a Major General is a real general, and no one would question it. If she really succeeds, she may be the youngest general in the history of the Tianma Star region, and no one would dare to say that she was promoted by relying on the protection of her family. Her reputation will spread far beyond the Tianma Star region, and even in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region, and even in the entire Eastern Universe region. The name Yilicia will shine throughout the Star Sea, and become a new rising star in the Imperial Navy. These words made Yilicia's heart beat fast. It's not that she didn't think of it, but it was pointed out by someone, and the feeling she had in her heart was different. Combining the two, Yilicia finally gritted her teeth, ordered the ship to leave the silent state, and fully prepared to open fire, and contacted the beautiful girl. Things have developed to the current situation. Gu Heng has contributed to the current situation, and his influence on future events will be very limited. Ship command was not his skill. He could only be a spectator for the time being. It was pretty good. In this whole starry sky, there were more than a dozen space giants on both sides, projecting fierce firepower at each other, the rays of light of different colors, the light spots, the shells, the void shield, the flashes of various colors when the energy shield was hit, the explosion of the fire after the artillery fire hit the ship. At least on the scale that Gu Heng could observe, on the bridge of the quintet, the attack effects from the Thinker array, and the schematic diagram of the battle scene, all could be seen clearly. The lonely starry sky became lively. However, these beautiful lights all contained terrible power and fatal damage. However, when Gu Heng was a bystander, he was not just watching the fun. He carefully observed Yilicia, combined with the current situation on the battlefield, combined with the various instructions issued by Yilicia, he tried hard to absorb and learn all kinds of knowledge about space navy battles. He didn't quite understand many of the situations that occurred and the responses made by the female brigadier general, but it didn't stop him from trying to remember them. When there is a chance, I will ask someone to send me some theoretical books, maybe I can grow. Now, it is really useless for him to learn these things, but Gu Heng has deeply realized how important space power is in this interstellar era. This is a decisive force. In the future, if conditions permit, he will certainly build his own navy. Maybe if he is lucky, he can quickly extract the navy technology? Forget it, I can't afford it even if I extract it. Starships are a top-level manufacturing industry that can only be achieved after the planet's productivity is highly developed. While he was daydreaming, he realized that the battle between the two fleets had reached a white-hot stage. Not long after, the greenskin frigate that had been hit by the quintet's macro cannon, and whose energy shield was overloaded, also exploded in midair. It was the combined fire of the beautiful girl and the other two frigates that blew it up. In the caravan led by Gu Heng's cousin, there were also experienced warship commanders. It keenly captured the impact of the quintet's firing on the battle situation and completed the fatal blow. This was the second ship to explode since the start of the naval battle. With 2 ships missing, the firepower of the greenskin fleet was reduced by almost a quarter. The results of the quintet's ambush were enough to tilt the balance of victory to them by 10 percentage points again. If the greenskin fleet on the other side was led by a rational human, the best choice at this moment might be to run away quickly. But unfortunately, that was not the style of the greenskins. They continued to charge forward despite the firepower of the human ships. After paying the price of another destroyer and 2 frigates being blown up, they blew up a frigate of the caravan and successfully boarded the other 2. The firepower of the ship that was boarded soon became very weak, and there was an explosion inside. It is still unknown whether they can eventually drive out the greenskin orcs that have landed. But at least now, the help they can provide in the naval battle has been reduced by at least half. The pressure of the battle was getting bigger and bigger as the greenskin ships approached. Although they lost 5 ships, their firepower became stronger. This was due to the shortened distance between the two sides. The quintet was indeed a strong ship with powerful guns. 4 of the 5 greenskin warships that were lost were destroyed by it. The L-class large-scale naval gun, the Wrath of the Loyal Soon, was extremely powerful. However, when the greenskins separated some ships and pulled the quintet to a distance of 50,000 kilometers, the accuracy of the superstandard firepower on the greenskin ships was greatly improved, and the quintet felt that it was no match for 4 hands. The most direct manifestation is that the void shield has turned purple, and there is even a trend of changing to red. The greenskins' heavy artillery has begun to have shells that can penetrate the shield and hit the ship's armor. Gu Heng was on the bridge and felt the large vibrations of the hull several times. The hull stabilization device could not completely eliminate the large vibrations, which probably caused definite damage to the ship. Even if it is not large, it will cost a lot to repair the ship. However, correspondingly, in order to achieve this effect, the Orc fleet lost another frigate. Now, they only have 2 destroyers and 4 frigates left. In Gu Heng cognition, the battle has come to the final critical stage. The greenskin fleet's fearlessness and fighting to the end left a deep impression on him. For the human side, victory is almost at hand. But the remaining question is what the cost is. Although up to now, the human side has only destroyed 1 frigate, however, the remaining 3 ships of the Beautiful Girl Caravan, their void shields have all been overloaded, and 2 of them have been invaded by boarding and are in great danger. Even the quintet, its void shield is almost red. If the battle really goes to the end, the greenskin fleet is completely wiped out, but the Beautiful Girl Caravan is completely destroyed, and the quintet suffers heavy damage. The result will be quite unpleasant. The additional political consequences will also be a bit serious. Gu Heng also heard Martin sighing beside him. If our regiment's strength was still there, we could jump over 100 or 200 people, and cooperate with a certain number of mortal auxiliary troops, enough to capture an entire ship. From what the regiment leader said, they had done this kind of thing before. Gu Heng patted him on the shoulder, and was about to say something, but he saw that on the bridge, many indicator lights suddenly turned red. This was a dangerous signal. The Thinker array passed a message over. Warning. There were multiple invasions in our hull. The green landing ships used some unknown energy technology to deceive the interception system. We only shot down 70% of the landing ships, including a large number of decoy pods. It is currently estimated that 17 landing pods have landed successfully, and more than 2,000 green orcs have entered the hull. The Marines have already engaged in a firefight with them, but are currently at a disadvantage. Yi Lixia suddenly looked at Gu Heng. It's time for you to play a role. Gu Heng also said nothing, turned around and left. It is indeed time for him to pay. There is nothing to say, just go ahead. Chapter 162, The Meaning of Life. Lacroxia is thinking about an important question. What is the value of life? He never thought about this bullshit question before. When he was wandering with the tribe in his early years, all he thought about all day was how to eat more food and not go hungry. Later, he became an adventurer, also for food. After that, when he became an adventurer, it was also for food. Later, all the brothers from the same wandering tribe died, and he joined the beast slaughtering group. He could eat enough food, but his goal became to fight the greenskins and avenge the brothers who had fought side by side with him. Later, the people above him said something. But he went from being an adventurer to a regular army unit under the governor. And he was given a rank and a unit number. But he didn't care much about it, and even supported it. He could eat more meals. And the governor also gave him equipment and weapons, which were much better than the garbage he used when he was an adventurer. Moreover, there were cannons and heavy equipment such as armored vehicles from other friendly forces to provide them with support. This will obviously greatly increase their efficiency in eliminating greenskins. So why should we be unhappy? Support 10,000 supports. Some time ago, the greenskins in the ruins of the tower were wiped out. According to the officer above, in order to prevent these greenskins from multiplying, it is necessary to ensure that all areas of the ruins of the tower are burned with flames. Sometimes he wondered whether the waste energy storm that often blows in the ruins of the tower can replace the fire. But even if we ignore that, the big problem has been solved anyway. Even if there are occasional greenskins regenerated, the number will not be too large at once, so we can just eliminate them and burn them again. Just as he and his comrades were chatting with each other, speculating whether their performance this time would be enough to regain the title of the Beast Slayer group that originally belonged to them from the governor. A new mission was issued. They had to take a transport ship and enter a starship docked in the planet's orbit to perform the mission. When they heard this mission, Lacroxia and his comrades were stunned. Is this going to heaven? He had looked up at the starry sky countless times, but he had never thought that one day he would be able to leave the surface of the earth and fight in the starry sky. They were inexplicably excited, although they could think that it might be a very dangerous thing. When they got on the spaceship, they looked at the outside getting farther and farther away from the ground, until they jumped out of the atmosphere and looked down from afar, almost able to see the whole picture of the entire planet. The originally boundless Earth turned into an arc, and then turned into a planet mixed with Earth yellow and gray blue. He still felt a huge shock. It turns out that this is the world we live in. This is the Angry Owl Star where our ancestors have lived for generations. It was even difficult for him to describe the emotions in his heart. His comrades might have the same mentality. The comrades who were originally chatting with each other were all silent at this moment. The transport ship carrying them slowly approached the huge steel structure hovering in the void. A hatch opened, and the transport ship entered it. Then the hatch closed, and it seemed the gas was filling in. Another door opened, and the spaceship went inside. There was a huge area, similar to an airport. From multiple exits, transport ships entered one after another, and the hatch opened, and teams of soldiers walked down. Soon, he had no time to watch, and the hatch of the transport ship he was on also opened. Their entire company walked down, and followed the instructions of the ground crew waiting below, and walked all the way inside, entering the Marine Corps camp. The temporary accommodation allocated to them was very crowded. Their entire class was squeezed into a narrow space of a few square meters. There were 4 groups of beds here, with 2 groups tightly together, leaving an aisle of about 40 centimeters in the middle. There were 3 layers of beds in each group, and in theory, a total of 12 people could sleep. There were also 2 beds available for us to put our things. This is what they complained about. There was a cafeteria for meals, and the food was completely synthetic starch. It was said that eating for a long time would be very greasy, but at least now they felt it was okay, as long as they could eat enough. Maybe they will get bored in the future, but will they stay on the starship until then? However, it is said that in some places on the starship, there are markets and bars where they can have something different, but they have never seen them, and they are not allowed to walk around on the starship. Even with these rumors, there are still some soldiers in the company who can't sit still, who go to eat with those who come to the cafeteria like them, but don't like to communicate with them. So-called chats with the starship Marines. Lacroxia was not interested in these things. What he cared about was a thought that came to him after he came to the starry sky on a transport ship and saw the magnificent scene. What is the value of life? He didn't know why he was thinking about such boring things, but he had nothing else to do in the narrow and closed cabin during this period of time. He thought about it for several days, but he didn't figure it out. Until today. Scarlet lights were flashing everywhere, and alarms were sounded one after another. He and his comrades received orders to leave the cabin where they lived and gather outside. Everyone was very nervous. They knew, it seemed that a war had already started. The starships were constantly fighting with the greenskin fleet. This was different from their past war experience. In the past, no matter how powerful the enemy was, or how bad their situation was, they were down to earth and fought with the weapons in their hands. To some extent, life and death were controlled by themselves. But now, they were so far away from their hometown, and from the planet, it was said that it would take a long time for light to fly. If the naval battle failed, all of them would be buried in this sea of stars. But soon, their mission was up. He saw the company commander and the instructor say a few words, and then ordered the whole company to set off. After walking for dozens of minutes, he saw with his own eyes that almost all the members of the next platoon were engulfed by flames and debris in a violent explosion. Then, dizzy, he saw a figure rushing from behind the gap. He almost subconsciously and instinctively raised his gun and shot there. Although it was roughly the appearance of a person, Lacroxia was very sure, very familiar, that it was a greenskin. It was indeed true. His shooting even saved the life of the company commander. With his encouragement, Many of his comrades opened fire, and the greenskin was soon killed on the spot under the concentrated fire. However, more greenskins rushed in, stepping on the still burning flames. A bloody battle broke out unexpectedly at a very close distance. There was no heavy firepower, no artillery, no armored vehicles. In the environment inside the starship, it was difficult to deploy these things. All they had were guns in their hands and a steely will. As more and more greenskins poured in, they could not even continue shooting, and could only hold their bayonets and fight. There was a chaotic fight, with almost no room for command art to be used. And both sides fought bravely. Bayonets, bullets, blood, limbs, these things flew around in this narrow passage. Lacrocia had nothing in his mind. Only the stabbing action again and again. His comrades fell one by one, and they came up one by one. He was not seriously injured, even though he was hit in the chest by a greenskin's machete. The plastic steel bulletproof armor plate saved his life. He turned around. He didn't care about the pain in his ribs, and he didn't care that he was knocked to the ground by the greenskin's huge force. He stabbed the bayonet fiercely into the neck of the unbalanced greenskin. Lacrocia, whose face was covered in blood, pushed the corpse away with all his strength, and stood up with a heavy breath. This seemed to be the last greenskin, and there were no other living enemies. But in this purgatory-like scene, there were only 7 people left standing like him. Lacrocia looked confused. A company of 120 people. Only 7 left? He couldn't count the number of corpses that filled the corridor. Especially some of them were in a mess. He only knew that almost all the people he knew were dead. And he didn't know the 7 people in front of him. They were all covered in blood, and they all looked confused. The 7 people instinctively gathered together, and for a long time, no one dared to speak. Finally, Lacrocia spoke. Who is the highest-ranking officer here? He still remembered that during the intervals of the previous surface battle, the company instructor had instilled a lot of military regulations in them. If the team organization was broken up, the surrounding soldiers should gather together spontaneously, and the one with the highest rank would be the temporary commander. Now, should they be considered to be dispersed? Or should they be considered to be wiped out? I am a private. A timid voice sounded. Just been assigned to the 3rd Independent Regiment. I am also a private. I am a corporal. I am a private. After listening to the whole circle, they are all privates. Lacrocia touched his head. I really don't know what to do now. There is no officer left. Right? What should I do? In a trance, he saw everyone's eyes looking at him. He remembered that he had not yet reported his military rank. I am a corporal. When he was just reorganized, he was just a private. After the battle in the ruins of the tower, he was considered an old man in the Beast Slayer Corps. When the medals were awarded on a large scale, he was awarded the rank of corporal. The corporal meant that he had the D1 rank in Fushing City, which was advertised. The food rations and training allowances added up to be enough for him to live a much better life than just food and clothing. If he did not serve in the army in the future, he would be transferred to civilian work at the same level, which would ensure his future. When fighting, there will be combat allowances. He was promoted quickly. In his squad, only the squad leader was a sergeant, and the deputy squad leader was a sergeant, and other than that, he was the highest ranking one. But in general, in the whole company, he was still a small shrimp. As a result, he heard the corporal say, well, it seems that you have the highest rank, and we all listen to you now. Lacrocia was confused. I can't do it. But he quickly calmed down. This is not power, but responsibility. And he cannot shirk it. According to the regulations, he has to shoulder this responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to understand the question he had been thinking about before. I dare not say what will happen in the future, but at least his current value is to lead the 2nd Company of the 6th Battalion of the 3rd Independent Regiment. The only 7 people left. The last seedlings of the 362nd Company are all here. What should we do next? Their previous mission was to go to the B-7752 area to garrison and eliminate all alien enemies that appeared there. However, the company commander, the instructor, may know where B-7752 is. But how could a corporal like him know? Scratching his head, he heard the sound of fighting in the distance. He called out, saying, let's go over there and see if we can find other friendly forces. If there were friendly forces, especially officers, he would be able to relieve himself of his responsibility. Fully armed, nearly 3 meters tall, and wearing super heavy armor, Gurney Crazy Fong pushed open the half-rotten hatch, and was the first to walk out of the landing ship. What greeted him was the concentrated fire of more than 30 electromagnetic rifles and laser guns. His armor was clanking. But it did not stop him for a moment. He stretched out his mechanical thighs and rushed forward quickly, shielding the green-skinned guys behind him from the wind and rain, and leaving space for them to deploy their formation. In addition, in the process, he also raised his left arm. The multiple rocket launcher mounted under his forearm fired a full shell of rockets, blowing up the elite Marines in front of him, as well as several people who were coming to support him. The violent explosion even caused some damage to the cabin of the metal tunnel, creating several holes. And you can also see the cracked mechanical structure, as well as the group of people evacuating under the holes. It seems to be the gun bay of the reflector interception laser cannon of the quintet. Kwang Ya grinned, and his smile was very ferocious. There is such a harvest? He raised his hand again and aimed the rocket launcher downward. The automatic loading structure had already stuffed a new batch of rockets into the magazine, and there were 2 work boys carrying large bags, who put more than a dozen rockets into Kwang Ya's combat backpack through the entrance of the armor on Kwang Ya's butt. The next moment, more than a dozen rockets flew out, hitting the independent gun bay below. The reflector's gun crew consisted of dozens of people, and they were almost wiped out instantly. The energy storage device of the reflector laser cannon also exploded, creating a larger gap in the surrounding area. The fire wave of the explosion even reached the upper level. Gurney Crazy Fong was not affected, but several unlucky green-skinned guys were swept into the explosion and thrown out of the ship. Without the ship's life support system, gravity system, these guys who entered the void, even the strong green-skinned orcs, would have no chance of survival. But it didn't matter. The value of destroying a ship's gun was much higher than a group of unlucky guys being blown away. Seeing such a gorgeous explosion happening right in front of them, the surviving guys were very happy. Kwang Ya also laughed. He waved back, calling on the boys to leave the landing cabin quickly. They were going to charge in, as the commander-in-chief of the Iron Tooth clan's 10th plundering fleet. He was the leader of the entire fleet, and today he was going to fight in person to completely win the victory of this war. The fleet's supreme commander personally jumped on board to fight, which was reckless to the point of being stupid, but it was green enough. Chapter 163. Fleet Commander. If you really want to say that Gurney Crazy Fong personally led his most elite combat boys to board the quintet and personally participated in the battle, there are many reasons. The sudden appearance of the quintet made the battle that they had originally won a sure victory suddenly become extremely disadvantageous. The casualties of a destroyer and a frigate caused by the sneak attack directly tilted the balance of victory to the other side. In the subsequent naval battle, the quintet showed strong firepower and strong defense. If we continue bombing like this, it will be very dangerous. If we want to win, we have to think of other ways. We can give up charging the energy shield, overload the firepower system, and hope that the entire fleet will carry out a concentrated, desperate firepower strike to achieve key results. We can also use the so-called hunting group tactics. Through the excellent maneuverability of ships, more numbers, dispersed, and conduct three-dimensional turning operations, avoiding the speed that is relatively balanced with the quintet, but using instantaneous acceleration and deceleration to make the relative speed of both sides have large and frequent variables, reduce the lead time of being hit, and accurately lock the firepower. Or, like what the greenskin fleet is doing now, the so-called close approach tactics, rushing against the firepower, rushing to the face, shooting at full speed at close range, no room to dodge, no chance to intercept. Most of the firepower must be taken. The competition is about who has stronger ships and more guns, who has more ships. However, there seem to be many options, but in fact, very few can be implemented. Hunting group tactics are not suitable for the greenskin fleet. To execute the hunting group tactics well, it requires strong ship maneuverability and more accurate firepower. Greenskin warships are generally not suitable for this. They have strong firepower, but not accurate enough. They are fast, but not flexible enough. Humans are relatively fond of this tactic, and the ones who like to use this hunting group tactic the most are those who call themselves Eldar. Crazy Fong hates such opponents the most. They can't catch up, can't hit, and are bombarded by people around them. But as long as they seize the opportunity to hit hard, they will have decisive results. As for the close-in tactics, the greenskins are doing this. Even crazier. The last order left by Kwang Ya before he left his flagship to board the ship was to shut down the power. turn off the energy protection, overload the firepower system, and blow up the quintet with all his strength after approaching. But looking at the current situation, they are afraid that they can't rush in, and they don't know how many ships will be blown up on the way. The remaining ones that can rush in, the overall firepower, and the protection may not be as strong as the quintet. In order to make the close and tactics and the crazy plan of full firepower succeed, he personally led people to board the ship. Although he was the fleet commander, the characteristics of the greenskins were that no matter what group it was, the one who could become the boss and leader must be the strongest among them. This was undoubtedly the case with Gurney Crazy Fong. Of course, he was also worried that during the attack, before the landing capsule had time to enter the Xiaomi ship, it would be blown up by the interception firepower of the enemy. This is very possible, even if many bait capsules are deployed, and a lot of whack power is used to camouflage and silence the landing capsule, making it difficult to be locked. These are not 100% guaranteed. However, he has now successfully boarded the ship, and the remaining problems are simple. Who of those human shrimps can be his opponent? In his past fighting career, he has killed countless shrimps. Even some of them are big guys wearing cans, and he has also hacked them to death. The group of shrimp-like big guys wearing yellow cans had left a deep impression on him. He had to admit that those guys were very powerful. But unfortunately, he and his subordinates were the winners in the end. And it was precisely because of that achievement and that fierce battle that he became bigger, greener, and stronger. He also won the favor of the leader of the Iron Tooth clan, the warlord Kuro Iron Tooth, and served as the commander of the 10th plundering fleet. And today, in this ship, a group of shrimp-like big guys can't jump out again. Right? Without that kind of powerful stuff. He was confident that under his leadership, his most elite troops, even if they were few in number, would definitely be able to march all the way and kill through the entire starship. In fact, this was indeed the case. After boarding the ship, he almost single-handedly wiped out a team of Marines on the quintet, and then destroyed a defensive laser cannon, and led his elite troops to start attacking the core area inside the construction. This core force, it is not that they have not encountered obstacles. On the contrary, the ones who came to intercept him were still the most elite troops on the quintet. The quintet can mobilize a maximum of 30,000 armed forces, of which 10,000 are regular Marines. This is a group of T4 level troops, with good weapons and equipment. They don't even look at the G-Series live ammunition rifles. They use either L-Series laser rifles, or HS-Series electromagnetic rifles, after realizing that they were about to be attacked by an elite greenskin force. The commander of the Marine Corps had already ordered his most elite troops to bring their best weapons to join the battle. The two most important weapons were the Walker and the Foxhound-class infantry combat mecha. I won't talk about the former. The reason why they didn't equip larger vehicles than the Walker, such as the Lion tank, was because the combat environment inside the starship did not allow the Lion to drive around. Although the Wanderer is also quite large, it is still 2 sizes smaller than a heavy tank. It can still run on many main roads inside the starship. As for the latter, it is essentially a person, a servitor, and a product of the Mechanicus. During the mechanical transformation, in addition to removing part of the brain, turning it into a servitor that only obeys orders, it also underwent a very large body transformation. From the outside, it no longer looks like a human, and almost the entire body has been mechanized. It looks like a half-standing hound, with a purely mechanical recurved knee structure on its legs, and the head structure that holds the brain is shaped like a dog, with a large number of sensors integrated. Its overall size, more than 2 meters high, equipped with heavy machine guns, with hard ceramic steel armor. Even if a space marine comes, it will take some effort to dismantle it. It is a very valuable product of the Mechanicus, and there are only about 150 of them on the entire starship. Half an hour after Gurney Wildfang rushed inward, the first batch of elite Marines assembled, including 80 Foxhounds, and 30 Walker armored vehicles, plus more than 1,000 Marines, plus 2,000 armed sailors. As a result, their defense line was penetrated by a wave of Crazy Fong. The rocket in his hand seemed to be blessed by some mysterious power, extremely accurate, and even had a certain tracking effect. Above his left shoulder, there was also a hot melt cannon. The intensity of his firepower alone was already at its maximum. Moreover, he was not fighting alone. During the process of advancing, many greenskins who landed from other places smelled the boss's scent and gathered around instinctively. Now, The number of greenskins following Kwangya has exceeded 1,000. Moreover, the greenskins following him are elite. Not only are they all tall among the greenskins, but they also have strong armor, larger caliber, more violent guns, and plenty of explosives. Moreover, compared to the small infantry mechas, the killing cans among the greenskins, and the larger death cans, are not weak either. With the Crazy Fong commander as the spearhead, they charged fiercely. When Crazy Fong used the Melta cannon, blew up the firepower position of the mechas with multiple rockets, and then charged to the short range, fired another round of rockets, and picked up the axe to chop wildly. The green walking mechas and elite infantry behind them also rushed up. The scale of the battle may not be particularly large, but it is full of blood. After losing all the infantry fighting mechas and all the infantry fighting vehicles, this elite Marine Corps blocking the way fought to the death for another 15 minutes, and more than 60% of its troops were slaughtered. Then, the collapse of the armed sailors triggered the collapse of the whole army. Actually, we can't blame them too much. Even if they all had infinite fighting spirit and were willing to sacrifice their lives for this battle, it would only delay the battle for a while, and could not change the outcome. Of course, the greenskins also paid a heavy price. At least 400 greenskin orcs and more than 30 greenskin armors of various types were killed in the battle. Both sides lost hundreds of machines of various types, adding up to nearly 3,000 lives. And all this happened in about 20 minutes on a battlefield no more than 800 meters in front, back, left and right. Corpses and mechanical wreckage were no longer everywhere. There were not enough corpses for every meter. They were piled up layer by layer. The greenskin army had to step on the broken limbs and wreckage to move forward. Crazy Fong himself was fine. With him and the remaining 600 greenskins, their fighting power was still there, and they could continue to attack. But on the contrary, the Marines could not gather a force as strong as before in a short period of time to stop them. Along the way, there were only a few small-scale troops. The brave soldiers tried to use their lives to delay the advance of the greenskin boarding force, and buy time for the friendly forces. However, Yi Licia, who was on the command bridge, fell into panic. Through the intelligence transmitted back from the front line, she recognized that it was the boarding led by the orc commander himself. She immediately realized that with only the battle preparations on the quintet, nothing could stop this orc commander. On the one hand, she was incredulous at the recklessness of the orc commander. In her opinion, how could a fleet commander, personally lead a team to conduct a boarding raid? It was too easy to die in the interception fire network without knowing why. If she died like that, she would be worthless. But on the other hand, the reality was like a slap in her face. The terrible advantage brought by the strong individual strength on the battlefield was magnified to the extreme in the special environment of the starship. This is not an open ground battlefield. All battles take place inside the starship. No matter how open the space is, it is limited. It is impossible to deploy a heavy artillery group dozens of kilometers behind to attack the enemy. In a limited environment, an invincible orc commander equipped with heavy armor, invulnerable to swords and guns, and with full single-unit firepower, is simply a nightmare for any defense line. What makes her even more panic is that the beast seems to have an extremely keen sense of battle. The direction of his attack was not wrong at all, and he was heading for the core area of the starship, the power engine center. Once he was attacked there, what would happen was simply unimaginable. At present, the naval battle has reached a critical moment. Just now, they blew up another enemy frigate, but the distance between the two sides was further shortened, due to the boarding attack by the boarding force. The quintet had several firepower platforms silenced. This caused the bombardment to be slightly weaker. The void shield of the enemy had also turned red. More firepower began to penetrate the void shield, directly challenging the armor of the cruiser. Similarly, the greenskin warships were also under greater pressure. The L-class wrath of the Chutsugu was still terrifying. When the bayonet was drawn, if the quintet had been stabbed harder, the ship's power would fail, the weapon system and the void shield would have problems with power supply, then it would have suffered a devastating blow in an instant. What to do? What else can stop the beast? The last straw lies in Gu Heng. The planetary governor not only brought 20,000 soldiers, but also 4 space warriors. She immediately contacted Gu Heng, who had already left the bridge to mobilize troops. Through the communication system, you must solve this problem immediately. We are on the same ship. If the quintet is destroyed, none of us will survive. On the communicator, Gu Hang's voice responded quickly, saying simply, I know. I'm here. His voice was quite steady. Yilixia felt somewhat relieved. She didn't know whether Gu Hang and the Space Marines with him could stop the Orc governor. But now, she had no choice but to trust Governor Gu. At this time, she began to feel lucky that she had let Gu Hang get on board. Gu Hang did not fool Yilixia. His troops were indeed in place. It was not just him, nor were they just the 4 phoenixes. Relying solely on their strength, it was not enough to stop an army. Following him, there were also the 1st and 2nd battalions of the Sheafing Brigade, and a regiment of the 2nd Infantry Division. Earlier, he had already known the shocking news that the Marine Corps had been wiped out in 20 minutes. The troops under his command were not stronger than the elite Marines that were quickly annihilated. If possible, he did not want his troops to face such a cruel battle. But this is war. In war, there is no choice. Chapter 164. The moment of death has come. Genie Quenya already felt that. He was not far from success. Now he could even smell the smell coming from the core engine power compartment of the shrimp ship. If he destroyed it, victory would fall into his hands. But soon, a new team of soldiers appeared in front of them, blocking their progress. Quenya was a little confused. These new soldiers, their clothes were different from the shrimps they had met before. They were not the Marines with laser guns and electromagnetic rifles. They were not as powerful as them. But they were not the armed sailors. They were a little stronger than them. But soon, Quenya didn't care. They were just shrimps anyway. Just kill them. Those hundreds of people also set bombs on the road. But it was meaningless. The psychic boy and the craftsman boy who followed him in the assault had ways to discover these ambushed bombs in advance, and then detonate them in advance. Occasionally there are leaks. But it's not a big problem. Bombing ordinary greenskin guys, even if they are a little far away, may not be able to kill them, not to mention armored units. After the bombs are no longer effective, the remaining battle is a bloody confrontation or a one-sided massacre. This company, the strongest firepower is nothing more than some bombs, a small number of rocket launchers. The configuration of the mecha soldiers and armored vehicles in front was swept away like cutting melons and vegetables, not to mention them. In 3 to 5 minutes, the entire company was almost wiped out. They fought to the death and suffered such high losses. It was not that they were unwilling to retreat, but that they had no time to run, or they could not escape even if they ran. They were shot and killed more quickly with their backs to the enemy. However, their lives were not worthless. At least they slowed down the Orcs' commandos by a few minutes. It was these few minutes that allowed Gu Hang and his elite team to complete the defense layout outside the core engine power cabin. Actually, there is nothing to arrange. Even if you want to build some firepower points and shelters, it is difficult. On a starship, it is not on the surface of a planet. You can dig foxholes in the wild, and you can use various waste materials and building materials to build shelters in the ruins of the city. On a starship, there are either various rooms, or various wide or narrow passages. Unless the internal structure has a place to hide bullets, otherwise, you have to shoot at each other with your flesh and blood, or simply meet love around the corner, and directly enter a bloody confrontation. In such an environment, the greenskin orcs' troubles are obviously big. Humans do have bulletproof armor plates. But the greenskins also have armor made of scrap metal. And neither is worse than the other. Compared with the physical resistance to impact, the elite guards of Crazy Fawn can withstand 200 bullets per person, which is much stronger than humans. Gu Hang can only use more people and stronger firepower. The battle site he chose was a crossroads, taking the direction of the starship as the north. The greenskin commandos came from the south to the north, and they must pass a wide crossroads on the way. Gu Hang deployed heavy troops on the north side of the intersection, which is the direction leading to the power cabin. The 2 battalions of the Sheafing Brigade were all here, but they were not stacked very thickly. Instead, they used infantry fighting vehicles as cover, roadblocks, and firing points. Soldiers set up many obstacles in this 8-meter wide passage. If the greenskins want to kill their way to the power cabin, then starting from this intersection, every meter from now on, they will have to step over the bodies of the angry owls. At the same time, troops were also deployed on the 2 slightly narrower east and west passages of the intersection. The 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Infantry Division deployed a combat battalion on each side. The whole row of soldiers lay down, the row behind them squatted, and the row behind them stood. They pointed their guns at the intersection, and a little further back there were rocket launchers ready, waiting for the greenskin orcs to pass by, and then they would launch a full-scale fire attack on them. At the same time, there was a reserve force, which was also composed of a battalion from the 22nd Regiment. They were on standby at the edge of the battlefield, and after the battle began, they would outflank the greenskin commandos from the south of the intersection. Gu Heng prepared a big net for them. But the key to this big net lies in himself and the 4 phoenixes. Before boarding the starship, Gu Heng had already upgraded himself to a higher level. The battle to annihilate the green-skinned orcs in the ruins of the tower, in addition to providing a large amount of gift points income, the war also maxed out his experience points, reaching the level where he could be upgraded to level 5. To reach level 5, you need 500 points of gift. This brings a little physical fitness, a little spirituality. In addition, there is a new talent. When he boarded the starship, he thought that he would probably have to deal with the greenskin fleet's boarding operations. Although he never thought that boarding would threaten the safety of the quintet, he still took a layer of psychic power to prepare for the worst. This gave him an upgraded talent, Advanced Telekinesis Control. Advanced Telekinesis Control. This talent will replace telekinesis control. You can now use psychic energy more powerfully, directly control physical objects. Spirituality plus 2. No new talents have arrived, but this upgraded version of telekinesis control is still quite reliable. Telekinesis control is a universal and powerful psychic spell, with outstanding effects. What's more, after replacing it with advanced telekinesis control, spirituality has increased a little more. So far, Gu Heng's total spiritual attribute has reached 20 points. His attributes have become as follows. Hero, Gu Heng, Faction Leader, LV5, cannot upgrade due to insufficient experience. Physique, 10, Spirit, 20. Features, Psychic Caster, Governor of the Wrathful Star, Enemy of the Storm. Talent, Protective Aura, Advanced Telekinesis Control, Mind Manipulation. This time, Gu Heng's own strength has been greatly improved. He has increased his spiritual attributes by 2 points, which means that his psychic strength and the power of his psychic spells have more than doubled. As a psychic who has reached level 5 and has fully upgraded his spiritual attributes, Gu Heng is already very strong. Still taking the Space Marine as an example. Before the upgrade, he could only barely fight against an ordinary Space Marine one-on-one. But now, he can easily crush a veteran, and is basically better than a chapter warrior, and can barely fight against a company champion like Martin's. His improved strength this time will be of great help in the next battle to eliminate the Orc Fleet Commander, as long as they can kill the Orc Commander. The encirclement he has set up with the troops at hand will be meaningful, ensuring that the green-skinned orcs are completely wiped out here, and basically solving the threat of this round of boarding tactics. There may still be some living green-skinned orcs scattered around the ships, but they are no longer a threat. If we can't kill them, don't say anything, either we die here, or explode in space with the starship. This is a space naval battle. If the ship explodes, there is really no way to survive. All preparations have been made, and the battle is coming quickly. Kwangya came a little faster than expected. The commando team he led appeared at the end of the southern end of the intersection. After a gate was violently demolished by them, a team of green-skinned guys rushed up. Infantry fighting vehicles, the soldiers' firepower quickly filled the entire passage. Even if the 5 green-skinned guys were elite, no matter how good they were at fighting, they couldn't stand being baptized by bullets in such an environment with no room to dodge. The iron armor on their bodies was broken. Their strong bodies with strong resistance to impact rushed forward a few dozen steps. Finally, they fell under the dense firepower. But the things that rushed up afterwards, it was not so easy to fight. It was 2 parallel killing tanks. The machine guns on the infantry fighting vehicles can still cause effective damage to them, but they cannot be eliminated quickly. Similarly, the machine guns in the hands of the 2 killing tanks can also penetrate the armor of the walkers. They move forward and fire at the same time. Under their cover, the orc boys are also advancing. The 2 sides began to shoot fiercely, and human soldiers began to suffer casualties. An infantry fighting vehicle was blown up, taking away several soldiers nearby. But at the same time, multiple rocket launchers were used, and also blew up a killing tank that was riddled with holes by the machine guns. However, during this process, the team of green-skinned orcs had already advanced a distance. After the killing fell, the green-skinned orcs did not want to rush forward just for fun. At least Crazy Fong could not bear this temper. He pushed away the kid who rushed faster than him, and pushed away a Fearkin that was still trying to rush up, and rushed to the front line himself. The hot melt cannon on his shoulder directly unleashed its power, piercing through half of the passage. From this intense red light hot melt line, 3 infantry fighting vehicles were pierced with a big hole, and the part that was penetrated was still melting further outward. The 3 vehicles immediately stopped firing, and the infantry standing on this line were all killed. The rocket nests on his left arm were all empty, and a violent explosion occurred on the human soldiers' positions. The rain of bullets that originally covered the entire passage suddenly stopped firing for a moment. The Greenskin Brigade took this opportunity to charge forward quickly, even though the firepower of the human soldiers was restored afterwards. Their marching speed was not particularly affected. The fleet commander at the front blocked most of the firepower with his huge and strong body. The machine guns on the infantry fighting vehicles, even if they were concentrated and intensively bombarded him. The effect was indeed a literal metal storm. The bullets were metal, and hitting the body was like wind blowing, which only slowed people down a bit. But on the contrary, as long as the hot melt cannon on his shoulder was fully charged, and the rocket pod in his hand was automatically filled, a round of firepower would go down, and a section of the human position would be annihilated, and the firepower would stop immediately, and the firepower would have to wait for the next wave of soldiers to come up before it could be restored. Besides, the firepower of the green-skinned orcs is not only from Crazy Fong himself. The weapons equipped on the Fear Can, the Killing Can, are equally powerful. The orcs are still advancing. In this process, green-skinned orcs continue to fall, and even killing cans are often destroyed. But at the same time, humans have paid a higher price. As a frontline commander, Prabhav's heart is bleeding. In his 1st Battalion, the 2 most precious companies, Waste Cave Company and Cody Company, were assigned to the most difficult tasks as the first echelon to stop the greenskins. But now, he can no longer contact these 2 companies. In just a few minutes, his 2 most elite companies are gone. There are many of his fellow villagers in these 2 companies. Heartache, sadness, guilt. These emotions are all around him. However, as the commander of the front line, he still has to be hard-hearted and treat his subordinates, whom he regards as his dearest flesh and blood, and throw them into this extremely tragic battlefield. These are all good guys, but they shed their blood in a place far away from their hometown. But this is also to defend their hometown. The 1st Battalion has lost nearly half of its establishment, and the 2nd Battalion should take over before the new order is issued. Even if they all die in this position, they must fight to the end. Soon, the greenskins led by Crazy Fong arrived at the crossroads. At this time, in the passages on the east and west sides, the soldiers who had been deployed long ago began to fire at full force. In addition to bullets, there were also a large number of rocket launchers, which were used as infantry firepower and fired fiercely. The 2 battalion commanders of the 22nd Regiment guarding the 2 sides, although they did not see the fierce battle at the corner passage with their own eyes, were extremely worried when they heard the countless bullets that passed by the intersection in front of them, the orders that came from the monitoring headphones, and the news that 2 of the most elite companies were destroyed in just a few minutes. They no longer wanted to think about life and death. They were thinking, at the first moment of the battle, they must use all the firepower at hand as much as possible, and use it with all their strength. If they don't do this, and still want to save the key weapons for the critical moment, then they may not have the chance to use them. To put it bluntly, they are just some rocket launchers. But the greenskins are not fools. Seeing that the defenses ahead are so strict, and they are about to cross another intersection, how can they not be on guard? Not only did Crazy Fong stay here for a while, to continue to attract firepower, but he also waited for more orc mechas to come up. According to his strategy, a part of the force would be allocated to charge to both sides, or at least to stand still until the main force passed. The infantry on both sides also made a prompt decision, and fired almost all the rocket launchers at once. In addition to the powerful bombing, all the commanders heard a new order: everyone charge. This was not an easy order to accept. But whether it was the soldiers of the Sheafing Brigade or the infantry of the 22nd Regiment, they all moved under the orders of the officers, instructors. The moment of death has come. Charge with me. The officers, instructors, and instructors took the lead, and the soldiers followed closely. They fired and rushed to the center of the intersection. Chapter 165, Death of the Commander. Kwangya was a little surprised. Those shrimps actually dared to charge, which was really unexpected for him. In fact, the shrimps he met along the way were all quite brave, and almost all of them were able to fight to the death with them despite huge casualties. It was a pity that they were a little weak, otherwise it would be more exciting to kill them. But even so, those brave soldiers were doing their best to avoid close combat with them, but hoped to delay them layer by layer, use long-range firepower, reduce their numbers, and hope to hold on to the final victory with more numerical advantages. This was the first time they encountered shrimps who dared to charge at them. Quite interesting. But Kwang Ya didn't think there was anything to worry about. Maybe they had some special means, but it didn't matter. Come on, I, Kwang Ya Warlord, am fearless. He used violent rockets, melta cannons, and once again achieved impressive results, and then in the fierce exchange of fire between the two sides, some shrimps rushed forward. He took down the big axe hanging from his back, and with just one sweep, 3 shrimps were cut in half by him. Then, another shrimp rushed over. But the human soldiers who rushed to his face were somewhat at a loss. Facing a nearly 3-meter-tall steel giant, who could be fired at by machine guns without causing any harm, what could they do even if they rushed over? Will the bullets penetrate the armor at close range, or can the bayonet penetrate it? However, the soldiers also have a way. Kwang Ya saw that. Some shrimps were carrying bombs. But it was meaningless. In front of him, there was no chance to even detonate the bomb. The little shrimp obviously underestimated Kwang Ya's reaction and speed. His nearly 3-meter-tall body moved like lightning. With just one kick, the human soldier's chest collapsed, and he flew several meters away. Then another soldier picked up the explosive pack from his body and continued to rush over, and even pulled the fuse in advance. But this time he couldn't even get close, and was hit by a bullet from 6 or 7 meters away. The explosive pack that was pulled in advance did explode. But the heat wave and shock wave from several meters away certainly couldn't do anything to Kwang Ya, and even killed 2 human soldiers next to him. In general, the charge of the human soldiers was tragic and fierce. But it seemed meaningless. They didn't kill many greenskins, but the casualties became particularly large, as if they were sending themselves to die in vain. If they continued like this, it wouldn't be long before everyone would die. Kwang Ya also thought so, and felt that the commander on the opposite side had lost his mind, and was even dumber than the dumbest guy in the tribe. As soon as he finished thinking this, he was hit hard. 2 blue beams of light were fired from the human soldier's formation. These 2 beams of light were not ordinary means of attack. His armor was penetrated directly, and 2 holes appeared on his chest and head, which were still smoking. This was real damage. The shot to the head was especially painful. However, what the armor could not protect against, his skull did. His head was not pierced, but he could feel a lot of pain in his forehead and felt that his bones were broken. The shot to the chest was more thorough, which hurt his respiratory system. Even for him, these 2 blows must have been very serious injuries. Not fatal, but very painful. The respiratory system was damaged, making his breath taste fishy and sweet, and the fractured forehead made him feel dizzy. In a trance, he saw 2 small guys wearing blood-red power armor, standing about 70 meters away from him, with the plasma guns in their hands, and the full energy light had not yet subsided. At the same time, there were 2 other small guys wearing blood-red power armor, who had already rushed to a position only 10 meters away from him. Why didn't I see it before? Such a large target, even if mixed in with the charging human soldiers, it would be extremely conspicuous as long as you have eyes. You can't miss it. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think about the reason. At close range, the 2 small guys had already raised their weapons. The one who rushed forward, wearing a black skull helmet, holding a scepter, was the head priest of the Phoenix, Nicola Rizzo. He raised the head of the scepter and smashed it at the head of Genie Crazy Fong. Caught off guard, Crazy Fong could only barely dodge backwards, while swinging his battle axe with all his strength, and fought hard with the head priest. It was a draw. Injured, suddenly attacked and unable to exert full strength. In this confrontation, the 2 were actually just fighting half a caddy and 8 a caddy. The gravity field staff in Rizzo's hand broke the blocking posture of Kwang Ya, but he himself was also unbalanced and took 2 steps back under the huge force. But he was not the only one who launched the surprise attack. Martins, holding the chainsaw sword, followed closely behind, and took this opportunity to slash his chest fiercely. Kwang Ya's heavy chest armor was cut into pieces by the chainsaw. The previous heavy blow from the charged plasma gun not only penetrated his chest armor, injured his lungs, but also made the chest armor more brittle. Without this prerequisite, the chainsaw sword in Martin's hand would hardly have such a good striking effect. A huge wound appeared on his breastplate, and the greenskin smelly blood gushed out from the wound. But just when Martins was about to make another effort and try to use this knife to cut the orc commander in half from the chest, a huge force came from his waist. Gurney Crazy Fawn kicked Martins away. His physical strength was so strong that, with this kick, even a fully armored space marine was kicked several meters away and half fell to the ground. At the same time, Crazy Fawn twisted his body and tried to aim the Melta cannon on his shoulder at Nicola Rizzo. The latter was entangled by a killing canister that rushed over from the side. If this shot hit hard, the power of the Melta cannon would be enough to kill the chief priest directly with one shot. However, this did not become a reality. While trying to aim, he suddenly found that he couldn't move. There was a magical force that formed a restraint, which made his body twisting sluggish. He barely pulled down the Melta cannon, but it shot into the sky, punching a big hole in the ceiling, revealing the upper floor. At this moment, the two space marines in the distance also took action. The plasma guns in their hands completed the charging again, and they shot at the killing tank that was wrapped around Rizzo. The killing tanks don't have the same level of resistance to attacks as their warlords. Their armor is far less thick than that of the warlords, and the plasma beams that pass through the armor are attenuated very little, and the flesh of the greenskins or fart spirits that are sewn into the killing tanks doesn't have such a strong forehead, and after the chest is shot through, there will be no strong muscle contraction to stop the blood immediately, and the remaining organs will also have difficulty continuing to function. After 2 shots, the killing tank was finished, and Rizzo was also freed. Several greenskins tried to come up to stop them, but the human soldiers who rushed up with the space marines bravely fought with their bayonets. Although they were quickly slaughtered, more soldiers came up, and they even knocked over the greenskins, shooting bullets at their eyes and bayonets at their necks and heads. The sacrifice of these soldiers and the results of the battle completely liberated Rizzo again. He swung another hammer, knocking over a killingkin that was trying to raise its machine gun to fire at the crowd at close range. The gravity field staff hit the chest armor hard and dented it. Turning his head, the old priest looked at Gurney Crazy Fawn and raised the gravity field staff in his hand. He was muttering something, and if you listen carefully, you will find that it is the content of the Emperor Holy Record. And this really made him more determined, and the power of swinging the weapon became stronger. This hammer hit Crazy Fawn's chest hard, completely smashed the chest armor that was already cut to pieces by the chainsaw sword, and may have broken one or more of Crazy Fawn's ribs. Immediately afterwards, Martins followed, and the chainsaw sword was ready to chop down again. Roar! Faced with life and death, the orc commander let out a deafening roar. A strange power burst out from his body, and first broke through the power that imprisoned his body. Gu Heng, who was hiding farther away, groaned, and blood gushed out of his mouth, nose, and ears. Earlier, the greenskin commander used the method of mind tampering to make him ignore the 4 space warriors who were approaching with the infantry. Of course, it was him. The 4 phoenixes, therefore, got a very good first-hand opportunity and successfully caused heavy damage to the orc warlord. Afterwards, after Gurney Crazy Fawn dealt with the first wave of attacks, when he tried to get rid of Rizzo with a shoulder-mounted hot melt cannon, it was him again, using advanced telekinesis to control and stop Crazy Fawn's attack, letting him fire an anti-aircraft cannon. But he did all this not without a price. He felt very heavy pressure. When tampering with the mind, he could feel that there was a magical power in the warlord's head, which kept his brain in a violent, but also rational state. It was quite difficult to disrupt the thinking of such a brain, and it took him a lot of time. It was also because of this that he had to delay the time for the Space Marines to accompany the charge, causing more ordinary soldiers' lives to be lost at this crossroads. When he was controlling the body of Crazy Fawn with telekinesis, he felt that he was wrestling with a tank. No. After the upgrade, his spiritual attribute reached 20 points, and he also got more specialized advanced telekinesis control. He even felt that he could overturn the lion tank in one breath. But on Kuan Ya's body, he could only barely restrict his movements. This was also expected. If he could do this, it would be enough to help the Space Marines. Originally, when Rizzo and Martins had achieved excellent results in close combat, and when they saw that the terrifying armored beast was about to be killed, something went wrong. What was this burst of power? It was very similar to psychic energy, but it was violent, uncontrollable, and full of strange ideas. Is this the so-called WAF energy? WAF force field. A kind of psychic power unique to the green-skinned orcs. A kind of idealistic power. Their technology that I think I can do it. And I can do it. Is essentially derived from this. And in a powerful green-skinned individual like the Orc Fleet Commander, this power can even be transformed into substance. Strengthen his body. And at a critical moment, it can also provide a strong burst of power. The spiritual power that Gu Heng enveloped the Orc Commander was destroyed by this energy. And it also brought him serious backlash damage. However, Gu Heng didn't care about his injuries at all. Seeing the energy bursting out, the severely injured greenskin became full of energy. He kicked Martins away again, and fought with Rizzo with his axe. This time, Rizzo didn't have any advantage, and his body was tilted. Kwangya also took advantage of the situation and chopped 3 times with his axe, smashing Rizzo Priest to the ground. He didn't even frown when 2 plasma beams hit him. Rizzo, who had carried 3 axes of Crazy Fong, had his scepter knocked aside, and lay on the ground with a weak breath, just as he raised his axe, preparing to chop it off again, completely chopping off the head of this big red-skinned shrimp. Gu Heng's spiritual energy surged again, imprisoning his right arm. Despite being seriously injured, he still managed to do this. Of course, Gu Heng injuries became more serious. More blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and ears, and even his eyes were bleeding. But he still managed to restrict the Orc Commander's movements and save the life of old priest Rizzo. At this moment, Martins, who was kicked away for the second time, rushed back again. He roared and slashed the chain sword at the Orc Commander's broken chest again. However, the chain sword was blocked by Kwangya's left arm. His big hands, with steel claws, held Martin's chain sword. The chainsaw made a crackling sound, and it created extremely brilliant sparks with Kwangya's steel claws. But the two of them were indeed in a stalemate. The situation froze for a moment. Gu Heng had realized that it was not good. He could only control the arm of Kwangya holding the axe, and he could not control it for a long time. Once he lost his strength here, the situation of the battle would change immediately. There must be a further solution. He had another trick, to further stimulate the spiritual energy, to give up the control of Kwangya's right arm holding the axe, and to control him to resist Martin's steel claws. In this way, Martins would have the opportunity to use the chainsaw sword to directly cut open the chest of the Orc Warlord, and kill him. But as soon as he lost control of the axe, old priest Rizzo's head would fall off. Should he do this? Gu Heng knew there was no room for hesitation, and he had to make a decision immediately. But before that, there was another variable. His psychic power detected a person who appeared at the hole in the ceiling when Crazy Fong's melta cannon deflected the target. He was a human soldier, wearing the uniform of the Governor's Legion of Angry Owl Star, and judging from the armband, he belonged to the 3rd Independent Regiment. This battle outside the core engine power cabin should not have been participated by the 3rd Independent Regiment. When mobilizing troops, time was too tight, and there was no time to mobilize more troops. That man's appearance here was obviously an accident. But he might bring a huge surprise. After an entire company was killed, Lacroxia, as the highest-ranking person among the remaining 7 people, became the temporary commander. He didn't know where to go, let alone where the company's original mission target was. He could only hold on to a simple idea, taking the remaining 6 people, trying to go to the place where the battle was taking place, hoping to find a serious officer, and then join him, handing over the leadership responsibility that he had to shoulder. But along the way, they basically encountered only finished battles, but did not see any serious officers alive. There was a battlefield that looked the most tragic, with piles of corpses. They passed through it, and picked up a few weapons. Lacroxia knew that the electromagnetic rifles in the hands of the elite Marines were much stronger than their G9A assault rifles. As for the original guns, they didn't dare to throw them away. If they threw away the guns, they would be punished by military law. However, it wouldn't be a crime to pick up a few more guns, right? And what they picked up was not just rifles. They also picked up 2 individual hot melt bombs from a dead Marine with only half of his body left. It was a good thing they had never seen before. But after a few attempts, they roughly knew how to operate it, although there was no guarantee that it would be correct. After all, they didn't dare to really try it. Then, they continued to set off, and halfway through, they heard more intense gunfire. Lacroxia led his men there again, swearing to hand over the command responsibility. I am only suitable to be a soldier, not suitable to be an officer. He thought so. And the reason why this thought became stronger, that was because, even when he led the team to the most intense fighting place, He could lead the team in the wrong direction. They arrived, but they found awkwardly that the intense gunfire seemed to come from under their feet. The environment inside the starship was too complicated. It was not like the surface, where there was only one floor. They reached a higher floor, but it was empty. They wanted to go down to join the battle, but they could not find any higher-level leaders. However, there was always a way out, just as he and his 6 men were trying to find a way down like headless flies. A red beam of light shot up from the bottom, piercing the ground not far away. Hey, isn't there a place to go down? The metal structures there all turned red. The power of the melta cannon was fierce. After a while, when the temperature was not so high, he carefully approached the big hole with a diameter of about 1.2 meters. At first, the hole was not so big. It melted into this in just a few seconds. He looked down from the hole and saw a space marine wearing red power armor and a skull-style helmet falling at the feet of a huge steel greenskin, and another space marine who seemed to be about to chop people with a chainsaw sword, but was blocked by a hand. He recognized that the 2 space marines he saw were from the Phoenix Regiment, although he had only seen them from a distance on the battlefield outside the garbage town. They left a deep impression on people. But even such space marines were caught in a bitter battle. How terrible was that huge greenskin giant? However, it seemed that the guy had reached the end. One hand held the axe but couldn't chop it down, and the other hand blocked the chainsaw sword. Looking at this scene, Lacrosa hesitated for a second, or 2 seconds. Then, he made a decision. I am not suitable to be an officer, but only a soldier. As a soldier, what should I do now? He took out the single soldier hot melt bomb he had picked up before, tore off the sticky protective cover at the back, and turned on the safety. He saw a red countdown on it. Then, he held the bomb and jumped down from the hole, just riding on the shoulder of the green-skinned orc. He weighed only 70 or 80 kilograms, and when he landed on the greenskin giant, the other party did not move at all. But of course, he didn't expect to kill the person by sitting on him. He just quickly put his single soldier hot melt bomb on the bloody chest of the green giant. And then he lost his balance and fell off his shoulder, knocking him unconscious. While he was still confused, he felt a huge force coming from behind his neck. A big hand grabbed the back of his clothes and dragged him back. As the world spun around, he also saw the space marine who had fallen at the feet of the green giant before being dragged back by some invisible force. After a while, he heard an explosion. Was this the sound when a hot melt bomb exploded? First there was a crackling sound, then a muffled sound, and then a gurgling sound. When the force pulling his collar from behind stopped, he didn't care about his painful back. Half climbed up, and looked not far away, only to see that the steel giant had turned fiery red. His limbs and head were fine, but inside the armor on his chest that had been destroyed, it seemed as if a continuously burning red sun appeared, emitting light. The power of the melta bomb caused extremely high temperatures to expand outward. The iron armor on the orc commander was one of the most advanced technologies of the Iron Tooth clan, and it was not so easy to melt. But the flesh and blood inside was different. In a moment, his chest and abdomen were almost burned out. His huge body twisted in vain for a few times, and then it was completely motionless. Lacrosa looked at this scene, a little stunned. Suddenly, his vision was blocked, and a large shadow covered him. Looking up, he saw the man who had just pulled him by the collar and ran back. The space marine holding a chainsaw sword. The space marine's big hand touched his head and said, "You are a hero. Can you tell me what you were thinking before you jumped down?" Lacrosa was still a little dazed, and he didn't know how to answer this question. The moment before jumping down, he didn't think about anything, but his mind was not blank. If he had to give an answer, it would be that when he was sitting on the transport ship, gazing back at his hometown, the Wrathful Owl, in the starry sky, and when he was sleeping in the extremely narrow and closed cabin on the Quintet. He was always thinking about the meaningless question in his mind. I'm thinking about the value of life. He answered the Space Marine's question quite seriously. Chapter 166, Naval Battle Settlement. When Gu Hang opened his eyes again, it was already dozens of minutes later, and the battle at the crossroads had ended. When the soldier from the 3rd Independent Regiment, who came down from the sky, used a melta bomb that came from nowhere to kill the orc warlord, Gu Hang withdrew his telekinetic control over Crazy Fong, and used his psychic power to pull the old priest, who was already on the verge of death and unconscious, back with all his strength to prevent him from being affected by the melt-a-bomb. At the same time, he also saw that Martins, while retreating quickly, did not forget to pull the heroic soldier back. Then, he saw that Kuan Yao was melted by the hot melt bomb from the chest that had completely lost the protection of the armor. And then, the whole person was burned from the inside out. Although, when Kuan Yao died, there were still many green orcs alive on the battlefield. However, according to the characteristics of the green orcs, when the biggest leader died, the threat that the remaining greenskins could pose would suddenly decrease. Without a leader, they began to become chaotic and fought on their own. Moreover, the combat power of Crazy Fong himself was also very useful for this green-skinned orc commando. Without him, he could withstand countless firepower in the front and kill various infantry and armored units. The remaining greenskins, even the killing cans and the fear cans, were far inferior in combat strength. The infantry fighting vehicles began to advance slowly in the passage about 8 meters wide, and the infantry began to use the infantry fighting vehicles as cover and firepower platforms in an orderly manner to attack the enemy. The infantry battalion that came from the south of the intersection also attacked the greenskin group that was in chaos and had lost its fighting spirit. The rocket launcher fired round after round, and in the narrow passage, the power of the explosion was even more terrifying. In addition, although Gu Heng himself could not continue to maintain his combat effectiveness due to psychic overload, and the same was true for Pastor Rizzo, there were still 3 other Space Marines. They became super warriors on the battlefield, playing a role similar to that of Gurney Crazy Fong before. Perhaps, in terms of individual strength, even Martins, the nominal warband leader, is at best only at the level of a company champion, and the leader with shabby equipment is far from being as strong as the orc warlord. However, there are 3 of them after all, and compared to the greenskin warlord, their greater advantage is that they are calmer, more rational, and very good at cooperating with mortal troops. They will not use their power armor to withstand the enemy fiercest firepower, but they know how to solve the problem when the infantry encounters a problem. In general, the battle was basically over, and they won the final victory. Although the troops under Gu Heng also suffered heavy casualties, it was okay to win. Seeing this scene, he could faint without any worries. He had a splitting headache due to excessive use of psychic energy. However, he did not faint for long. It was only a few dozen minutes, which did not affect anything major. After waking up again, he felt much better. Although he was still a little weak, he didn't dare to use his psychic power again, fearing that it would cause more headaches. But at least he could move normally. At this moment, the whole battle was basically over, and his soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield. For the greenskins who were not completely dead, he would shoot them a few more times, or stab them in the head with a bayonet and crush them completely. If he met his own comrades, he would collect their bodies properly. If they were really blown to pieces, he couldn't even tell the bodies apart, so he could only collect the heads. If even the head cannot be recovered, there is nothing we can do. But no matter what, there is one thing that must be recovered: the soldier's armband. On it, the unit number to which the soldier belongs and his own soldier number will be written. In this way, the soldier's identity can be found from the military affairs department built by Thaddeus. All soldiers who died heroically should be remembered. Gu Heng found the body of the orc commander-in-chief. He called Martins to come over and help him cut off the head of the orc commander-in-chief. His head was not completely burned in the hot melt bomb, which was good. He carried his head, accompanied by 2 Space Marines, and went to the bridge command post. As for the other 2 Space Marines, Rizzo had been taken away for treatment by another Space Marine. Quintet Bridge Command Center. Most of Eulicia's energy was still on commanding the ship's operations. She had to keep an eye on the movements of the enemy ships, and also pay attention to the various conditions of the quintet. However, during this process, she always had a part of her mind on the battle that broke out inside the starship. After her own Marine Corps gathered its main force and tried to stop the enemy attack, but was defeated in one wave, a huge panic had already enveloped her heart. What she was most worried about was that during the battle, her starship would explode from the inside. Eulixia also knew that Gu Heng troops were helped by 4 space warriors. Of course, she had high hopes for these 4 angels of the Emperor. However, from a rational point of view, could 4 Space Marines really win against an orc warlord? She did not dare to think deeply about this question, fearing that the result would be too despairing. She could only focus all her attention on commanding the naval battle. During this period, she destroyed another greenskin destroyer. And at the same time, a greenskin frigate was blown up by the firepower of the Beautiful Girl. Of the 2 frigates of the Beautiful Girl caravan that were invaded by the boarding, one returned to normal, but the other had its void shield turned off and was destroyed. But in general, the enemy still had 1 destroyer and 2 frigates left. These remaining forces, even with the quintet alone, were enough to wipe them all out. If it were usual, such as the exercises and simulations at school, she should have opened the champagne at this moment and celebrated a victory with her colleagues in the command group. But now she didn't dare. On the one hand, this was her first serious naval battle, and she didn't dare to be careless. She wouldn't celebrate until she destroyed all the green warships. The victory or failure of this battle was countless times more important than the previous exercises and simulations. On the other hand, there was a huge threat inside the starship, which had not yet been determined. At this time, news came. Gu Heng came back and went to the bridge immediately. What about the specific battle situation? Did we win or not? Yi Lixia asked. No. I don't know. The ship officer who delivered the message was sweating profusely. Governor Gu didn't say. Yi Lixia clapped her hands and wanted to curse. Rationally, if they didn't win, how could Gu Heng dare to come here and keep us in suspense? This should be a win. But without a definite news, how could she be assured? In the end, she could only say bitterly, "Let him in." After that, just 1 minute later, the hatch of the bridge command post opened. Then, with a gurgling sound, a huge head, like a wheel, rolled in. Yelisa was startled, and the strong stench filled her nose, making her almost want to vomit. She was a soldier, a captain, and had seen dead people, but, with her noble status, she rarely went to the bloody battlefield in person. Many cruel battles showed in front of her, most of the time were just a report, a string of numbers, or at best some filmed footage. The son of a noble family of the Navy. The noble Commodore of the Imperial Navy. Why should he take risks personally? Even the pistol on his waist was just a ceremonial weapon. But no matter how miserable she was, she would not scream. She held on, looking carefully at the head that rolled in front of her command desk. This was the head of the orc commander. She was so sure of it. When she raised her head again, she saw Gu Heng, who was pale but smiling proudly, walking towards her with 2 space warriors. Standing in front of the governor's head, Gu Heng said to Yi Lixia on the command platform, "I said, this is the starting point of our glorious road." Yi Lixia's face also bloomed with a bright smile, and the fishy smell in her mouth and nose became sweet. No matter how much she hated the bloody smell of this important enemy, she hoped to smell it more. "Governor Gu, you are a hero." She seemed to no longer care about the fact that before the battle, Gu Heng used the angry All-Star troops, who boarded the ship, to threaten her. This is not because she is generous, but because victory can cover up all contradictions. The war was won, and the benefits she gained were immeasurable. Not only did she not mind Gu Heng threats at that time, but she was even grateful from the bottom of her heart that Governor Gu helped her to strengthen her determination. If she let go of this merit, it would be a pity. The death of the orc commander was great news. She finally didn't have to worry, because during the battle, her own starship exploded from the inside. If the space battle was not still going on at this moment, and if the greenskin ships were not charging it outside the starship, she would have arranged a welcoming ceremony for Gu Heng, who was about to return. Now, she could finally put all her thoughts on commanding the battle. The uneasiness in her heart was swept away, and she was in high spirits and commanded the battle with a calm mind. She felt that even the artillery fire became more accurate and fiercer. In contrast, after realizing that the battle inside the quintet had subsided, the entire ship was no longer in chaos and was no longer affected by the boarding operation. The remaining few ships of the greenskin fleet seemed to understand that their boss seemed to have played himself into trouble this time. Although there was no definite news, they still hesitated. They did not flee, but stopped charging. They hesitated at a certain distance, fighting with the quintet and the beautiful girl who was chasing them from the side. This was obviously a futile decision. After another main destroyer was destroyed, the remaining 3 green frigates did not even have the courage to continue fighting, and chose to flee directly. However, if they only remembered to run at this time, how could they escape? The quintet chased after them, using its advantage in firepower from a distance, and began to call out names one by one. Finally, when the 3 green-skinned frigates started to jump, trying to desperately escape into the astral tunnel. Their power failed, the energy shield system failed, and they were all blown up before the jump began. It was not painful to blow up the green-skinned ships. The green-skinned orc starships were only used by themselves. For humans, even if they captured it, it would be a pile of scrap metal in their hands. And they couldn't even drive it. They couldn't even understand how such a pile of junk could sail stably in space. After all the green warships were destroyed, the battle settlement screen also popped up in Gu Hang perspective. A hearty victory, obtained 1401 points of grace. Naval battle part, 2 losses, 12 destroyed. Beautiful girl caravan, Allied forces 2 losses, 2 destroyed. Imperial Navy, Allied forces 0 losses, 10 destroyed. Land battle part, 13,468 losses, 2623 destroyed. Beautiful girl caravan, Allied forces 5,569 losses, 823 destroyed. Imperial Navy, Allied forces 3,763 losses, 508 destroyed. Phoenix Regiment, Allied forces 0 losses, 63 destroyed. Angry All-Star forces, 4,136 losses, 1229 destroyed. This battle settlement page is a little special. The naval battle part was settled separately, and the destruction effect of the ship has basically nothing to do with Gu Hang. The landing operation has a lot to do with him. The damage caused by the orcs' boarding operation is very great. The troops that came aboard are the most elite troops. The reason why the beautiful girl's caravan suffered more than 5,000 losses is that there was a frigate, and after being boarded, almost all the people inside were killed. In the later stages of the battle, many sailors were no different from unarmed, so the losses would definitely be great. However, there were elite marines on the quintet, and a large number of armed sailors. But the biggest loss was the one when they were stabbed by Gurney Wildfang. Too many people died, and they didn't kill too many greenskins. Only in Gu Hang battle, he had a relatively good combat loss ratio. But it was mainly because he couldn't use heavy firepower, so he could only fight the greenskins face to face, which was very disadvantageous. In addition, in order to kill the orc warlord, he paid a lot of extra casualties. This battle actually lasted for a very short time, compared with the battle to annihilate the greenskin clan in the ruins of the tower, which lasted almost 2 months. This battle, especially the land battle, may have lasted only a few hours, but the intensity of the battle was extremely high. According to Gu Hang estimation, in fact, just looking at the killing of greenskins, the reward points obtained should be only in the hundreds. Even if those greenskins are more elite, there are still many killing cans, fear iron cans, and other things, but there should not be more than 1,000. This is the ratio calculated according to the settlement of the battle in the ruins of the tower. In that 2-month battle, his troops killed 15,000 greenskins, and only got more than 2,000 gift points. However, this time, the harvest of more than 1,000 points is worth thousands of grace points. The biggest difference is probably on the head of the orc commander. At this time, Gu Hang had to be thankful that the one who got the final head was Lacrosa, his soldier. If the final head was taken away by Martins, the victory would be counted on the head of the allied forces, who did not give grace points. And there would probably be fewer grace points when the settlement was made. I must give that kid a heavy medal. Chapter 167. Victory, and the fruits of victory, are not always the same thing. On the way to the quintet in the spaceship, Wang Jirong still felt like she had survived a catastrophe. When the green-skinned orc fleet emerged from the jump point, she really felt that everything was over, and the probability of escape was less than 1%. The appearance of the quintet really saved her life. Thinking calmly, this is definitely not a coincidence. The universe is so big. If it was a pure coincidence, the quintet was about to jump from the star tunnel to leave the wrathful owl galaxy and head to Korogia, and then happened to meet their beautiful girl caravan leaving the star tunnel and being caught up by the greenskins. How low is the probability of this? It must be that the quintet received some intelligence, and then waited here on purpose. They had known about the appearance of the green-skinned orc fleet, which could explain why the quintet was in a silent state, and then used a sneak attack when the battle started, and bombarded with all its might, instantly destroying an enemy destroyer. She did not mean to blame the Imperial Navy. When in the astral tunnel, communication would become very difficult, which was normal. When Wang Jiarong boarded the ship and met Commodore Yilixia, she stepped forward quickly and hugged the female captain. Sister Yilixia, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would be finished this time. This thank you was sincere and heartfelt. There was a reason why she called me sister. The two of them knew each other when they were younger. They were both young people in the upper circles of the Star Zone capital Phase Star, so they had some intersections. When they grew up, they each had their own life experiences. Yi Lixia followed the life trajectory of most children of the Fofana family and entered the Naval Academy, relying on her family background as a direct descendant and her outstanding performance. She became the representative of the younger generation and the youngest captain. Wang Jiarong, on the other hand, did not have a particularly powerful family, but she had a very powerful aunt who married into the Gu family. Tianma Gu family, a family rooted in the Tianma Star region, and whose reputation has spread to many surrounding star regions in recent years, mainly comes from the fact that they are important members of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, with many large-scale interstellar caravans, as well as dozens of small caravans, and strong financial resources. With the help of her aunt, and her family's contribution as shares, she formed her own small caravan under the banner of Gu Caravan, and has been doing well in recent years, so to speak. Since everyone has grown up and had their own experiences, the two have not seen each other or contacted each other for many years. Unexpectedly, by chance, they met here today, and their identities matched. The Imperial caravan was robbed by alien pirates, and the Imperial Navy quickly took action to save the caravan from danger. After a brief hug, and then trying to get closer by calling her sister, Wang Jiarong waved back. The followers who came here with her brought up 3 boxes. It's just a small gift, not a sign of respect. Wang Jiarong smiled and said, when we return to Phase Star, I will give you a big gift as a thank you. She knows how to behave. Although, fighting pirates and aliens is what the Imperial Navy should do. After all, she was rescued, and she had to do what she should do. This is also a way to get closer. This is what our soldiers should do. Yi Lixia said this, but she was not polite at all when she asked someone to accept the gift. Of course, she did not open the box to see what was inside. There was no need for that, it would be too stingy. She also believed that Wang Jiarong would not be so ignorant. After the two chatted for a few words, Wang Jiarong's eyes naturally turned to Gu Heng, who was standing beside him. Cousin. Yeah. Gu Heng just nodded. There was a little coldness between the two of them. This shouldn't be the case. In Gu Heng's memory, there is the figure of this cousin. Her aunt who married into the Gu family is Gu Heng's biological mother. When he was younger, Gu Heng's biological father died early, and he played less with people of the same generation in the Gu family. Instead, he spent more time with his uncle's daughter, Wang Jiarong, and the relationship between the two was quite good. Wang Jiarong's original business route did not include the Angry Owl Star. The reason she came here was because Gu Heng contacted her through the quintet's communication system. She brought a batch of goods that Gu Heng specifically requested, as well as some normal bulk commodities, and prepared to go to the remote Angry Owl Star system. She had already made up her mind that she would not make any money on this trip, and she just wanted to do her cousin a favor. If the relationship was not good enough, and there was also the relationship of aunt/biological mother, who would do this? But unexpectedly, not to mention not making money, it is now a huge loss. After losing 2 frigates, the remaining 2, including the beautiful girl, are all seriously damaged, and it will cost a lot to repair the ships. This loss is not comparable to a small business trip. If she wants to make this money back, she may have to run for many years. Because of this, Gu Heng can understand why Wang Jiarong doesn't have a good face for him. The two have a good relationship. But this time she came to the Angry Owl Galaxy, she lost too much. Gu Heng felt guilty, but not much. Thinking about it carefully, he couldn't be blamed for this. He didn't mean to trick his cousin. He didn't know there was a greenskin fleet approaching when he sent the invitation. It's like asking a taxi driver to give you a lift, and then you get into an accident. You can't blame the passengers for wanting to ride. Right? And I tried my best to save the people in the car. I'm not a prophet. Who could have known that I just asked a caravan to come, and then a greenskin fleet would target me in the Star Realm tunnel? If it were just ordinary pirates, it would be fine. For ordinary pirates, they would only have a few broken ships. Her caravan had 3 frigates, and the firepower of the beautiful maiden, so it was easy to deal with the little pirates. However, by pirate standards, the greenskin fleet that appeared was huge. It would take extreme bad luck to run into such trouble. Moreover, after Gu Heng got the information, he immediately thought of a solution. Of course, it was to save my own planet. But it was also to save my cousin's caravan. You can't blame me. I tried hard to find a solution when the accident happened. And I did save you. Thinking from this perspective, Gu Heng's guilt was mostly gone. However, it was reasonable to compensate for the loss of my cousin. After Wang Jiarong boarded the ship, Yi Lixia and Gu Heng came to greet her. After the initial contact and conversation, they moved to a reception room to continue the in-depth conversation and discuss the aftermath. In the reception room, there was a table, 3 people and 3 chairs. Sitting around the table, there was no special arrangement of seats. The first person to speak was Gu Heng. The war is over. But what happens after the war is equally important. Victory cannot erase the losses. We must strive for the dividends of victory, rather than let victory become a scar. He made an opening speech. The 2 people next to him both thought it made sense. Victory is one thing, and the fruits of victory are another. Don't think you can eat fruit if you win. There are many examples where winning is worse than losing. Especially this battle. There is no option to capture warships when fighting against greenskins. 12 greenskin warships all became space junk, and the spoils were basically zero. In terms of their own losses, the beautiful girl caravan lost 2 ships, and the repair of the quintet was also a huge sum of money. Even Gu Heng, who suffered the least losses, suffered more than 4,000 casualties, and at least 40 wanderer tanks. This is the output of Gu Heng military factory for almost a month. If we can't find another place to reap the fruits of victory, then we will lose even if we win. Moreover, there is another implicit meaning here. On the one hand, we have to fight for the fruits of victory. And on the other hand, it depends on how they divide them. Wang Jiarong agrees with Gu Heng's point. However, she is a little puzzled as to why her cousin seems to be in charge and presiding over the meeting. More importantly, Yi Lixia doesn't seem to be disgusted by this and listens very seriously. This incident was not an accident, Gu Heng continued. This was a premeditated, planned invasion of the Pegasus Star region by the Iron Tooth clan. It included the release of spores to the Angry Owl Star, attempting to green and infect the entire planet, and using it as a springboard for attacking and invading the Pegasus Star region. I thwarted their actions on the surface of the planet, and with the help of the Navy, I destroyed the Pioneer clan that the Iron Tooth clan cultivated on the Angry Owl Star during the last governor's term. The Iron Tooth clan was not willing to accept defeat, and sent out the main fleet, 4 destroyers and 12 frigates, including a large number of land forces, to try to forcibly attack the wrathful Owl Star. I intercepted the intelligence, and the quintet contacted the nearby beautiful girl caravan. With the power granted by the War Act, I temporarily requisitioned the caravan ships, lured the green-skinned alien fleet into the predetermined ambush position, and fought a beautiful annihilation battle near the number 1 tunnel jump point of the wrathful Owl Star system. The greenskin fleet was completely destroyed, and the orc commander was beheaded. Gu Heng was telling a story, and beside him, the 2 ladies looked more and more serious as they listened. Now, the content of their discussion was the information that would be reported to the Star District government and the Imperial Military Affairs Department. Lying is not okay. Making up facts, exaggerating the results, concealing losses. You can't lie about these factual issues. You can bet that the Star District government doesn't care. You can bet that the Imperial Military Affairs Department can't find out. But if you bet, you have to admit defeat. And if you lose, you will have nothing. But Gu Heng's statement is not afraid of investigation. In terms of specific facts, there is no fiction. There is indeed a crisis of greenskin proliferation on the Angry Owl Star. There are already quite a few greenskin clans with tens of thousands of them. And the level of technology has reached the level of having killing cans and fear iron cans. Greenskin warriors have appeared. Who can say that such a greenskin army is wild primitive greenskins? Even if it is taken for genetic sequencing, it is definitely the Iron Tooth clan. The Iron Tooth clan is a large space orc clan with a certain reputation in the Star Sea. Its main activity range is in the Eastern Universe. The most famous thing it has done is to destroy more than 50 Imperial worlds in 3-star regions. To this day, they are still entrenched there, and have not been eliminated. The war between humans and them has been going on. Then, the size of the greenskin fleet, with a configuration of 4+8, is also completely true. The quintet also really pulled together the beautiful girl caravan, and completely annihilated the fleet around the jump point of the Wrathful Owl Galaxy. The general results of the battle are not a problem, and they are completely true. But this statement, in comparison, Sounds much more beautiful than the facts. Greenskin proliferation was found on the Angry Owl star. It was derived from biological research before the destruction of the Angry Owl star. The local greenskins sent a message to space, which was received by the greenskin fleet. The looting fleet came here alone, and the beautiful girl caravan was involved, and was attacked unexpectedly, and then rescued by the quintet. What's the meaning of this? According to Gu Heng, everyone is in favor. The whole thing was magnified into a key attack of the Iron-Tooth clan on the Pegasus Star region, and the vanguard was defeated. This is a great military achievement. Much greater than wiping out a group of greenskin pirates. Wang Jiarong was particularly satisfied with this statement. Her caravan, with a change of flag, was not only no longer a simple victim, but also a rescued person, but also a caravan that was recruited to cooperate with the Imperial Navy. According to the relevant laws, she can report the loss to the Imperial Chamber of Commerce and the Ministry of Military Affairs and get some compensation. It's not that she will be directly replaced with the 2 destroyed frigates, but at least there will be a considerable amount of funds, and there will also be similar higher-level ship purchase qualifications, ship purchase discounts, tax reduction and compensation. Especially ship purchase qualifications. You can't just buy a large starship if you want to. The imperial government has strict restrictions on this. If it works well, you can get a destroyer, or even a cruiser-sized ship. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can sell it and earn a huge income. After all these, you may not only get back all the losses, but also make a lot of money. At the same time, Yelisa will get the most profit. In other words, she and her quintet were the absolute main force in this battle. No matter how the fruits of victory were divided, she would inevitably take the biggest bite. The Iron-Tooth clan's vanguard fleet that invaded the Pegasus region consisted of 12 regular naval ships. But she and a small caravan destroyed them all. She was the supreme commander, the absolute main force in the battle. And her decisive judgment, excellent strategy, and amazing record were all on the table. She successfully defeated the orcs' attack, destroying the orcs' naval power. The quintet was damaged? What does that mean? The Military Affairs Department will pay for the repairs. This is not her responsibility at all, but a merit. With the influence of the Fofana family in the Imperial Navy, she will be made into a rising star. With only the military school performance and exercise performance, she can become a brigadier general and a captain. Now, her amazing military exploits are here, and it is a foregone conclusion that her rank will be quickly promoted to a real general. This will even pave the way for her to make further progress in the future. She will be promoted to Major General in 1 year. After a few more years, she will have the hope of becoming the fleet commander of the Pegasus fleet. Gu Heng can also get a lot of benefits by destroying the surface pioneers, providing important intelligence, and participating in the Star War to eliminate the Orc Warlord. Chapter 168. Gu Heng passed compared to the 2 ladies. Gu Heng was able to get relatively less, but he was very satisfied. The target of the Iron-Tooth clan's plundering fleet was the Wrathful Owl Star, pulling the caravan and the navy. It was equivalent to solving a huge problem for him that he could not solve with his own ability. This was the biggest gain, and the thousands of gift points seemed to be incidental, as it should be. However, Gu Heng will still try to gain more additional rights for himself, eliminate the surface pioneers, provide important intelligence, participate in the Star War to eliminate the Orc Warlords. The planetary defense forces of the Wrathful Owl Star have made such a great contribution in this war, and the losses are also great. Shouldn't the Military Affairs Department consider sending me some more advanced equipment to deal with the wars that may happen in the future? Even Gu Heng is still thinking about something. Now, there is already accurate intelligence involving a behemoth like the Iron-Tooth clan, which may launch a large-scale attack on the Pegasus Star region. They have actually sent out the vanguard fleet. Then, the Empire needs to strengthen its defenses on the Wrath of the Owl. Is that okay? In addition to stationing a starship, equipping a certain amount of land forces, stationing a real Astra Militarum Corps, is that reasonable? Right? Oh, the Astra Militarum is stretched to its limits? Can't temporarily allocate a sufficient force? It doesn't matter. I, Gu Heng, the Empire's planetary governor, the Emperor's most loyal subject, must share the Empire's worries. This matter is left to Angry Owl Star. As the planetary governor, Gu Heng will fully support the construction of the Star Army. With only 10 million tax coins, a group army of hundreds of thousands of people equipped with various heavy weapons can be established on Angry Owl Star. The people and equipment are all from the planet. Governor Gu Heng, because of his outstanding performance in the last war, can serve as the commander of this star army. But this is very difficult to implement. There are examples of planetary governors serving as commanders of star army, but they are rare. If he can't handle it, Gu Heng can also accept pushing Thaddeus to this position as a second choice. Since a new group is to be established, the Empire must of course provide funding. 10 million tax coins. Isn't that just right? Angry Owl Star was supposed to pay an imperial tax in a year and a half. The imperial tax amount of Angry Owl Star is the lowest. This planet is within the Imperial Taxation Department, with a rated population of 50 million, and an annual imperial tax of 5 million tax coins per year, once every 2 years, 10 million each time. For his first tax payment, he only needs to pay 1/4 of it, which is a concession from the Star District government. Of course, the Imperial Taxation Bureau does not recognize this. In essence, the extra 7.5 million is paid by the Star District government on behalf of Angry Owl Star to the Imperial Taxation Bureau. Then the 7.5 million tax coins from the Star District government should not be paid to the Imperial Taxation Bureau, but should be transferred to me. They can be given to me directly, plus the 2.5 million tax coins that Angry Owl Star itself has to pay, which adds up to 10 million. It is reasonable to build a group army with a size of more than 500,000 troops on the Angry Owl Star, equipped with various heavy weapons. At that time, Gu Heng will put all his troops in it. Anyway, military construction is something that needs to be done, and the biggest support is still the one. If the imperial tax revenue is used to offset it, everyone will be happy. The soldiers of the army are my people. The officers are my people. The supreme commander is my people. And the team is also guarding the planet. I still have the final say in everything. It's just a name change. Of course, it's not completely harmless. After all, the Star Army is different from the Planetary Defense Force. The latter is completely under the command of the governor, and is only responsible for the internal affairs of the planet. The former must obey the dispatch of the Military Affairs Department. Today, the order of the troops is to garrison the Angry Owl Star, so Gu Heng can still use his influence to completely control the entire team. But tomorrow, maybe a transfer order will come, and it is possible that the troops will be pulled to fill the line on a battlefield where they can't bear the pressure. Is it possible not to accept orders? But this kind of thing is very imaginary. Not to mention that the probability of it happening is not particularly high. Even if it does not turn into the Star Army, when there is a real need, the Military Affairs Department invokes a special emergency law, recruits the Planetary Defense Force, and joins the Star Army. That is also a common thing, and Gu Heng can't stop it. Instead of that, it's better to turn into the Star Army. If they are really taken away, then take them away. Anyway, the money for forming the army, or the people, it can be regarded as the taxes allocated by the Empire to buy their lives. Just treat it as normal tax payment. Does Gu Heng lose anything? It is more reliable than the Planetary Defense Force being requisitioned without any compensation. Of course, the above are just Gu Heng ideas. If you want to turn it into reality, there is still a long way to go. He said to the two ladies, this is essentially to transform the reality of military victory into a tangible political victory, and then into corresponding economic benefits. Since everyone agrees with the statement I put forward, then what remains is to solve some minor problems. Yilixia also nodded, and she further added, there is no problem with the general facts. But there are two more important links. First, what exactly does the intelligence I intercepted say? Second, Yilixia recruited the beautiful girl caravan to participate in the battle in the name of the Imperial Navy, which requires empirical evidence. Wang Jiarong said, the latter problem is relatively easy to solve. Sister Yilixia, please sign a conscription order, a paper one, and say that it was signed later. At the same time, you need to create a communication record. At the beginning of the battle, I accepted the conscription of the Imperial Navy. The actions after leaving the jump point were all to lead the greenskin fleet to the predetermined combat location. Gu Heng also said, I will do the intercepted intelligence work in the ruins on the surface. They began to discuss in detail how to patch it up and ensure the details can withstand scrutiny. In fact, this is mostly useless. If there is no problem with the general facts, the Military Affairs Department will probably not go into these details. If they have to send a special review team to carefully verify the specific details of each war, the countless wars that are happening every moment between the stars will be too much for the Military Affairs Department to check. Sometimes, the Military Affairs Department even knew that there might be some problems in some places, but they were too lazy to care. generally speaking. As long as there was no false reporting of military achievements, and no fabrication of facts in major events. That was enough. As for what happened after the achievements were reported, the three of them tacitly did not talk much. How Wang Jiarong would make up for the losses through operations, or even make a fortune, was her business, and that of the Gu family behind her. How Yi Lixiao and the Fofana family behind her would package her as a star general of the Imperial Navy through operations was also their business, including Gu Heng himself. He also had to find his own way to turn his ideas into reality. These things did not need to be communicated with each other. When the general achievements were confirmed, how to get political benefits depended on their own abilities. Gu Heng had an in-depth exchange with the two ladies for a long time. It was said that only some details needed to be supplemented. But even these details had to be done to perfection. There was only a small probability that the Imperial Military Affairs Department would investigate. And even if they did, they would probably not investigate too seriously. It was confirmed that a group of greenskins were indeed slaughtered on the surface. That 12 greenskin ships were indeed blown up at the jump point. And that the head that was chopped off did belong to an orc commander. And that was the end of it. But just for that tiny probability, things must be done as beautifully as possible, to avoid even the slightest accident. After the agreement was made, the rest was for each of them to go back and execute. After Yi Lixiao left first, in the small living room, only Gu Heng and Wang Jiarong, the brother and sister, were left. The two of them were silent for a while. In fact, at this time, Wang Jiarong was no longer too angry about the loss. Although, this caravan was registered under her name, but in essence, it was the property of Gu Company. She is the commander, the shareholder, and the leader. This heavy loss is not her fault. She was targeted by the invincible pirates. Her guilt is not particularly serious. Her status in the company will decline, and she will lose a lot of money on her investment. These are what she should have. But they will not really ruin her. Moreover, according to the new statement given by her cousin, she can still turn losses into profits, or even make a lot of money, and then everything will be back. The incident itself cannot be blamed entirely on her cousin. With several factors combined, she really couldn't get angry with her cousin who she grew up with. But she couldn't show too much intimacy. This was mainly because of another thing. She sighed and said, "Cousin, in fact, Andy still misses you very much." "Oh," Gu Heng replied. He didn't mean anything else. From the memory of his previous life, he could see the figure of a beautiful woman. However, in his perception, his previous life had very conflicting feelings towards his mother. Love, of course, but also some resentment. To be honest, he didn't really want to care about the family affairs of his previous life. Those things he dug out from his memory, in his feeling, were always separated by a layer of gauze, a layer of cloth. They were clearly there, but he didn't feel deeply. It was like watching a movie. The story was clearly there, and it was also accompanied by psychological feelings. But he didn't feel that it was something that happened to him. Of course, he couldn't let go of these things. These things are in my mind, in my memory, and I can't throw them away. In addition, he was able to become the planetary governor because of his family background. And he will not be able to lose this identity in the future. Alienated, but the contradiction that cannot be cut off, summed up in his performance, is just a calm oh. Wang Jiarong on the opposite side misunderstood. She sighed again. "Cousin, you can't blame my aunt. Alas. Anyway, it's your fault this time. Leader Pei Desi has appointed you to be the governor of Angry Owl Star. You shouldn't have agreed to it. This will put your Gu family in a very passive position." Gu Heng heart moved. Is there a hidden secret? In his memory, he was one of the core children of this generation of the Gu family. His grandfather was the leader of the previous generation of the family. His father should have been in this position, but he died not long after he was born. The current Gu family does not have a real leader. His mother, Ms. Wang Qi, was quite capable. This was Gu Heng's evaluation of the beautiful woman in his memory. A woman who married into the family, and whose husband died just after she gave birth. In the subsequent internal struggles of the family, she preserved a large number of interests belonging to her own small family. And in the current Gu business, she became an important branch force. This was not easy. However, when she was wholeheartedly engaged in her career, she inevitably neglected her son. In his previous life's memory, his relationship with his mother was rather indifferent, and he had little contact time. In addition, he was strictly disciplined. During his growth, He encountered all kinds of rumors in the family, and his fellow tribesmen secretly isolated him. His grades and performance were average, and he was not recognized. All these things added up to be the source of his previous life's resentment. Then, a few months ago, he met the head of the Star Zone, Mr. Luo and Pei Deci, at a gathering of the upper class. There is a big gap between the two. One is the leader of the Star region, and the other is just a rich second generation. But Pei Deci chatted carefully with Gu Heng for a while during a toast exchange. According to the memory and feeling of his predecessor, he felt respected. Leader Pei Deci praised him with a kind and gentle attitude, saw the potential in him that had not yet been shown, and had expectations for his future. Then, they talked about the Angry Owl Star, saying that they hoped that a child of the Gu family could serve as the governor of the Angry Owl Star and solve such a difficult problem for the Star region. The predecessor was not completely stupid. He could see that the Star District leader was a bit of a liar, but he still accepted it without hesitation. From his perspective, Angry Owl Star was the origin of the Pegasus Star District. After it returned to the Empire, it had not paid enough taxes to the Empire, and the Star District government had to pay the difference. The decision to rebuild Angry Owl Star was made by the leader of Pedes, who expanded the 9th world in addition to the 8 worlds in the Pegasus Star District. Recovering the territory, this is the main achievement that Pedes reported to the higher-level regional government. At that time, he had just become the head of the Star Zone not long ago. The nature of the Star Zone head is different from that of the local emperor like the planetary governor. The latter is more like a lord, who controls the military, politics and finance, and ensures that the loyal empire's tax revenue is no problem, and it is difficult to move them. The former is more like a bureaucrat, a politician, who needs political achievements, who needs to tell stories to decorate the facade, and who needs the support of the powerful planetary governor to sit firmly in the position of the boss of the Star Zone. However, the story of recovering the homeland that he talked about when he first came to power did not expect that this matter would be rotten in the end. After decades of work, he ended up with a burden. This is not only because of the conditions of the Angry Owl Star itself. The environment is terrible and difficult to deal with, but also because the political enemies in the Star region are constantly dragging their feet, and the reconstruction work has been delayed. Pei Deci has had enough of this situation and must solve this problem. He wants to unite the Fofana family and the Gu family to solve this problem at once. The Pedes brothers, the Fofana family, and the Gu family. These 3 families are an iron triangle in the Tianma Star region. Fofana represents the Imperial Navy, and the Gu family represents abundant financial resources. In addition, with the political influence of the Pedes brothers, one as the governor of Fei Star, and the other as the head of the Star region, they are fully capable of building up the Angry Owl Star thoroughly. And Gu Heng's predecessor believed that he was the most capable person in the Gu family that Mr. Pedes found. He was even worried that there would be accidents, such as whether other children in the family would steal his position as governor. He didn't tell anyone until the appointment letter came down. Then, he slapped his mother hard. Chapter 169 next time. For sure, Gu Heng can confirm that the greatest resentment of his predecessor towards his mother was after that slap. Memory, Ms. Wang Qi gasped for breath. After beating him, she said to him with great disappointment, "How could I have a son like you? Incompetent, stupid, knowing nothing. If it were just like this, I could also guarantee you a lifetime of wealth. But you have ambitions that don't match your abilities. You are really not even 1/10,000th as good as your father. You disappoint me so much." These words pierced his heart. His mother looked down on him. This made him angry and resentful. So he took a personal attendant with him and took office alone. But he was not here to die. At least, that was the idea of his predecessor, according to Gu Heng's predecessor's concept. Under normal circumstances, he was indeed the one who saved the Angry Owl Star from the water and fire. It was true that many governors had died before, and once the empire's tax collection was not completed, his identity, as a core child of the Gu family, would not be able to save his life. This was the fundamental rule of the empire. But he is not afraid. What kind of rotten fish and shrimps were the previous governors? And I, Gu Heng, am the chosen one of destiny. The head of the Star region, based on his own political interests, is determined to build up the Wrathful Owl Star. Fofana fully supports it. The Navy directly dispatched a cruiser to garrison the Wrathful Owl Star. There is no need to worry too much about the military force. Add to that the financial resources of the Gu family. Is there any reason why this matter cannot be done? I don't support it. If I don't support it, then I don't support it. Wang Qi doesn't have the final say over the Gu family. There are so many uncles. What is the Tianma Star Region Iron Triangle? What's more, the appointment letter has been issued. In the center of the empire, he is already a registered planetary governor. There is no room for regrets on this matter. He can't regret it, after being slapped by his mother. When Gu Heng was looking through his memories, he could clearly feel that. His predecessor had a thought. If he really died, then he would follow his mother's wishes, and you would be very happy if such a useless son died. Gu Heng knew what happened next very well. He traveled through time and space, replacing his predecessor, who was on his way to take office. It took him almost a month to travel from Fei Star to Nushu Star on the starship. And he had been working hard on the surface for 5 or 6 months. A total of half a year. The Gu family was really cruel, and didn't give him a penny. That's it. At this moment, Gu Heng reviewed the whole thing in his mind, and clearly felt that his predecessor had been cheated. The few words his mother cursed at him, really. There was no big problem. The main reason was that Gu Heng didn't feel anything real about it, so she cursed. Anyway, she wasn't cursing me. Oh, it turned out she was cursing me. So it's okay. The problem of his predecessor was huge. He could see a little deeper, but he didn't see enough. He saw that behind this matter, there was Pei Desi's plan based on his own political interests, and he saw that the three parties were very strong together, and could solve the problem, but he was too blind. Why did Pei Desi, the leader of the Star region, start directly with a relatively small figure like him? According to Gu Heng's judgment, it is very likely that Pei Desi has not been able to deal with the Gu family at all. The matter of the three families joining forces may have only existed in the imagination of his predecessor from the beginning. Pei Desi pulled Gu Heng's predecessor, the foolish boy, into the game, in order to drag the Gu family behind him into the water. The core child became the governor, and the imperial appointment letter has come down. The rice has been cooked, and you can't really not spend a penny. Right? Especially for Madame Wang Qi. This is her only son, and because of her awkward status as a widow, her husband had passed away for decades, and her connection with the Gu family depended on this son with the surname Gu. Logically speaking, she could never accept her son's death after failing to be the governor. Not to mention the family relationship. If Gu Heng died, she would really have no blood connection with the Gu family. So how could she directly control a branch of the Gu business? Split up the family? The rest of the Gu family would not allow it, and there would be a bloody storm. But I didn't expect that. Either the Gu family or Wang Qi himself really had a hard heart and didn't support them at all, which not only caused Pei Desi's plan to drag the Gu family into the water to fail, but also caused a huge conflict between the two sides. This was analyzed by Gu Heng himself, without intelligent support. However, thinking about the root cause, actually Gu Heng didn't understand. Gu family, which should be a firm supporter of Pei Desi, abandoned the so-called Iron Triangle position, and didn't support Pei Desi in rebuilding the Angry Owl Star. Gu Heng lacked enough information on this matter, and could not analyze it. However, from what his cousin said, she might know something. After thinking about it, Gu Heng decided to play it straight. He said, "During the days since I came to the Angry Owl Star, I have made some achievements. In my spare time, I also reflected on the whole thing. I know that I made a mistake and shouldn't have come here. But I still don't understand why you... Oh, it's us, the Gu family, who don't support the leader Pei Desi to rebuild the Angry Owl Star." After Gu Heng finished speaking, Wang Jiarong looked at her cousin in surprise. According to her understanding of her cousin, her words just now were mostly in vain, and might even cause disgust. She was just in the middle, so she had to say this and give some advice. But her cousin's reaction did not seem to show disgust, and he even listened sincerely. This was different from his impression of his cousin. Of course, Wang Jiarong was happy about this. She saw a little hope of solving the problem between her aunt and cousin. If the relationship between the two could be reconciled, it would not only be a good thing for the personal relationship, but more importantly, the biggest problem of her aunt's power in the Gu family was the name problem. The cousin was the most natural person in charge of this family power. The source of legitimacy for her aunt's control of this power was her late husband and Gu Heng. But the problem was that after all, it was her late husband. The longer he died, the weaker the legitimacy of this branch of the family. And Gu Heng, her son, not only did not have a good relationship with her, but also took a mission with a high probability of death. But if the two worked together, this problem could be solved to a large extent. Therefore, Wang Jiarong's attitude in the conversation became more serious. She thought carefully for a while, and said, I don't know the things behind it very clearly. I can only tell you my understanding. First, this is a loss-making business. Or in other words, the investment cycle is too long, and the return is too slow. We are merchants, not asset-heavy industries. Although the price of spacecraft is very high, it is rare to buy it with full capital. In most cases, capital is pooled and purchased in shares. Moreover, even if it is a full investment purchase, a starship can be put into operation immediately after purchase, and it can generate income and pay back after a few years. But the reconstruction of a wasteland planet requires a huge amount of capital, much higher than a large starship, and it takes many years. Very continuous investment, and it is unknown how many years it will take to generate income. A large amount of funds and resources invested in this planet will cause a very heavy burden on the family, and may even affect normal operations. What's more, behind the high investment and long cycle, there are also high risks. Angry Owl Star has not been successful for so many years. Who knows if it can be successful this time? High investment, high risk, long cycle. These characteristics add up to make the family not want to invest normally at all. If it is really as Mr. Pei Desi said, the Tianma Iron Triangle works together, and the other two companies share the cost, it's fine. But this is not the case. The Fofana family provided a cruiser, which was to encourage the Imperial Navy to go out as a mission. They did not pay a penny, and the cruiser would only stay on the Angry Owl Star for 2 years at most. Head of Pedes provided a letter of appointment as the planetary governor, as well as political support. In theory, the value of this letter of appointment is very, very high, equivalent to obtaining an entire planet. But unfortunately, this letter of appointment is for the Angry Owl Star, a place where whoever becomes the governor will die. They paid all this, but Gu Group has to pay almost all the cost of rebuilding the planet. No matter how others measure the value difference between these three things, at least, Gu Group is not satisfied with this and feels that it is completely unequal. After hearing this, Gu Heng seemed to have a sudden realization. Indeed, it was agreed that the three families would work together, and the two of you only contributed so little, but you want me to be the scapegoat. If Gu Heng were the head of the family, he would not be willing to agree. Wang Jiarong paused, and continued to give the second reason. Moreover, the Gu family has recently been repairing relations with the Fash family. They are the real local bosses in the Tianma Star region. Among the 8 worlds in the Star region, there are 3 governors with the surname Fash. They have conflicts with Mr. Pedes, and their relationship with us was not good in the past, but it has eased recently. If we want to do business, the 3 planets of the Fash family cannot be given up, but they have significant interests on the Angry Owl Star. You have been on this planet for a while. I wonder if you have heard of Blackbird Heavy Industry. This enterprise on the Angry Owl Star is, in essence, controlled by the Fokkers family. Before the Angry Owl Star was recovered as an imperial world, it was an uninhabited planet without taxation. The Fokkers family intended to maintain this status. They did not need to be restricted by anything they did on the planet through Blackbird Heavy Industries, and they did not need to pay taxes. There is even reason to suspect that they put a lot of the output of their 3 planets on Blackbird Heavy Industries, and used the special characteristics of the Angry Owl Star to avoid taxes. Of course, this is purely speculation. There is no evidence. Otherwise Chief Pedes would have killed them with this. Recovering the Angry Owl Star is a move by Chief Pedes to attack the Fash family, and it is a battlefield for their political struggle. At the critical point of repairing the relationship between the Gu family and the Fash family, your coming here directly interrupted the process, destroying the family's efforts for a long time in the past. And the relationship between the two sides will fall to the freezing point again. Gu Heng nodded again, indicating that he understood. That's probably the 2 aspects. Wang Jiarong said. So I said, what you did this time, cousin, not only made my aunt angry, but everyone in the Gu family was actually quite annoyed. Since you came to take over, my aunt has been under even greater pressure. It's not that she really doesn't want to help you at all, but she has no choice. Otherwise it will be difficult to explain to the family. And, am I not here? Thank you. Gu Heng nodded gently. Your coming here is crucial. But did my mother ask you to come? Or did she agree to this matter? That's not the case. I came here by myself. Wang Jiarong looked a little embarrassed, but she immediately made up for it. But my aunt must have acquiesced, otherwise she would have contacted me long ago and told me not to come. Oh, acquiesced. Gu Heng kept a polite smile on his face, without any more sarcasm. Wang Jiarong sighed. I knew it was not that easy to mend the relationship between the mother and son. I had tried for so many years in the past, but it never worked, not to mention that there are bigger conflicts between them now. It is so hard for me to be a cousin or a niece. Anyway, cousin, why don't you find a time to contact your aunt? The cost of real-time communication is relatively high. I don't have the conditions here, but there should be a way on the quintet. Make an appointment in advance and then... Forget it. Forget it. Gu Heng interrupted quickly. Stop. Let's just leave it at that. I don't know what to say to her recently. You can't just keep wasting time like this. Right? Next time for sure. Under his cousin's regretful gaze, he ended the conversation. He had other things to do. His troops suffered heavy casualties when dealing with the greenskins who boarded the quintet. There were only 20,000 people on the starship, and more than 4,000 were killed or injured, which was more than 20% of the casualties. As the commander, Gu Heng had to go down to comfort the soldiers. This was also a way to win people's hearts, proving that the governor still cared about his comrades. Anyway, he was idle on the starship. In addition, he also went to visit Rizzo. This was also reasonable, as the Space Marines had risked their lives for him many times. The head priest of the Phoenix was in good condition. The 3 axes of the Orc commander were not good. But after all, none of them really hit his vital parts. 1 axe on his shoulder and 1 on his chest armor caused him serious injuries. But after all, the power armor reduced the damage. It's his armor. I'm afraid it can't be repaired. Gu Heng also comforted the old priest. This time, the caravan I invited brought some new power armor, which I specially asked someone to help purchase. You should take good care of yourself. And don't worry about not having power armor to wear. There will be new ones for you later. After that, Gu Heng turned his head and said to Martins, Captain, you also have a share. Among the special products purchased, there are not only ordinary power armors that can be used for the future development of members of the war group, but also a set of Terminator power armor, which is specially prepared for you, to thank the war group for its help during this period of time. Chapter 170, Can't You Bear to Part With Me? When Martins heard that there was a new power armor, which also included a set of Terminators, he was also moved. Terminator-type power armor has far stronger performance than ordinary power armor. The armor is thicker, the built-in power system is more powerful, and it can be equipped with heavier weapons and equipment. Whether it is used as a powerful firepower support platform at medium and long distances, or close-range melee, it has incomparable advantages. Even inside its heavy shoulder armor, there are 2 small shield generators, which further enhance the capabilities of the Terminator armor. In the past, when the Phoenix was still developed, there were only a few dozen Terminators in the entire regiment of 1,000 people. Compared with ordinary tactical armor, the Terminator armor has 2 disadvantages. First, it is expensive, and much more expensive. Second, it is not flexible enough. After wearing the Terminator, it is probably not possible to move silently. The Terminator armor, which is 3 or 4 times heavier than ordinary armor and also has a shield generator, will also hinder flexibility even if it also has a neural interface and an electronic muscle bundle. But compared to the stronger firepower, stronger strength, thicker armor, and energy shield it provides, the loss of flexibility is completely acceptable. Martins couldn't help but sigh. If he had a set of Terminator armor on him during the battle on the surface, Schneider would not have died. Stronger equipment, not only for himself, but also to protect more fighting brothers around him. In addition, he also noticed that Gu Heng mentioned more power armor. Obviously, this is to prepare for the development of more people in the regiment in the future. Using the gene seeds of the 3 brothers who died in the previous battle, they can theoretically add 3 new members. Before, he was also worried about the problem of power armor, especially Schneider's set was severely damaged and could not be repaired. Now, there is no need to worry. Thank you, he said to Gu Heng. Gu Heng waved his hand. It's my turn to thank you. Inspecting the army, visiting the wounded soldiers, visiting the Phoenix regiment that played an important role. This is what Gu Heng did on the way back to the orbit of the Angry Owl star. The way back, even if it is a starship, it will take several days to fly. Halfway, he also saw a new system message. Another month has passed, and the monthly fixed gift points have been distributed. The number of grace points this time, compared to the last time, has increased again. The increase is not particularly large, but it has reached 678 points. The main increase comes from the newly included garbage town. There are 100,000 workers in the town, 100,000 scavengers, a total of 200,000 people, which gives a monthly income of 55 grace points. There is still a lot of room for growth. The garbage town has been semi-shut down in the past month. Due to the war, scavenging, raw material processing, and supporting service industries have been mostly stopped, resulting in the fact that productivity has not been tapped at all, so that there are many people, but not many grace points. Now that the war has stopped, related production is being restored. I think this number will eventually have a relatively high growth rate. In addition, Weishing City, Fuxing City, other recovered and preserved scatter camps, added together the total is this number. When this month's salary arrives, even if the 500 points of grace that Gu Hang spent to upgrade his level to LV5 are removed, he still has a huge number of grace points on hand, which is 4,658 points. He had only one thought: go back quickly, build the building system that has been unlocked, but has not been built yet, and draw the technology that should be drawn. After spending all the more than 4,000 points, his territory development will reach a new level. He has never been so rich. He even thought of the things he talked about with his cousin before. The investment of the Gu family? No need. Do cheaters need to spend money? I, Gu Hang, can develop my planet to this point, all by my own efforts. Technology panel, draw it for me. Architecture panel, build it for me. To be honest, after learning about the various messed up things about the predecessor's mother, the predecessor's family, and the Star District government from his cousin, Gu Hang didn't really have much feeling in his heart, neither hope nor disappointment. At least in his own development, he never counted on the help of others. He developed well on his own, relying on those black boxes that would make the Mechanicus drool. Gu Hang was really not afraid of anything else. Just give me some time. And don't do too many weird things. However, this is where the problem lies. Not counting on other support. Helping is one thing, but not unexpectedly is another. His identity. The reason for his appointment. The political struggle of various forces gathered in the Angry Owl Star. These are all inseparable whirlpools. If you want to develop well without being disturbed, Gu Hang, as the governor, really can't just ignore it. He must be clear about what kind of political ecology he is facing. The information brought by Wang Jiarong gave him a lot of inspiration. As the leader of the Qianlong Star Zone, Pei Desi had to subdue the Fokkers family, the local snake, and the two sides engaged in political struggles around the Angry Owl Star. The Gu family was originally in Pei Desi's camp. Now it is probably not at the stage of jumping out of the car. But at least they don't want to be so deeply tied to the two sides and want to repair the relationship with the local snake. But Pei Desi was obviously not happy. He tricked the fool Gu Hang predecessor into joining the game. On the one hand, he wanted to get something for nothing and get the Gu family to pay to help him solve the source of the Angry Owl Star. On the other hand, even if it didn't work, it would interrupt the process of repairing the relationship between the Gu and Fa families, and prevent one of his corners of the Tianma Iron Triangle from falling to the other side. There are many twists and turns here. He combined some memories and information in his mind and grasped a key point. To put it bluntly, the Gu family's business has been doing well in recent years, and its influence has spread to multiple surrounding star regions, not just limited to the Tianma star region. Their dependence on the leader Pedesai has become lower, and on the contrary, the demand for key markets, such as Fash, has increased. This is a change in the overall situation, which has led to some adjustments in the overall strategy of the Gu family. And if it falls on me, the situation will be even more complicated. He is a member of the Gu family, but he has a bad relationship with his mother. The Gu family also opposes him to be the governor. After he took office, he did not care about anything. He was the one who got the appointment letter by Pei Desi. But Pei Desi essentially wanted to drag the Gu family into the water. However, because the Gu family quickly cut ties with Gu Hang, the plan could not be realized, and the relationship with the Gu family became even more tense. It is hard to say what attitude this leader has towards Gu Hang. The Fofana family, to which Li Xiao belongs, is currently on the same side as Pedes, so there is no need to separate them for the time being. The Fokkers family was Gu enemy in the past, but they are now repairing their relationship. However, the governor's actions to consolidate power on the planet will inevitably affect their important asset arrangements. No matter what the relationship with Gu will eventually be, their stance will definitely not be good with Gu Hang. No! After analyzing it this way, Why do I feel that my current political environment is so bad? Everyone is my enemy. He rubbed his head, feeling that his thinking should not be so rigid. This situation is definitely wrong. Gu Heng really needs to find a political partner, a backer. Otherwise, his previous idea of using military merit, using the threat of greenskins, forming a star army to offset taxes, would really be his own fantasy. If he were to do it himself, how could he find a way to pass on the message to the Imperial Military Affairs Department? He had to find a suitable target to help him turn the fruits of victory in this war into tangible benefits. There must be a way. He calmed down again and thought carefully. Of the three parties that could be contacted at present, the Fokkers family was excluded first. They were unfamiliar with each other. And there were major conflicts of interest, which were almost irreconcilable. What they wanted was for the Angry Owl Star to leave the Empire. If that didn't work, the next best thing would be a puppet governor, so that the Blackbird heavy industry they invested in the Angry Owl Star could continue to not pay taxes, and even let their 3 planets evade taxes without supervision. Gu Heng couldn't cooperate with them, even if their important industries were on the Angry Owl Star and were within his nominal rule. This is an enemy. The enemy of the enemy is the one who can be fought for the most. That is, the leader of Pei Desi. This is relatively more promising than the Gu family. After all, making the Wrathful Owl Star a success is Pei Desi's core goal, which is consistent with himself. And the Gu family is not without any possibility, after all. There is a biological mother. There is no point in continuing to guess. Gu Heng decided to talk to them separately. Gu Heng's core demand is to get the Star Army tax deduction thing done, saving 10 million tax coins. Whoever can help him get this done is a good friend. From this perspective, his goal is quite clear. When Yilixia knew that Gu Heng was coming to visit, she had just ended her contact with the family. Although the relevant battle report had not been submitted yet, she must discuss this matter with her family first. Fofana has deep roots in the Navy, and he knows how to polish the battle report, how to prepare in advance, how to make arrangements, how to build momentum, and how to pave the way. He is familiar with all these, and only lacks real achievements. In her mind, she still had her father's face, which was smiling brightly but trying to hold it back, praising her for her good work. She was also very happy. She was so proud. Who dared to say that she was a relative now? The real achievements were smeared on his face. What did Gu Heng want to do when he came here? However, she was in a good mood at the moment, and anything was fine. In her captain's room, she met Gu Heng. After a brief greeting, Gu Heng stated his purpose. He hoped to have a phone call with Chief Pedes. There is no such condition on the Angry Owl Star for cross-galaxy communication. Even on the Beautiful Girl, an armed merchant ship equivalent to a destroyer, the most it can do is send letters, and it cannot make real-time calls. After thinking about it for a while, Yilixia roughly understood why Gu Heng wanted to meet the leader. She smiled and said, "Fortunately, the communication cabin on the ship was not damaged in the battle. I have a dedicated line to the leader's office. But I can't guarantee whether the leader has time to see you." "It's okay." Yilixia asked someone to dial the psychic communication. Soon, a message came. Chief Pedes will have time to talk in 20 minutes. And the time has been arranged. Yilixia turned to Gu Heng and said, "It seems that we are lucky. The next thing is to wait." While waiting, Gu Heng chatted with Yilixia for a while. Mainly mentioned his concept of the Star Army. There is nothing that cannot be said, and this does not conflict with the Navy. However, after listening to his idea, Yilixia widened her eyes and sighed. "You are indeed wild. You dare to think of such a method. Then please give your evaluation. Is it feasible?" "I think it is feasible," Yilixia said. "Anyway, even if you are transferred away after building the Star Army, you will not lose anything. Then is it possible not to be transferred away? Or, if you are transferred, it will be temporary," Gu Heng said. "Just like the Pegasus fleet." "I understand what you mean," Yilixia said. "If you can be like the Pegasus fleet, then you will definitely win. But it's difficult. So, I'm going to find our leader. Then I wish you good luck." The female captain didn't want to talk more. This matter had nothing to do with her, and she wouldn't help Gu Heng with any advice. Gu Heng also ended the topic and talked about another thing. "Next, will you and your starship continue to stay in the orbit of the Angry Owl Star? The quintet will not be stationed here," Yilixia said with some regret. "The damage to the starship is not light. It must be towed to repair the ship as soon as possible. The nearest forging world is Wazoon Star." which takes 2 months to sail to. At that time, in order to ensure the safety of the quintet, the fleet headquarters may also allocate a force to escort the quintet. This battleship, optimistically estimated, will take 2 or 3 years to repair before it can return to full condition. But you don't have to worry, since there is a 2-year escort period, and the quintet is gone. Another ship will be transferred to do the same job. Oh! Gu Heng nodded, and then asked, what about you? They won't let you, a star general, go with the quintet to repair the ship for a few years, right? That's not the case, Yilixia said. There are several possibilities. Maybe I will be transferred to a certain ship. If I am at the same level as the original captain, I will be an observer. If my level is higher, the captain will temporarily accept my command. In short, it will be a transition to perform the original mission of the ship. It is also possible to be transferred to a higher-level military academy for further study and teaching. The specific arrangements will depend on the arrangements above. Then, Gu Heng said, if it is transferred to another ship, is there any way to transfer to the ship that will come to the Wrathful Owl Star? Ha ha ha! Yilixia laughed radiantly. And after finally stopping, she said with a lingering smile, why? You can't bear to leave me? Gu Heng nodded sincerely, yes. We had a pleasant cooperation before, and the occasional conflicts were just accidental. So I really can't bear to leave. It's hard to do anything even if you don't want to. You will find a way, Gu Heng continued to say seriously. After all, we still have a war to fight. Oh! Yilixia became interested. Every time Gu Heng talked about the war, it was all about his achievements. But at this time, Gu Heng was reluctant to say more. You will know when the time comes. If you have other good opportunities, then go. If not, stay in the orbit of the Angry Owl Star, you will not be disappointed. Yilixia thought for a while. Okay, then I will try my best to think of a way. Chapter 171 Mother. Not long after talking to Yilixia about her stay or departure, the news from Chief Pedes came in. In the captain's room of the female captain, there is an interface for the communication device, where Gu Heng can directly see the virtual image of the star region chief generated on the device. The image is not stable, with flickering ripples, but it can communicate with the flying winged star countless light years away, in real time, which is absolutely black technology. This requires the help of special psychic devices, advanced meditator arrays that can only be configured on cruisers, and advanced navigators. In Gu Heng's sight, he saw a calm middle-aged man with frameless round glasses, meticulously groomed hair and short beard, and a gentle appearance. He was not luxurious in a simple suit, but he was wearing many medals, showing his noble status. Even though they were countless light years away, there was some noise when it was transmitted. But when he spoke, he could still convey the gentleness, magnetism, and charm in his voice to the people who heard it. Good evening, it's night on the winged star now. What time is it there? Anyway, I want to congratulate you. You have won another victory for the Empire. This is your honor. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Empire Star District government. The opening remarks of the chief, coupled with his voice when he spoke, are very contagious. Gu Heng nodded slightly. Thank you, Chief. Yilixia did not speak, but stepped aside. Her action made it clear that Gu Heng wanted to talk to Pei Desi this time. Pei Desi also understood. He smiled at Gu Heng and said, Gu Heng, the last time we met was before you left for your new post. I have high expectations for you. But despite this, I still didn't expect you to do so well. This is just a polite remark. The so-called so well means that only one city has been recovered from the entire planet. Right? Of course, what level of person is Pedes? He would not let his words sound like nonsense. He just continued, although I don't know how far you have rebuilt the ruling order of the Wrathful Owl Star, I can see a powerful planetary force that is not inferior to the main force of the Star Army. I can see that even the Space Marines are working for you. I know that the limited land you control on the planet has burst into infinite vitality. To be honest, when I learned that you arrived on the surface of the planet, chosen to start all over again, slowly seized control of the regime, choose to completely reshape the alliance order established by the first governor of the Wrathful Owl Star decades ago, I was very pessimistic about you. But now, the facts seem to prove that. You are right, at least you are on the right track now. Perhaps, the governors in the past lacked the courage and action like you. You let me see hope, the hope that the glory of the Emperor will spread all over the land of the Wrathful Star. Every governor in the Star region must look at your deeds, I am not kidding. Those people have lofty status, rule hundreds of millions of people, but they have never encountered the same difficult situation as you. If they were in the same position as you, they would not be as good as you. After listening to these words, Gu Heng had to admit that Chief Pei Desi was really a powerful person. As a Star Zone leader, the supreme leader of Star Zone Securities, facing a guy like me who is only a small figure so far, he was able to lower his face and brag wildly. He said that none of the 8 governors of the Angry Owl Star could compare to you, and they all had to follow your example. It was because of you that the glory of the Emperor was once again shrouded in the land of the Angry Owl Star. But coupled with his mellow voice and his sincere attitude, it was not offensive at all. Flattery is one thing, but the key is flattery with examples, which can really touch people's hearts. If Gu Heng had not been so resistant, he would have been blown away. However, he still showed a slightly complacent look, but at the same time, he was grateful to Chief Pei Desi, saying, "I can be where I am today, thanks to the appreciation of Mr. Chief. I will never forget this grace in my life." However, as our business in Angry Owl Star has progressed to this point, some crises are also emerging. Blackbird Heavy Industries did not obey the governor's orders. They did not even contact me after I arrived at the planet. There is a risk of rebellion. A large number of mutant monsters appeared inside the planet, which greatly troubled the grain-producing areas of the planet. Not to mention, there is now a threat from the green-skinned orcs. After the Iron Tooth clan suffered a great loss, they will definitely not give up with the temperament of those blasphemous aliens. Countless risks are looming over the wrathful Owl Star. We urgently need the power of a star army to help me suppress the planet. It's not made up. According to Gu Heng intelligence, Blackbird Heavy Industry is entrenched in the west of the continent, in the west of the Western Desert, and they really don't care about him. Behind this company is the shadow of the Fokkers family, which is Pete's enemy. They are treated as rebels, without any psychological barriers. Mutated monsters do exist, and the Chingu area is suffering. The greenskin threat is also real, and 12 warships are coming, so the threat must be very terrible. Right? It is only natural to station troops there. After listening to Gu Heng words, Pei Desi frowned slightly and sighed with some embarrassment. I fully understand the difficulties you are facing now, but it is very difficult to mobilize the Star Army, and it is not something I can decide. I will definitely try my best to fight for you, but please hold on for a while and wait for support. The words are beautiful, but there is no real promise. It is nothing more than delaying. As the head of the Star Zone, he does not have the power to mobilize the Star Army, but he must have a way. It is nothing more than not wanting to pay that price. The Imperial Navy has sent you a ship in orbit, and tens, millions of main core of the Star Army. Do you want to give you some reconstruction materials? I just be the governor of the planet. But Gu Heng will not let Mr. Leader off so easily. He took the opportunity to propose the previous idea. That is, to use the Imperial taxes of the Angry Owl Star to form a new Star Army unit, stationed on the Angry Owl Star. The high-sounding statement is of course that I am a loyal minister of the Empire, and I am moved by the difficult situation, the troubles of the leader, and the threats facing the Star region. I am passionate and willing to contribute my manpower. The Empire collects taxes and then builds the army, which inevitably leads to losses. It is difficult to mobilize additional troops. It is better to convert the taxes of Angry Owl Star directly into the cost of building the army. The first phase of preferential tax promised by the leader should not be discounted. Just give it to me directly. 10 million tax coins. I will pull out a Star Army for you, which will be guaranteed to pass the review of the Military Affairs Department and the Taxation Department. In the dark, Gu Heng emphasized 3 points. First, the commander of this Star Army must be decided by him. Second, the base of this new Star Army must be Angry Owl Star. And third, the long-term mission of this Star Army should be to ensure the safety of Angry Owl Star, including suppressing rebellion, pacifying mutant monsters, and resisting aliens. Pei Desi pondered for a moment, and said that he supported this plan in principle. But there were many difficulties. First of all, there was no money. Secondly, the 3 points required by Gu Heng were difficult to achieve, especially the third point. The first point was not bad. It didn't matter who the commander sent. The second point was that although the Star Realm army moved to the Star Sea, there were tens of millions of people at any time, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. And there must be a relatively fixed station. It was not impossible to land on the Angry Owl Star. But the third point was the most difficult. to ensure that the Military Affairs Department would not transfer this legion at will. It was not a simple matter. Normal Star Army troops, when there is a war, will be deployed at any time. This is directly managed by the Military Affairs Department. Theoretically, no one can stop it. Of course, there is a way. Emphasis on regional threats, emphasis on garrisoning, when the Military Affairs Department needs it. You can find a replacement team from other places. But this requires a lot of political costs, and Pei Desi is not very willing to do it. Of course, Gu Heng will not give up so easily. Warfare, bargaining, these are the most basic. Later, Gu Heng implicitly raised 2 points. I can give up this plan, but without sufficient repelling force. I have to have a good talk with Blackbird Heavy Industry and the Fokkers family behind them. It just so happens that our Gu family is still repairing the relationship with them. Think about it from another angle. They want Angry Al Star. I am now the governor of Angry Al Star and a member of the Gu family. I will help them solve this problem. There is nothing wrong with being a puppet governor who doesn't care about anything. It's better than being finished. Or I can also not make a fuss. I will tell the Military Affairs Department the details of the previous naval battle. The Iron Tooth Clan's vanguard fleet, the large-scale invasion that was thwarted in the early stages, never happened. It was just a group of pirates by chance. The quintet was originally planning to run away, but I forced myself to fight this battle. After hearing what was said later, Eulisia, who was sitting next to them, watching the two men, an old man and a young boy, going back and forth, eating the melon with relish, was dumbfounded. How come I am still involved? Gu Heng, you are such a good guy. Just now you kept saying that you couldn't bear to part with me, but now you are setting a trap for me. Bah! Scumbag. She glared at Gu Heng, but saw Gu Heng winking at her. She was so angry that her teeth itched. If it wasn't in front of the leader Pei Desi, she would have wanted to bite him. While gritting her teeth, she had to speak and express her meaning. The battle situation is a fact that has been determined, and there is no room for discussion. I'm kidding. I'm going to be a rising star soon. How can I have such a stain? Pedes must consider Eulisia's attitude, or rather, he must consider the Fofana family behind her. The Gu family in the Iron Triangle is already unstable. If Fofana is not stable anymore, he, as the leader, will be in a precarious situation. He talked to Gu Heng again, basically agreed to this matter, but there are many details that need to be discussed further. In the next 3 months, the Star District government will allocate a total of 2.5 million tax coins, plus the 2.5 million tax coins that should be paid when Gu Heng's 2-year term as governor expires. All of these will be invested in military construction. At that time, the Military Affairs Department and the Taxation Department will go to Nushu Star for inspection at the same time. His new army, added up from all aspects, can reach the value of 5 million tax coins. The other 5 million tax coins will still have to wait 2 years later, as the imperial tax paid by the Star District, to help Nushu Star pay. The reason why they didn't give it all to Gu Heng now was obviously because they didn't want to give it to him. 2 more years is 2 more years. And the Star District government doesn't have much money. Gu Heng was basically able to accept the plan that was finally discussed. The tax to be paid after 1.5 years will be saved. As long as the Military Affairs Department and the Taxation Department come down to inspect the army. Whether the number of people is enough. Whether the equipment is enough. And whether it has reached the value of 5 million tax coins. It will be fine. And in addition, in 3 months, Gu Heng will get an additional 2.5 million tax coins. This is a huge amount of cash. With this money, he can buy a lot of the goods in the belly of the beautiful girl. Before, when he had no money, he only ordered a small part of the goods. And when the transaction came, Gu Heng had to think about what to pay with. Now, he doesn't have to worry too much. 2.5 million tax coins can buy a lot of things. So far, Gu Heng has initially obtained his share of the benefits of this war. It's not much. At least compared to Eulisia. Compared to Wang Jiarong. It's not much. But Gu Heng is still satisfied. Others with ships make a lot of money. But he can't make so much money without ships. Which is enough. Using the lives of more than 4,000 soldiers, he can get 5 million tax coins. Even if these 5 million tax coins have additional costs, it is still a big profit. Although it is a bit cold-blooded to say this. The fact is that the lives of more than 4,000 soldiers are just that much. And the interest of 5 million tax coins in a year is more than that. Now, Gu Heng can consider what he wants to buy from the beautiful girl. And he can also start to consider how to spend the more than 4,600 points of grace on his account to achieve the best effect. The winged star. Countless light years away. This is a garden world. The administrative center of the star zone. A commercial and trade center with influence extending to many surrounding star zones. And has developed productivity. Although the overall production capacity is not as good as some forging worlds. Nest worlds. It can ensure that a total of nearly 4 billion people can obtain a good average quality of life and living environment. The lower limit of the empire is very low. Most of the population lives in hardship. The slaves in the forge world, who have had their brains removed or not removed, but are almost the same, are living machines on the production line. In the hive world, there are tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of people crowded together on a planet. People are like pigs, being raised as resources. Serfs in the agricultural world live the life of ancient medieval peasants in the interstellar era. In the death world, in the wasteland world, people are struggling on the edge of life and death. People in the fortress world, their ancestors and themselves, are facing war from birth to death. But at the same time, the upper limit is also quite high. People in the civilized world can wear ties and work from 9 to 5. Have a cup of coffee after get off work. Or go to the bar to indulge themselves. People in the garden world, with advanced technology and extremely high resource allocation, can live a nearly carefree life. These two worlds are usually administrative planets of the empire, with a status such as a commercial core, and the accompanying manufacturing capacity is not that significant. Phase Star is the latter, and it has not even been directly affected by war in the past 500 years. Tianma Palace is the most important functional building complex on Phase Star. It is like a paradise in legend. White marble is used to build almost all the buildings here. There are masters of design in the building. They have planned the water system, which is wide or narrow, fast or slow. It looks harmonious and full of vitality from a distance. Green plants are dotted everywhere in the building, matched with flowers of various colors, colorful and bright. The strong lights illuminate the whole Tianma Palace at night like daytime, and it is more exciting than daytime. At the highest point of the palace is Pei Desi's office. At this moment, he just hung up the interstellar call with Gu Hang, standing in front of the huge French window, gazing at the entire Tianma Palace. A slightly drunken voice came from behind him. Why did you agree to that Gu family kid? The Gu family has already cut ties with him, and your mother is not willing to give you a penny. So why are you still trying to get in? Aren't you afraid that all your investment now will be wasted? The person who was speaking was a man who looked like him, but thinner and more frivolous and unrestrained. He was the governor of Winged Star, Vaga Pedes, also called Little Pedes, and the younger brother of Lone Pedes. The two were called the Pedes brothers. One was the governor of Winged Star, and the other was the head of the Pegasus Star region, controlling the highest power of the entire star region. Lone Pedes said to his brother, "What did we spend? 2.5 million tax coins? That was supposed to be submitted to the Imperial Taxation Department. But it was just given to him 1 year in advance." Little Pedesai was still puzzled, but if he fails to pay the imperial tax, his newly built army will not pass the inspection, and we will have to make up the extra difference. That's just how much money. It's always Fiexing who will pay for it for you. Little Pedesai muttered, took another sip of wine, and then said seriously, "Do you still want to get Gu Company involved? I advise you to admit that this trick has failed. As far as I know." Wang Jiarong went to Angry Owl Star on her own initiative. Wang Qi did not agree to it. She got angry when she found out. "You have seen that woman for a long time," she said. "She would not care about her son. She really would not care about him at all. We should think of other ways." "Alas," Pei Desi sighed. "I know what you said. I don't expect it anymore. However, it is not bad to cut it off cleanly. Gu Hang originally had a grudge against his mother. That is why I easily persuaded him to go to Angry Owl Star. And now, after his biological mother had cut ties with him, his mother-son relationship with Wang Qi would be further broken, and he could only rely on me. You see, after he had an idea, the first person he contacted was me, his guide and sponsor, and he had no intention of communicating with his mother at all. Angry Owl Star, there always needs to be a governor. Since he has done something now, why not give him more confidence? Maybe there will be new gains. All the costs that should be paid have been paid, and it doesn't matter if there is a little more to pay. The battle they won was indeed very useful. What if this kid really succeeds? At that time, he can only rely on me, and I will have a family member who will serve you wholeheartedly." Hearing this, Little Petters was silent for a while. And suddenly, he seemed to think of something very interesting. And laughed, if that happens, it will be quite fun. I am really looking forward to seeing the son of that woman Wang Qi kneeling down to kiss your boots. When she sees it, what will she feel? Pei Desi was a little helpless. He turned around, stared at his brother, without saying a word. After a long while, little Pei Desi finally spread his hands. Okay, I was just joking. I know, now is not the time to mess with that woman. I won't cause trouble for myself again. After saying that, he added, at least not recently. Pei Desi was also helpless. He shook his head, and said nothing to his brother. Also on Fei Star, another place. This is a manor, which is the property of the Gu family, and now Wang Qi lives here. It is not as elegant and luxurious as the Tianma Palace, but it is also interesting. At this moment, the hostess Wang Qi is reading a letter. Mother, I hope you are well. I left in anger at the beginning, because I wanted to make a name for myself. Now, it has been half a year since I left home, and fortunately, with God's help, I have achieved some results. You must have heard about the Star Wars. Although I don't have strong ships and powerful guns, I have relied on what I have done on the Angry Owl Star in the past 6 months to bring out a reliable army, defeat the Orc commander, reverse the situation, and lay the foundation for victory. In the past 6 months, although I have not completely controlled the planet, I have effectively ruled over millions of people and established a 100,000-man army. Under my rule, various industries are booming and thriving. The system I established also allows the millions of people who are attached to me to have no worries about food and clothing, and to get what they work for. Since I started my business, I have not received any support from my family. But I have no worries about the first tax payment in a year and a half. I believe that after 3.5 years, I will have no problem paying all taxes. Wrathful Owl will gradually become a normal imperial world, and I will firmly hold the position of the 9th governor of the Pegasus Star region. But this is not the end, but the beginning. I once told a subordinate that I would make Wrathful Owl as productive as the Forge world and as beautiful as the Garden world. This is my goal, and I am still determined to do so. Do you believe me, Mother? Perhaps the goal is still far away. Perhaps you still think that this is just the wishful thinking of an incompetent and stupid son. But I am sure that I am on the right path. I am not as you think. I can be an excellent successor like my father. I am even more unwilling to just be content with the family's wealth. Fortunately, a momentary impulse half a year ago has allowed me to have my own business now, which has nothing to do with Gu. You may think that I am telling you this to show off, to respond to what you said to me after our last meeting, and I will not deny it. But I want to say that I have experienced a lot in the past 6 months, and my thoughts have changed a lot. I will begin to examine the mediocrity and absurdity of the first half of my life. Those complaints are essentially due to my incompetence and stupidity. At the time of parting, your evaluation is correct. At this point, I have realized that accepting the appointment and coming to the Angry Owl Star as the governor will have a bad impact on the family. It is also a major blow to your grandfather and father's hard work in maintaining the family business left by you for so many years. It also puts me in a situation where I have to pay a huge price to save him, or I will lose my life if I don't save him. But I am lucky, because a wrong decision allowed me to open up a more correct path. Mother, I will not seek your forgiveness. I am walking my own path. This is not a mistake, no need to forgive. But I have let go of the unwarranted resentment, and will look at the past events more calmly. Your evaluation is correct for me in the past. But for me now, and for me in the future, whether it is correct, please watch from countless light years away. Let's see if I can achieve a career far beyond that of my ancestors as I wish. When the time comes, I hope you can give me your comments. I'm always listening. Governor of Angry Star. Gu Hang, your son. This letter is not very long, and it doesn't talk about anything specific. But Wang Qi still read it for a long time. Between the lines, she can see the first half. A young man is proudly showing off his achievements to his mother, saying that your previous evaluation of incompetence and stupidity is stupid. But in the middle, she saw a calm and stable adult. He admitted his mistakes, but his back was straight. He expressed his reflection on the past, admitted that he had made a wrong decision due to his poor thinking, but was also thankful for his good luck. Being able to recognize mistakes and gain something from reflection was good enough. And it was Wang Qi's highest expectation in the past. But at the end, she saw changes again. She seemed to see a spirited entrepreneur, telling her his lofty ideals, and then turning away gracefully. following the path in his heart, and walking firmly. Wang Qi had never expected that Gu Heng would write such a letter. No one knows a son better than his mother. Based on her understanding of her son, it is highly likely that Gu Heng would not write any letter until his death. If he did, he would probably say something like, "Are you happy that I am dead? As you wish. There will never be another stupid, incompetent son who embarrasses you," and so on. There is a very small probability that, in the face of the fear of death, the son might write a letter in tears to admit his mistakes and ask his mother to save him. Although, no matter what, Wang Qi will find a way to save him in the end. That's her own son, her only blood. How could she really not care? But she couldn't change the disappointment in her heart. Maybe she would put him under house arrest in the future, find a wife, and let them give birth to a grandson as soon as possible. The big trumpet is useless. Try to practice a small trumpet, and then the grandson will inherit the family business directly, and Gu Heng can go and have fun. She really planned to do this. Even her daughter-in-law was already looking for one. She wanted to find one with good genes. But this letter made her change her mind. After reading the letter, Wang Qi's relief, almost uncontrollably, showed on her face, condensed into a faint smile. But in addition to relief, her mood was also very complicated. After being immersed in conspiracy for a long time, she would instinctively doubt whether this letter was written by Gu Heng himself, or whether it expressed Gu Heng's true thoughts. Is it possible that the old fox Pei Desi had come up with some strange tricks, found a master, fooled her son, taught him to write such a letter, to deceive, to attack this old woman, using the mother-son relationship to blind her judgment? But this possibility is not high, because along with the letter, there is also a letter from Wang Jiarong. In the letter, the niece talked about how her cousin had changed a lot, saying that the 6 months of experience in the Angry Owl Star had made him different. Moreover, she watched her cousin write this letter, and no one taught her. But even if it was a trick, Wang Qi had to admit that she would fall for it. What mother would not feel relieved when seeing her son grow up? Chapter 172, I thought you really came to support your cousin. The letter Wang Qi saw was indeed written by Gu Heng himself, without anyone teaching him. He actually had two ideas when writing this letter. The first was emotional. With the same name and surname, and using the previous incarnation of someone else's body, Gu Heng felt that he should give an explanation when the time was right. After using his body, Gu Heng had some responsibility for this person with the same name and surname. The previous incarnation was obsessed with proving this to his mother, so let's satisfy this obsession. Therefore, Gu Heng wrote the first half of the letter. But if we talk about explanation, it is not enough to stop here. Digging deep into the memory of the previous life, his resentment towards his mother, is it not derived from his love for her? If he really has no feelings for his mother, how can he hate her? So, there is another saying of admitting mistakes but standing up straight, expressing ambition. The relationship between mother and son needs a way to ease. This way cannot be simply admitting mistakes with tears, which is definitely not in line with the previous life's idea. Not only that, but the mother must also see the change. However, emotional factors are relatively minor. More importantly, there are some realistic considerations. In the memories of his previous life, Gu Heng saw dissatisfaction with his biological mother. In his previous life, his biological mother was a cold, rational, unfeeling, controlling strong woman. Her status as a person in power was far greater than that of a mother. He had felt very little maternal love since he was a child. But this is the perspective of his previous life. From Gu Heng's perspective, re-exploring those memories, from the perspective of an observer, he was still certain that Ms. Wang Qi still loved her son. It's just that the emphasis is different. It's understandable. Gu Henglin was once the leader of the Gu family. His grandfather was the leader of the family. His father was the third child, the most loved by his grandfather, and the most outstanding. He was designated as the first heir early on, but he died before his grandfather died. When his father died, he was just born. And when his grandfather died, he was only 3 years old. After his grandfather died, the status of heir might not necessarily fall into Gu Heng's hands, as he still had several uncles. In addition, there are many other people in the same clan, each of whom has his own bloodline and owns a certain amount of industry. Brothers, uncles, who can wait for a 3-year-old child to grow up and become the leader. It's unrealistic. At this time, the only one who can support this small family is Wang Qi. Without my mother's support, Gu Heng may not grow up if he is a little bit cruel. When he grows up, I'm afraid that the things left by grandpa will be divided up by uncles. and what is left for him will depend on others. However, Wang Qi's strong use of her late husband to expand her influence in the family, and her efforts to gain power, will certainly lead to hostility, criticism and exclusion. She is strong enough in her heart, and is not afraid of those enemies. She can even fight back and forth. That is her ability. But when Gu Heng was a child, he suffered verbal and even physical bullying from his fellow clan members. But he was unable to resist and resolve it. His mother was so busy that she was unable to protect him all the time, so that the psychological trauma affected the establishment of his personality. In terms of raising and caring for her children, Wang Qi was not a qualified mother, but in a special family environment. Her primary goal was to protect the property of their family. And it was hard to say that she was completely wrong in this regard. From an outsider's perspective, Gu Heng believed that he should still be very important to his mother. But the actions and expressions were different. Based on this judgment, Gu Heng believed that he could not be deceived by the memory of his previous life. And the relationship between the two parties was not completely irreconcilable. If the relationship can be reconciled, the value of Gu business for a developing planet will be huge. Just look at Wang Jiarong's arrival this time. Gu Heng saw many of the goods she brought on the ship, and expressed his deep desire. Trade is an important point in the development of the planet. Moreover, if the relationship can be reconciled, the Gu family, especially his mother, will become a huge boost to the development of his planet. If the Gu family can fully support him in building the planet, dozens of large and small caravans, divided into several groups, transporting several batches of materials, then his process of rebuilding the world will be greatly advanced. It's not that it won't work without it, but it will be faster with it. In addition to establishing interstellar trade and direct material support, Gu Heng also values the interstellar influence of the Gu family. This is what he lacks. This will bring political benefits and allow him to buy things that he couldn't buy even if he had money. Then, we will have to see the effect of his letter. Whether it will impress his mother. It should be okay. Right? I thought about how to write the letter for a long time. While thinking, Gu Heng had already seen the angry owl star, which had appeared in front of him. Go home. Gu Heng returned to the surface on the first batch of transport ships. One wave of ships cannot send everyone back. The soldiers behind will need multiple batches of transport ships to travel between the surface of the planet and the orbit. And the 3 spaceships in the starry sky will each stay for a period of time. The quintet will stay for about 1.5 months. It needs to complete some preliminary maintenance work in the planetary orbit. The mechanical priests and technicians on the starship will carefully check the status of the starship during this period. If there are small problems that can be repaired by the orbital shipyard without the help of the Star Fortress, they will be dealt with first. However, when it comes to major hull repairs and the reconstruction of some destroyed weapon systems, it is definitely not something that can be done by small repairs. And it still needs to be returned to the factory. Gu Heng also promised to help with this work. There may be some materials and metal parts needed at that time, which can be provided by Nuxioxing. It is hard to say about other things. The related industries of alloy plastic steel are already very mature in Weishing City. There is no problem in building materials, and even metal processing to make suitable parts according to needs. Yi Lixia also told Gu Heng that this support would not be given in vain. The raw materials and spare parts provided by Angry Owl Star will be converted into a cost. And then an invoice will be sent to the Imperial Navy. The Navy will then confirm the invoice, and send it to the Military Affairs Department to complete the collection procedures, and pay the tax coins to the governor of Angry Owl Star. Gu Heng didn't care much about this at first. Some basic process parts. Just raw materials. How much can they be worth? However, he was very glad that he didn't pretend to be a rich man. The 1.5 months that the quintet was overhauled in the orbit of the Angry Owl Star consumed the production capacity of the Weishing City alloy plastic steel processing plant for half a month. And the final bill was 3,000 tax coins. If this was given away for free, it would still be painful. And in a month, a destroyer from the Pegasus fleet will arrive in the orbit of the Angry Owl Star to take over the work of the quintet. At first, Gu Heng was a little dissatisfied with this. How could I be happy when my cruiser was replaced by a destroyer? However, Yi Lixiao's words changed his mind. In fact, the reason is very simple. If it is really a cruiser, the captain of that ship is at least a brigadier general, the same rank as Yi Lixiao's current military rank. And his qualifications are definitely much older than hers. She really can't command them, and can only provide some suggestions at most. That would not be easy to cooperate with Gu Heng actions on the surface of the planet. If a destroyer comes instead, the captain is most likely just a colonel. Or even a lieutenant colonel. She really has the ability to turn the tables. And it would be more convenient to cooperate with Gu Heng actions at that time. Gu Heng admitted that what she said made sense. In addition, Wang Jiarong, beautiful girl, along with a frigate, would stay in the Angry Owl Galaxy for 3 months. Gu Heng was a little confused about this. His personal trade needs were not actually that big. He didn't have any special needs for bulk commodities. What he really wanted to buy was just a few production lines for synthetic starch, to expand the food processing industry in his existing territory, to ease food pressure, and, in addition, those high-end commodities needed by the Phoenix War Group. In addition, a large number of minerals, weapons and equipment, consumer goods. Gu Heng was not unenvious of these. He also saw a Night Titan in the list of goods provided to him by Wang Jiarong. It was 10 meters tall, humanoid, equipped with plasma cannons, missile launchers, and a revolver rapid-fire cannon that could fire 105mm kinetic cannons like machine gun bullets. In terms of defense, in addition to the alloy ceramic steel armor mixed with refined gold, there was also a powerful shield generator, and the key was that it was very flexible in action, and it was quite difficult for conventional artillery to lock and hit it. Just this thing can be used as a super firepower platform in the distance, can lead infantry to charge into battle in the near distance, a super killer. Gu Heng was of course envious, but when he asked about the price, 10 million tax coins? Or the cost price that doesn't make money? Forget it, this thing is not something he can afford for the time being. In addition to these high-end goods, such as minerals, food and other bulk commodities, he does not need to buy a large amount for the time being. For the goods he needs at present, a few flights of transport planes will deliver them to him. Why does it need to be parked for 3 months? When she heard his question, Wang Jiarong smiled awkwardly, saying that after she had delivered the goods to Gu Heng, she still had to deliver some goods to Blackbird Heavy Industry, some of which were to be transported down, and some to be transported to the starship. Gu Heng narrowed his eyes at that time. Good fellow. Didn't you agree to come to support your cousin? Looking at you, sister, I'm afraid you have already discussed it clearly with Blackbird Heavy Industry. Or with the Fockers family behind them. It's really a big business. The things your cousin needs can be delivered in half a week or a week. The business of Blackbird Heavy Industry will take 3 months. Right? As expected. You are repairing the relationship with the Fockers family, Gu Heng said sarcastically. Wang Jiarong was also embarrassed. She immediately said that this matter was a collective decision of your Gu family. And it was not even your mother who had the final say. She finally emphasized, anyway, I am here to support you. And do a business with Fockers. Gu Heng sneered. Isn't it the other way around? Doing business with Fockers is the key. And supporting me is actually just a side job. Oh no, it should be by the way and by the way. After all, I am the governor and I am not dead yet. Interstellar trade needs the governor's approval. If you want to do this business, you can't bypass me. Wang Jiarong was so embarrassed that she didn't say anything. Of course, Gu Heng was not really angry. There is nothing to be angry about. This is normal. What's wrong with my cousin? My cousin deserves to drive an interstellar spaceship to deliver a batch of goods with a total value that is not known whether the fuel cost is expensive to her cousin, and sell them to her cousin at a fair price? We all want to make money. It's not shabby. However, this sentence also works for Gu Heng. I don't care how you trade with Blackbird Heavy Industry. I just remind you of 2 points. First, you have to deal with the Fofana family by yourselves. The Imperial Navy starship is parked in orbit. They probably don't want to see you and Blackbird Heavy Industry do a big business. The political cost here has nothing to do with me. I will also make this clear to Elisha. Well, I understand. You don't have to worry. Your Gu family has been active before you set off. I am just a worker. If there is really a problem, I will not take the risk. That's fine. Gu Heng turned to the second point. Second, Blackbird Heavy Industry is part of the Angry Owl Star. I am the governor. And they are also my people. All interstellar transactions on the planet require my approval. Blackbird Heavy Industry must pay me the imperial tax for the past 2 years. My request is not excessive. 10% of the output value for 2 years. In addition, I will also collect a 10% transaction tax for this transaction. This, of course, I have no problem. But I can't guarantee whether Blackbird Heavy Industry is willing to do so. Then let them send someone to talk to me. If you don't agree, Don't even think about doing this business. Cousin! Wang Jiarong still tried to act like a spoiled child. There's nothing to talk about. Wang Jiarong was helpless. This is a deal between your Gu family and the Fokker's family, cousin. You? Gu Hang would not be so lenient. Don't bring this up. It makes me even more angry if you say that. Gu didn't provide me with any help on the Angry Owl Star. There's no reason for me to take special care of the Gu and FA family's business. I have exempted the beautiful girls' caravan from the transaction tax. I just want them to pay the imperial tax and transaction tax they should pay. That is already merciful enough. If you can't even agree to this, the quintet will destroy all unauthorized orbital passages. I believe Yilicia will be very happy to help me with this. Wang Jiarong had no choice. She sighed and said, I will convey your meaning to Blackbird Heavy Industry. However, I still have to say that the family may not be happy. Gu Hang didn't care, then let my uncles and my mother pout and scold me on Fei Star. What can they do? I thought you wanted to reconcile with the family. No. Gu Hang corrected his cousin's view. There is no such thing as reconciliation or not. I didn't stop anyone. I just want to get the part that I deserve. If you can't even guarantee this, what's the point of talking about reconciliation or not? After returning to Fuxing City, Gu Hang called people to hold a work meeting. It has been more than a month since he left Renaissance City, and he has even received his monthly salary. Although, it is necessary for him to personally participate in the military operations on the starship this time. If he, who is already a powerful psychic, does not show up, he may not be able to deal with the greenskin warlord. At the same time, he must be there in person to persuade Yilicia, who originally did not want to fight. To fight, he must also fight for the fruits of victory after the war. However, the surface of the planet cannot do without him. To put it bluntly, it has only been 3 or 4 months since the seizure of the Alliance power. He is still short of people. And even Osina has to take on multiple duties, and is busy all day long. The political system established by the entire new alliance is a highly centralized planning form. Without him as the governor, if it takes too long, who knows what kind of trouble will happen. In fact, even for a month, Gu Hang was worried about problems. Although he left a device for Osina and Yin Fanshu to communicate with the starship, Gu Hang did not communicate with his subordinates during this period. However, the communication of several dozen minutes every now and then was not enough. Gu Hang urgently needed a practical work meeting to understand what happened in his territory in the past month, and whether the various tasks were carried out as he expected. Before waiting for the arrival of his main subordinates, he was still thinking about the matter of Blackbird Heavy Industry. There are 3 continents on the Angry Owl Star. The other 2 small continents were originally the main mining areas for spiritual energy fields. They were also the places most severely damaged by the war. They were almost dead lands. The waste energy storms never stopped. The extremely harsh environment made it more difficult for people to survive. And it was impossible to grow food. According to intelligence, those 2 continents were basically uninhabited areas. On the main continent, Blackbird Heavy Industry played a very important role. The history of this company is even older than that of the Angry Owl Star Alliance. Before the alliance was established, they had already existed for a long time. According to the information Gu Hang has at hand, the nest of Blackbird Heavy Industry is located in the westernmost coastal area of the continent, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Fuxing City, where he is now. They control a large area of land, and there are about 10 million people living there. The main source of food is partly self-produced. There are fertile plains in the west of the continent, although there are many areas covered by the waste energy storm. The remaining land is enough to feed a considerable number of people. The other part comes from the food of the pre-war technology breeding factories under the oases in the western desert. From the name Blackbird Heavy Industry, you can tell that it is a super enterprise with heavy industry as its main business. They are still a part of the alliance in name, but since the second generation of governors, they have gradually drifted away from the alliance. They pay the imperial tax every 2 years in a symbolic way. According to the 10 million people under their rule, they should produce products worth 2 million tax coins every tax period and send them to the alliance government as their tax revenue for the year. However, in the past 6 years, during the 3 tax periods, they paid a maximum of 400,000 tax coins at one time, and a minimum of only 200,000 tax coins at one time. The difference is huge, but the key is that the alliance government is unable to collect the tax. How to collect it? The old alliance legion was in such a bad state. Could it still cross thousands of miles to expedition to the western world of the continent? Even if all political forces were mobilized, it would not be possible to do this. The governors of all generations could only write letters to scold, accusing Blackbird Heavy Industry of being a traitor to the empire and a rebellion for not paying taxes. But it's just a coincidence. It's the governor's job to suppress planetary rebellions. If you don't do it well, it's your incompetence. Theoretically, when you encounter a rebellion, you can call for support from the Empire, the Astra Militarum, the Imperial Navy, or even a regiment flying in. But unfortunately, this is only theoretical. Unless the situation is extremely bad, or even possible, or has affected multiple surrounding areas, the Empire will not have the time to care about you. In fact, some planets rebelled, and the rebels killed the governors, before the Empire's reinforcements arrived. When they sent people to the ground to take a look, the rebels said, "The last governor was tyrannical and incompetent. We overthrew him. But we are still loyal to the Empire. We are willing to continue paying taxes, and we have prepared the new tax payment." The Imperial reinforcements heard this and said, "Okay, then you are the new governor." And then, they went home. It was very strange. But from the perspective of the Empire, the rebellion was gone. The new governor was very loyal. The taxes were not reduced at all. And there was no need to fight a war. Isn't this a happy ending? As for the old governor, a useless person who can't even handle a rebellion, let him die. The probability of this happening is not high, but there have been many records. For Gu Heng now, he can't directly interfere in the affairs of the extreme west of the continent. He doesn't have the ability to organize a large army to cross thousands of miles for an expedition. The logistic supply is simply not enough. Orbital support is useless. It is impossible to establish rule by bombing alone, without ground troops to control. Even if he wanted to do an orbital airdrop, orbital transportation of supplies and transfer, then the distance on the ground could be ignored. But the Quintet was a standard warship, and the orbital transportation conditions were poor, and it could not support this. As an armed merchant ship, the beautiful girl had the conditions to do it, but it was obvious that Wang Jiarong would not support him to fight this battle. Even if he won, the current industrial level of the Angry Owl Star could not support him to cross thousands of miles, to rule the land on the other side of the continent in a short period of time. In short, fighting is not reliable, and now is not the right time. But on the contrary, through this key transaction between Gu and Fash, let Blackbird Heavy Industry pay what they should pay, and block the trade if they don't pay. This is still possible. The Quintet can tightly block the trade connection between the surface and the planetary orbit. According to Gu Heng idea, the lowest line, you should honestly pay the 2 million tax coins for this period, and, in addition, Gu Heng also asked them to pay the insufficient part of the tax in the past 6 years, which is about 5 million tax coins. 7 million in total. Of course, the latter one, Blackbird Heavy Industry, Fox may not be willing to accept it. Gu Heng did not intend to force the other party to death, otherwise the other party would not do business with him, and Gu Heng's idea of taking money from the other party would also be thwarted, which would be very bad. We see how to negotiate at that time. In short, 2 million tax coins is the bottom line. Chapter 173. Work report. While thinking about the Blackbird Heavy Industry, people arrived one after another. There were still 15 minutes to the scheduled time. But since everyone had arrived, Gu Heng announced that the meeting would start early. The first person to report the situation was the military leader, Colonel Yin Fangxiu. After Gu Heng took away the 3 division-level units of the 1st Shifeng Brigade, the 2nd Infantry Division, and the 3rd Independent Regiment, there were still 6 division-level units left on the surface. The 4th to 9th Garrison Divisions, after replenishing troops and eliminating redundant teams, have been fixed. The main combat force consists of 7 infantry battalions and 2 artillery battalions, plus logistics, 2 engineering battalions, plus the guard company of the division headquarters, the communication company, the staff department, a single garrison division, a total of more than 6,000 troops. The total number of troops of the 6 divisions, added together, reached nearly 40,000. As the commander of the group army, Yin Fangxiu, with Fuxing City as the center, divided the 3 war zones. One is the Tower War Zone. The 4th and 5th Garrison Divisions are stationed here. After clearing out the remaining greenskins in the Tower War, they also burned all the land suspected of being greenskins and suspicious green plants. After the previous war, some greenskins survived, such as orc boys, fart spirits, and even a few squigs, which can only be regarded as scattered soldiers and braves at most, and are not a force to be reckoned with. But we can't just ignore them, otherwise. Who knows how long it will take, and a greenskin tribe will come back. This must be something that needs to be done persistently. Such a cleanup will continue for many years, until there is no trace of any green-skinned orcs for a long time. And then we can relax a little. The second is the Central War Zone, where the 6th, 7th, and 8th Garrison Divisions are here. The 6th Division is stationed in Fushing City and Weishing City, responsible for protecting the capital. The 7th and 8th Divisions, with Fushing City as the center, will carry out mopping up work in the west and south, with a boundary of about 300 kilometers. The main purpose is to sweep away the looters in the Wasteland. The looters will be annihilated on the spot, and those who surrender or are captured will be screened according to their past crimes. Those who are extremely evil, especially those who have committed crimes against humanity such as cannibalism, will be directly executed. Others who have committed minor crimes will be thrown into prison. Of course, they will not be fed and well fed, but will be treated as F-level and sent to mine or to pick up garbage in the ruins of the tower. The so-called F-level treatment that is no longer considered human. In fact, people below the E level have no human rights. Ordinary criminals, such as thieves, robbers, and fraudsters, will at most be reduced to the E1 level. At least, they are still treated as human beings. They will not be abused excessively when they are in prison or in labor reform. If they really die in prison, the prison will also be punished. But the F level is equivalent to a suspended death sentence, and they are deprived of their human rights. Some murderers and other serious criminals will be thrown into this level. Essentially, they are people who deserve to be sentenced to death. Since it is a pity to waste their labor force, then just throw them to work. These people who receive F-level treatment must bring back enough quotas from the mines and ruins every day. If they don't get enough, they won't have food to eat, and they will be whipped. For those who exceed the quota, there will be a little food reward, plus they can accumulate work points. If they do well enough, perhaps in 5 to 10 years, they can get rid of the F-level treatment without human rights and get the normal E-level treatment. Of course, objectively speaking, it is quite difficult. Malnutrition, high work intensity, poor living conditions, lack of medical resources. These problems will make a considerable number of people unable to survive for more than a year. To survive for more than 5 years, they have to work harder and strive to get rid of the F-level status. Very few people can survive. In addition to eliminating the looters, the 7th and 8th Garrison Divisions will find the survivors' camps and bring them under the direct rule of the Alliance. It is estimated that in this area, there are a total of about 2.7 million people. For these populations, their strategy is consistent with the previous one: send a working group to determine the industrial structure of the camp on the spot. If they can form a good complement with Fushing twin cities, especially those that can produce food or produce industrial and light industrial raw materials, then keep them. If the complementarity is weak, or the camp itself is struggling to survive, with no industry, then migrate the population to Weishing City to fill the industrial population black hole. But at present, this operation has encountered some difficulties. At present, the population that has been brought under control is only about 700,000. Among the remaining 2 million people, there are several large gathering places with a scale of 200,000 people. It is hard to say what the attitude of their people is. But at least the rulers of those places do not accept giving up power. In fact, according to the policy of the new Alliance authorities, they will not be allowed to lose power completely, as long as it is a peaceful handover. Such gathering places with hundreds of thousands of people will not be directly abolished. Otherwise, too many people will rush into the rival twin cities at once, which will not be easy to handle. On the contrary, since this town can gather so many people, it must have certain industries to support people, leaving the corresponding camps, and even the corresponding ruling class. Only personal dependence, private capital will be eliminated, and transformed into the ranks and job system of the new alliance. The original ruling class will most likely be transformed into the bureaucracy under the new alliance system, enjoy relatively good treatment, and continue to manage their camps. Of course, they will need to undergo further institutional reforms, and these new bureaucrats will begin to be assessed by the new alliance government. They will definitely not be as comfortable as they were when they were local tyrants. Some people surrendered under the might of the new alliance army, especially those small settlements close to Fushing City, which obediently submitted to the rule of the new alliance. But those large settlements far away were not so willing. During the process of advancing, the troops encountered some resistance. As the distance of advancement increased, the resistance became more and more intense. Now, several large settlements have forcibly pulled up small settlements to form a coalition. There are about 70,000 to 80,000 people standing in front of the 7th and 8th Divisions, fighting. The intensity of the war is not very high, and the Garrison Division is far from being the core force of the new Alliance army. But even so, their equipment and firepower still have huge advantages, which those mobs can't compare with. However, since the two Garrison Divisions have only more than 12,000 people in total, they are at a great disadvantage in numbers. They can advance steadily, but the speed of advancement is indeed not fast, and when they reach the survivor camps that are generally easy to defend and difficult to attack, it will take more time to attack them by force. Even if they take them down, in order to avoid rebellion, they have to divide their troops and stay behind to implement martial law. Even when the relevant government personnel are added later, during the process of integrating the settlements, the troops are still needed to maintain law and order. In contrast, the 3rd War Zone, the North Central War Zone, only had the 9th Garrison Division. Their work was similar to that of the friendly forces in the Central War Zone that were expanding westward and southward. But the population in the vast land north of Fushing City was relatively sparse, and there were no major battles. The work of gathering 500,000 people was basically progressing steadily. Of course, there was another factor, the activities of Sister Sacred Lily. In the past 2 months, I left Fushing City and tracked down the nuns of the original Angry Owl sect. Following the clues all the way north, they did a lot of work. In addition to fighting against the evil cult, they also preached the gospel. Their strong fighting power and special identity allowed them to have a certain influence in the north, which greatly helped the work of the 9th Division. This also gave the 9th Division an additional task, to accept the requests of the nuns at any time, and to assist them in fighting against some evil cult activities. According to the intelligence sent back by the 9th Division, the nuns of the Holy Lily found that the further north they went, the more traces of the activities of the original Angry Owl sect there were. Sister Grid has led the main force into the traditional northern province area. There is no updated intelligence yet. In the northern part of the central province, about 600 kilometers north of Renaissance City, there are obvious traces of the cult. 6 nuns stayed in the northern area to maintain the rear and be ready to meet the fighting sisters, who entered the northern part at any time. They also had to clean up the local cult in the northern area. After receiving the relevant requirements, Yin Fanshu gave the green light, and the 9th Division had an additional mission. The above is roughly the report of Yin Fanshu, the military chief, on the more than 1 month since the governor left, and even on the current military operations. After listening to it, Gu Hang thought for a while and gave instructions. I have no opinion on the clearing operation of the tower ruins, and the operation in the North Central Theater is also okay. Old Yen did a good job. However, the operation in the Central Theater cannot be delayed like this. I believe that the 7th and 8th Divisions will eventually win, but the slow advance will result in huge losses. The loss of population and the loss of time are unacceptable. We must fight quickly and decisively. At this point, Gu Hang turned his gaze to Thaddeus, who was still a lieutenant colonel, but Gu Hang had decided to promote him to the rank of colonel, sitting next to Yin Fanshu, and said, "How is the situation of recruiting new soldiers and logistical equipment? I need you to make up for the losses of the 3 troops returning from the Starry Sky as soon as possible. After a week of rest, our troops will go to the battlefield again." Thaddeus answered seriously, "At present, we have established a new recruit training base, and have recruited more than 20,000 people, and are conducting basic training. However, the effect of the training..." Gu Hang interrupted, "I will solve the training effect. But 20,000 people are not enough. In addition to replenishing troops, I also need to establish 3 more division-level units. The 3 newly created numbers 10, 11, and 12. I need them to be field troops that can strike quickly and act quickly, according to the standards of the 2nd Division. At the same time, the 2nd Division must also be equipped with sufficient equipment. Even if it cannot be fully mechanized, it must at least meet the standards of motorization." Thaddeus said decisively, "No problem. Without considering the training situation, I can recruit 30,000 people within half a month. Regarding the establishment of the 3 new units you mentioned, I will give a specific plan later according to the current arsenal situation. The expected situation should be relatively optimistic. We may still lack the production capacity of armored vehicles, but the production of artillery, military trucks, and various types of ammunition is very good. The production capacity of the military factory group in Weising City is growing day by day. We have enough equipment to equip the new team. Gu Heng calculated that if he recruited another 30,000 people, the new recruit camp would have 50,000 people. It would be no problem to make up for the more than 4,000 soldiers lost in the 3 units, and the troops lost in each unit. The remaining people would definitely be enough to form 3 new brigade-level units. The 3 numbers 10, 11, and 12 would not be organized into a garrison division with average combat capabilities. After motorization, armed trucks would be fully equipped, and the troops could carry out rapid strikes. With more powerful firepower and additional armored vehicles, the troops would be on par with the 2nd Division, reaching a scale of about 9,000 people. With the combat effectiveness of such a motorized infantry division, it is no problem to defeat 2 garrison divisions. As for the training problem, 50,000 soldiers, all of them are raised to T5 level. Only 500 gift points. A small amount of money. That's good. However, I still want to remind you that recruiting so many young and strong people should be planned, and should not affect the production plans of Fuxing City and Weising City. No, Thaddeus replied seriously. At present, the population inflow of Shuangqing is very large. In the past month, 200,000 people flowed in from the Central War Zone, 150,000 people flowed in from the Central and Northern War Zone, more than 50,000 refugees came from the Qinggu area, and more than 50,000 people were diverted from the garbage town. A total of 450,000 people flowed in. Even if Fuxing City's urban construction, industrial construction, service industry construction, and Weising City's heavy industry and military industry, a large number of people are needed, but the expansion of the production line also takes time, and the speed of digesting these people is not that fast. I don't have specific figures here, but Ms. Asuna should have them. Our unemployment rate may be rising rapidly. The army offers relatively good conditions for recruitment. Many of the refugees who have just arrived in the city hope to get a formal identity as soon as possible and are very enthusiastic to join the army. We have helped the city solve a considerable number of unemployed people and relieve the pressure on various industries to absorb workers. Gu Heng turned his eyes to Asuna. Osina replied in a serious tone, Indeed? I have the corresponding production management report here. You can take a look. Gu Heng took the stack of papers and began to read them patiently. At the same time, Osina also began her report. At present, the total population under the rule of our new alliance, after an inaccurate census, should have reached 2.4 million. According to the war zone planning of the military department, we have also planned 3 places: Central Bank Province, High Tower Province, and Central North Province. As the expansion war of the Central Bank Province goes smoothly, it is estimated that the total population will reach more than 4.4 million by then. Chapter 174. Population, Production, Trade. Gu Heng nodded frequently as he listened to Osina's report. The increase in population was something that Gu Heng cared about. According to the information she gave him and the documents in his hand, the total population directly ruled by the new alliance has reached 2.4 million. Among them, the core ruling area is the Fuxing Twin Cities. The population of Weising City has reached 550,000, and its main industries are heavy industry and military industry. A series of industries built on alloy plastic steel, a large amount of raw materials, smelted into alloy metals, and further processed into various industrial parts. Wujiarong Research Institute constantly produces new industrial lines through black boxes, and then sends them to the abandoned cave industrial zone to build new factories, or expand the scale of existing factories. The immigrants who enter the short-term high-intensity training courses organized by various factories and enterprises become unemployed workers after short-term training. As long as the corresponding production lines are in place, new workers will be filled in immediately, and production will start immediately. Fuxing City now has a population of 930,000. Urban construction is still ongoing. The main industries are various light industries, production of consumer goods, supplying population needs, such as textiles, food industry, various electrical appliances, furniture, construction industry, are the main production industries. In addition, Fuxing City is also an administrative and trade center, and also has a large population engaged in clerical work. A higher population size has also spawned a relatively developed service industry. There are not many cultural and entertainment industries. But there are already many catering industries. This is different from Waishing City. In order to solve the problem of eating, Waishing City mainly relies on the company canteen, which distributes food according to job level. In addition to cooking at home, Fushing City does not have large, centralized factories like Waishing City. So the catering industry will become a supplementary solution to the problem of eating. Here we have to mention a new policy that Asana has implemented to stimulate economic vitality. In order to avoid job level and job binding, to develop relatively fixed industries, to avoid the corresponding economic activities only when the Ministry of Industry issues orders to build factories, stores, and urban construction, and to encourage ordinary people to use their own wisdom and talents. Asana implemented a policy to encourage entrepreneurship. It is not about starting a big business. Those big things, the state-owned factories can handle. But to open a small restaurant, a small convenience store, or even just a roadside stall, and to go a step further, if you have any special ideas, you can open a small factory, a private engineering team, a logistics team to help various construction sites, factories, and stores to transport goods. In short, anything is possible. The specific incentives are that people of the corresponding ranks can use their ranks as collateral to apply for a sum of startup funds, submit relevant startup reports, and after approval, they can open their businesses. The higher the rank, the more support funds they can get. If the business fails, the rank will be demoted. And if it succeeds, the rank will be increased accordingly according to the identity of the manager of the new industry. But in the same way, the industry, whether it is a restaurant, a small convenience store, or a factory, is owned by the state, but a certain amount of dividends will be issued. To put it bluntly, it's like thinking that there is a project that can be carried out in a large company, and then submitting a project report to the boss and the management, and starting to work if it is approved. If you win, you will get a promotion and salary increase, and you will also get options. If you lose, the company will lose money, and you will be demoted if you are responsible. And if you just set up a stall, you don't need a particularly high level to do it. And the punishment for failure will not be very big. Just deduct the allowance. In addition, Asana also opened another loophole. You can also use your own funds to start a business. So there is no need for guarantees. And you will not be demoted if you fail. And you will lose your own money. If you succeed, your rank will be promoted. And the money you make will belong to you. This is equivalent to opening a private economy outside the main public-owned planned economy to increase economic vitality. At present, since it is encouraged, the conditions for applying for entrepreneurial funds with job-level guarantees are relatively loose. Those with low job levels, good ideas, or those who meet the industrial development direction set by the production department can easily obtain entrepreneurial capital. If they lose, the degree of demotion will not be too large. And generally under the guidance of the industry department, most people will not lose money. In a factory, next to a construction site, open a small restaurant, or even a heating stall for synthetic starch blocks. Generally speaking, you will not lose money. In the future, when you feel that the development in a certain direction is enough, or even overheated, or the loss is relatively large. In short, if something goes wrong, then tighten the application loophole, raise the threshold, and increase the penalty for guarantee. In short, there is a means of regulation. In general, in the two cities, the collective state-owned economy is still the absolute main body, supplemented by the private economy to increase vitality and employment. At present, according to the tax coins, the monthly output value of the Twin Cities is about 80,000 tax coins. This is the absolute core area of the new alliance. As for other areas, the total output value is about 5,000 to 6,000 tax coins. In addition to the Twin Cities, the currently planned Central Province, the North Central Province, and other areas of the High Tower Province, the small settlements that remain, including the Garbage Town, are also being transformed into the Twin Cities system. And the main production capacity is also focused on consumer goods to ensure the basic needs of the population. But the production efficiency of those small settlements cannot be guaranteed at all. These places have a total population of over 1 million, which may be similar to that of Shuangqing. But the total output value may be only about 7% of that of Shuangqing. In this regard, Asana's subsequent plan is to continue to migrate people from these places to Waishing City to expand the industrial population. In addition, various production machines will be put into some means of production factories in Wasteland City and Fushing City. For example, the agricultural machinery, engineering machinery, trucks, textile machinery, food processing machinery. A series of gadgets produced will be able to improve the production efficiency of these small settlements. Here, there will be a lot of room for growth. Gu Heng listened to her overall report and nodded with satisfaction. He thought that Osina did a pretty good job. He knew a lot of things about it earlier, especially some major directions. He simply gave Osina relevant instructions before he boarded the starship, and Osina formulated and implemented policies in the corresponding directions. It is not easy to come up with a suitable policy, and it is even more difficult to implement the policy. But it seems that Osina has done well in both aspects. It is not just that she has not lived up to his expectations, but even exceeded his expectations. This can also be seen from the character card. When in the starry sky, Gu Heng saw from the character interface that Osina's character card had changed. First, she was upgraded to LV3, and her rarity rose from N level to R level. Excellent Political Officer was upgraded to Outstanding Political Officer, with a little more political attributes and an additional talent called Comprehensive Planning. Overall Planning, she has gained some insights in the long-term planning of overall production and construction, which makes her even better in this regard. Politics plus 1. The superposition of these characteristics has brought her most important political attribute to 15 points. Such an Osina has become a very outstanding political official, and Gu Heng can be relieved. In this regard, Gu Heng also praised, "I think Comrade Osina has done a very good job." After that, he applauded. Under his leadership, everyone also gave him face and applauded. Osina's role is very important. She is currently the first person in the Government Affairs Department. She is in charge of the 4 major departments of civil affairs: business, finance, and production. She has great power and responsibility, although she is still called a minister. In fact, her work is very similar to that of a prime minister. Most of the government affairs work is on her shoulders. Even the military has to please her. After all, the production of the military factory in Wasteland City also needs her support to thrive. The Military Logistics Equipment Department headed by Thaddeus must always communicate with her subordinates to ensure that the equipment, ammunition, and military rations are sufficient. Osina, who was praised, was a little shy. She waved her hand and said quickly, "There is also a report on business and trade. Let Mr. Bradford give it. He has performed very well in this month's work." Bradford stood up a little nervously, especially when Gu Heng looked at him. The nervousness became stronger. He still remembered that when he was captured by the governor's soldiers a few months ago, he was completely desperate. Later, the conversation with the governor almost broke his mentality. But he survived with his own intelligence and became a consultant to the new Alliance Ministry of Commerce. After Osina took on several positions, and actually took on the work of the Prime Minister of the Alliance, he was very busy. In addition, there is a serious shortage of civil servants and administrative workers in the new Alliance, especially the lack of talents who can stand on their own feet. People like Bradford naturally took advantage of the situation. He has the ability, experience, and connections. In addition, he is proactive and never makes money for himself. Even if he has the intention, at least he didn't dare to do so in the early stage of his career. He naturally stood out from the crowd. Although he is still a consultant, he has actually started to exercise the power of the head of the Union Commerce Department. Even, Osina has raised Bradford's rank from E6 to D6 within her authority. This is still just a lower middle level, but he has enough food and clothing, plus he can get a good subsidy. What's more, after all, he is the head of the Commerce Department. Bradford is a smart man, and he is not worried about not having room for development in the future. And he never failed Osina's trust. Before that, he mobilized his personal connections and his experience in managing trade activities, organized a caravan, restored the blood supply of capillaries, and alleviated the food crisis in Shuangqing. Then, he resumed the food trade with the Western Desert, which further resolved the food crisis. As for the other major artery for food import, that is, the Qingdu area in the south, there was no improvement. But that was not his responsibility. The main reason was that the Qingdu region was in the midst of war, and there were major problems with food production, which could not be solved by trade. In the case of the Western Desert alone, the food problem would still be very tense, especially after the expansion strategy began. The areas around Fushing City were also caught in war, especially with 2 million people becoming hostile, and the capillaries were affected. This was also the reason why Gu Heng insisted that Yin Fanshu speed up his actions, quickly invest more troops, and solve this problem. If it was delayed any longer, famine would occur. However, to solve this problem, Bradford personally went to the Western Desert and just returned recently. He brought back a new large order. The grain trade between the Western Desert and Fuxing City can be doubled in scale. The price that Fuxing City has to pay for this is a large number of consumer goods. The additional output of Fuxing City is enough to cover this part. In addition, there is another big business, which is that Bradford found a large order for Waishing City's automobile industry. The Iron Bull RN100 truck has been favored by a large number of caravans. It has good load carrying capacity, good off-road performance, is durable, and can consume any fuel. This type of truck is very popular in the Wasteland. Bradford sold 500 Iron Bull trucks to Western Desert merchants in one go, paying with grain. According to interstellar standards, the total value of this batch of grain orders to be delivered later is more than 20,000 tax coins, which can basically meet the annual needs of the current 2.4 million population of the new alliance. And 500 Iron Bull trucks are about the production of Waishing City in 1 month. If used to pay taxes, the total value is only about 5,000 tax coins. The Imperial Tax Department may not necessarily want trucks of this level of technology. The profit was 4 times higher. But the merchants in the Western Desert were still ecstatic. This truck was sold at a much lower price than the freight vehicles produced by Blackbird Heavy Industry in the West. This business was a win-win situation. The alliance found a market for the automobile industry, bought back a large amount of food, and the merchants in the Western Desert who got the trucks would use the trucks to transport food to the alliance, and the transportation efficiency would become higher. If this is not a win-win situation, what is it? Win twice. Win twice. Of course, this business was not completed in one go. There is so much food in the Western Desert, but there is no way to transport it all at once. It takes time to collect it from various planting bases, and it also takes time to travel thousands of kilometers. The delivery of the Iron Ox trucks is not immediate. Although Waishing City can produce 500 trucks in a month, Fuxing City's transportation logistics also need Iron Ox. The military's logistics transportation also needs Iron Ox. And the motorization of the army also needs Iron Ox. Even the production capacity of 500 vehicles is not enough. The subsequent production department may focus on the next step of increasing production capacity on the Iron Bull truck, and strive to increase the monthly production of this important transport truck to 1,000 vehicles. In addition to food trade, Bradford has recently solved another big problem: the import of industrial raw materials. In terms of raw materials, the ore production capacity of the Waste Cave mine has long been unable to keep up, due to the suspension of the war. The garbage town has just recently resumed the excavation of the ruins mine, and the production has not yet increased. The shortage of raw materials has restricted the production of the industrial zone. However, the related trade work is gradually expanding, and the source of raw materials is not limited to the surrounding areas, east of the ruins of the tower, until the sea. This area of about 6,000 kilometers is the main urban agglomeration area before the War of the Angry Owl Star. Super cities, like the ruins of the tower, are widely distributed in the eastern region. But in this vast area, the living population may be only about 5 million. They were scattered among the ruins, struggling to survive in the mutant monsters and waste energy storms. There was no industry, and they mainly relied on picking up garbage, and then exchanging it with caravans for food, daily necessities, and the like. In other words, the former urban agglomeration area of 6,000 kilometers from east to west and 3,000 kilometers from north to south was just an oversized, extremely scattered garbage town. But no matter what the ecology of that place was like, at least, the new alliance had now opened up trade links with the eastern provinces. Various consumer goods, food resale. These are traditional items for the raw material trade between Fuxing City and the eastern provinces. And now, there are also some industrial dumping. Among them, the two most important products are: one is the Iron Bull truck, and the other is arms. The eastern provinces are like an oversized garbage town. And it is not just talk. The overall ecology is also very similar. The food production capacity is very low, mainly relying on Chengdu area imports. And the main output is raw materials obtained by digging pre-war ruins and picking up garbage, as well as some primary processing. Basic industry. The main force of garbage pickers naturally, are also many adventurers. The individual equipment of the G9 series is much stronger than those homemade guns. And coincidentally, the G9 production line currently has a lot of surplus production capacity. So it is just right to sell them to them. As for these guns, will they become an obstacle to the expansion of the new alliance to the eastern provinces in the future? I have to admit that there is a possibility. But the obstacle is not big. If it is a large-scale battle, the value of individual equipment is not that great. Tanks, cannons, aircraft, these firepower are more critical. When it comes to arms trade, currently G9 individual equipment is not only sold to the east, the Chingu area in the south is also an important selling point. On the one hand, although the Chingu area suffered from war and the grain production capacity was severely reduced, there are still some. On the other hand, the reason why arms are exchanged for food is mainly because of the situation in the Chingu area. Disasters such as the mutant monster tide in the Chingu area with relatively good natural conditions in previous years. It has almost subsided by this time, but this year it has become more and more serious. The tragedy of Osina's family being torn apart and killed is no longer a rare case in Chingu. Even the owners of the manors and growers can't stand it. Not to mention ordinary civilians. Selling weapons and equipment to Chingu is to help them better resist the monster tide. In fact, it's not just selling arms. When he was in the sky, Gu Hang heard reports about Chingu. And he was also worried about the situation in Chingu. The situation of the mutant monster tide rampaging wildly is definitely intolerable. The Chingu region has a population of 10 million. It is a huge peninsula region, spanning more than 2,000 kilometers from east to west and more than 5,000 kilometers from north to south. It narrows as it goes south. The overall terrain is a bit like the Indian peninsula in the world before Gu Hang traveled through. The natural environment and geographical environment may even be better. Vast and fertile land. Sufficient population. This is a rare and essential place on the Angry Owl Star. Gu Hang cannot tolerate the destruction of this land. And he also cannot tolerate the loss of too many people in this disaster. At present, the Alliance does not have enough strength to send enough troops to the huge Chingu area to help them solve the mutant monster problem there. But this does not prevent early planning. Arms/food exchange. Even directly sending military experts. Diplomats. To the Chingu area. Diplomats are helping the displaced survivors to gather together. Letting those plantations that are still struggling to resist to form mutual assistance organizations. And persuading those plantations that have not yet been hit by the disaster to understand the principle of the lips and teeth being cold. So that they can contribute money, labor and manpower, and help each other with other neighbors. The military specialists, along with the traded arms, set out to assist the local teams in resisting the monster tide and build their army. The local situation cannot be explained in just a few words. And the problem of Chingu is not just the conflict between humans and monsters. But let's not talk about the more complicated situation for now. At least for now. Gu Hang hopes that the personnel sent out can minimize the damage to the Chingu area. One more life is one more life. And one more grain is one more grain. When he has time to mobilize a real large force to go to Chingu to recover the lost territory, it will be good to retain as much vitality as possible there. In the subsequent reports, there are relatively few important things. Patel talked about the industrial situation in Weishing City, and Lambert talked about the legal system construction in Shuangqing District, the formulation of relevant legal provisions, court construction, law enforcement team construction, intelligence system construction, anti-corruption issues. He has been appointed as the Chief Justice of the Alliance. Under his management, there are 3 major committees: Legislative Committee, Executive Committee, and Disciplinary Committee. The minimum number of legislators is to establish legal provisions according to the governor's wishes. The execution mainly includes public security issues, and the discipline mainly involves anti-corruption. Gu Hang attaches great importance to the work of the Disciplinary Committee. He knows very well that under the highly centralized and highly planned economic system of the new alliance, it is the best to concentrate on major tasks, and to do things that have little short-term benefits but huge long-term benefits. However, the 2 problems of institutional rigidity and corruption have a fatal impact on the new alliance system. The system is rigid. Gu Hang has seen that Asuna is looking for a solution, encouraging some private, market-oriented economies as the main approach. As for the issue of corruption, there is no sign of it yet. After all, the new regime has only been in place for 3 or 4 months in theory, so it is unlikely to cause a big problem. But this matter must be prevented in the bud. Wait until corruption becomes a large-scale, systemic problem, and then solve it. It will not be a painful thing. Chapter 175, Zhongxi College. Gu Heng's first important work meeting after landing was almost over after Lambert finished talking about the relevant legal system construction. After everyone left, Gu Heng remained in the huge council hall. He was alone, sitting at the top of the big table, with his hands on his chin, thinking quietly. The sun shone on his face from the side, making his face half bright and half dark, and at the same time dragging his shadow very long. In addition to the 500 points of grace reserved for the new recruits' training base, he still had 4,158 points. This was still a large number. Gu Heng was planning how to spend these grace points. The highest priority was Zhongxi Academy. Gu Heng now realized why rulers would always be anxious about the loyalty of their subordinates. He was still in the expansion stage of his career. As for loyalty and reliability, his biggest worry was not that there would be traitors, and stab him in the back. The issues of loyalty and reliability that he was most worried about were corruption, and whether he could work hard and be less perfunctory. He was worried that under the rapidly expanding political system, he would have to absorb talents from the original alliance system and fill the government of the new alliance. Would the people from the old alliance bring bad habits to the new alliance? He was worried that the political commissars in the army, although they had received training, were not trained enough and were forced to do something they were not prepared for. At present, it seems that many red hats have performed very well and have exceeded Gu Heng expectations. But this does not mean that every political commissar is like this, especially after the size of the entire army has become larger and larger. This is especially true. He is also worried about whether the diplomats and military attaches sent to the disaster-stricken Qinggu area can really work hard and take advantage of this opportunity to take bribes. Not only will they not be able to smoothly meet Gu Heng expectations of them, but their poor performance will also leave a bad impression on the new alliance in the south, leading to resistance in the future recovery of the Qingdu area. He was also worried about whether the disciplinary committee led by Lambert could really be loyal and work hard to find out the corrupt elements in the government and the army, and not go along with them. He was worried about too many things. Could Zhongxi Academy completely solve his anxiety? I'm afraid not. But it could alleviate it. But in general, according to the description of Zhongxi Academy in the architecture interface, people who have been trained have a good training effect in themselves. Not to mention that Gu Heng can use the gift points to directly promote people to the special branch of trainee political commissar. Do arms have to be used in the army? That may not be the case. Gu Heng spent the 1,000 points of grace required for the construction of Zhongxi College directly, without hesitation. He also made preparations in advance for this building. The Zhongxi College in Fuxing City was established a month ago, and was named Shifeng Zhongxi College. The prefix of the name is used to commemorate the battle in which Gu Heng started his career. The main courses of this college are Loyal Governor, Loyal Empire, History, and Politics. It does not directly recruit young students, but mainly uses it for people who are already working, for short-term training. In fact, the latest promotion plan for job grades issued by the Ministry of Civil Affairs clearly mentions that when the job grade is promoted to D or above, the training experience in Shifeng College will be used as an assessment bonus in the promotion from D9 to C1. That is, when entering the middle-level job grade in the usual sense, 1 month of training time becomes a hard standard. From C1 onwards, training time will become an important bonus. Loyalty is the first priority. Gu Heng words were implemented in this way. However, the current educational level of Shifeng Zhongxi College is quite worrying. Gu Heng is the principal, but he has no time to go to the school to do things. The people who actually give lectures are some political commissars. Some people who have been with Gu Heng for a long time and have high ideological awareness, who read the textbooks compiled according to Gu Heng intentions. What kind of educational quality can this be? What kind of ideological awareness can be improved? But it doesn't matter. This is done mainly to meet the needs of the building system. To exchange Zhongxi College and make it work, you need to have an already operating school, and then add the building effect to it. It will work. This also means that Gu Heng cannot care about the quality of teaching, as long as there is such a school. After spending the points, Gu Heng has seen that, in the soldier card interface, the training option of the company political commissar has appeared. However, unlike other military branches, this training requires people to go to Zhongxi College and study for a week. On the second day, Gu Heng personally went to Shifeng College and sat in on a few classes. He wanted to experience the effect for himself. Since it was a sudden attack, there was no need to worry about too much preparation in advance, so that the real situation could not be seen. Of course, his arrival still caused some chaos in the school, but he immediately stopped any actions such as welcoming ceremonies. Gu Heng just randomly selected a few classes and went in to listen to the lectures. Jason Morgan and Hires Morgan, a couple, never thought that one day they would be able to attend classes in the same classroom with the governor. Jason Morgan, as a clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Immigration Bureau, was assigned to Sanchi town for work. He uncovered a group of looters disguised as civilians and almost lost his life. However, after returning, he was considered to have made meritorious contributions and was directly promoted to D2 level. The Bureau wanted to send him out again, but he was very reluctant at first. The last experience had already made him nervous. Not to mention that the direction of this assignment was the dangerous Chingu area. There were not only a large number of unemployed people there, but also looters composed of landless people. If they were caught by looters, they might not die. If they took the Alliance officials as prisoners, they could be sold for a lot of money. On the contrary, killing the Alliance officials would cause big trouble. But those mutant monsters were irrational and would bite to death if they were in danger. But soon, he was persuaded by his wife again. His wife, who was particularly progressive in her thinking, was really a good wife. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Last time he was sent abroad, he was promoted twice, and he even jumped from E to D in the middle. The salary increase in the middle was quite big. This time he went to a more dangerous place, and the increase should be even greater. However, before this mission, his leader also got him, an activist, an opportunity to study at Shifeng College. After a short training, it was a very important experience, which would be of great help to his future promotion and higher position. And those who came here to study, not only him, but also his wife, Hels Morgan, and his sister-in-law, Hels' sister, Milia de Jong. His wife worked as a clerk in a business. She was so positive and progressive in life, and her own performance was not bad. She also fought for this opportunity and brought her sister to come. Jason never thought that he would have the experience of studying with his wife one day. The study experience in Jonsei College was a bit boring. He and his sister-in-law often complained that the teacher's lectures were mediocre, like chanting scriptures, and the content was the same old stories about the governor's great achievements that he had heard so many times. The execution of the former Alliance rebellious generals, the suppression of the resurrection of the evil god, the fierce battle against the green-skinned orcs. They were indeed legendary stories, but they were too many to bear. Only his wife, who has the most progressive ideas, can still maintain a high spirit, and even privately persuades her sister and husband to study hard and not just go through the motions. But, isn't this just a formality? Come to the class, get enough class hours, follow the predetermined answers in the weekly test, sing praises to the governor, and finally get a certificate of completion, which will give you a beautiful resume and make it easier to get promoted in the future. Isn't this good? Listen carefully. It's boring. But today, the governor came to inspect the classroom effect in person. They forced themselves not to turn their heads, not to look at the governor in a rude way, but in their minds, the surprise they felt when they saw the governor sitting in the last row of the classroom when they first entered the classroom could not be erased. Under the sudden attack, even if they felt it was boring, they had to perform well, even if the person on the podium was Mr. Misko, who was recognized as the worst lecturer in the entire college. They decided to act like they were moved to tears and were extremely moved. Perhaps, if they performed better, they could attract the attention of the Governor General and reach the pinnacle of their lives. However, when the class started, they found that they did not need to act. In other words, they were paying attention to their performance at the beginning. But later, they were completely attracted by the lecturer Misko's narration. To be honest, the content did not change much. It was still the same. The glorious history and tragic experience of the angry owl star. The Governor General came to save the world, and they offered their loyalty to the Governor General. The Governor General represented the Empire. However, the content was much more vivid and interesting. It was not simply a recitation. When he talked about the glorious life of the angry owl people, he showed hope. When he talked about their miserable life, he was sad. When he talked about the governor developing himself outside the city, when he talked about destroying the looters, and conquering the city, he was excited. Under his narration, even Milia de Jong, who was always the most impatient with these things, could not help but be moved. Not to mention anything else, just listening to a story itself is enough to make people interested. When people were immersed in these stories, the many ideas that the class wanted to instill also subtly entered their hearts. When the class ended, the students not only did not feel bored, but also felt a little reluctant to leave. At this time, they remembered that the governor was attending the class with them. Turning around, they could no longer see the governor, and they didn't know when he left. After listening to half a class, Gu Heng felt much more at ease. He felt more relieved. The effect produced by the system was indeed powerful. After listening to half of it and confirming the effect of the course, Gu Heng quietly left. When he came to the outside of the classroom, he met the Dean of Academic Affairs of Shifeng Zhongxi College, Reed Mashiko, who was waiting here. Mashiko was a cripple. He was the political commissar of the 4th Regiment of the 7th Garrison Division. He had made contributions when he took the initiative to lead the troops to attack the orc positions and covered the space warriors, who went deep into the enemy camp to perform orbital strike marking missions. But in the full-scale offensive after the orbital bombardment, when he led his troops deep into the enemy camp, his leg was broken by a flying green bullet. Mashiko soon passed out due to excessive blood loss. After being sent to the rear, he sawed off one of his legs and saved his life. Mashiko, who lost a leg, could no longer go to the battlefield. But he soon received a new transfer order from his old boss Thaddeus to the newly established Shifeng Zhongxi College. At first, he was just a lecturer. At that time, he thought, what virtue and ability do I have to teach others? There was no other way. He could only give lectures, like he used to do ideological work for soldiers in the army. But later, he found that among a group of rotten fish and shrimp, he was really the best lecturer. The worst person was just reading out the textbooks that were not very good in the first place. Soon, when Shifeng Zhongxi Academy needed a manager, he became the Dean of Academic Affairs with the qualification of major rank he obtained when he retired, the Medal of Renaissance, and the status of a combat hero. In the absence of President Gu Heng for a long time, he, as the Dean of Academic Affairs, became the actual person in charge of the school's teaching work, together with another vice president who was not responsible for teaching but only for the construction of hardware facilities. He became the leader of Shifeng Zhongxi College. He has always been very concerned about the construction of the teaching team. He has always been dissatisfied with the poor level of many lecturers and planned to fire some of them and change them. The lecturer Maisko, who gave the lecture today, was one of the worst ones, he thought, and had been put on his layoff list. Unexpectedly, the governor's sudden attack today was to listen to Maisko's class. He hurried over with a cane, but did not dare to go in and disturb him, so he could only sweat coldly at the door. Maisko had cursed him 1,000 times in his heart, wondering why he had not expelled Maisko earlier, which had led to his embarrassment today. He had been trying hard to think about how to explain to the governor later that Maisko could not represent the true teaching level of Shifeng Academy, although the college still has a lot of room for improvement. That is because it was established too recently. If it is longer, if it is given more time, it will improve the education level. As a result, at the door, he listened to the best ideological education class he had ever heard in the school since he took office. Maisko's passionate voice stunned the students at the door. I am crazy, and I want to fire such a person. No. Why didn't you behave well before? Must the governor come to perform well? This is also good, so I won't embarrass myself in front of the governor. Mashiko, with a complicated mentality, silently crossed Maisko off the layoff list. Then, he leaned on a cane with one hand and saluted Gu Heng with the other. Governor, please give instructions. Well done. Gu Heng encouraged him. He knew that the previous education level was not good enough, and he couldn't blame Mashiko. After thinking for a while, Gu Heng added, you don't have to worry about the level of the lecturers, but your textbooks, you need to re-edit them. Don't always use the same thing, it's too rigid. We can add some stories of heroes who have done heroic deeds in the history of the empire, especially the deeds of some governors who have performed outstandingly, and then draw analogies with the angry owl star. Of course, don't write it too obviously. Mashiko quickly took out a pen and paper and began to record the governor's instructions. Later, the textbook reform went in this direction. Chapter 176, Cinder Blossom's Group Army. After personally experiencing the teaching level after the blessing of the building system, Gu Hang was very satisfied. What was directly enhanced was the teacher's teaching level and the teaching atmosphere. But at the same time, he believed that the efficiency improvement brought by the building system had not been fully utilized. If there were better teaching materials and better teaching hardware in the future, for example, there were corresponding pictures and videos to assist in the explanation during the lecture, the teacher's level was good enough, and there was enough knowledge reserve. If all these things were available, and combined with the building system to greatly improve the teacher's explanation level, improve the teaching atmosphere, improve the student's concentration and other buffs, then the overall effect bonus would be more obvious. Only at that level can it be said that the 1,000 points of grace that Gu Hang spent on Zhongxi College have been used to the maximum extent. For this reason, Gu Hang specially took out such a whole day to discuss the subsequent reform plan with Mashiko, the Dean of Academic Affairs, and the Vice President, who rushed over and promised that the relevant teaching funds would be invested in Zhongxi College first. In addition, Gu Hang also specifically mentioned that Zhongxi College would hold an advanced class for short-term training. Gu Hang will personally teach a class in this advanced class. Mashiko took note of this. This so-called advanced version is where Gu Hang intends to spend his gift points to train the company political commissar. The system is called this, and it is positioned as a military branch. But in fact, Gu Hang does not intend to use it as a training ground for military and political officers. Gu Hang will gather those who have performed well in Zhongxi College, or those who need to be trained in various industries, and throw them into this advanced class, and train them into company political commissars at the cost of 10 gift points per person. After graduation, these people will return to their posts with the will of the most loyal soldiers and play an exemplary role. Of course, training military and political officers is also a very important part. Gu Hang gave a total of 70 places in the first batch. This will cost him 700 points of grace. But paying this price will pay off. 50 qualified political commissars will be selected from various armies. After returning, they will enter the headquarters of each division and regiment to serve as political commissars. They will be the most determined force in the army, to ensure the loyalty of the legion to the governor, and to ensure the morale and discipline of the army during combat. Of the other 20 people, 15 will fall into the hands of people in government agencies at all levels. After they go back, I believe they can also bring back faith, ideals, and loyalty. The other 5 people will come from caravans, factories, and other enterprises and institutions. Their promotion speed will be faster than that of ordinary people, but the responsibilities they shoulder will also be greater than that of ordinary people. Gu Hang was looking forward to the time when these seeds would take root and sprout. If there were not enough seeds, then he would cultivate several more batches. Mr. and Mrs. Morgan and their sister Miria were all selected into the advanced class. They were fully aware of how valuable this opportunity was. No matter what they could learn from attending Zhongxi College, at least this resume had become a golden signboard in the New Alliance society. Not to mention, they also attended the advanced class held from time to time, and received personal instruction from the governor. In this way, the golden resume becomes even more dazzling. Who can say I am not loyal in the future? Moreover, after the 7-day course, they are not just gilded. Jason Morgan talked with his wife, and they both felt that they had learned a lot of practical things. The first and most obvious thing is military skills. In the 7-day course, there is a part of military training, and in just a few days, they feel that they have become qualified soldiers and can fight with a gun. This is most obvious to those who have no military training experience before. Another important point is that they know how to boost morale, excite people, and enforce discipline. This includes language skills, expression skills, body movements, and how to set an example in daily life. Which principles are followed, and which ones can be flexible. It is necessary to get along well with others, have deep friendships, care about others, pay attention to what others think, become friends, become brothers, and become someone others can rely on. But at the same time, it is also necessary to pay attention to establishing prestige in daily life, instilling loyal beliefs and ideals in others, and being ruthless at critical moments, strictly adhering to the bottom line, setting an example, and using power, prestige, friendship, and even violence. In short, do everything possible to boost morale and maintain discipline. These knowledge are not just talk. They also understand the specific implementation methods. To be honest, they still feel a little bit in a dream. Are we geniuses? Can we know everything after learning for 7 days? They are even a little skeptical about the extra part of their brain. Will these methods really work when applied in practice? I don't know. There is no practical environment yet. However, if something happens, let's give it a try. The governor's teaching can't be wrong. Right? As for their own level of ideological awareness, has it improved? It's hard for others to say. At least Jason Morgan feels that it's nothing. What loyalty to the governor, love for the alliance, what firm belief, guaranteeing loyalty. I already know these things after reading them 1,000 times, and they just read them a few more times this time. What special changes can there be? Can it really make me stand up for the beliefs in my heart, even at the cost of my life? When I'm in danger? Impossible, not possible in this lifetime. He thought so. But what he didn't know was that, at certain critical moments, at certain critical decisions, people sometimes would not act purely rationally, purely for their own benefit. The heroes who stepped forward often did amazing deeds with just a thought in their mind. The benefits of participating in the Jonesy Advanced class came faster than expected. In addition to what I learned, the same was true for promotion within the Alliance system. Moreover, some important departments competed for candidates from the 20 non-military candidates. For example, High Air C. Morgan was transferred from her original unit soon after graduation. The former was transferred to Shifeng Zhongzi College as a candidate for an excellent lecturer. Before she entered the advanced training class, she was already a well-known progressive thinker in the college. Now, she has further brought out her advantages. Moreover, she is likely to participate in the textbook reform of Zhongzi College. Her sister, Milia de Jong, was snatched away by the disciplinary committee under Lambert. Anti-corruption, auditing, requires people with advanced ideas and a sense of justice. Jason Morgan himself did not have any job transfers, but he was soon promoted to a D3 level employee and sent to the Chengdu area in the south to serve as a local civil affairs liaison officer, responsible for receiving refugees, and will leave soon. His past resume has been gilded, and if he can make a difference in the south, his future will be bright. In addition to these 20 people from government departments, the 50 political commissars selected from various levels of troops did not have any particularly clear promotions. But it was okay, as they were also in high positions. Before coming to the advanced training class, they were the military and political leaders of various troops, basically including the political commissars at the division, brigade, and regiment levels, as well as the instructors of the combined battalion in the 1st Wind-Breaking Brigade. After returning to their respective troops, they basically still did their original jobs. But it was probably much better than the previous situation of being forced to do things. Moreover, although the positions have not changed much, the military ranks have generally been improved. The size of the new Alliance army is not small, but the ranks of officers at all levels are generally relatively low compared to the size of the army. For example, the division commander, brigade commander, are mostly lieutenant colonels. The regiment commander is mostly a major. The battalion commander is generally only a captain. Many company commanders are only lieutenants, or even second lieutenants, and a large number of platoon leaders are not even officers, but are non-commissioned officers. This is a historical problem. The army was established a short time ago, especially after the recovery of the ruins of the tower, and those garrison divisions were basically reorganized from the original adventure group. Although they have undergone systematic training, they are still the same people. Most of the military commanders are the people in power in the previous adventure groups. Although their groups have been divided and dismantled, they try to reduce the occurrence of factionalism, but they still cannot avoid appointing these people as leaders. In this way, Gu Hang deliberately suppresses the military rank. Those who do well and have military merits will be promoted to the rank of colonel in the future division commander or brigade commander. Those who do not do well do not need to be demoted. They can just keep the military rank and do the work corresponding to the rank. In the case that the military chief officers generally have low ranks, it is even more difficult for the second-in-command such as the political commissar to surpass them, and they are generally one level lower. But this time, Gu Hang raised most of the 50 political commissars sent back by one level, and most of them were brought to the same level as the military chief officers in their respective troops. This represents his attitude. Jordan Leroy is an old Feidong Society member. Like Prabhav, he is the first batch of soldiers to come out of the Feidong Society. He was also a red hat in the first batch of political commissar selection, at the same time as Thaddeus, and has now become the brigade political commissar of the 1st Shifeng Brigade. He was a major before, and just recently was specially awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel by the governor, which made him the same rank as their brigade commander, Probov. His troops left the starship a week ago, and after landing, they went on vacation. He himself was transferred to Jonesy College with a transfer order to attend a refresher course. 3 days ago, his troops ended their vacation, and more than 2,000 soldiers were added from the recruit camp, as well as a batch of equipment that had just been transported from the Washing City arsenal, to make up for the losses in the battle on the starship. Then, the troops left their base and headed to the west of Fushing City. There, the 7th and 8th Divisions were confronting the army of the rebel settlements that had formed an alliance. The newly added troops were to reinforce the 7th and 8th Divisions, and to achieve key results and end the battle in the shortest possible time. For this reason, after the course at Jonesy College ended, Leroy immediately took a car and, together with several political commissars who would also participate in the war, came to the second line of the battlefield about 130 kilometers west of Fushing City. Everyone went their separate ways here, each looking for their own troops. He also found the location of his troops. The flags of the Wind Quieting Brigade were planted in various places in the second-line military camp, fluttering in the wind. The car drove into the military camp, and under the guidance of the soldiers, he came to a military tent. Lieutenant Colonel Probov, who had just received the news, walked out of the door to greet his old partner. The two hugged each other. Probov patted Leroy on the back, and said with a smile, "I finally waited for you to come back. Now, I can lead the troops to charge forward with confidence." Leroy just smiled, and pulled Probov, his fellow countryman and colleague, into the command tent. As soon as he arrived, he saw a military sand table. Leroy asked, "What is the situation now? I rushed here immediately after I got out of school, and I didn't have a chance to hear the latest situation on the way." Probov said, "I was just about to tell you. 3 days ago, the fully equipped Wind-Breaking Brigade, the 2nd Motorized Infantry Division that had completed the motorized reorganization, and the Beast Slaughter Regiment set out together and arrived at the front line of the battle. Among them, the 3rd Independent Regiment is worth mentioning. It finally got back the title of the Beast Slayer Regiment that they had been dreaming of. This was thanks to the battle hero, Eero Lacrocia, who was born in their unit and blew up the warlord of the Orc fleet. That guy is now very successful. Not only did he get the 2nd Wind Extinguishing Medal in the whole army, his rank was also promoted from corporal to special sergeant. He was originally going to be promoted to an officer to lead the troops, but he refused. He said he only knew how to be a soldier. There was no other way. Originally, the highest rank of the Alliance military non-commissioned officers was the sergeant. As a result, for him, 3 levels were specially created: Sergeant Major, Senior Sergeant Major, and Special Sergeant Major. Lacrocia was made the only Special Sergeant Major in the entire army, commonly known as the Soldier King, and he followed the troops that took back the name of the Beast Slayer group and arrived here last night. They did not immediately engage in battle. The main reason was that after a quick march of more than 100 kilometers, they needed a little rest. Also, they needed time to formulate an overall combat plan and wait for the political commissars of each unit, who were still in training. Now, everything is ready, except for the attack. The commander-in-chief of this battle is Colonel Yin Fengshu. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 7th, and 8th division-level units gathered together to form a group army. Yin Fengshu, the highest military leader of the Alliance army, took on the responsibility of the group army commander. He was under great pressure. The enemy on the opposite side was not so bad. A group of rabble, even if there were many of them. But Yin Fengshu, who had gathered a large army under his command, could he still be afraid? But the governor's eager expectations made him feel pressured. According to the governor's instructions, this battle must be fought quickly, with great results, and it must be decided in one battle. It cannot be dragged out. This is a political necessity. War is an extension of politics. In addition, although the governor did not say it explicitly, if the casualties in a battle are too large, even if the various pre-war battle goals are achieved, he will probably not get any benefits. However, he did not shrink from the battle, and still formulated a battle plan with the guiding ideology of rapidly defeating and completely annihilating. He called it blooming in the center, and the Wind Extinguishing Brigade is the spearhead of the center. Chapter 177. Making Dumplings. I plan to gather the tank companies of all the combat battalions in the brigade. More than 50 tanks will form an armored fist. And under the cover of artillery, they will smash hard into the center of the enemy defense line. After the breakthrough, our mechanized and motorized troops will quickly follow up. We must open a 30-kilometer deep wound in the enemy position within at least 1 day, so that we can create conditions for breakthrough and encirclement for the friendly troops that follow up. Prabhav told his old partner about his plan. After listening, Leroy thought about it and had no objection. This is really Prabhav's style. Rush forward and break through the enemy. If you have no objection, then let's do it. We will set off tomorrow morning. The troops have rested for 2 days, which is enough. I hope that those new recruits who have just been added can be useful and nothing will go wrong. As it turned out, the new recruits did not disappoint Prabhav. Compared to the veterans who had participated in many brutal battles, these new soldiers were a little immature, but their military skills were definitely sufficient. The next morning, at dawn, the 1st Brigade set out. The deafening artillery fire covered the enemy position. The soldiers and leaders of the anti-governor alliance were stunned by the fierce artillery fire. Before that, when they fought against the 7th and 8th divisions, they had experienced the power of the alliance artillery. But at that time, the 2 divisions combined only had about 50 guns. But it was precisely because of the existence of these 50 heavy guns that the 70,000 to 80,000 anti-governor allied forces were unable to advance. It was okay to defend, relying on fortifications and anti-gun holes, and they could barely resist if they took the initiative to attack. Lacking artillery counterattacks and armored cover, the 50 heavy guns were enough to make their attacking forces die. After losing some lives, they knew they couldn't fight like this. But before they could come up with some new ideas, the Iron Fist of the Alliance arrived first. At this moment, the rebels were squatting in the anti-gun caves and various fortifications as usual. And then the artillery came. They thought that this was just like the bombardment they had suffered every day for more than half a month. Although it was uncomfortable and people would die, it would pass after a while. But in fact, it was not the case at all. This time, the bombardment was much more intensive and lasted much longer than before. This is definitely not the effect that 50 artillery pieces can produce. This is exactly the case. At this moment, within the 5 divisions, a total of 10 artillery battalions can be deployed, and the artillery pieces firing at the same time exceed 300 pieces. All the artillery units of the 5 divisional brigade level units are almost all concentrated and utilized. The combined artillery positions concentrated on the direction where the Sheafing Brigade was about to launch an assault and bombarded indiscriminately. In 1 hour, 100 rounds and 30,155 howitzers hit the enemy position about 8 kilometers wide in the center. On average, if the distance is less than 30 centimeters, a 155 millimeters howitzer will hit it, and there will be no room for shells. What's wrong with the anti-gun holes? If it is hit directly, and the dug anti-gun holes are a little shallow, they will be blown down. If you are lucky, it will not be hit directly, and the shaking ground will also drop soil. If it shakes countless times, it will collapse the anti-gun holes. Not to mention, it is impossible for all soldiers to stay in anti-gun holes. Some can only stay in trenches or even foxholes. If a cannon fires like this, if it hits, a large number of people will lose their lives. And these 30,000 shells are just the prelude to the attack. When the artillery fire stops, in the trench, a built-up concrete bunker, half buried in the ground, an officer of the anti-governor allied forces walks out. He is dazed, deaf, and even has dried blood hanging around his ears. Just now, at least 10 heavy artillery shells fell near the bunker. Fortunately, no shells hit the bunker directly. Otherwise he would have died. Unfortunately, the trenches leading to the 2 exits of the bunker were both hit, which deafened his ears. The shrapnel from the flying artillery killed several staff officers around him and cut off one of his arms. He covered his bleeding arm and walked out of the bunker. What caught his eyes were the bodies scattered all over the trenches. Some people were wailing, but there were also many people who couldn't even wail. There were even some people whose bodies could not be found. He staggered, rolled and crawled onto the firing pedal, looking in the direction of the Alliance army. He saw 50 steel monsters, with a distance of about 20 to 30 meters, scattered in the direction of the trench, moving with great momentum. And following these steel monsters with gun barrels, there were also infantry fighting vehicles that he couldn't count exactly. Further back in the distance, there were many trucks full of infantry, which were even less clear. He shouted to the soldiers loudly to come out and fight, to stop the enemy attack, but he couldn't even hear his voice because he was deaf. No one responded to his call. At least in the small area where he was, there were no survivors. What should he do next? With a dizzy head, before he could figure out what was going on, he saw a tank, with its gun barrel turning, aiming at him. He stared blankly at the dark muzzle, which emitted a burst of orange flames, and then everything went black, and he knew nothing. Following the troops charging, Lieutenant Colonel Perbov, who was several hundred meters away from the tanks that were in contact with the enemy, ventured out and looked at the battlefield with a telescope. He just happened to see the scene just now. He cursed, "Damn it! You have to shoot at a mosquito. Right? Cannonballs are free. Right?" He seemed a little depressed. It's not really because the tank soldiers wasted shells. But, damn it, the artillery did all my work. What should I do? He sat back in the car, not very happy. Leroy, who was next to him, of course understood what kind of person his old partner was. He smiled and patted Perbov on the shoulder and comforted him. If the problem can be solved with artillery shells, don't use human lives to solve it. I think this is a good idea. What's more, if you want to fight, it's not like there is no war to fight. Although the artillery brothers are capable, can they really finish all the work? What Leroy said certainly made sense. Less than 30 centimeters per shell, that's an exaggeration. The enemy position is not just one line. No matter how amateur or stupid the commander on the opposite side is, he knows to build a deep defense line. It was indeed badly bombed, but it's really not 8 kilometers wide. At least there are not many soldiers on the 3-kilometer thick front. In fact, the Schiefing Brigade still encountered resistance. The enemy began to emerge. Some lucky people who survived the bombardment have emerged from the bunkers, fortifications, anti-gun holes, under the strong orders of the officers, and launched a counterattack against the attacking enemy. However, this counterattack was just like a tickle. I don't know if the artillery positions of the anti-governor alliance were destroyed by the 30,000 heavy artillery shells before. Anyway, they were nowhere to be seen at this time. The soldiers did have some weapons that could barely be considered anti-armor, such as rocket launchers, explosive packs, etc. But the number was not large enough, and the power was not strong enough. That rocket launcher, whether it was used to attack the Wanderer or the Challenger tank, was just a tickle, unless it was really close, and it could be very accurately bombed to the tracks, wheels, and the thinnest part of the armor on the buttocks of tanks and armored vehicles. Explosive packs require people to get close to them, but that is difficult. In order to ensure accuracy and power, you must get very close to the armored units. However, their tanks and infantry fighting vehicles are not turtles. They run faster than people, and have more powerful firepower. Not to mention the cannon barrels, the machine guns on the tanks, the machine guns and explosive machine guns on the infantry fighting vehicles, are all explosive damage to light infantry. Without firepower cover, relying solely on light infantry, they will be destroyed before they get close. If there is a lucky guy, or someone who is tenacious, who can wait until the tank passes and then rush out, then it is basically impossible to succeed. The infantry-tank coordination of the wind-shattering brigade, and the tactics of armored charge, are their forte. The infantry of the Allied forces are not vegetarians. This time, the infantry-tank coordination tactics adopted by the wind-shattering brigade are armor-guided assaults, with tanks in the front, mechanized infantry fighting in the middle, and infantry fighting vehicles in the back. On both sides and rear of each tank, there are usually 1 or 2 infantry squads. The guns in their hands will educate those enemies who think that the tank barrels are not rotating fast enough and want to attack from the side. At the same time, the infantry fighting vehicles further behind will serve as the key fire support for the infantry. At the same time, the tank troops will not make the mistake of being out of touch, and often keep a distance of 20 to 100 meters from the infantry. After occupying a position, the tank will stop for a while and wait for the infantry to come up. After the infantry comes up, they will complete the occupation and clearing of the surrounding areas. The tank will set off again at this time, break through another position, and the infantry will follow. This goes back and forth. After the motorized troops behind catch up, they will do the final cleanup of the enemy troops that have been scattered. This set of tactics, even if it is an enemy position with a tight defense line, is not easy to defend, let alone the current anti-governor coalition forces. They are originally a mob pulled together from various settlements. Equipment, morale, training, experience, all have visible differences. After being hit by 30,000 artillery shells, There were not many people left alive. Moreover, even for those who were alive, their morale had already reached the brink of collapse. To be honest, if they had not been forced by the officers to resist, they would have probably run away long ago, or hid and waited for surrender. But these officers of the anti-governor alliance army, aren't they afraid of death? Obviously they are afraid. In some places, the soldiers fled, and the officers tried to call them back, but it was useless. They made up their minds and simply ran away. Some officers, after calling on the soldiers to go out to resist, slipped away first, and some officers simply ran away with their soldiers. In general, these anti-governor coalition forces, after suffering terrible bombardment, were able to organize the remaining people and launch a certain degree of counterattack, which was considered very good for their mob status. However, under the impact of the armored forces, this resistance was quickly crushed. If the fleeing soldiers ran to the sides, Prabhav's soldiers would not pay much attention to them, and they had no time to take care of things on both sides of the front line. If they panicked and ran backwards, they would be chased by the armored forces all the way, which was obviously very bad. Two legs cannot outrun wheels. Especially after the enemy resistance became weaker and weaker, Prabhav adopted bold and radical tactics, no longer allowing the infantry and armored forces to maintain close coordination. Tactical discipline was dropped, and more emphasis was placed on the speed of impact. Infantry fighting vehicles began to overtake the slower Challenger tanks, and when they reached the front, the engineering battalion rode on armed trucks and quickly caught up. When they encountered places that they could not pass, the engineers got off the vehicles to fill the trenches and build temporary roads. This was actually very dangerous. But there was no danger. Just after the Sheafing Brigade officially entered the battle, and just 2 hours later, the entire unit broke through the middle area of the enemy defense line, 8 kilometers wide, 4 kilometers deep. It was completely broken. At this point, Commander Yan's center-blooming tactics were considered to be initially successful. The enemy line, which was about 50 kilometers wide, had now been blown from the middle, and an 8-kilometer wide salient was created from the middle. All this, including the artillery bombardment and the completion of the armored assault, all happened within 3 hours. Next, it was time for the next stage of the central blooming tactic, making dumplings. The salient was created, of course, in preparation for the complete annihilation of the enemy. After breaking through the defense line, the Sheafing Brigade did not stop. After crossing the difficult trench area where the enemy was resisting, the road ahead was even smoother. The mechanized troops of the Sheafing Brigade ran very fast on this smooth road. 5 hours later, the vanguard of the Sheafing Brigade had already fought 50 kilometers away. At this time, it had only been 8 hours since the bombardment began. 8 hours was not enough for the anti-governor alliance, which was divided into 2 parts, to react effectively. But Yin Fanshu's follow-up attack plan had already followed. The 2nd Motorized Infantry Division quickly followed from the salient of the Sheafing Brigade. Some troops were left to defend the central salient, while the other troops, together with the Sheafing Brigade, encircled the enemy in the north and west directions respectively. This was the retreat route of the 2 enemy troops that were separated. At the same time, the 3rd Beast Slaughtering Independent Regiment, the 7th and 8th Garrison Divisions, began to launch a full-scale offensive with the support of artillery. The enemy troops began to waver. The center was breached, the 2 sides lost contact, the retreat route was surrounded, the front was drowned by fierce artillery fire. Under multi-sided attacks, they became dumpling fillings. Yin Fanshu spent half a day, the center blossomed, and another day, to make a solid dumpling. The skin is thin, and the filling is large. But the meat filling inside is not able to break through the dumpling skin that seems to have few soldiers. They were surrounded and held on for 3 days. There was no supply, no ammunition, no reinforcements. A group of rabble, expecting them to fight until they ran out of ammunition and food. And all the people died? It was unrealistic. On the 4th day, the enemy began to surrender on a large scale. At this point, this dumpling with thin skin and large filling was cooked. Chapter 178, Draining the Technology Card Prize Pool. 4 days ago, our troops completed the established combat plan and wiped out more than 80,000 rebels. Among them, more than 9,000 were eliminated and more than 70,000 were captured. Our army suffered 415 casualties, including 164 deaths. At present, our Central Army Group is continuing to advance to the southwest according to the established plan. The goal is to completely disarm the 77 known survivor settlements in this direction and liberate the 2 million people in the Central Bank province. The goal is optimistically estimated to be completed within a month. Please rest assured, Governor, we will complete the task. Gu Heng glanced at it. Read the report sent back by Commander Yin, and then put it aside. He was not surprised by the result, so he was not upset. At most, he compared it with the battle report interface refreshed by the system. Gu Heng earned 774 points of grace from this war, which was pretty good. He earned back the cost of training the 70 political commissars. However, the number of kills and prisoners submitted by Yin Fangxiu is slightly different from the system battle report, but not much. This is a statistical error, which is normal. The numbers counted by the system come from metaphysics, which is a plugin. The report submitted by Yin Fangxiu requires him to count the number of people himself. Prisoners are easy to count. Just count the heads. But it is too difficult to determine the number of kills, especially most of the enemy casualties, who actually died from artillery bombardment, those buried by the collapsed fortifications and blown to pieces. How can we confirm how many people are in that piece of rotten meat? That's about it. Anyway, the 5 divisions of the so-called Central Army Group have only about 38,000 people in total. It seems that they are facing an enemy 2.5 times their number, but in fact, the training, experience, and equipment of both sides are very different. This is a battle that cannot be lost. Unless Yin Fangxiu is too stupid, it is normal to have such a record. From the current perspective, Commander Yin is certainly not stupid. In fact, he has done a good job. After the more than 80,000 people were wiped out, the rebel forces in the central province were like grasshoppers in autumn, and they could not jump for a few days. To put it bluntly, they used to be scattered settlements, with a population of a few hundred or a few thousand, or a few hundred or a few 100,000. Their productivity was low. They were extremely poor, and they could barely make ends meet. It was the special environment of the Wasteland that allowed every household to have some weapons, so that when they felt threatened, they could raise a large army to resist. But after this wave of resistance was crushed, it was impossible for them to raise a second team based on the characteristics of their so-called allied forces. They said they were anti-alliance, but in fact, they were a loose alliance. The alliance was called an alliance. But after Gu Heng came to power, he quickly transformed it into a highly centralized political system. The mobilization capabilities between the two are not the same. What's more, losing 80,000 young and middle-aged people is equivalent to losing 4% of the total population for the rebel forces in the Central Bank province, with a total population of 2 million. How can the hastily gathered coalition withstand such an impact? Before, the alliance did not make any effort, and more than 10,000 people blocked the 80,000 people. Now, with a little effort, the 80,000 people were gone in 4 days. Catching 80,000 pigs is probably only this efficient. The leaders and people of those settlements, wouldn't they be shocked? They are probably scared to death. Gu Heng judged that in the future, Yin Fangxiu's actions would not be hindered too much. I'm afraid that once a city is conquered, that city will raise the white flag and surrender. Even if those guys want to continue to resist, their residents probably won't agree. Even if the residents agree, it will probably be difficult for them to gather tens of thousands of guns. However, although the subsequent actions should be relatively smooth, and the entire war would not be difficult, Gu Heng still decided that after Yin Fangxiu returned from the battle, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would promote him to brigadier general. The commander of an army group in the alliance was only a colonel, which was too unreasonable. In less than half a year, Yin Fangxiu was promoted from a small naval captain to the rank of brigadier general, the same rank as Captain Yilixia, who sent him to the frontier. This means TSK. I don't know what Yilixia will think after seeing this. Although, the two are very different. A serious first-class brigadier general of the Imperial Navy and a brigadier general of the planetary defense force of a small planet are far from the same thing. But, no matter how valuable it is, the rank of the planetary defense force is also recognized by the Empire, and Yilixia would have to pinch her nose and call him brigadier general when she saw it. It's quite interesting. Retracting his thoughts, there is another thing about this war, which needs Gu Heng attention. They captured 70,000 prisoners. These prisoners are being escorted here. To house these people, the construction team of Fuxing City will build a large prisoner of war camp near the recruit training base. These prisoners cannot be treated the same way as the looters captured before. Most of them are not looters, and have never committed serious crimes. Being a rebel is the job of the leader. The leader of each settlement, whether they volunteered, were mobilized, or even conscripted, they were all poor people. Civilians. When they were enemies, there was nothing to say. Now, as prisoners, there was no need to be too harsh. They were all Gu Hang people. 70,000 young and strong. And they were all precious labor. Gu Hang sent an order to Thaddeus, asking the military and political chief to make relevant work plans and complete them before the prisoners arrived. The overall goal was to digest these people, whether it was to extract some of them, to transform them into new soldiers, or to disperse them and enter the factory as civilians after ensuring that there were no problems. With his subordinates, Gu Hang would not have to do everything himself. He only needed to check how his subordinates were doing. Thaddeus did come up with a corresponding plan the next day. The general method was that all prisoners of war would be assigned to corresponding jobs in Fushing City for a month as punishment. They would be assigned to construction sites, cargo sorting and transportation centers, factories. In short, any place that needed labor could be assigned there. In this regard, Thaddeus will do the corresponding docking and communication with the people in the production department. Enjoy the 8-hour work system, will not be abused, will not be beaten or scolded, and enjoy the same working treatment as normal workers. The labor protection supplies, food rations, and medical insurance that should be issued will not be lacking. But there is no pay, and no personal freedom. After get off work, you must return to the prisoner of war camp, and then accept the military political commissar, instructor, part-time lecturer of Zhongxi College, to come and give a 4-hour ideological education class, and make sure they realize that their past behavior was wrong, their past life sufferings are caused by the original rulers of the settlements. The governor is here to unite all the people of Angry Owl Star. The alliance will not do anything to them. On the contrary, as long as they are reformed well, the future life will be beautiful and bright. This is not just empty talk, but is supported by real institutional advantages. These prisoners of war will work with the residents of Fushing City during the day, whether in factories or construction sites. They will know what kind of life the residents of Fushing City live. They have stable job levels, no worries about food and clothing, and extra salary, which can be used to buy goods to improve their living standards. After working for a long time, or with outstanding work performance, their job levels will be promoted. This is a real upward channel that can be seen. Life is hopeful and promising. Good days are still to come. After receiving social education during the day and ideological education at night, these poor people who were conscripted from various settlements will surely change after a month of being prisoners of war. At that time, they will be assigned ranks according to their performance in the prisoner of war camp within this month. And it should be smoother to integrate into the city. After Gu Hang read Thaddeus's plan, he approved it without much modification. At the end of the approved document, he also added a sentence, asking Thaddeus to summarize the experience of managing prisoners of war this time, so as to make it a routine method for similar things in the future. This matter is over for him, and he will just have to wait and see the results later. As for what he wants to do, he still has some gift points on hand. After returning to the surface, he spent 500 points to train 50,000 new soldiers, 1,000 points to train Zhongxi Academy, and 700 points to train political commissars. Adding the 774 points he got at the end of the battle, he still has a total of 3,232 points of gift left. Still a lot. After thinking about it, Gu Hang decided to draw the technology card. Technology is the primary productive force. The reason why his territory can support a small army of 100,000 with a population of more than 2 million and well-equipped, is it really because of his charisma? No matter how charismatic he is, can he turn out armored vehicles, tanks, and food? To put it bluntly, the role of the industrial base in Waishing City is extremely important, and its development is entirely due to the black box provided by the technology system, which directly turns out the production line. As for the technology card, according to the hellish mechanism of the system, the card pool of each level is essentially limited and will be drained. So you need to be strategic when drawing cards. At present, the card pool that Gu Hang can draw has 3 levels, 10/100/1000, 10 yuan level, 10% probability of basic level, 90% probability of Air Force. And it is expected that you can get a basic level for 100 yuan. The cost performance is actually okay. 100 yuan level, 50% basic level, 10% advanced level, and it is expected that you can get an advanced level by investing 1,000 points. 200 points for a basic level. And the second estimate is expected to be 500 points for a basic level, which is relatively poor cost performance. 1,000 level, basic level probability 40%, advanced level probability 30%, elite level probability 30%. This is a card pool that I have never drawn before. The cost performance is maximized. You can get a technology stably with 1,000 points. It is a bit of a loss to draw the basic level, but the probability of advanced and elite levels is not low. You will earn money if you get it. Gu Heng is a little itchy, but he decided to increase the gift by 100 points first, draw a 10 yuan level, and try his luck. I was really lucky. I got it for only 80 yuan. Basic technology, LR5 Light Energy Rifle Family. The Imperial Mechanicus took on the order requirements of the Astra Militarum and developed a new generation of light energy rifle family. It can be simply modified with different accessories to form rapid-fire laser guns, laser rifles, energy storage rifles, laser pistols, and other firearms with different functions. Good stuff. LR series laser guns are also the basic weapon configuration of the Astra Militarum. But unlike the G9, which also has a basic weapon configuration, the LR is much more advanced and much more expensive. If the G-series kinetic rifles are given to the $5 brothers and used to fill the line, then the troops that are equipped with LR5 laser guns on a large scale can be regarded as the main elite of the Star Army. Apart from other things, the damage of this thing is almost the same as that of the HS series electromagnetic rifle, except that the electromagnetic rifle fires metal spikes, while the laser gun is a pure energy weapon. But no matter which one, when fighting against greenskins, it will never happen like the G-series rifles, where it takes dozens of rounds to kill a greenskin. When fighting against ordinary greenskin guys without helmets, one shot is enough to kill them. And when fighting against the torso, 5 or 6 shots will also be enough to kill them. In general, this is a weapon that improves the firepower of light infantry. Even after sufficient configuration, the power of basic firearms will increase significantly, enough to bring about a qualitative change in the combat effectiveness of the entire army. Gu Heng was still a little regretful just now. If he had not taken out the G9 and replaced it with the LR5, it would have been great. This way, you can get everything done in one step. With LR5, who would use G9? However, he thought about it later and didn't think so. At that time, it would be better to take out G9. Good things have a problem, that is, they are expensive. The Imperial Taxation Department will take away LR5 individual sets at 4 tax coins per set. You know, the Taxation Department only gives 5 tax coins for each person. I don't know whether to say that LR5 is too expensive, or that in the eyes of the Taxation Department, human life is too worthless. As for the price of G9, 5 sets for 1 tax coin. A set of individual equipment with LR5 laser gun as the core. The manufacturing cost is 20 times that of G-series kinetic rifle. If LR5 was directly taken out at that time, then Gu Heng planned to explode the army would probably have a big problem, and it would be impossible to make so many guns. Moreover, even now, LR5 has problems. The gun can be made, but the high-energy battery as ammunition, there is no manufacturing condition. The finished black box directly generated will have a battery, but it is not in the production line. It's a headache. This is the industrial system that relies entirely on black boxes. As a result, some technologies are extracted, but they are unable to realize them. However, this problem is not unsolvable. Gu Heng also has a mechanic who was once a genius, Ms. Wu Jiarong. This mechanic, whose name is very similar to his cousin's, recently has really produced some results. The production line process of synthetic starch, she has conquered it, and at the same time, she has also come up with a production plan for energy storage batteries. This thing has a performance gap with the high-energy batteries used by the Star Boundary Army, but it is not unusable. It's nothing more than the number of bullets in a magazine, from 80 rounds, reduced to 15 rounds, and if you use high-powered shooting with charging, one shot can destroy a fully charged battery. But it's still the same saying, solve the problem of whether there is one or not first, good or not, we talk about it later. Maybe you get the high-energy battery manufacturing technology later? However, although it's a very happy thing to get the LR5 laser gun family, it's not without cost. It's not just 80 points of grace. More importantly, the novice prize pool of 10 yuan has been completely drained. After this, the probability of winning 10 points of grace is only 1%. The expectation is to get a basic level technology with 1,000 points, only a fool would continue to draw. Then, Gu Heng began to set his goal on the 1000 level. He has high expectations for this. There is a high probability of getting an advanced or elite level good, but if you draw a basic level, it will be a big loss. I hope I have better luck. Chapter 179, this is the reward from the God Emperor. He was actually a little conflicted. He wanted to come up with an awesome elite level technology, but he was also worried that even if he did, the current industrial level in the territory would not be able to digest it. Let alone the elite level. Even the advanced technology that was previously drawn, the grenade launcher and the controllable reactor, can only be produced on a small scale with a finished black box, and cannot be put into real mass production. It is true that the mother machine black box can be pulled out of the production line, but the production line is not a black box. You can't just input the basic raw material elements and get the finished product. Both of these things require alloy ceramic steel as industrial raw materials, which is a more advanced alloy than alloy plastic steel, and cannot be produced at present. But even if we can't pull out a production line, it's just a finished black box. If we can make something awesome, that's great. It may not come out anyway, so why worry about it? Just draw. Gu Heng started the first 1000 level lottery. His luck was average. Not good but not too bad. He got an advanced technology. Wind Falcon Speedboat, Advanced. This is a multi-purpose combat aircraft, using some anti-gravity technology, with a high-energy engine, with extremely high performance. Depending on the equipped modules and weapons, it can be used as a high-speed fighter, ground bomber, support gunboat, squad carrier, etc. Seeing this thing, Gu Heng almost laughed his mouth off. The Wind Falcon Speedboat can be regarded as the main flying vehicle of the Star Army. In the Imperial military, there is no independent Air Force organization. Similar roles, either on some space carriers, as spacecraft for space warfare, to conduct swarm warfare. This is naval aviation, or deployed in the Star Army, as support and firepower supplement for ground troops. This is land aviation. Gu Heng Army has always lacked air power. Although after receiving the old Alliance Army, there are more than 20 aircraft of various types parked in their hangars. But they are either propeller fixed-wing aircraft or helicopters. The combat capability of these things can't be said to be bad, but the number is a bit too small. In Gu Heng previous battles, they have never played such an important role. However, the Fengshan speed attack boat is different. With this black box, it means that Gu Heng can mass-produce aircraft. Moreover, its performance is much better than the current aircraft of the Alliance Army. For example, an ordinary, locally produced helicopter may be shot down by a homemade rocket launcher. In the past, helicopters were not allowed to be used in battles, because they were not very helpful, and were easy to be shot down. If a helicopter was lost, Gu Heng would have one less vehicle when he was about to make a quick move. It was unnecessary. But he was no longer afraid. It was impossible to shoot down the Feng Falcon with a homemade rocket launcher. First of all, it could not be hit. It could fly even faster than a jet plane. The high-energy engine combined with anti-gravity technology allowed it to reach an exaggerated speed. It could hover and move directly left and right or up and down. This was a level higher in flexibility than traditional fixed-wing aircraft. It is very difficult to hit it with machine aiming, anti-aircraft guns without fire control, etc. And you can only cover it with bullets. Secondly, even if you hit it, it may not be damaged. Feng Falcon is called a speed attack boat, not a plane. It is not thin at all. Even if it is not as good as a tank, it is probably not much worse than the Walker infantry fighting vehicle. With the blessing of anti-gravity technology, Feng Falcon can carry heavy armor and fly into the sky. If you are given rockets, anti-aircraft guns, or even anti-aircraft missiles, it may not fall down directly due to the thick armor. Similarly, the excellent load-bearing capacity also means that the Wind Falcon can carry a lot of weapons and equipment. Anti-aircraft missiles, anti-ground missiles, laser cannons, railguns. These things are put on it. It is like a flying infantry fighting vehicle with more powerful firepower. The pilot will be equipped with a servo skull to assist in fire control. If necessary, it can unload some high-load missiles. And it can also transport a Space Marine strike team, or a whole infantry platoon, for airborne operations. After dropping the airborne troops, it can continue to fly and hover over the airborne troops to provide support. This is a top-level flying weapon. Of course, it still has a problem. It can only be made in black boxes. and there is no production line. If a production line is built, there is a lack of ceramic steel for surface armor, anti-gravity engines and high-energy engines, and the whetstone engine is not enough. The military factory in Wasteland City can now produce some missiles on a small scale. This is the result of Wu Jiarong's self-conquer of some technical problems. But the output is not high. Laser cannons and rail guns cannot be made. The servo skull of the fire control system can only be made by Wu Jiarong at present. The output is touching. The lack of these accessories means that the military factory cannot make it. It can only rely on the finished black box to slowly rub it. It is estimated that one can be rubbed out in a week. The problem of developing advanced technology that Gu Heng was worried about before still happened. However, it can still bring benefits. If you make one a week, it is worth it. A few Wind Falcon speedboats can almost have a critical impact on a local war. After drawing the Wind Falcon speedboat, Gu Heng saw that the winning rate of advanced technology has become 20%. The basic level is 50%, and the elite level is still 30%. The rules are the same as the 100 level rules. After a hit, the technology of the corresponding rating will drop in probability and fall to the next level. The only thing that was worth being happy about was that the probability of dropping was only 10%, which was much better than the previous 2 levels. Gu Heng drew twice in a row. His luck was good and bad. And he got a basic level and an elite level. The basic level one was particularly bad. And he got a resource detection technology blueprint. It was a little different from the previous technology. In addition to the finished black box and the mother machine black box for producing detection equipment, there was also an extra thing, a complete set of detection knowledge illustrations and teaching materials. The latter thing is quite powerful. Gu Heng immediately thought that, after he had these, he could form multiple resource exploration teams to explore what good things are contained in the land that he can currently control. According to the description of technology, a team equipped with detection equipment and learning detection knowledge can mark the value of the land. The detection of the fertility of the land, what kind of crops are suitable for planting, as well as the detection of mineral resources and mining plan suggestions, these 2 items are the top priorities. The city ruins of the pre-war era will be picked up sooner or later. Discovering new metal deposits and studying how to dismantle the tall buildings in the city ruins and convert them into materials for reuse are all of great significance. Gu Heng plans to hand over the corresponding work to Asuna. She can build a land and resources bureau under the production department to be responsible for the exploration, planning, and utilization of various resources. Although only one basic level technology was extracted from 1,000 levels. As long as the relevant exploration technology finds a large mine, it may be worth it. Therefore, Gu Heng was not disappointed. The results proved that this exploration technology was worth the money. Just 1 month later, Osina organized a group of people who had experience in this field, learned exploration knowledge, and equipped with detection equipment that produced finished black boxes, and immediately made profits. After re-exploring the abandoned cave in the pre-war era where the Feidong society originally lived, they found that there were deep metal mines underneath, with quite good reserves. It is just that the mining difficulty is a little bit high, but they also quickly formulated a corresponding mining plan. Patel, the person in charge of the abandoned cave area of Wasteland City, attached great importance to this. He quickly dispatched the corresponding construction team, and with the help of the corresponding engineering machinery, he began to dig and build a new mining area. If nothing unexpected happens, the new mining area will be officially put into production in 3 months. By then, the cost of raw materials in the Wasteland City heavy industrial base will be greatly reduced. The minerals directly dug out from the new mining area will have extremely low transportation costs. Later, after field research, this group of exploration teams will come up with a plan to completely demolish the large-scale tower ruins and recycle resources. This is not just as simple as picking up garbage. It includes 2 major aspects: the utilization of many buildings left over from the tower ruins, and the utilization of waste energy storms. The former is mainly aimed at those buildings left over from the pre-war era, which have experienced wars and are still standing after a century of waste energy storms. Obviously, these buildings are very strong, although this will bring high demolition costs. The materials that make up the buildings will also be more valuable. After being crushed, the high-strength concrete can be used as new building materials, such as bridge and road construction and new buildings. It also contains a large amount of metal materials, which can be directly recycled. The recycling of these materials is secondary. The more important part is the utilization of waste energy storms. The ruins of the tower is a frequent waste energy storm zone. The reason why the garbage town can be built is because it is on the edge of the waste energy storm zone and will not be blown away. But when the storm that occurs once every 1 or 2 months comes, all the work of using the ruins of the tower will stop. The benefit of this storm is that it leaves some hot ash stones where it blows, which can be picked up and used as fuel. But according to the research of the exploration team, the waste energy storm itself is a resource. The biggest specialty of the Angry Owl Star was the psychic gas field, which can directly produce high-level energy, spiritual gas. This thing is very valuable. But the war destroyed the psychic gas fields, and the disordered power was released, forming waste energy storms. These storms have strong energy properties, and it is precisely because of this that it is difficult for creatures to survive when the storm sweeps. Even if there is a solid shelter, you have to store food and stay in the shelter until the storm ends. It would be a pity to let these stably released energies dissipate between heaven and earth and transform into some hot ash stones. It should have a higher value. If it just stops at this step, it is still just a fantasy. It is one thing to recognize the nature of the waste energy storm, and it is another to use it. However, Gu Hang 3rd 1000 level technology card drew a good thing. Compressed energy crystal block, elite level. This is a high-level energy application method that can compress various types of energy to form energy crystal blocks of various sizes. Its energy density far exceeds that of nuclear energy, and it is stable and easy to use. It is the energy basis of common star ships and heavy ground weapons. It's done. This thing is the ultimate solution to the energy problem. In actual application, the energy crystal block produced is just a hollow metal frame. When it is placed on the energy compressor, the compressor is connected to the energy, and then the energy will be greatly compressed and filled into the hollow metal frame, forming a beautiful blue crystal. This thing is a compressed energy crystal. In essence, this technology is not limited to any energy source. Even if it is connected to a power station, it can greatly compress the electrical energy. Of course, it is basically not done that way. The energy density of a power station, even a nuclear power station, is relatively low. Generally speaking, energy crystals are used to generate electricity, and one energy crystal can be used for a long time. But this is only a very small part of the application. More importantly, after a sufficient amount of compressed energy crystals are produced, they can be directly transported to the sky to provide starship functions. Some high-level equipment, such as the super heavy tanks of the Star Army, and even various Titan mechas, also use this energy. Apart from other things, if Gu Hang builds a device to collect spiritual gas in the waste energy storm area, and then connects it to the energy compressor, the waste energy storm in the tower ruins alone, once a month, for a week, the energy crystals produced are worth more than 40,000 tax coins. What does this mean? The current annual imperial tax on the Angry Owl Star is only 5 million. If this waste energy storm can really be turned into energy minerals as Gu Hang planned, turning waste into treasure, then the output here alone, selling energy crystals, can solve 1/10 of the tax problem of Angry Owl Star every year. Moreover, once this model is implemented, it will not only work in the ruins of the tower, but can be extended to all places on the entire Angry Owl Star that are covered by the waste energy storm. There are too many such places. How did Angry Owl Star in the pre-war era live a prosperous life? Just by selling energy, just like those Middle Eastern oilmen in Gu Hang previous life. The people of Angry Owl Star mine spiritual gas to make energy crystals, and they can live a rich life without having to work hard. The reason why Angry Owl Star was abandoned is also because the spiritual energy field is gone, and the waste energy storm is too difficult to use. But Gu Hang found a way to use it. However, he immediately thought of another question. Am I the only smart person? No one else can think of using this method to reuse the waste energy storm? Then, he realized, it was not that others could not think of it, but that they were unwilling to do so. The investment was too large, too uneconomical. He looked at it. As an elite technology, the Hen black box could be directly pulled out to manufacture the production line of energy compressor, but at present, the Angry Owl Star had no possibility of realizing it. Superpressure engine, no. Precious gold refining manufacturing technology, no. These two were the main prerequisite technologies, not to mention that there were some minor prerequisite technologies that had not been developed. Looking at these things, you will know how expensive it is to make an energy compressor. If you have that much money, you can make a lot of energy compressors. scattered all over the angry owl star. Collect the spiritual energy scattered in the waste energy storm. And make that hard-earned money for nothing? You can just invest it in a planet with a spiritual energy field. The same energy compressor. The output will be many times higher. But Gu Heng is different. The finished black box allows him to achieve what others can only do with a lot of investment at almost zero cost. Anyway, it doesn't cost anything. So you can do it casually. Moreover, in order to stably produce energy crystals, another big problem has been solved. The energy problem of the Wind Falcon that was drawn out for the first time at level 1000 has been solved. Even if the Wind Falcon is produced directly from the finished black box, it still needs energy to fly. It should have used energy-gathering batteries. But Gu Heng was still thinking about importing a large number of them from Wang Jiarong Caravan for storage. If we can produce it ourselves, we may have to wait until Wu Jiarong has mastered the relevant technology of high energy-gathering batteries before we can really solve the problem. Now you don't have to worry. With energy crystals, why do you need high-energy batteries? It can even be said that energy crystals are overkill on the Wind Falcon. In fact, the LR5 series of laser guns can also use energy crystals, and if they are really used, I'm afraid one piece will be enough for a long time, and even the ammunition and magazine load will be saved, and one energy crystal can be used for a long time. However, that is too extravagant, the cost is too high, so it is not considered. As for the production line of energy compressors, there is no need to think about it. Like the previous one, it cannot be produced even if it is pulled out of the production line. It all depends on the finished black box. According to Wu Jiarong estimation, she has found some remnants of the technology used to collect spiritual gas in the pre-war era from the ruins of the tower. In about 2 months, a prototype can be built. During this period, the finished black box should be able to produce a lot of energy compressors. When the time comes, the first waste energy storm energy unit can be put into use by working together. The 4 technologies that Gu Heng extracted this time, 2 basic level LR5 laser guns and land resource detection blueprints, are all quite reliable and easy to apply. The Fengshen speedboat and compressed energy technology can only rely on finished black boxes and cannot be mass-produced. But the latter is only helped by the finished black box, which is already very significant and can be put into production on a small scale. And, even if we cannot pull out a production line for the time being, it is not that we will never be able to do it. Once the foundation is supplemented, they can be expanded into high-quality industries. After this wave, Gu Heng only had 132 points left. He didn't plan to keep these points. He put all the points into the hero panel and activated the heroes. The main one was Prabhav. He had appeared in the hero interface for a long time. He happened to have some points left, so he activated him. Gu Heng spent 10 points on him. He was a LV2 in card, a commander who specialized in military command. In addition, there is another guy who has been activated, Lacrosa, the soldier of the Beast Slayer group. It also only requires 10 points of grace, a LV2 SR card, and specializes in physical and military technology. The cost of activating a talent discovered by the system in the hero interface is based on the level of the character. 10 points for level 1 and 2, 50 for level 3, 200 for level 4, and 500 for level 5. It is about the same as the price of Gu Heng's own level increase. As for the rarity, it has nothing to do with the activation price, but it determines the character's growth potential. Once a character is activated, he will undergo earth-shaking changes within a few days. Osina is like that. After activation, she learned a lot about how to manage a department. That feeling should be like suddenly getting enlightened. Some problems that you have never thought about or understood in the past suddenly become clear. In military command, even in the spiritual attribute improvement that Gu Heng himself has personally experienced many times, it is roughly the same, but only in Lacroix's body. Gu Heng was a little confused. He was upgraded to a LV2 SR Rarity Soldier King, and his physical attributes were directly raised to 12 points. This means that his physical strength will reach about 17 times that of ordinary people, which is already a very exaggerated number. After the transformation, the Space Warrior without armor will probably be about 14 to 15 points. But he was a super soldier who had undergone surgical transformation, implanted with gene seeds, and grew more than a dozen superhuman organs in his body. Lacroix's body will not change so much. Gu Heng was quite curious about this. Although he himself had also increased his physical attributes, he only increased a little each time, and the degree of improvement was at most 1.5 times that of the previous time, and the perception of a single time would not be so drastic. He was indeed curious about Lacrosse's drastic changes. So, in the next few days, he took the time to call people from the front line, where the war had actually been almost stable, and directly asked Lacrosse about the changes he had felt recently. Lacrosse himself was surprised. He had indeed changed a lot. He ran faster, he was much stronger, he was more agile, he ate a lot more, but he was not fat. He actually felt a little panic about this change. Although it seems that there are benefits except eating more. Who knows what the real reason is? Will it bring worse consequences? He didn't even dare to tell others. But how did the governor know? Is he so powerful? Facing the little soldier's question, Gu Heng just smiled and patted his shoulder. And then comforted him, perhaps? This is the reward given by the Emperor of God for your heroic performance on the quintet. Chapter 180. No need to worry about the imperial tax. After this wave, Gu Heng directly spent all his grace points, leaving only 62 points. But all the work has been arranged. Gu Heng needs some time, patiently waiting for the time to bear fruit. In the next 2 months, Gu Heng did not make any big moves, but the territory he controlled still had great changes. The first big thing is that the war in the Central Bank province has finally almost completely subsided. The Central Army group led by Yin Fanxiu, after completely annihilating the main force of the anti-governor alliance, took a little more than half a month to sweep across the entire Central Bank province of 1 million square kilometers of land. And 2 million people were fully brought under the rule of the alliance. Those so-called leaders of the anti-governor alliance, the leaders of many large settlements, surrendered, as long as they did not commit war crimes. Let the government department led by Osina support them in the whole idle position. And a few who were really good, let them continue to manage the settlements, and transfer to bureaucrats, and keep them if they did a good job, and get out if they didn't. But for some hardliners, some who surrendered at the last moment, some of the main criminals, there is nothing to say. As the Chief Justice of the Alliance, Lambert Hodgson, once again made a splash, held a trial, and sentenced more than 300 people to death, and thousands of people to 3 to 10 years of hard labor. Of course, now is not the time when Gu Heng just took over Fuxing City. There is no need to make the scene too bloody, so there is no drama of execution on the spot. Just take them to the shooting range normally, and shoot them. Yin Fanxiu seemed a little regretful about this. He had originally planned to hold a triumphal ceremony to present prisoners to the governor, but it was rejected. According to the governor, these guys were qualified. Yin Fanxiu was frustrated and a little embarrassed. However, he later achieved at least a qualified record by commanding the army group. With this experience, he was promoted to the rank of brigadier general, which was a little consolation. However, although Gu Heng seemed to be dismissive of the rebel leaders, in fact, the pacification of the Central Bank province was still of great significance. The total population of the alliance exceeded the 5 million mark. The most important growth comes from the Central Province, the largest and most populous of the 3 provinces currently planned. After this place is pacified, it means that 2 million people will join the alliance. The population policy of the alliance is carried out consistently. There are resources, industries, and large-scale settlements are retained and supported for development. Others are abolished and merged into Fuxing City and Wasteland City to strengthen the population scale effect and meet the manpower needs of the concentrated development of various industries. With the population growth, more production lines are being laid out, and resource problems are being better solved in the Waixingqing industrial zone. The industrial production efficiency has been further improved. The output of the RN series trucks has been increased to 1,000 vehicles per month. The output of the Wanderer series armored vehicles has also reached 90 vehicles per month. In the production of the Tenia trucks in the past 2 months, excluding the foreign trade part, the rest was added to the army. The 2 ND Division, the 3rd Beast Slaughtering Brigade, which was reorganized from an independent regiment, has completed a comprehensive motorization transformation, and newly formed the 11th Division and the 12th Division. 2 motorized infantry divisions built according to the specifications of the 2nd Division. The motorized infantry division has a full strength of more than 9,000 people, and can march with all its members motorized. Not only does it have 3,000 more troops than the garrison division, it is more mobile, and has more artillery, and its overall firepower is more than twice as strong. These 2 units were incorporated into the Central Army Group, and were commanded by Yin Fanxiu. At the same time, the 7th and 8th Divisions broke away. They will then guard various places in the Central Province, and suppress the local forces. The Central Army Group, which has newly acquired the 11th and 12th Divisions, will lead the remaining 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Divisions to advance southward and reach the border between the Central Province and the Qingdu area. The Qingdu area is the main direction of the Alliance military operations in the next stage. The newly formed troops are not just the 11th and 12th Divisions. Later, the 10th Special Operations Brigade, the 13th Mechanized Synthetic Brigade, and the 14th Motorized Infantry Division were also planned. The 14th Motorized Infantry Division is of the same standard as the 2nd, 11th, and 12th Divisions. Needless to say, the 10th Special Operations Brigade is a special organization. Gu Heng plans to build an elite special operations team specializing in special operations, operations behind enemy lines, and decapitation operations with the elite soldiers of the dozen or so Storm Squadron soldiers who are still alive as the core. However, at present, it is just a framework. The training price of elite soldiers is still a bit expensive. However, the equipment is not a big problem. The LR5 series laser gun has given him the capital to form an elite special operations team. In the future, in addition to the Phoenix Regiment, Gu Heng will still need a sufficient number of elite troops to perform some special tasks. As for the 13th Mechanized Synthetic Brigade, its specifications are similar to those of the 1st Wind Extinguishing Brigade. But because there are no more tanks, the tank companies in each combat synthetic battalion have been replaced with mechanized infantry companies. But in general, except for the lack of experience of the soldiers, the combat effectiveness will not be much different from that of the 1st Brigade. The 13th and 14th Division level units actually have enough soldiers. At present, there are still about 30,000 new soldiers in the new recruit training base outside Fuxing City. They are just waiting for all kinds of equipment to arrive and then be organized into new troops. At present, the Motorized Infantry Division is okay, and the equipment can be in place in 1 month, while the Combined Division is not so good, and it will take 2 months. However, this is based on the current military-industrial production capacity. Later, the production capacity will become more and more explosive. In fact, in the past 2 or 3 months, the production of the Walker has increased from the original 30 or 40 units to 90 or more, which is almost 3 times the explosion of production capacity, or the development of the entire territory, can also be seen more intuitively from Gu Heng monthly gift point income. At the beginning, the month after he came down from the starship, he got 678 gift points, and last month's gift points were 817, and the income points this month have reached 1022 points per month. Among them, the largest increase came from Weixing City, and the second largest increase came from the 2 million new population added after the Central Bank province was recovered. Although the latter has a large population, the grace points have not increased that much, mainly because the productivity is too poor. The third increase comes from Renaissance City, the population of which has returned to the million mark. As for the 300,000 people in the High Tower province and the 500,000 people in the North Central province, the grace points provided are all small shrimp level numbers. The main reason is that the total number of people in these two places is not small, but the productivity is too poor, and the living standards of the population are too poor. They can't even meet their basic needs. Almost all the people are in poverty, and people often starve to death. They can hardly bring any positive benefits to the entire alliance. The alliance even needs to allocate materials to support them, to ensure that no one starves to death, and to provide them with funds for development. In the short term, for the alliance, these places, in addition to providing troops and population support, are generally negative assets. They all require long-term investment in construction before they can get better. In terms of grace points, these places also give very low points. At present, Gu Heng is not particularly clear about the calculation mechanism of the monthly fixed grace points. It can only be roughly divided into 4 major factors: population size, population living standards, total productivity, and contribution to the entire political system. Moreover, the increase in the number of grace points is not linear. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why Gu Heng could earn tens of thousands of people in the governor's camp when he had not even conquered Fuxing City before. But now the central and northern province has a population of 500,000 people, a population base hundreds of times larger. But the income from grace points is about the same as the size of the camp at that time. The increase in grace points may be a step-by-step, segmented increase. After the entire political system reaches a certain standard, it will have to be improved to get the same increase as in the past. However, no matter what the specific algorithm is, there is one truth that is correct. As long as Gu Heng works hard to increase the population he actually controls, improve productivity, and improve people's living standards, then this number will definitely increase. After Gu Heng received the income for the past 2 months, the grace points that had been spent on him rose again to a considerable number, reaching 1901. The grace points would not lay eggs anyway, so Gu Heng still used them to draw technology. However, this time he did not draw 1,000 gears again. High-level technology cannot be mass-produced. Although the technology itself is very powerful, it does not help much to improve the production capacity of the entire alliance. Anyway, there are not so many gift points on hand, so it is better to take out some of them and draw 100 gears to see if there is any basic technology to fill the previous gap. As a result, it really works. First, I got a basic level, and then the probability of 100 gears became 20% of the basic level, which dropped by 30%. But the advanced level increased from 10% to 20%. The probability of winning a prize in 100 levels should only drop by 20% each time. But this time the probability of winning basic level technology dropped by 30%. And the extra prize dropped to the advanced level? I am getting more and more confused about this mechanism. But this is of course a good thing. He drew 2 more times, but all of them came up empty. After all, the overall winning rate is only 40%. So it is normal to have empty prizes. Then he won once, and he won an advanced level. The overall probability became 10% for basic and advanced levels respectively. He drew 5 more times, and won an advanced level. At this point, there is only a 2.5% chance left. Theoretically, 2,000 points of grace are needed to deliver the goods, and the probability of basic and advanced levels is half each. At this point, from Gu Heng's point of view, it can be said that the 100 level technology card prize pool has basically been drained. However, so far, he has drawn 9 times in total, and won 2 advanced levels and 1 basic level. From the perspective of quantity, before the prize pool is drained, 100 levels are still more cost-effective than 1,000 levels. As for these 3 technologies, the basic one is servo skull, and the advanced ones are alloy ceramic steel and anti-gravity engine. Seeing these 3 things, Gu Heng was very satisfied. All the pre-technologies of the speed attack airship were all lit up. I won't say much about alloy ceramic steel. Gu Heng was very satisfied with this technology. Like alloy plastic steel, this is an advanced version of high-grade alloy. With it, the grenade gun can be mass-produced. The reactor can be mass-produced. The outer armor of the speed attack airship, and some internal parts are also enough. In the future, a large number of mid to high-end industrial products will require alloy ceramic steel, which is the foundation of the foundation. The anti-gravity engine can be directly provided to the Fengshan speed attack airship. Moreover, this advanced engine can also be used in some more advanced equipment. This engine is the basis for some super heavy equipment to move. Even some Titans, which are not the main engine, needed in some places to reduce gravity. Otherwise, many equipment are heavy to a certain extent, and their own weight cannot be borne by some weak structures. In short, with these 2 things, the Falcon speed attack boat can be put into mass production by itself. Of course, it still lacks a servo skull. If there is no servo skull as a fire control system, it is not impossible to produce it. But it is just that the co-pilot, or the gunner, will have to do the naked eye aiming. But obviously, that will reduce the combat effectiveness to a certain extent. Once there is a servo skull, it is equivalent to having an auxiliary computer. As for what the servo skull is, it is actually a genetic technology that can make a human with a complete brain and skull into wetware. It is similar to the method of making a servo, removing a part of the brain, erasing the personality, active thinking, and just using it as a computer. On many creations of the Mechanicus, you can see such a thing, a human skull, connected to some machines by a metal spinal cord. And sometimes the skull can move on its own with the spinal cord floating around. To be honest, Gu Heng doesn't quite understand why it is a basic technology. In his previous life, this was definitely black technology, and it couldn't be any darker. However, this is indeed just a basic technology. Like land resource exploration, servo skull technology is also a blueprint. and it includes manufacturing processes. The finished black box can directly pull out a set of equipment required for a servo-skull transformation studio. It is simpler than imagined. A studio, a junior specialist, can make one in a day. But Gu Heng noticed that this process includes a very important item: burning incense, praying, and 6 hours of scripture recitation. Gu Heng didn't understand it at first, but soon understood it. It would be foolish to regard this universe as a materialistic universe. He himself is a psychic. Obviously, this set of technology can really create something like a servo skull, which is inseparable from supernatural power. In other words, almost all technologies may have some supernatural factors in them, just more or less obvious or hidden. After thinking this through, Gu Heng no longer bothered about it. Just use it, no matter what the principle is. Anyway, he himself couldn't figure it out. However, Gu Heng still couldn't accept the fact that a complete human head was needed to make a servo skull. He was not the kind of stubborn guy, and he would not let himself be bound by complete morality and ethics. With the moral level of the Empire, it was really nothing to make a servo skull with a living person. But at least, he would not arrest anyone to do it. In this regard, he still made relevant regulations. Only death row prisoners, and criminals who were deprived of human rights, and even E9 level criminals, were allowed to be used as materials. Only those who have no human rights can be treated as non-human beings, and their wishes can be ignored. In addition, the public and soldiers can sign relevant donation documents before their death, and their brains will be preserved when their bodies are donated after death. For causes of death such as head injuries or brain cancer, it is definitely impossible to do so. It is also impossible to do so if the death time is too long. However, for other causes of death such as organ diseases, if the head is preserved by special methods within 1 hour after death, this operation can be performed to transform it into a servo skull. To be more direct, doing it before death has the highest success rate. However, Gu Heng has not yet considered whether to open it. This will lead to ethical issues, and even lead to homicides and corruption cases. It is not necessary for the moment, but if the situation changes in the future, the demand for service skulls is particularly large, and it cannot be met by death row prisoners. Perhaps Gu Heng will really be forced to bring it out. It is a pity that the prisoners who were arrested and sentenced to death were shot before Gu Heng pulled out the service skulls, otherwise it would be a good source of raw materials. In short, with this technology, the Wind Falcon speed attack boat can be fully put into production. In the past 2 months, 8 Wind Falcons have been pulled out of the finished black box. After the subsequent production, it is estimated that 3 can be produced per month. Plus the black box can pull out 4 per month, which means a total of 7 per month. Of course, this production capacity will be increased in the future, when the tax is paid in a year and a half. Gu Heng optimistically estimates that his Star Army can be equipped with an Air Force regiment and 100 Wind Falcons. There will be no big problem. As for this Air Force regiment, it is not a problem to target 1 million tax coins. In addition to the production of alloy ceramic steel, servo skull, anti-gravity engine, and Wind Falcon speedboat, the deep vein of the Waste Cave mine has also completed the initial construction and has been put into production. The Ruins mine and Storm mine in the High Tower province have also been put into production, especially the Storm mine. Wu Jiarong has been concentrating on mastering the original technology of collecting spiritual gas dug out from the ruins in the past month, and has taken out a trial version, built a sturdy wind tower group, and connected to the energy compressor. According to Wu Jiarong estimate, in 2 months, the expected monthly energy crystal income of 40,000 tax coins will be achieved. Of course, this is an average, an estimate. The specific amount depends on how frequently the waste energy storm blows. According to the latest statistics from the Alliance Government Production Department, in terms of tax coins, the annual output value of the entire alliance can now reach about 2 million tax coins. This is the 8th month since Gu Heng came to the surface. Even if the Star Army was not formed to offset taxes, after 1 year and 4 months, it would not be a problem to pay 2.5 million tax coins. Admittedly, the output value of 2 million tax coins a year cannot be used to pay taxes, because people need to eat and drink. But who says that productivity will not continue to rise? To put it bluntly, the main production capacity of the Alliance now is still in the population of about 1.6 million in the Twin Cities. The remaining 3.3 million people, most of them are in extreme poverty, and their contribution to productivity is extremely low. But since Gu Heng was able to build an industrial center like Waishing City in 8 months, he certainly has the ability to build another one. The productivity of the more than 3 million extremely poor people has huge growth potential. Given a year, he is absolutely confident that he can increase the current annual output value of 2 million by more than 500%. With one city, paying 1 year's imperial tax is no problem. Not to mention, he is still expanding. Gu Heng is no longer worried about the imperial tax. He doesn't have to worry about the first period. And he doesn't have to worry about the rest. He already has too many ways to solve the tax problem. The pressure brought by the empire's taxes will become lighter and lighter with development and expansion. What's more, there is a blackmail target. In the sky, the beautiful girl is doing business with Blackbird Heavy Industry. As the planetary governor, Gu Heng approved the requirement for Blackbird Heavy Industry to conduct interstellar trade with the beautiful girl, which is that they have to pay the current tax, as well as the unsatisfied tax owed in the past 2 periods, with a total price of 7 million tax coins. This is a reasonable request. Blackbird Heavy Industries, which occupies the western world of Angry Owl Star, directly or indirectly controls a population of more than 10 million. According to the tithe standard, it is no problem to take out 2 million in the first phase of tax revenue. Adding the previous debts, 7 million tax coins are still less. A month ago, the special envoy of Blackbird Heavy Industries arrived in Fuxing City and met with Gu Heng. The two sides held several rounds of consultations on this matter. In the end, Gu Heng still couldn't hold on to 7 million. Obviously, Blackbird Heavy Industries would not agree to the price of 7 million. First, they did not have that much money. Second, they would not give it even if they had it. The value of this interstellar transaction might not be worth that much. Why should they give the governor so much? Gu Heng did not want to push too hard. He could have declared Blackbird Heavy Industries a traitor for not paying taxes. However, he was not able to go thousands of miles away to quell the rebellion. He could also block Blackbird Heavy Industries' interstellar trade. Not only would this business fail, but he would not be able to do legitimate interstellar business in the future. But if it really comes to that, no one will benefit. Blackbird Heavy Industries can engage in smuggling, although it will face the threat of starships, but starships are only so big after all, and they have to run around in the orbit of the planet. Others fly to the other side of the planet, using small spaceships, flying low after entering the atmosphere, avoiding detection. It's troublesome, risky, but it's not impossible to do it. And Blackbird Heavy Industries has been hit. What benefit can Gu Heng get at the moment? Nothing. It's better to negotiate a reasonable price and put the money in the pocket. If they don't agree to 7 million, then we can talk about the price down. Gu Heng bottom line is 2 million. In the end, the price they agreed on was about 3.5 million. This amount alone is enough to pay taxes after 1 year and 4 months and still have some money left. Sure enough, Gu Heng is not worried about the imperial tax. And he has the confidence. However, some people are not very happy about the negotiations between Gu Heng and Blackbird Heavy Industry. Chapter 181, Gu Heng, you are so mean. The people who are not happy about the agreement between Gu Heng and Blackbird Heavy Industry are Yi Lixia and Wang Jiarong. Let's talk about Yi Lixia first. This outstanding young woman of the Fofana family has no legitimate position to oppose this matter, but she obviously hopes that Gu Heng and Blackbird Heavy Industry will fail in the negotiations. Even during several phone calls, she also made it clear that as long as the negotiations fail, she can completely block the connection between Blackbird Heavy Industry and Starry Sky. In both explicit and covert terms, they said that Blackbird Heavy Industries' failure to pay taxes was a rebellion, and was a contempt for the governor's authority. Gu Heng evaded them all. It was your brothers, Fofana and Pedes, who were responsible for attacking the Fokkers family. If there was no benefit for me, why should I be your thug? Even if one day in the future, when Gu Heng wanted to completely unify the entire planet, he would inevitably confront Blackbird Heavy Industries. But that was not the time. There was no eternal friendship. Only eternal interests. Future conflicts, don't delay making a profit now. In this regard, Yi Lixia was completely helpless. Gu Heng did not label people as traitors of the Empire, and approved their interstellar trade. The beautiful girl was a legitimate member of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, and had the qualifications to trade. The two parties were engaged in legal trade, and she had no suitable reason to attack and sabotage them. She could only pinch her nose, and watch Wang Jiarong, who represented Gu Company, exchange materials with Blackbird Heavy Industry, who represented the Fokkers family. one ship after another, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. In the most recent communication with the surface, she took out her anger on Gu Heng, asking him when he could find a suitable battle for the injured quintet to fight and earn some merits. She even lost her temper and threatened, "If you can't find some suitable merits, I won't stay." Facing the petty-tempered Eilicia, Gu Heng smiled and comforted her with a few words, and drew a few more cakes, and finally fed her, letting her go back contentedly and continue to wait. When Eilicia came to her senses, she found that she seemed to have been fooled by Gu Heng again, and she couldn't help but get angry again. She also had a very bad idea. This Gu Heng, was he using this incident to help the Gu family and the Fash family repair their relationship? The money paid by Blackbird Heavy Industry was essentially a gesture of goodwill to the Gu family? In fact, was there any unknown sinister plot in this? Thinking of this, Eilicia became even more annoyed. "Gu Heng, you are so mean. Cousin, you are so mean." During the call, Wang Jiarong complained to her cousin. "I am not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense." Gu Heng denied it 3 times in a row. Wang Jiarong rolled her eyes. She had a better relationship with Gu Heng, so some questions were asked more directly. "Cousin, tell me the truth. Do you still not want to reconcile with your family and think it is better to stick with the head of Pei Desi?" "I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Gu Heng denied it 3 times again. But to say that he didn't think of this? That's not necessarily true. Blackbird Heavy Industry has suffered a lot this time, and the 3.5 million tax coins are very painful. And Gu Heng's surname, after all, can't be changed. He is a member of the Gu family. It is said that the Fokkers family is very skeptical about whether the Gu family is sincere in repairing their relationship with them. The Gu family is also very dissatisfied with Gu Heng's behavior. Several messages have been sent to them, but Gu Heng didn't answer them at all. Why bother with him? Does he have anything to do with me? Just because we have the same surname. Gu, we can make decisions? In general, Eilicia and Wang Jiarong thought too much, or they thought too little. General Gu, he doesn't intend to cling to anyone's thighs, but he intends to fleece anyone's wool. Why should I follow the Pei Desi brothers? They made a governor's appointment letter that seems to be of high value, but in fact they want to use me to drag my mother into the water. They sent a cruiser to help, but they didn't give any resources to build the planet. Gu Heng can't be grateful for this. Dream on. Gu, it's the same with my mother. In order not to be dragged down, we cut off the relationship. So what? Who needs to rely on you? Gu Heng doesn't regard any of them as enemies, but there's no need to regard them as his own. Fair cooperation, win-win transaction. If the price is right, we do it. If not, we do it next time. This is Gu Heng attitude. Of course, you can do this, but there's no need to say it directly, it hurts feelings. With Gu's side, we are one family, and we don't have to talk about other people's business. With the leader, it's a favor to him. No problem. Gu Heng didn't want to talk more about this matter with Wang Jiarong. He changed the subject and talked about another thing. By the way, I already have a demand list for the goods on your merchant ship, and I already know how to pay. Wang Jiarong rolled her eyes. The money that Blackbird Heavy Industry gave you. Right? Gu Heng also smiled. Yes. That's right. They are really kind people. He didn't plan to keep the 3.5 million tax coins promised by Blackbird Heavy Industry, because he couldn't lay eggs. As for using the tax coins to offset taxes later, that won't work either. Wealth is something that has no value if it's not used. Gu Heng would rather invest all of them in production, into the development of the territory. As for taxes, let's talk about it in a year and a half. The bigger the investment, the more output Gu Heng territory will have, and the less of a concern the imperial tax will be. As for the things Gu Heng wants to buy, many of them are related to Space Marines. First of all, they are the things he promised to give to Space Marines. He promised to bring a high-quality advanced gene studio for the Phoenix Regiment that can perform gene implantation surgery. Wang Jiarong quoted a price of 500,000 tax coins for this set of equipment. According to her, this thing is not expensive, and some powerful regiments also use this thing. The success rate of gene seed implantation surgery mainly depends on the qualifications of the person undergoing the surgery, and also depends on the level of genetic technology of the person performing the surgery. In general warbands, there will be a special position called pharmacist, who is responsible for this work, including collecting gene seeds from comrades on the battlefield, and creating new soldiers to provide new blood for the warband. At present, The Phoenix War Band does not have this position. But it is said that the old priest Rizzo used to be a pharmacist. I just hope he is not unfamiliar with it now. In addition, a set of Terminator power armor is needed, which is also what Gu Heng promised to Martins. The price of this set of Terminator power armor is 800,000 tax coins. Looking at these prices, Gu Heng could only say that space marine related things are damn expensive. Gu Heng has estimated the value of his army. Currently, he has 3 types of brigade level organizations: synthetic divisions, motorized infantry divisions, and garrison divisions. The most expensive army, the mechanized synthetic brigades such as the 1st Sheafing Brigade and the 13th Brigade, has a total cost of only about 200,000 tax coins, including equipment and lives. The cost of the motorized infantry division is only half of that, worth only 100,000 tax coins. The garrison division is only worth 75,000. One Space Marine Terminator power armor is worth 4 synthetic divisions, or 8 motorized infantry divisions, including the total cost of human lives and equipment. It's outrageous. According to Wang Jiarong, she didn't make much money from the batch of things she sold to Gu Heng. Basically, she sold it to him at the same price as she received it. Gu Heng still believed this. He asked Li Xia, and the answer he got was similar. Either of these 2 women might have lied to him, but no matter how good their relationship was when they cooperated to fight for benefits before, there was a natural contradiction in the matter of fighting for Gu Heng. If there is a chance, no one will give up on the other party. In the case of no problem with the price, Gu Heng can't help but doubt the cost-effectiveness of this thing. A veteran Terminator soldier. Can he kill 8 divisions? Gu Heng doesn't believe it. Even if you pile it up, it will kill you. No matter how thick the Terminator armor is, it is still a single soldier armor. The 155 gun can't open a can, fire 100 rounds, 1,000 rounds. The machine gun on the armored vehicle bombarded wildly. The explosive machine gun fired hard, and the can was smashed by firepower. It's nothing more than a few more deaths. However, he soon realized that the account can't be calculated in this way. If there is a top-level individual soldier, and he is used to fight against the regular army, then the commander is crazy. And at certain key strategic nodes, some places where the enemy cannot deploy heavy firepower, some special combat missions, in short, places where large-scale troops cannot go, these super soldiers can show a higher value than a large army. But no matter what, the total of 900,000 tax coins was what Gu Heng promised to give to Phoenix, so he should keep his promise. Anyway, Martins, who took the Terminator, was also working for him, so rounding it off was equivalent to buying it for himself. The same goes for the gene seed implantation equipment. In addition, Gu Heng also bought 20 sets of unpainted, brand new Space Marine power armor. They are the 7th generation of tactical power armor, called the Skyhawk type, which is now the most common, most widespread, and the cheapest power armor, and its most typical feature is the breathing grid on the helmet. But it is still worth 40,000 tax coins per set. A total of 20 sets of tactical power armor, which cost Gu Heng another 800,000 tax coins. This made him sigh. Now I know why a Space Marine regiment needs an entire planet as its home planet to supply them with resources. Poorer planets really can't afford it. Wang Jiarong sneered. This is just the beginning. Your current investment in the regiment has not even touched the more expensive level. She was right. A standard war group not only needs armor, superhuman warriors, but also various vehicles and equipment unique to space warriors, a large number of auxiliary troops, and even a fleet. Especially at the fleet stage, it is a bottomless pit for capital investment. But fortunately, Gu Heng doesn't need to worry about these things now, and he may never configure a fleet belonging to the war group for the Phoenix alone, because it is not in his interest. He only needs to meet the current needs of the Phoenix. He can always afford to support the 4 warriors, who are still alive. Of the 20 sets of tactical power armors he bought, Gu Heng only plans to give 5 sets to Martins. The reason is that it is a gift to the other 2 warriors, besides Martins and Rizzo, who have special armor, to replace their old battle-hardened, tattered armor. The old armor will be given to Gu Heng, and the reason is that it is used to offset the price. Of course, in fact, Gu Heng kept it for himself. There are 3 more sets of armor, which are gifts for the 3 Space Marines who are coming soon, and the new recruits. As for the remaining 15 sets, Gu Heng plans to keep them for himself. If there is still a need after the Phoenix, he can give them some of these 15 sets. It is also possible that Gu Heng will try to exchange gene seeds and create new Space Marines in the future. And these armors can also be used. The Angry Owl Star is still a long way from being able to manufacture space marine power armor. Gu Heng doesn't even know what level the manufacturing technology of power armor is in the technology tree interface. Anyway, it is definitely not basic or advanced. If you want to extract it, it is probably still a long way to go. At present, the only way for him to obtain armor is through interstellar trade. Then don't miss this opportunity. After the beautiful girl left, it is unknown when there will be a large-scale caravan coming next time. In addition to these armors, Gu Heng also bought some other things, which are unlikely to be produced by the Angry Owl Star in the near future. For example, hot melt weapons, power weapons, etc. These things will also be given to the Phoenix Regiment, and they will also keep some for themselves. In any case, the 4 warriors of the Phoenix Regiment have upgraded their weapons in this wave. Not only did the Commander Martins get a Terminator power armor, but all weapons have also been upgraded. If they encounter some orc heavy armor boss, greenskin warlord and the like, they will at least have some means to deal with them. And the fight will not be so tragic. These weapons and equipment cost Gu Heng another 400,000 tax coins. The most expensive one was a Blade of Honor power sword, worth 200,000 tax coins. Gu Heng gave it to Martins, replacing the chainsaw sword in his hand whose chain was almost rotten. With this calculation, he extorted 3.5 million from Blackbird Heavy Industry. And in a snap, 2.5 million was gone. There was still 1 million tax coins left, which Gu Heng did not keep. He bought a lot of miscellaneous things, including soilless farming technology, water purification technology, high-quality food stocks. These technologies and equipment can help Gu Heng build 5 large soilless farms. This kind of technology should be consistent with the technology used by the Western Desert people on the Angry Owl Star in the pre-war era. With these 5 large farms, plus the synthetic starch technology production line that Wu Jiarong has already mastered, the Alliance food self-sufficiency rate can be greatly increased. There is no need to say much about the equipment and technology for water purification. The water on the Angry Owl Star is not particularly clean, so any solution is a good solution. This set of equipment can handle wastewater treatment and reuse, even seawater desalination. In addition, a power exoskeleton production line has also been introduced. This thing is also quite expensive. Gu Heng estimated that it should be considered as advanced technology, or the better of the basic technologies. However, this thing is far from the real power armor. It is not difficult to realize. It can be mass-produced after being introduced into the production line. It can also facilitate Wu Jiarong's subsequent reverse technology. As long as it is conquered, he can expand the production line himself. At this point, the last 1 million tax coins have been spent. Chapter 182, Gene Seed Implantation Surgery. Powered exoskeletons are different from powered armor. Although welding armor plates on the exoskeleton will make the two somewhat similar, and even making the steel plates look like space marine power armor, it is not impossible to cosplay, but in fact, they are far from it. In essence, powered exoskeletons only provide soldiers with additional load-bearing capacity, making it easier for them to carry heavier loads, and at most weld a few steel plates for bulletproofing. For example, the life support system, electronic muscle bundle, tactical system, auxiliary shooting system, etc. contained in the space marine power armor are all missing, and it is impossible to have the same protection. But with such a set of equipment, it will allow the trained elite mortal soldiers to use the bolt guns that are difficult to withstand the recoil, or continue to use laser guns or electromagnetic rifles, and carry some individual heavy firepower, such as rocket pods, etc., equipped with a chained word, and then train the soldiers to T2 or T1 level. Such an elite team, with some effort, can barely be used as a super beggar version of Space Marines. The key is that it is much cheaper. A set of power armor costs 40,000 tax coins, and a set of exoskeleton costs only 1,000 tax coins, a 40-fold price difference. Can a Space Marine kill 40 elite soldiers with chained words, bolters, and exoskeletons? Maybe, but there is also a high probability of failure. True Space Marines, I'm afraid they can easily kill these super beggars with one shot, but on the other hand, elite soldiers with bolters, chained swords, and exoskeletons also have the ability to threaten Space Marines. Ordinary tactical power armor, blocking bullets, and laser guns is not stressful, but loyal bolters and roaring chains words will not show any mercy. When facing ordinary soldiers, special warfare elites with full equipment can also experience the effect of crushing damage. The 10th Special Operations Brigade established by Gu Heng is planning to set up a few teams to give it a try. It is far from being able to replace the Space Marines, but at least it is enough to perform some secondary special missions. The production capacity of this production line is average. It is estimated that the monthly output is about 50 sets, which can only be used by special elites. If it is done on a large scale, the production capacity cannot keep up, and the cost is too high. When Wu Jiarong is able to successfully reverse this technology, then expand production, and when the overall productivity of the Angry Owl Star is improved, maybe Gu Heng can equip an elite division with all members equipped with exoskeletons. I hope that day will come soon. After completing this specific transaction, Wang Jiarong asked a question out of curiosity. If there was no compensation from Blackbird Heavy Industry, what did you plan to use to pay for the genetic engineering equipment you wanted to buy? Gu Heng grinned. We on Angry Owl Star are not really penniless. Even if we were before, we are not now. With our productivity, can't we get 500,000 tax coins together for you? Wang Jiarong was still a little suspicious, but she didn't ask any more questions. But in fact, Gu Heng had never worried about this problem. Without the money from Blackbird Heavy Industry, the worst that could happen was that he would buy less things. Just that set of genetic engineering equipment worth 500,000 yuan. If he tried hard to get it together, he would eventually get it together. Sell 1,000 armored vehicles. Sell 1 million sets of individual equipment. Or dismantle 2 production lines and send them to the sky. And the money will come. Of course, that would affect the development of the planet. Now that we have a windfall, it is naturally better. And we can buy a lot of extra things. After the corresponding things were transported down, some were handed over to the Research Institute, and some were handed over to the Phoenix Corps. The Phoenix Corps was of course very happy about this. Although, in the almost half a year since they came to the Angry Owl Star, 3 of them died. The Phoenix, which was already on the verge of extinction, is now in a worse situation. But at least, this bite can be regarded as a great supplement to their vitality. Weapons, equipment replenishment, and replacement are not that important, but the gene seed implantation surgical equipment saved lives. Martins and Rizzo plan to carry out 3 operations in the near future, hoping to bring 3 new blood to the battle group. Gu Heng is a little skeptical about this. Is it necessary to be so anxious? He put forward his opinion. Among the group of teenagers you recruited, are there 3 most suitable candidates? They have only been training for less than half a year. Alas, Martins, the commander of the regiment, who should have been extremely tough, showed a sad face at this moment. The governor's worries are correct. To be honest, their qualifications are the best we have found, but in fact they are far from enough, and their training is not up to standard. But we have no choice. Before this, we did not have the technology and ability to properly preserve the gene seeds, and the simple preservation method cannot maintain the activity of the seeds for a long time. If we delay any further, the probability will only be lower. We can no longer wait to find more suitable people and give those teenagers more complete training. This is indeed a realistic factor. Gu Heng asked, so, what do you think the probability is? Pastor Rizzo, who had been silent before, now spoke. The probability is very low. I am not sure. Can the success rate reach 50%? Martin smiled bitterly and shook his head, maybe not even 10%. But, at least one will succeed. As long as one succeeds, the regiment will have its first new blood, at least there will be hope, and everyone will be relieved, and no longer so desperate. Gu Heng could only sigh. He patted Martins on the shoulder and said, I hope everything goes well. Gu Heng said this sincerely. He really hoped that the 3 seeds of the Phoenix Regiment would succeed. Building a regiment, this is something that Gu Heng cannot afford for the time being. Let the Space Marines do it themselves. 3 more Space Marines. 3 more. If there are only a dozen or dozens of them, it won't be enough to shake Gu Heng authority. Seeing the current state of Phoenix, it's too early to think about that level. Even if Gu Heng doesn't provide external help, he may never achieve it in his lifetime. However, things are often not as expected. Just 1 week later, Gu Heng received news from Martins. The first operation failed, and in the next few days, 2 more bad news came. When Gu Heng came to the Phoenix Monastery, which had already taken shape, he did not meet the captain of the Martins. According to Pastor Rizzo, Martin Salas locked himself in the prayer room and had not come out for a long time, and did not allow anyone to disturb him. To be honest, seeing Martins like this, Gu Heng also understood compassion. After the Phoenix landed, As long as Gu Hang called, they would definitely respond. And every time they would meet Gu Hang needs. And every time they fought hard and half of them died. They have done a good job for themselves. Gu Hang must admit this. It is precisely because of this that the surgical equipment was prepared. New ones were bought. The power sword was bought. And the Terminator armor was bought. However, he still felt a little guilty. Because of the 100 points of grace for one seed. But now, it is not the time to take it out. As for when the time is right, to be honest, Gu Hang does not know. No matter how compassionate he is, no matter how guilty he is, Gu Hang cannot take the risk of taking out the gene seed and then being reported to the court. Reporting the Inquisition depends on the status of the reporter. If any random person reports a governor, the Inquisition will be investigated. And even if the Inquisition is expanded 100 times, it will not be able to handle it. But if a war captain does this, it is completely different. And the weight is different. He must be sure that he is absolutely safe after taking out the seeds. Otherwise he will not do it. Doing it privately is another matter. However, Gu Hang also noticed another thing. Pastor Rizzo's condition seems to be not quite right. Gu Hang turned his head and stared at Rizzo for a while. Rizzo also looked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Hang said, "I'm a little surprised. Your Excellency the Chief Priest. You seem very calm. Not sad?" He did find it strange. Martins was in great pain and didn't want to see anyone. He locked himself in the prayer room. The other two people in the regiment were sad, confused, at a loss, and desperate. These expressions could be seen from their numb expressions that could no longer be concealed. But Pastor Rizzo seemed very calm. When talking with Gu Hang, there was no change compared to before. And now, after hearing Gu Hang question, he even smiled. Whether the operation is successful or not, it is the will of the Emperor of God, and we should learn to accept it. Yes, that's right. Gu Hang responded first, but then asked, "But don't you worry about the future fate of the Phoenix?" The smile on Pastor Rizzo's face became clearer. He looked at Gu Hang and said seriously, "The fate of the regiment does not depend on the success or failure of these 3 operations, but on you, Governor." Gu Hang frowned deeply. He was not used to the appearance of this charlatan. He spoke cautiously, "Sir, I don't understand what you mean." Rizzo did not directly answer Gu Hang's question at this time, but said, "The Emperor will decide everything." When Gu Hang left the Phoenix Monastery, he was full of doubts. The attitude of the old priest really made him a little entangled. He looked as if he knew something. But it is not advisable to think too much about this matter. It is useless to think about it. He does not even have enough manpower to monitor these superhuman warriors. He can only ask some staff who enter the Phoenix Monastery to pay more attention and report more. The Phoenix Monastery is next to Weishing City. Since he came here, Gu Hang also went to Weishing City for an inspection. The last stop was the secret research institute headed by Wu Jiarong. The things bought from the beautiful girl, except for the Phoenix War Group, are for the research institute. Gu Hang originally wanted to see how the research institute was doing with the purchased technologies. But as soon as they met, Wu Jiarong complained to him. This girl from the Mechanicus was quite dissatisfied with the exploitation of her by Governor Gu. In the past, she didn't dare to express such an attitude, fearing that if she knew the governor's big secret, her life, which was already very mysterious, would be gone. But after getting to know him for a long time, she found that the governor was quite easy to get along with. As long as she does her job well, the governor will not be very strict. Then she will gradually dare to speak out what she thinks. Gu Hang is very happy about this. If his subordinates are afraid of him, it is not a problem. But Gu Hang does not want to go too far. Loyalty should come from awe, not fear. It is not that fear cannot bring loyalty. But while fear brings loyalty, it will also bring hatred, which can easily turn into betrayal. Awe, love, trust. These are much better. Gu Hang hopes that his subordinates can dare to express their needs to him clearly, which may be better. However, what Wu Jiarong said this time still made Gu Hang a little embarrassed. You can't put one scientific research project after another on me like this. I don't even have time to study the black box and improve my level. Wu Jiarong said this, not just complaining, but actually pointing out a very practical problem. Various scientific research projects are squeezed here, and many projects have little connection with each other. This is not me being lazy or complaining about the heavy workload, but with so many things happening here and there, and not enough scientific researchers, it is impossible to complete these tasks. I know these technologies are in your plan. And each one is actually very important. Not something that can be ignored. So you will definitely not be able to accept it. Many of them will be scheduled forever and indefinitely. And I don't know how far into the future they will be scheduled. Gu Hang nodded. He admitted that Wu Jiarong was right. But what is your suggestion? My suggestion is that you must have more talents with scientific research capabilities under your command. I know that it is difficult to find many such people in the environment of the Angry Owl Star. But the more this is the case, the more you need to prepare in advance. Just like you built the Shifeng Zhongxi College. You also need a technical college. Of course, Gu Hang said. This was originally in my plan. But, Wu Jiarong, are you interested and have time to be a professor in this college? Wu Jiarong sighed helplessly and said, if this is your order, Governor, I have no problem with it. But you also need to bear a consequence. If I spend half of my time teaching students, then the time required to complete all scientific research projects will be doubled. This is the price. Do you want to push forward those scientific research projects as soon as possible, or do you want to send people to school to teach? Although the former is not fast, it is the most effective one at present. The technology of synthesizing starch needs to be optimized. The effect of the new production line cannot be compared with the one removed from the Starship. The word high energy in front of the high energy battery is not worthy of its name. It can't even support the firing of the laser gun, let alone use it for the speed attack boat, resulting in the effect of the laser gun not being fully exerted. Feng Falcon has to use energy crystals of much higher value as fuel, which is a huge waste. Not to mention, there are still a lot of technologies that need to be reversed: hydroponic farms, water purification equipment, spiritual gas collection equipment, exoskeleton production line. Without Wu Jiarong, a researcher who has actually reached the level of a mechanical priest, all these works will have to stop. Chapter 183, the technical expert you want. Gu Hang can't let Wu Jiarong give up her work. Without her, you can't expect the remaining people who are at most junior technicians to solve those scientific research problems. If Wu Jiarong goes to teach students all scientific research work, we'll have to stop at half the efficiency. If she doesn't teach students and doesn't run a school, then Gu Hang will always face the dilemma. If it were someone else, there might really be no solution. But Gu Hang still has it. You hold on for a while, Gu Hang said. The school construction will start soon. When the time comes, you can sacrifice half of the time. But I believe that this half of the time will be made up soon. Wu Jiarong said, it is very difficult to teach a qualified technical specialist, or even a mechanic. It takes many years of study. I know, but maybe there are geniuses among us in the Angry Owl Star? I hope so. Gu Hang's solution is to build a technical college first, and then use the architecture interface to assign the architecture college one template to it, which is consistent with the operation plan of Zhongxi College. The exchange value of Technical College 1 is only 500 points of grace. This building actually has two uses. 1. Improve students' learning efficiency. 2. Increase the probability of the emergence of activatable technical talents. The former is certainly useful, but the latter is the one that can quickly solve Gu Hang's current dilemma. Once there is a technical talent that can be activated, the gift points will be activated. Even if it is an end card, the attribute points will be immediately given when activated, which will allow his technical level to improve rapidly. It will definitely not reach Wu Jiarong's current level, but at least he can become a qualified assistant, or independently do some research work that has already determined the direction or even the plan. It would be good to relieve Wu Jiarong from work pressure. Gu Hang planned to build this college in Wasteland City. After all, compared with Fuxing City, which has more administrative, commercial and light industrial attributes, Wasteland City is the production center that needs more technical talents. Wu Jiarong doesn't need to travel dozens of kilometers to Fuxing City to work when she comes to class. Reducing the time this valuable technical talent spends on the road means saving time needed for the development of the planet. The rapid development of the entire alliance, if it wants to be healthier, there are still too many foundations to be supplemented. Sometimes, Gu Hang still thinks, if he can pick up another expert in technology for free, it would be great. Sometimes, Hugo still thinks, if he can have a stable life, and let his two children grow up healthily and happily, it would be great. At this moment, he is among a group of refugees, holding a pot of porridge in his hand. This is the food quota received by their family of 4. A bowl of porridge, sufficient for a day. Back to the residence, this is a simple broken tent, built with rags and construction waste. It is at most 3 or 4 square meters. He and his wife, his 6-year-old son and 4-year-old daughter, are all temporarily living here. The conditions are undoubtedly bad. Not only the living conditions are not good, but the sanitary environment is also terrible. But in fact, Huka was relieved. At least, it is better than the previous escape. From the southern end of the Chingu area, the experience of fleeing all the way north reminded him of his experience when he fled from his hometown to the Angry Owl Star more than 200 years ago. Of course, the so-called 200 years ago, that was the real time. But in fact, he did not feel that long. He came from the Forge world of Heavy Forge. And when he left there, he was already an engine prophet, which was a higher title in the Mechanicus than the mechanical priest. He was a technical expert. As for why he left Heavy Forge, because of the war. Today's Heavy Forge should have been dragged into hell, and is no longer in the real universe. In that war, he ran for his life, and at the last moment, he escaped into a spaceship in a state of shock, and left his hometown. After boarding the spaceship, he drifted in the starry sky for a few years, and spent a few years in the Star Army. He really couldn't accept the war. He knew that in this restless universe, war always existed. But as long as it didn't happen in front of him, it would be fine. He admitted that he was a coward. But he was never willing to go to the battlefield again and see the fighting in front of him. As for those wars that are still happening, let them happen. Speaking of it, the status of an engine prophet is not low, but when it comes to the vast universe, what can he decide? Tired of everything. Huka just wants to find a stable, peaceful, beautiful planet to spend the rest of his life. Indeed, the entire universe is always in war. But that is when looking at the entire empire. Zooming in and focusing on each planet, it will be different. Among many choices, he chose the Angry Owl Star. The scenery here is beautiful. The productivity is relatively developed. The energy industry relies on the spiritual gas field. And it is not particularly competitive. The social atmosphere is stable. More importantly, there has been no war for thousands of years. Whether it is invaders or civil unrest on the planet, there are very few. Or at least the impact is very small. This is a place that meets his requirements. So he came. With his own abilities, he applied to join a genetic research institute on the Angry Owl Star. This is not difficult. He is an engine prophet from the Mechanicus, and has made outstanding achievements in genetic engineering. He is not ignorant of other aspects. But he is a little weak. After being hired, he began to live a comfortable life. He felt that this place was simply a paradise. The hard conditions such as climate and environment were much better than his hometown, which was actually a wasteland, and the entire planet was a huge factory fortress. Moreover, his working status has also been greatly improved compared to the past. He is almost the best genetic engineer here. Some projects are normal and not difficult. He just needs to do his own things step by step. Unlike in the past, he still had to fight for resources and engage in political struggles within the Mechanicus. He lived peacefully on the Angry Owl Star, found a woman who could soothe his soul, and gave birth to a pair of children together. At this point, he experienced something he had never experienced in his past life. He felt, this might be what happiness looks like. However, the good times did not last long. Happiness, maybe it was the most luxurious thing in the entire universe. When his daughter was only 3 years old, and his son was only 2 years old, the Angry Owl Star War broke out. The war did not affect him at the first time, but he still keenly sensed the danger. He was experienced in this. Huku immediately accompanied the evacuation team, with his wife and children, to the place he felt was the safest. It was a shelter, built to the highest level. In theory, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, hidden in a hidden location, and able to evacuate the planet as soon as possible. In fact, as far as he knew, the spacecraft that evacuated these high-value talents should be on the way. However, there was no limit to how bad luck people could get. First, the evacuation spacecraft was shot down halfway, and then the shelter he was in was discovered by the enemy, and a large number of demons rushed here. At the critical moment, before the shelter was breached, before the commander of the shelter issued a desperate self-destruction order, he used the facilities at the bottom of the shelter to freeze his wife, children, and then collected and stored as much backup power as possible. And when he rushed to self-destruct, he froze himself in the hibernation chamber. He didn't know if he could escape the disaster in this way. But as a husband and father, this was the last thing he could do. And the facts proved that he succeeded. When he was dug out by his former colleague and student, a native of the Angry Owl Star named Galaga, he saw his wife and children again. And the whole family was still alive. He cried with joy and could not help praying to the emperor, thanking the emperor for leaving his most precious things in the world. At the same time, he also learned that it was almost 200 years after the end of the war. His former student Galaga was still alive today through life extension surgery. Now, he has established an organization called the Natural Salvation Society, striving to build a paradise on the already ruined Angry Owl Star, and then expand outward from here, and finally restore the natural ecology of the Angry Owl Star and save the entire world. To be honest, Huka has no interest in this matter. He has long passed the age of wanting to save the world. There are too many worlds in the Empire, and it doesn't matter if a few are destroyed because they can't be saved. He just wanted to live a good life. However, on this point, they had common interests. Gawajia needed his teacher's technical ability, while Huka needed the stable order that his students had established in the southern end of Chingu. This was a scenic seaside town, where there was no worry about food and drink, and it was suitable for his family to settle down for the time being. He was also willing to use his knowledge and labor to exchange for the right to live for his family. But as he was working, he gradually discovered some problems. His students seemed a little off. Or rather, the town where he lived, called the Singer, was not right at all. His technical skills were good enough. And through some of the content in the projects he participated in, he saw that Galaga was doing something very new. It was not just about ecological restoration, but was full of genetic research and human research. He saw some achievements made by the Natural Salvation Society, which were called biological weapons, natural weapons. If that was all, then forget it. He tried to convince himself to turn a blind eye. What was so great about biological weapons? In this post-apocalyptic world, there had to be something to protect himself. Even if they broke the bottom line of skull purity, he could turn a blind eye. The so-called skull purity refers to an iron rule of the Empire and the Mechanicus when conducting human body modification and genetic technology, no matter what the person is transformed into. The skull must not be moved. The culture of the Empire is varied, and each world is different. However, some things are consistent. Among them, the Empire itself has three major symbols: the skull, the eagle, and the gear. The skull symbolizes sacrifice, and also symbolizes the purity of human beings. The bodies of traitors, heretics, and aliens are often far from pure humans, and one of the most obvious mutations is their skull. For this reason, the normal skull is used as a symbol of human purity, and the sacrifice is made to defend this purity. In all parts of the Empire, from the Wall of Martyrs to the skull emblem, from the armored decoration of Space Marines to the mark of purity, the image of the skull is everywhere. Moreover, whether it is the research of the Mechanicus or the theological research of the Imperial Church, there is solid evidence that ensuring the purity of the skull is an important means and factor in maintaining the human soul from being eroded. Changes in the skull are a sign of degeneration, mutation, and betrayal. The Mechanicus makes servoskulls, makes servos, modifies the brain, and performs large-scale human body transformation. These are all very common, but they will not destroy the shape of the skull. Generally, they will only tamper with the eye sockets, mouth, auricles, etc. of the skull. Many of the research done by Galaga has already broken this bottom line. Even so, Huka can ignore it. However, in the end, he still can't deceive himself. There is a problem with the source of Gawaga's technology. First of all, the life extension surgery that his student claimed was wrong. This is a very advanced biotechnology. Living for 200 years is not easy. Even he himself does not have the ability to perform such a surgery, let alone his students. Then, he found that in many studies, there are traces of some supernatural powers. This is not uncommon in itself. The research of the Mechanicus will of course involve psychic energy, and the belief in the Emperor other identity as the god of all things. Whether it is the former or the latter, it will bring extraordinary power. However, he does not think that the extraordinary part of the technology route of the Natural Salvation Society comes from orthodox beliefs or normal psychic research. As for where this technology comes from, he has a guess, but dare not say it. But at this point, he still did not say anything. Although he made a lot of preparations in secret, he did not mention these things on the surface. He was very hesitant in his heart. He knew that the world had become completely unsuitable for survival, and he was not alone. After leaving the town of the Singer, could he and his family survive in the harsh wasteland environment? What's more, escaping itself was dangerous enough. In the struggle of the night shift, A last straw helped him make a decision. Galaga wanted him to use the technology of the Natural Salvation Society to genetically modify his family. The reason being that it was to better survive in this wasteland. Many residents of the town have undergone relevant transformations, and Huku even did it himself. But when this kind of technology was applied to his family, his bottom line was finally broken. He agreed on the surface, but secretly activated all the preparations made in the past 6 months. A large number of biological weapons righted, and the accumulated transformed alien monsters protected him and his family, and they escaped from the place that seemed like a paradise, but was actually a hell cave. After arriving in the outside world, after initially confirming that it was safe, he ordered all the monsters to self-destruct. He did not dare to run away with these things, because he knew that the technology of these deformed monsters was not normal and could get out of control at any time. Then, he and his family experienced a hellish escape all the way north, until they were taken in by the Alliance. Chapter 184. What rank can an engine prophet be assigned? For Huku, the half year of fleeing northward has made him even more nervous than when he fled for his life in his hometown, Chanlubao. The severity of the Battle of Chanlubao was much more exaggerated than the current experience of fleeing northward. But at that time, he was alone, and he only wanted his own life. However, this time, he brought his whole family with him. This kind of psychological pressure is much heavier than before. But with his own sufficient skills, the deformed monsters on the road often did not pose a threat to him. Sometimes, he could control multiple deformed monsters to help him find some food. Of course, he also adhered to the principle that he would not use the same deformed monster for too long to avoid danger after losing control. With his own skills and a little luck, he and his family not only escaped the pursuit of the Natural Salvation Society, avoided the threat of the deformed monsters, but also avoided the looters who became more numerous during the turmoil, and successfully came from the southernmost end of the Chingu area to the northernmost end. Here, he heard about the Alliance. He heard that a governor had come to the Wrathful Star and issued a declaration to save the entire world. Of course, that alone would not make people feel touched. Who wouldn't brag? However, according to what he heard, in the so-called Central Province, in the Twin Cities area of the Alliance capital, it seemed, it was really going well. What surprised him most was that he heard that a clan of green-skinned orcs appeared in the ruins of the tower, and they were eventually dealt with by the governor. The ruins of the tower, he only needed to think about this place for a moment, and knew that it was the Biological Research Institute where he had worked. He could guess why the greenskin disaster occurred there. Part of his work at that time was to study the greenskins. A mortal like himself can survive to the post-war era by freezing, and Galaga can survive to this day by life extension surgery. So what's so great about the greenskin orcs, whose vitality is totally different from that of humans, being able to survive to this time? The living samples from previous studies were not destroyed, which was a major mistake. However, when the war came, everything was in chaos. They were busy escaping, resisting, and dying. It was understandable that they did not pay attention to this matter. The living samples survived until now, and evolved into a greenskin clan tribe. That was a huge disaster. But the governor actually dealt with it. This was beyond his expectations. He knew how difficult it was to deal with greenskins once they formed a clan. With just 2 cities, a province, and the support of 1 million people at most, he could deal with the greenskin tribe? He could even fight a battle in the sky and kill an orc governor? That was quite impressive. In addition, he heard that the people's livelihood in the 2 cities was also very good. So he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. With his own ability, if he revealed his identity and showed his knowledge, he believed that as long as the governor had a little knowledge, he would give him good treatment. But he was really a little scared by his previous experience. He was afraid of meeting another leader with bad intentions. If he was just a bad person, that would be fine, but such a guy would often threaten the safety of him and his family. According to his ability, even if he didn't surrender to the governor, he could still live in seclusion. It's just the quality of life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at his children, who were eating voraciously, and his wife, who turned her back and cried silently, and felt a little sad. His child has never had a good life since he was born. He has been frozen with him until now. His wife used to be well educated and educated, but she suffered a lot during her escape to the north. Now she is unkempt and has no trace of her former elegance. He wants his wife and children to have better living conditions, and wants his wife who loves beauty and reading to continue to be beautiful, to make a cup of tea and read stories in her spare time. He wants his children to have a complete childhood, rather than finding a secluded place with him, and possibly never meeting a new person in their lives. If there is no choice, then of course life safety is the top priority. But it is not really impossible. He struggled in his heart, but suddenly heard a voice coming from outside the door. It's here. He lives here. Huka's hair stood on end. Many thoughts ran through his mind, and he was most worried that Gawaga's minions would come to him. This is not impossible. In fact, during the escape, he was always under the threat of Gawaga's Natural Salvation Society. In the Chingu area, this society is very powerful. In the past, they helped those plantations to improve their varieties, improve their soil environment, and teach planting techniques. And they have extended their tentacles into many plantations. Those techniques are all corrupted, and even secretly made many people in the plantations accept the transformation and become the distorted puppets of the Natural Salvation Society. Those distorted puppets are very difficult to distinguish under normal circumstances, but they are actually controlled by the Natural Salvation Society. In addition, even if there were no distorted puppets, many of the plantations that benefited from the favor could not recognize the face of the Natural Salvation Society. They did not know that the alien waves that ravaged Chingu every year were caused by these people. In their eyes, they were a group of good people, and it was a wonderful deal to exchange food for production increasing technology. So, he experienced many life and death moments. He was betrayed, surrounded by a large number of mutant monsters while sleeping, and it was difficult to obtain supplies to avoid exposing his whereabouts. He thought that he had arrived here, which was considered the territory of the Alliance, and was far away from the south, and he could settle down, but he did not expect that he would be caught up. He saw his wife and children looking at him, with fear and worry on their faces. He stretched out his hand, signaling them not to make a sound. At the same time, he was ready to fight. He was not a man who specialized in fighting, but in his past life, he had escaped many times, which forced him to learn many fighting methods. Huka looked like an ordinary person, but as a biological expert specializing in genetic engineering, his body had undergone many changes. To some extent, it was not a big problem to say that he was a humanoid biological weapon. Of course, according to the Empire's standards, he is still a human. His transformation of himself did not break some outrageous bottom line. The muscles on his arms bulged fiercely, and his chest rose and fell vigorously, accumulating strength. When necessary, the power of this punch would be no less than that of a space marine, and the bioelectricity stored in his body would instantly form high voltage, and pass through his modified hand bones, pierce the skin, and discharge outward. This was a life and death attack. But despite his preparations, he was still a little annoyed. He still hadn't thought enough, and wasn't fully prepared. He thought that he would not be caught again after coming here, hiding his identity, but he didn't expect that. There were minions of the Natural Salvation Society here. He heard footsteps coming to the door of his small tent, and stopped. Jason Morgan rubbed his hands, and asked the person next to him, "Are you sure this is the place?" "I'm sure." The man held the food Morgan threw to him. "I was seriously ill at that time. I had pustules like those freaks on my body. A high fever. And I was unconscious. But this man cured me in just a few minutes. I saw him again today. His whole family lives here." "Okay. Then you have nothing to do." Jason Morgan sent the man away, then coughed twice and walked to the front of the tattered tent. He wanted to knock on the door, but found that there was no door to knock on. He could only reach out and shake the door curtain that only had a shielding effect. At this time, the door curtain was open from the inside. A middle-aged man with an ordinary face appeared in front of him. With a vigilant look, Jason Morgan tried to see what was behind him, but he was blocked by the man and could not see anything. So, he could only cough twice, and then said, "I heard that you are an excellent doctor. What is your name?" The man did not answer, but asked, "Who are you?" His words were not polite, which made Jason Morgan a little uncomfortable. He is now a big shot in the northern part of Chingu. He has been here for almost 2 months. Especially recently, he has heard respect and flattery. No one will talk to him like this anymore. However, his expression did not change. He just said with a little complacency, "I am Jason Morgan, a D4 level staff member of the Angry Owl Star Alliance. I have been ordered to establish a Survivor Mutual Aid Autonomous Committee in the northern part of Chingu. I am currently an observer of the Autonomous Committee. In the past 2 months, the Mutual Aid Committee has united 500 plantations, sheltered a large number of civilians. And millions of poor people who have lost their homes have temporarily settled in the mini shelters we set up. Is this all your credit? Jason Morgan was choked. And his expression was a little unnatural. Not entirely. It's mainly the governor's wisdom and bravery. And then the military observers and diplomats of the alliance, who gathered refugees, contacted plantations, and helped them establish preliminary military self-defense capabilities through military assistance from the 2 cities of the alliance. The third is the staff of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. We have transported a large amount of daily necessities, medical supplies, and stabilized the situation. Damn it. Why am I telling you these things? At this point, Morgan adjusted his conspicuous red hat, adjusted his expression, and said solemnly, "We are very short of manpower now. We need all the power to help the people in Chingu area settle down. And you are such a power." "Me? I heard that you are a very good doctor," Morgan continued. "We have a lot of medicines, but we are very short of people who can use these medicines. You can help those infected people recover without the help of drugs. So you can do more with the help of drugs. Are you recruiting me?" Morgan was stunned, and then said, "If you understand it this way, there is no problem." Huka smiled. "I thought it was the Natural Salvation Society that came to the door. But it turned out to be the Alliance. Isn't this a coincidence?" He was still considering whether to go to the governor. But now the governor's people came. "What benefits can I get?" Jason Morgan looked at the smile of the man opposite him, and felt a little puzzled. He had no idea what Huka was thinking. He just tried his best to recruit this talent he thought of. There are many benefits. He tried to look behind Huka again, and this time he vaguely saw the figures of 2 children. Morgan gave the 2 children a smile that he thought was gentle, and then said to Huku, "Let me tell you what I can give you first. The shelter settlement is temporary. We will provide basic food supplies to all refugees. But our strength is limited. We have tried to feed more people with limited food, but people still die of starvation occasionally. We have tried our best. I am sorry that I can only provide you and your family with porridge, and can only let you sleep in such a poor tent. But if you are willing to promise to make greater contributions to the entire Chingu area, then I promise that you and your family will be treated better. A house that can really shelter you from the wind and rain, sufficient and diverse food, these are all what you deserve. There are also some things that I cannot guarantee, but I think you must have the ability to get them." After a pause, Jason Morgan continued, "You may have noticed that in my self-introduction just now, I mentioned that I am a D4 level Alliance employee. If you are really a capable doctor, even after the disaster in Chingu area is over, you can go to the newly established Alliance hospital in Shuangqing and get a high rank with your own ability. For someone like me, a D4 level employee, the food supplies are enough to feed the whole family. There is also money left to buy various electrical appliances that can improve the quality of life, a bigger and brighter house, a friendly, clean and stable neighborhood. You can also send your children to school. In short, your life will become very happy. In fact, you see so many people here in the refugee camp, everyone is waiting for the opportunity to go to the Alliance. Even if it is just an E-level employee, it is enough for people to have food and clothing without worries if they work hard. What do you think?" After listening to Jason Morgan's long speech, Huka thought for a while and smiled. "I have to admit that you convince me." "That's good." Morgan also smiled. "But," Huka stretched out the ending tone and asked a question that Morgan had never thought of. "I have another question. What rank can an engine prophet who specializes in genetic engineering get in your alliance?" Jason Morgan was confused. "What? What is genetic engineering? What is an engine prophet? What is this doctor talking about? Why can't I understand?" Chapter 185. Treatment of C9 level employees. When the whole situation was reported to Gu Hang, it was already 2 days. This efficiency was not low, but Gu Hang was still thankful that there was no omission of information along the way. The clerk named Jason Morgan did not refuse to report it because he did not understand what the other party said. When the Immigration Bureau heard that there was something strange, but it might be a key talent, it reported it directly to the Ministry of Civil Affairs. After Osina learned the news, she sent him a letter. When Gu Hang got the news, he had just spent his gift points to build the technical college. After learning that there was a man who claimed to be an engine prophet under his command, Gu Hang laughed out loud immediately. Gu Hang certainly knew what level an engine prophet was. In the rank system of the Mechanicus, primary specialist, technical specialist, mechanician, mechanic priest, engine prophet, this is a complete promotion line. In the Mechanicus, The engine prophet can already be regarded as a middle-level figure. Upward is the ruler bishop. This rank is even the highest figure in some forge worlds controlled by the Mechanicus. Some forge generals are actually just ruler bishops. In contrast, Wu Jiarong was just a technical specialist with the level of a mechanic at the beginning, and was sent to the surface of the Angry Owl Star. It was only by relying on the in-depth research on the black box in the past 6 months that he made rapid progress and barely reached the level of a mechanical priest. But even so, Wu Jiarong can already provide great help in many scientific and technological projects. What about the more powerful engine prophet? He specializes in genetic engineering and a series of technologies such as servo skulls, soilless farms, medical technology, and robot transformation are his counterparts. Even if it is some non-specialized technology, if he is given time to study, he will not be worse than Wu Jiarong. Or even better. Secondly, sending him to the newly established technical college as a lecturer, that is also a way out, at least freeing up half of Wu Jiarong time. Gu Heng will not think that he can replace Wu Jiarong just because he has an engine prophet. For Gu Heng, the most important responsibility of Wu Jiarong is to guard the black boxes that he has made. This matter requires not technical ability, but sufficient loyalty. She has done a good job in the past 6 months. And Gu Heng does not want to change the candidate. Who knows whether the newcomer is reliable? What's more, Gu Heng is still unsure whether this engine prophet has really reached the level he claims. However, this does not prevent Gu Heng from taking this matter very seriously. Whether it is true or not, we will know after we take it out for a walk. On the one hand, he notified Wu Jiarong to come to Fuxing City and prepared to meet this engine prophet with him. On the other hand, he sent a Feng Falcon formation to pick up people in the north of Qinggu area. The distance between them is several hundred kilometers, and it takes a long time to drive here. For Feng Falcon, it can go there and come back the same day, in less than 2 hours. Equipped with an anti-gravity engine, Feng Falcon can take off and land vertically. And it doesn't even need an airport, as long as it lands on a flat ground. The governor didn't have to wait for long. And the 2 Feng Falcons landed on the governor's tower one after another. This is his office, which was recently completed. It is a renovation of the old Union Parliament building. On the roof, on the balcony extending from the outside of the office hall, several helipads were built to facilitate the takeoff and landing of aircraft. With the Feng Falcon, not to mention its role in the war, Gu Heng felt that he had saved a lot of time. The Feng Falcon, which is capable of supersonic cruise, allows Gu Heng to travel to any area currently under the actual control of the Alliance, within no more than an hour. Especially from Fuxing City to Weixing City, for Feng Falcon. It is almost a takeoff and landing, and it only takes a few minutes. This greatly facilitates Gu Heng travel, allowing him to easily travel to multiple places within a day, to see the factories in Weixing City with his own eyes, to visit the troops on the front line, to Gyeoda Province or Zhongbei Province, to see how the local reconstruction plan is going. Otherwise, the limit of the ruling scope depends on the limit of information transmission. Of course, within the planet, normal means of communication can basically cover the entire planet. But if Gu Heng, the ruler, can also appear anywhere at a very fast speed, it will also be of great help to the improvement of ruling power. The first Feng Falcon to land brought Wu Jiarong. Gu Heng chatted with her for a while about the progress of her current scientific research project. And the topic had not been discussed for long when the second Feng Falcon arrived. A middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance, led by the guard, entered Gu Heng's office. After a brief introduction, under the deliberate guidance of Gu Heng and Wu Jiarong, they continued the previous topic. The man named Huku was only silent for a moment, and after understanding what they were talking about, he joined the topic smoothly. The 3 of them chatted in the office for almost 2 hours. At the beginning, Gu Heng was able to keep up with the topic, mainly by raising requirements and asking about progress. In the middle, when they talked about more in-depth technical content, he mainly listened and didn't understand much. But the other 2 talked more and more enthusiastically. In the final stage, when Gu Heng couldn't understand anything at all, even Wu Jiarong's talk became less and less. And he turned to listening and thinking. It was mainly Huku who was talking. And Wu Jiarong even looked like she benefited a lot. At this time, even if Gu Heng didn't ask Wu Jiarong's opinion, he knew that the man in front of him was indeed an engine prophet. Finally, he ended the topic. There was no other way. He didn't understand. The specific technical problems should be solved by specific people. There was no need for him The governor, to continue wasting time here, he coughed lightly and said, Mr. Hu, let's talk about your past. I'm curious, how did an engine prophet of the Mechanicus end up on the wrathful Owl Star? At this point, Hu sighed and told his past experiences. After listening, Gu Heng was also quite sad. War has destroyed the good lives of countless people, Gu Heng said. But war is also the only way for humans to survive in this never-peaceful sea of stars. Hu agreed, you are right. But the price is high, especially when the price falls on specific people. But I promise you, Gu Heng said, in the future, I will do my best to prevent those disasters from befalling you and your family. I'm not sure that such a thing will never happen again. But at least as long as I can still ensure the overall stability, you will have a peaceful life. All I need is your knowledge and your loyalty. I will always be loyal to the Emperor. The middle-aged man seemed to have some hidden meaning in his words. But Gu Heng didn't mind. That's enough. Since we're talking about this, Huko also knew that he had passed the 2-hour interview. And the next step was to talk about treatment. I'm more interested in the job grade rules you set on the Angry Owl Star. I wonder what kind of job grade treatment I can get from you. C9. Gu Heng did not play tricks and said his idea clearly. The highest level of sea level. You will have a separate large villa in Fuxing City with a yard. If you like a more lively life, you can be arranged in a residential area. The neighbors around you are all government officials or researchers. I guarantee that your house will be the best in the community. If you like a quieter life, you can also settle down in an independent villa in the suburbs. Needless to say, the most basic things are food and clothing. There will be 3 E-level staff, as nannies and housekeepers, to provide services for you. Your wife can freely choose a job. I heard that she used to like reading. The museum, archives, and library in Renaissance City are all in their infancy. We are committed to collecting pre-war artifacts and doing our best to restore the once brilliant culture of Angry Owl Star. Perhaps your wife is also willing to become a C-level staff member to contribute to the renaissance of Angry Owl Star. Of course, if she doesn't want to, and just wants to stay at home, that's fine. But without a specific job, her rank can't be assessed too high. Please understand this. This is the Alliance system, and it won't be broken by a single person. Your children will get the most complete education in the Alliance. You may not care about this. When you have free time, the quality of your children's home education should be better than the current education level of the Alliance. But I believe that you should still hope that your children can have a perfect childhood and can socialize with their peers. Hearing this, Huku nodded with satisfaction. From the perspective of living conditions alone, he had nothing else to ask for. C9, under the current system of the Alliance, was already considered very high. It is said that Ms. Asuna, who actually served as the Prime Minister of the Alliance government, was only at level B3. Obviously, the governor deliberately kept a higher level to facilitate future promotion. From this perspective, he was only 4 levels away from the highest level of the Alliance. The children and wife have been properly arranged, and he only needs to do his own thing. Then may I ask, what is my specific work arrangement? Gu Heng also gave a smooth answer. Under the Alliance Production Department, there will be a Science and Technology Development Bureau. Ms. Wu Jiarong is the director, and you will be the honorary director. You will have an independent research institute in Fuxing City, and I will try my best to assign enough assistants to assist you in your work. What you need to do is mainly 3 parts. First, undertake various scientific research projects directly issued by the Alliance Production Department, or from me. That is, the governor's office. Second, it is to take charge of the education work of the Alliance Technical College. Third, it is to serve as a technical consultant directly under the governor's office, and answer some of my questions when necessary. After listening to these carefully, Huka said that there was no problem. Moreover, he immediately took the initiative in his work and reported his situation according to the 3rd work requirement raised by the governor, about what happened at the southern end of Chingu, about the Natural Salvation Society, and about his student Gawajia. After Gu Heng heard this, he frowned deeply. You mean the distorted monsters that are rampant on the Angry Owl Star, which are found almost everywhere, are the products of the Natural Salvation Society? This is not just a simple genetic mutation, biological mutation, but also involves supernatural phenomena related to demons from the abyss and hell? That's generally the case. But it's not necessarily the case in some places. Huka corrected. The distorted monsters on the Angry Owl Star should not be entirely created by the Natural Salvation Society. But they took advantage of these monsters, and their dirty, corrupted demonology. They were conducting inhumane experiments at the southern end of Chingu, trying to mass-produce and control those distorted monsters. Gu Heng touched his chin, thinking, if it were just distorted monsters, it would be fine. It's not that he had never dealt with such monsters before. In the woodland around Weishing City, which was almost chopped off, and now was the residence of the Phoenix Monastery, he once led a nascent army, and was besieged by a group of distorted monsters activated by some kind of evil magic by the original Angry Owl sect. Those monsters are a terrible threat to ordinary Wasteland survivors. They are not afraid of life and death, grow periodically, are extremely powerful, and there are things like abscess ejectors, which can almost be regarded as short-range biochemical cannons. The distorted monsters in the Chingu area are mostly such things. Even if there are some strange species occasionally, the number is generally not large. But even so, the many plantations in Chingu still suffered a great disaster, and were destroyed one by one. At present, the entire central and southern parts of Chingu are in dire straits. According to the latest information Gu Heng has seen, the deformed monsters are the source of the disaster. In addition to the settlements they directly destroyed, the casualties and the reduction in food production. The most terrifying thing is the secondary disasters that follow. People will not all die. Those who have lost their plantations, food, and property will not sit and wait to starve to death. They will gather spontaneously, fight for each other, devour each other, and become a larger, stronger, and more cohesive group. The looters' tribes were born one by one. They would burn, kill and plunder in order to survive. A considerable number of plantations were also destroyed by these looters. The wave of deformed monsters caused the emergence of landless refugees. The landless refugees formed looters' tribes. The looters' tribes destroyed more settlements, created more landless refugees, and formed more and larger looters' tribes. The vicious cycle was like a snowball rolling. Chapter 186, the target of the war is the entire Chingu area. The vicious cycle in the Chingu area is not the first time. In the past years, each time a wave of distorted monsters was formed, it would lead to similar situations. However, the monster waves in previous years did not last particularly long, nor did they scale particularly large. When the monster waves subside, the source of the vicious cycle will be gone, things will get better. The looters will either be wiped out, or they may be washed ashore in the places they occupied, and become normal plantations. There are also those who have not washed their hands and have been plunderers. But there won't be too many of them. Anyway, when most people have enough to eat, the situation will gradually calm down, until the monster wave appears again in the second year, and the vicious cycle will start again. In short, for many, many years in the past, the people in Chingu area have been like this. But the difference this year is that the wave of deformed monsters is too big, not sporadic, and it has lasted too long. It has been almost half a year now, and not only has there been no trend of weakening, but it has become more and more serious. The source of the vicious cycle is not weakened, but strengthened. So the vicious cycle will certainly not stop. However, the problem of Chingu area must be solved. It is the most important granary of Angry Owl Star. It not only feeds the 10 million people in Chingu area, but also supplies food to the central province and the eastern provinces. If the problem of Chingu area is not solved, it will not only represent the livelihood problem of 10 million people there, but also cause large-scale famine in the entire planet. In the final analysis, this is a population loss that Gu Heng cannot tolerate. Population is extremely important, both for productivity and for the fixed monthly income in his system. Only with more people can we support a stronger industry, support more troops, and provide more gift point income. This grain-producing land and this population of 10 million must be preserved by Gu Heng. As early as a few months ago, the Alliance had already taken action on this. The weapons and equipment that the army had exchanged, from those of the old Alliance legions, to those of the adventurers in the garbage town who were recruited, were sold in large quantities as military supplies to the Chingu area in the south. The Chingu area was in great need of military supplies. In theory, these guns and bullets, earth cannons and other things, could be sold at a very high price. However, under the instructions of Osina, the Alliance Commerce Department did not do so. In the early days when there was a shortage of food, the price was still higher. Later, the food imports in the western desert area increased significantly. After the food pressure in the central province was reduced, the Commerce Department further lowered the price. Later, even some of the arms produced in the Weisheng City arsenal were sold to the Qinggu area. Many weapons and equipment were even provided free of charge in the form of military aid. Of course, the so-called no money basically means that everything else is required except money. Military aid, various necessities of life, and consumer goods aid are definitely purposeful and have strong political attributes. If there were not such a large number of arms, how could the diplomats, civil affairs observers, and military observers of the alliance establish the so-called Qinggu Mutual Aid Committee? And this so-called Qinggu Mutual Aid Committee is Gu Heng preparation for completely ruling the entire Qinggu area in the future. Many plantations, refugees, and even looters who are willing to lay down their guns and cleanse themselves are all taken in. The Mutual Aid Association requires plantations to pay food as protection fees to ensure that refugees and looters will not rob them. It organizes refugees and looters who have been cleansed, and uses the alliance aid and the arms sold as weapons to form militias and patrols to fight other looters who have not joined the Mutual Aid Association. The militias and patrols will quickly provide support when they receive requests for help from plantations. If they encounter a huge wave of monsters that cannot be resisted, then at least they can ensure that the people inside can be evacuated alive. The existence of the Mutual Aid Association has proven to be very effective in the past 2 months. This can be seen from the fact that the Mutual Aid Association has rapidly expanded from a small area in the south of the Central Bank province owned by the Alliance in 2 months to a behemoth covering a population of 4 million and almost covering the entire northern part of the Qinggu area. To be honest, the population size of the Mutual Aid Association is not far from that of the Alliance. The reason for its rapid expansion is that the Alliance dispatch personnel are capable, and the arms they provide are valuable enough. The more important point is that the existence of the Mutual Aid Association meets the needs of almost everyone in the northern part of Qinggu. Refugees have a shelter, whitewashed raiders have a stable food income, and plantations have strong armed foreign aid. Gu Heng looks at the Mutual Aid Association as if he is looking at a rapidly growing fruit of victory. When the Mutual Aid Association expands to a certain extent, the Alliance Army can quickly move south, take the militia and patrol of the Mutual Aid Association, reorganize them, and push south to flatten the mutant monsters that swept the central and southern parts of Qinggu. At the beginning, he could rely on an infantry battalion to eliminate thousands of deformed monsters. Let alone now, his army is larger, and his weapons and equipment have been updated several times, with powerful long-range firepower, armored forces, and even air force. If the distorted monsters were still at their original level, there would be nothing to fear no matter how many there were. He only needed to wait for the Mutual Aid Association to mature, and the rest would be the work of harvesting. With one wave, Gu Heng would completely control the entire Qinggu area, and it would be as easy as taking something out of a bag. But now, the news brought by Hu Ke made Gu Heng deeply worried. The transformation technology of the Natural Salvation Society for those distorted monsters involved supernatural powers and demonology, so it could not be simply regarded as a group of monsters formed by the local environment of the planet. If we take the demons as imaginary enemies, Gu Heng felt very nervous. To put it bluntly, even the greenskin clan in the High Tower province, which had not yet fully developed, had a hard time fighting. If we were to face the demons and chaos traders, it would at least not be easier to fight than the greenskin orcs. At this time, Hu Ke was the one who advised Gu Heng not to worry too much. The situation is not so bad that it is irreversible. The new C9 level employee of the Alliance comforted the biggest boss and said, "At least in the 6 months I have been in the town of the singers, I have only noticed that their technology is related to demonology, and I have not seen any concrete evidence that they have more connections with demons. Nor have I seen the figure of a demon with my own eyes. Governor, you don't have to worry too much." However, speaking of this, Hu Ke still added, "But we may have to speed up our actions. After all, no one knows how things will turn out if they are given more time. Even this year's particularly large-scale wave of deformed monsters, there is no doubt that it must be the work of the Natural Salvation Society. It's a pity that I have been dragging my feet and not doing their so-called sublimation transformation in the past 6 months. I can't access many of the particularly confidential contents, and I can't be sure what their purpose is." Gu Heng nodded and said, "I understand. You are very grateful for providing the existing information. You have worked hard during this period. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs should have prepared your new residence for you. Take your family, and have a good rest. The future development of the alliance will rely more on your contribution. As for the problems in the Qinggu area. After a pause, Gu Heng continued, I don't intend to change our original plan. But we have to speed it up. This is inevitable. When the enemy plan is unknown, and it is difficult to find a way to detect it. The best way to deal with it is to completely eliminate them with thunder and lightning before the enemy actions are fully launched. Gu Heng no longer cares about the two technical experts Wu Jiarong and Hu Ke, but thinks about it himself. The best time to solve it is within a month. The quintet is still there, and it will leave in a month. Although the starship was seriously damaged, the weapon systems were still intact. The ammunition reserves on the starship were insufficient, but there were still some, at least enough to carry out an orbital strike on the ground. Then, Gu Heng's optimal solution at the moment was to do his best to solve the Qinggu problem within a month while the orbital strike was still there, and to physically eliminate the so-called Natural Salvation Society. If things were delayed for a month, then without the orbital strike, it would be troublesome. After figuring it out, Gu Heng called his secretary, Zhang Chao, who was also his housekeeper who came to Angry Owl Star with him. Send a message to Yin Fangxiu. Cancel all troop rotations, and all soldiers must assemble within 3 days. His troops will set off in 3 days. The war has begun. Yes. Zhang Chao responded instinctively at first, and then asked in confusion, but what is the target of the war? The entire Qinggu area, Gu Heng said. Jason Morgan felt that, since the establishment of the new alliance, his luck was particularly good. He was rewarded again, because he had discovered a top talent for the alliance. It was a bit like a dream. I swear to God, he really just saw that many refugees were infected and died of the disease, so he hoped that there would be an excellent doctor to help him solve the problem. As a result, he found an engine prophet. Jason Morgan now understands what the engine prophet represents. He is now glad that he did not speak rudely at the time, but treated Hu Ke with a respectful attitude. If the alliance has any key technological breakthroughs in the future, he should also have a share of the credit. However, for him, this matter can only be said to be an episode. Although he has gained a lot of benefits from it, in the most recent communication with the leader of the Immigration Bureau, the leader also told him that it is a foregone conclusion that he will be promoted 2 levels this time. Of course, he was very happy about this. However, his leader also reminded him, you still have to do your job well. I understand. What is his job? 1. Ensure the results of the autumn harvest. 2. Population migration. The most important of which is to control infectious diseases. The above 2 items are what he has been working hard on in the past. Recently, it has entered autumn, and the main food crops of the major plantations in the northern part of Qinggu have almost reached the harvest season. Although the overall harvest this year is definitely not going to be good. We must harvest what can be harvested now. According to the instructions given by the governor, harvesting 1 more grain now may save 1 person from starving to death in the future. For this work, Jason actually traveled between the major plantations, working tirelessly, just to see how the grain harvest was going in various places, and to sign future grain purchase contracts with the corresponding plantation owners. The second task is to continuously migrate people to the central province, especially the Shuangqing area. This is an old business. In the past, people were migrated from other places in the central province to Shuangqing, but now they are doing this from the northern part of the Qinggu area. In terms of population willingness, migrating people from Qinggu to Shuangqing is even easier than doing the same thing in the central province. People in Qinggu are all refugees, and being able to go to the Shuangqing area is simply a dream come true. However, the situation is complicated because of infectious diseases. This is a special situation that was discovered in the past month. It is called a contagious disease called abscess disease. It is not very lethal, but after the disease occurs, herpes will appear all over the body, which is very itchy. The pus after the ulcer is the source of infection. Healthy people can also be easily infected after unprotected contact. Therefore, before migrating people to the central province, they must be isolated first. After ensuring safety, they will be transported to the rear. In Fuxing City, another quarantine observation is needed, until that group is fine, and then they will be accommodated in the city. Jason Morgan's quarantine policy in multiple refugee settlements is not just to see whether people are sick or not. Those who are sick will be transferred to the ward immediately, and then they will be cared for by medical staff. Of course, We can't expect the medical staff to be professional. Although the hospital in Schwanching has been built for some time, the level of doctors can only be said to be so-so. In the refugee camps in the northern part of Chingu, there is no need to think about having professional doctors. There are only some medical staff recruited on the spot, holding a simple medical manual, using the medicines shipped from Schwanching, and injecting them into the sick people. But it must be said that the effect is still good. The medicine itself plays the biggest role. The pharmaceutical chemical factory in Fuxing City, which has been in operation for some time, produces really powerful medicines. Speaking of pain relief, it really doesn't hurt after taking it. Although it may not cure the disease, it makes you feel much better, and you feel better, and you can eat, and the body will naturally give more energy to fight the disease. Some drugs for skin diseases and immune diseases, although they may not be completely effective, the barefoot doctors take the booklet and feed the patient according to the standard dosage, and it really works. People, sometimes are very fragile, but sometimes they are very tenacious. There is enough food, painkillers, and drugs to relieve symptoms. Even if there is no specific medicine, most people will eventually survive. The current mortality rate of abscess disease is about 5% to 10%. This is a very high number. The number of people who are currently sick in many refugee camps is more than 100,000, which means that thousands of people will die. It is precisely because of seeing too many tragedies that Jason, after hearing about an excellent doctor, took time out of his busy schedule to recruit the virtuous and humble soldiers. And he got greater benefits as a result. But this is another story. However, Jason Morgan is still optimistic about the future, as those temporarily recruited medical staff and barefoot doctors gain more experience in treating abscesses. Even the dumbest people can summarize some objective rules and further optimize the use of drugs and the process of caring for patients. Moreover, a new medical manual with the words Fuxing City Research Institute printed on it was soon issued to him. It explained in detail how to use drugs for patients with abscesses, what the symptoms of each stage are, how to change the medication plan in the transition stage, the specific method of isolation, and the symbol of confirming the patient's recovery. This manual is much more reliable than the barefoot manual they used before. He knew that this new researcher was actually the one he recruited, Mr. Huku. He was very pleased. Although, there was a misunderstanding before. Mr. Hu was not a doctor, but in fact, he played a greater role than a simple doctor. In short, with more experience for medical staff and the new treatment manual of Fuxing City Research Institute, the situation will definitely improve. In addition to the two tasks of autumn harvest and abscess disease, he just got the news that he had a new job, to cooperate with the Central Army group that had already moved south, to cooperate with the military observers of the Mutual Aid Association, and to assemble the militia on the spot. All militia groups should be placed under the command of Brigadier General Yen Fengshu of the Central Army Group and be dispatched by the headquarters. In addition, the Mutual Aid Association should mobilize all plantations to supply food to the army on the spot after completing the autumn harvest as part of the material supply for the southward march. He has sent relevant notices to various places through the Mutual Aid Association system. However, the implementation is not ideal. The decision-making body of the Mutual Aid Committee is the committee meeting. These so-called committee members are basically large plantation owners who still maintain order. And a small number of them are former leaders of raiders who have been whitewashed and are now militia leaders. None of the officials of the alliance are formal committee members, and they basically serve as observers. When the Mutual Aid Association was established, it was to eliminate the vigilance of those plantation owners and militia leaders. Originally, they still had time to slowly dissipate the power of the Mutual Aid Association. But the sudden early action of the alliance headquarters broke their plan. The current plantation owners and militia leaders still have great influence and actual power, and a considerable number of people are opposed to the alliance full southward movement. Now, the Mutual Aid Committee has become a mess. Jason Morgan has to solve this problem. Chapter 187, What do you think is the way of loyalty? The Crocker Plantation can be regarded as the largest plantation in the northern part of Chingu. The surname Crocker has been passed down here for 4 generations. They have always been the owner of the plantation, and gradually developed and expanded. Today, they play an important role in the northern part of Chingu. A few months ago, the old master died of illness, and now the young Crocker is in power. Young people are more ambitious than their predecessors, regardless of whether this ambition is reasonable or not. At least, little Crocker feels that he is a man with great ambitions. He is not satisfied with just being a local rich man in Chingu. Like his ancestors, relying on a small piece of land to make a living. Although others work and he only eats. But he feels that the Crocker family can go one step further. The Mutual Aid Association established by the Alliance to support the disaster in Chingu this time is a great opportunity that he values. He actively responded to the establishment of the Mutual Aid Society. And with his own appeal, he persuaded and influenced many plantations to join. This is not difficult. First of all, the Mutual Aid Society is beneficial. And it is a win-win situation. Secondly, as the largest plantation, Crocker Manor actively responded to the Mutual Aid Society and played a leading role. His goal was not complicated. He wanted to be the controller of the Mutual Aid Society and transform it from a mutual aid organization formed with the assistance of the Alliance to a political entity spanning the Chingu region. All the people sent by the Alliance were excluded from the Mutual Aid Committee and only given the status of observers. The power organs were under the control of the plantation owners and militia leaders. He only needed to sit firmly in the position of chairman and be a good leader. Later, various government mechanisms would be gradually improved, and power would be truly implemented downward. Of course, he did not have such a wild idea that he thought that after transforming the Mutual Aid Association into a political entity, he would be able to challenge the Alliance and the governor. It's just that. The so-called Alliance is not a centralized government. Since the first governor established the Alliance, we have always been a member of the Alliance and have never left the Alliance. It is still under the Alliance system, but it is a regional regime with strong autonomy and maintains a good cooperative and win-win relationship with the Alliance Center. Isn't this good? Of course. He knows that with the current situation of Chingu region, it will definitely not work to use force against the Alliance headquarters. What he wants to fight for is only political interests. In his opinion, the Chingu region has a population and important food production, which is the basis for negotiations with the Alliance headquarters. Even in the future, it will inevitably be completely swallowed up by the Alliance. But at that time, he must give a decent explanation to Little Crocker. It is not impossible to become a senior official in the Alliance. But he did not expect that the Alliance would not give him time. Little Crocker was a little panicked. Could it be that my little thoughts were seen through? The Alliance is targeting me. He convened a meeting of the committee members of the Mutual Aid Society. The venue was at Crocker Manor, which was also the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society. A circular hall, low in the middle, and gradually rising around. The steps around were equipped with wooden tables and wooden chairs as seats for the committee members. The round platform in the center was the podium. In the meeting room, Little Crocker stirred the minds of other plantation owners. Standing in the center of the meeting hall, Little Crocker was making an impassioned speech. I believe many people have received the news that the Central Army Group led by Commander Yin Fangshu is heading south. According to the latest order of the Alliance, we need to provide supplies for this army. Not only food supplies, but also the militias that we have painstakingly established in the past few months will all be brought under the command of Commander Yin Fangshu. Look at what happened in the so-called Central Bank province 2 months ago. A large number of settlements were abolished. A large number of survivors were arrested by the Alliance. And those who had worked hard to maintain the existence of the settlements and protect their people were sent to the guillotine and found guilty. The Alliance is planning to take everything from us. Just like what they did to the people of the Central Province 2 months ago. His words really aroused the thoughts of many people. The sudden southward movement of the Central Army Group did cause panic. The plantation owners were worried that their properties would be confiscated. Under the policy of the Alliance, it seemed that completely independent, private properties did not exist. However, even if those thoughts were aroused, people were basically silent at the moment. Worry is a worry. But, do we have to fight against the Alliance because of this? Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at the attitude of those militia leaders. Now, the military force of the Mutual Aid Association is completely composed of militia groups. Among the militia leaders, those nominated by the manor owners are still okay. Their positions, for the time being, can still be consistent with the manor owners who nominated them. But those whitewashed looters who were recruited are completely different, being assigned to the Central Army Group for command. For them, it seems that there is nothing wrong. The robbers who were able to be recruited and cleansed originally did this out of necessity, to save their lives. The manor owners had no mercy on them, and they had no fixed industry in the Beijing Valley area. They were just trying to make a living, and being included in the ranks of the Alliance Army, would they be starved? Maybe there would be a chance to become regular soldiers in the future, and being a regular soldier of the Alliance, that would be awesome. If you want to engage in military confrontation with the Alliance, rely on the militia with a similar mentality to fight hard? That's ridiculous. Moreover, let alone direct military confrontation, even if there is no war, the Alliance does not use force, and just maintain a hostile relationship. The Mutual Aid Association cannot stand it. A militia with more than 100,000 people, who can rely on arms? With food alone, the current population of 4 million in Beijing Valley can survive? A large number of industrial products, daily necessities, also rely on the transportation from Shuangqing, the most important of which is medical assistance. Without the support of the Alliance, the Mutual Aid Association would collapse. To put it bluntly, there is no possibility of direct confrontation between the two sides. Little Crocker mentioned the Central Bank Province just now. Right? The Central Bank Province can at least pull out an army of 100,000 people without any assistance. Even though it is completely opposed to the governor. Can the Mutual Aid Association do that? If there is hostility, the order that the Mutual Aid Association has established in the Beijing Valley area over the past 2 months will collapse. Moreover, even if an army was pulled out, what would happen? Could it defeat the Alliance army? How many days did the 100,000 troops of the Central Bank Province last? It was true that everyone was resentful of the Alliance's sudden march south. But if Little Crocker thought that he could encourage everyone to follow him to fight the Alliance head-on, then he was dreaming. No one would follow him to do this. Of course, Little Crocker did not think that he could encourage the people of the Mutual Aid Association to do this. Even if he could do it, he would not do it. However, looking at the expressions of the crowd and guessing their mentality, Little Croc was still a little disappointed. But he quickly adjusted his mentality. He continued, I know you are all afraid in your hearts. Thinking, is this Little Croc crazy? Dare to say such a thing. But I want to tell you, now is indeed a moment of life and death for us. And no one is willing to give away the assets accumulated by our ancestors for no reason. Of course, we are not going to fight against the Alliance, against the governor. I have no such intention. The Mutual Aid Society was established with the assistance of the Alliance. The governor has helped us a lot. We Chengdu people will never repay kindness with enmity. We are a member of the Alliance, in the past, now, and in the future. We will always be loyal to the Emperor, to the governor, and this will not change. When he said this, people finally became interested. He said at the beginning that the Alliance wanted to take away everything from us. And he seemed to be encouraging everyone to fight back. However, in the following paragraph, he completely changed his tone, and said that we should be loyal to the governor and the Alliance. What kind of schizophrenic speech is this? What on earth do you want to do? Although his words were very confusing, when he mentioned that he was not really going to rebel against his mother, everyone's vigilance and alertness were reduced a lot. People began to look forward to whether this Little Crocker really had a good way to protect everyone's industry without directly confronting the Alliance. We are loyal to the governor and the Alliance. But loyalty does not mean stupidity. We must consider the way of our loyalty. We will show our will to the governor through nonviolent non-cooperation. We will refuse to provide supplies to the Alliance army. And we will refuse to hand over the command and organization of the militia to the Central Army Group. If there is any direct threat of violence, I will allow you to temporarily agree and promise to cooperate. But after the threat of violence ends, we propose that we will continue to carry out protest actions. At this point, Crocker's speech suddenly sped up and became more serious. Commissioners, this is our way of protest. We will never engage in any direct confrontation with the Union Army. Strikes, protests, and stopping food supply will not continue indefinitely. We just need to express our demands in a civilized way, in a bloodless way, and ultimately achieve the goal of negotiating a solution to the problem. His words shocked people. Good man, after all this time, it's just nonviolent non-cooperation. Right? But thinking back, it's not impossible. Strike, protest, withholding supplies, if they really get shot at, there's nothing we can do, but as long as they don't get shot at, we won't do anything. How many people are there in the Alliance army? All of them will be supervisors in various places? The two sides will just fight, and keep fighting. Chengdu area has always been in such a bad state, how can it continue to be so bad? But the Alliance is different. The governor's grand cause can withstand such a delay? Make yourself a united front value, and then at the negotiation table, try to get as many benefits as possible. This idea seems to be really okay. But someone raised a question. This is a good idea, but if the Alliance carries out bloody suppression arrests or even shoots the leaders of the protest, that is, us, then how should you deal with it? Little Crocker took a deep breath. This is the risk we have to face. First, will the Alliance do this? Aren't they afraid of provoking greater resistance? Second, we must protect ourselves. The Chengdu area is very large. Or the whole world is very large. We must hide. Hide in the wilderness. Hide among the crowd. We also have to find a way to ensure that we can still have enough influence on the Mutual Aid Association. Food rationing and labor in this situation. Just as Little Crocker was talking about his thoughts, and getting more and more serious, with a creak, the door of the circular conference hall was opened. Little Crocker stopped talking, and turned around angrily. The door of the conference hall, behind the podium where he was speaking impassionedly. Today was not a secret meeting, but it was important enough. He had already instructed people not to allow any interruptions during the meeting. The door of the conference hall should be guarded by someone. How could anyone dare to interrupt the meeting at this time? But after seeing the person coming, the curse on his lips was suppressed. The person's name was Jason Morgan. A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. A little fat. Not tall. And always with a very friendly smile on his face. There was nothing too special about him. However, he still made the Little Crocker, who was planning how to make trouble and wanted to win a big hand, and who felt that he was full of knowledge, feel a little cold on his back. Of course, it was not that Jason Morgan himself had any magic. That's because behind Jason Morgan, there is a power that is invincible, and can only be dealt with secretly. And now, the secret plan has been exposed to the sun. Little Crocker tried hard to think of a solution, anything, but his mind was blank now, as if some physiological mechanism had been triggered, making his brain freeze. Jason Morgan still had that friendly smile on his face. He took a few steps forward, and stood in front of Little Crocker, and said, "It's a meeting of the Mutual Aid Committee. It's against the rules of the committee to have no observers present." Little Crocker forced a smile. He wanted to say something harsh, and even thought about calling someone to come over, to capture Jason Morgan who broke in, or even kill him on the spot. However, after a moment of hesitation, he just said, "I haven't had time to notify. Mr. Morgan, aren't you inspecting disease prevention and control work in the park next door? If I knew you were there, I would definitely ask you to come over." Morgan waved his hand. "So that's the case, but it doesn't matter, now is the right time. On my way here, I saw many militiamen with guns and live ammunition. I thought I would run into a lot of trouble on the way in. But no one stopped me. Many militiamen followed me. Here." He waved behind him. A team of militiamen walked in with guns. Morgan turned around again, facing Crocker, and said, "I seem to have heard something about nonviolent non-cooperation outside. We must consider the way of loyalty." At this point, Morgan's friendly smile seemed quite sinister to Crocker. "That's a coincidence. Although I don't know what nonviolent non-cooperation means. I graduated from the advanced course of Shifeng Zhongxi College and received direct instruction from the governor. I think I am the most qualified to talk about what loyalty is. The way to be loyal, in my opinion, is a question that does not need to be discussed. Even the militia comrades behind me, who can't even read a few words, understand this truth deeply. The best way to be loyal is to be absolutely loyal. If loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal." Jason Morgan adjusted his red hat, completely suppressed all smiles, and looked at everyone present with a stern face. "I want to know, how many people still want to discuss more about the way of loyalty?" Chapter 188, They were all my people from the beginning. This farce ended with the arrest of Crocker Jr. In Jason Morgan's view, this was a farce. What Crocker Jr. said in the committee, Morgan could only say was nonsense. Can the way of struggle that Guy talked about be implemented? It can be implemented, but there are prerequisites. First of all, there must be external support, otherwise it will be a matter of doing things out of thin air, without any resources at hand. So how can it be done? To get people to join the strike, and to keep fighting while the leader escapes, you have to keep people fed and have a way out. Of course, Little Crocker was not unprepared for this. In the subsequent interrogation, he admitted that he had a connection with Blackbird Heavy Industries. But Jason Morgan scoffed at this. Blackbird Heavy Industries is tens of thousands of miles away, providing supplies to support the resistance movement in the Beiqing Valley area. It's not just the distance, the terrain difference in between is even greater. From Beiqing Valley to the west of the continent, you have to cross mountains and the western desert in the middle, which is impossible. The proper trade route must go through the Central Bank province directly controlled by the Alliance. not to mention the transportation capacity and cost. The Alliance is not blind. It can't be that easy. Moreover, external support is only one of the items. The key to the success or failure of the resistance movement envisioned by Little Crocker is whether it can get the support of local residents. If you want to hide, you have to be able to hide. Let's not talk about whether these landlords can endure hardships. Even if they can endure hardships, people still need to eat and have a place to live. If the Alliance under Governor Gu is a brutal regime, making people miserable and full of resentment. If Crocker and other landlords are reincarnated bodhisattvas, they used to be very kind to the farmers under their rule. And if I eat, you have to eat. If that's the case, then they can still have a chance to organize a resistance movement. The 4 million people in the northern Chingu area support them, they can really hide, and can continue to stir up trouble, and mobilize the masses to resist. What's wrong with bloody suppression? Kill the leaders, and new ones will emerge. Kill a group of people, and new ones will emerge. The more you suppress, the more hatred, and the more resistance. But that's not the problem. The large number of refugees in the Chingu area are almost unable to survive. It was the Alliance that set up a mutual aid association and migrated refugees to Shuangqing in batches. Those who have not migrated yet at least have been given food, no matter where the food comes from. In short, the Alliance civil affairs officers are constantly showing their presence, and there is treatment for those who are sick. The militia group was also formed with the help of the Alliance military observers, with the arms provided by the Alliance to keep the area safe. In the past, the manor owners were not brutal, but they were not kind either. 4 million Chingu people were waiting in line for the quota to enter the Shuangqing area. Who would listen to you and start a resistance movement? Hide? Someone would report it in a minute, and you might get a reward and become a city dweller. Moreover, not to mention things that happened so far away. Crocker dreamed that he was the chairman of the Mutual Aid Association. But he couldn't even control the Mutual Aid Association. When Jason Morgan came from the neighboring manor, he really came alone. When he arrived at the gate of Crocker Manor, the gate opened automatically. He grabbed a squad leader of the militia on guard and asked him where Little Crocker was. After a slight hesitation, he pointed him in the direction. When he arrived at the door of the conference hall, there were many militiamen with guns and live ammunition. A group of people blocked the door and were very hesitant. Jason Morgan walked in without saying a word. The rifles were crossed in front of him, blocking his way. So he just pushed them away. As a result, none of the militiamen came up to him and used force. Even after he walked over, he turned his head again, called out, and in the name of the Alliance, the captains who were guarding the gate looked at each other, and really led people to break into the conference room with him. When Little Crocker was arrested and dragged out, he still thought that Jason Morgan had planned it in advance and had planted people in his manor in advance, and was ready to take action at this time. In all conscience, Jason Morgan really didn't plant any people. He heard the news, and then came. Then, all the militia surrendered. What should we do? Or, is there a possibility, from the beginning to the end, there are no people of yours? And these people were all my people at the beginning? With this level, what is the point of non-violent non-cooperation resistance movement? And fighting for negotiation capital with the Alliance? It's enough. Jason Morgan's evaluation of Crocker Jr. is that he is a young man who took over the assets of his predecessors, has great ambitions but no practical ability, can only dream big, and is seriously out of touch with reality. Of course, Jason Morgan did not kill Little Crocker. He was put under house arrest and detained. If he was found guilty in the future, he would be tried by the Union Court. And he would not do this job. In the conference hall, the so-called members of the other mutual aid associations, when they saw Little Crocker being dragged out by people who were supposed to be his trusted subordinates, they all woke up from their dreams. Those who were already quite sober and thought that Little Crocker was going crazy were not mentioned. Others who were really tempted by Little Crocker's speech and did not want to lose their wealth and initiative were really silent at this moment. From the rebellion of the militia. No, it cannot be called rebellion. From the beginning to the end, they prioritized obedience to the officials of the Alliance, which was higher than obedience to the members of the Mutual Aid Association. If the armed forces are not obedient, what else can be said? Now, they can only be thankful that when Little Crocker was talking nonsense just now, they had not had time to join in the clamor. And Jason Morgan came. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be now. Fortunately, Jason Morgan did not pursue this matter any further. He took advantage of the committee meeting convened by Crocker Jr. to bring up the topic of how to ensure the Alliance Army in the future, including the supply of materials needed by the militia that was assembled and deployed in a unified manner. The Central Army Group heading south has a total of 7 division-level units, more than 50,000 regular soldiers, and the militia in the Beijing Valley area will be assembled, with a scale of about 150,000 people. The relevant supply of materials is a major issue. It is necessary to plan the supply team, allocate vehicles, repair the roads, prepare materials, a lot of things. Jason Morgan no longer cared about the incident caused by Little Crocker. How to deal with the follow-up work was what he cared about most. The committee members spoke enthusiastically and offered suggestions one by one. One said how much food I could provide, the other said how many workers I could mobilize to build roads. One said my manor could be used as a gathering point, the other said my manor was suitable as a material distribution hub. After they had a clear mind, the committee members turned into activists one by one. Mr. Morgan said it himself. Everyone should show loyalty in an appropriate way. So our loyalty now is quite absolute. However, soon their loyalty was tested again. A militia captain broke in from outside. At first, he was a little hesitant when he saw the situation on the scene, but Jason Morgan asked him to speak frankly, so he told the situation directly. It turned out that the patrol team outside sent back an alarm, and a large-scale wave of deformed monsters was about to attack Crocker Manor. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but these monsters came at the right time. The northern part of Chingu was relatively less affected by the wave of distorted monsters, but it was not absent. The main habitat of these monsters is the forest. The dense, almost all-encompassing wilderness of the Great Chingu area is connected in all directions. And those mutated monsters grow in the forest, grow stronger in the forest, and also attack everywhere through the forest. In the Chingu area, there is no distinction between the front and the rear in dealing with the invasion of the wave of distorted monsters. As long as you are at the edge of the forest, or not too far from the forest, there is danger. The Chingu region is said to have a population of tens of millions. But with such a small number of people in an area of more than 6 million square kilometers, it can really be called a sparsely populated area. Except for the scattered plantations and the roads connecting the plantations, most of the other areas are basically wilderness, which is a place that humans cannot touch. It is normal for a group of deformed monsters to appear from nowhere. In the conference hall, the committee members, who had just expressed their loyalty one by one, showing how loyal they were all silent. Someone stammered. How about evacuating first? The defense of Crocker Manor is still good, but we can't help much if we stay here. Why don't we go back to our homes first? And the militia will try to defend Crocker Manor. And when support arrives, we will work together to repel this wave. Someone took the lead, and others followed. Yes. Yes, Mr. Morgan. You don't have to stay here. Let's retreat together. Jason Morgan just raised his hand. Gentlemen. After 2 consecutive shouts, everyone calmed down. He continued, we are not going anywhere today, we are here. Our work is not over yet. Little Crocker has created an opportunity for us. It is not easy to gather such a full committee meeting. We must take this opportunity to finalize some of the next work. Otherwise, it will be a bit difficult to gather everyone together next time. After a pause, he continued, as for the enemy we will face next, we must fully trust the militia we have formed. I am confident in the defense of Crocker Manor. We will never let our soldiers face the enemy alone. We must stand with them. This is also our way of showing loyalty to the governor. I believe everyone is unwavering in this. Am I right? Everyone was silent. You want to die? Why take us with you? That's a wave of deformed monsters. We also heard the news that the captain just reported. At least more than 100,000 monsters are coming in a mighty way. How many militiamen are there in Crocker Manor? This is indeed the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Association. There are 2 refugee camps around, and there are more than 500,000 people around. But despite this, the entire Beijing Valley area is still too large. 100,000 militiamen are stationed separately. Currently, the number of militiamen nearby is no more than 10,000. And the militia in Crocker Manor, there are no more than 5,000. Facing a wave of 100,000 distorted monsters, it is difficult to stop them even with a wall. Generally speaking, in this situation, let the militia hold on, and then evacuate the personnel, and then continue to mobilize forces from the surrounding areas to deal with it. If it is really impossible to hold on, then evacuate as many people as possible, and give up here. What else can be done? Why did Jason Morgan go crazy and hold on here? Morgan was too lazy to explain to them. Crocker Manor and the 2 refugee camps around it have a total of 500,000 people, which is a densely populated area in the northern Chingu area. Evacuation. It is easy to say evacuating people. What is the concept of 500,000 people? How can it be easily evacuated? These people are just cowards. The current militia. How can it be the same as their old concept? After receiving military assistance from the Alliance, the firepower has long been much stronger than the armed forces they formed themselves. There is no need to worry too much. He continued to preside over the meeting and arrange the work. This work meeting would not last long, and would not be completed in a few hours. At night, everyone went to rest with heavy hearts, and it was estimated that they would continue the meeting the next day. It would take 2 or 3 days to settle the whole thing. However, the next morning, something was wrong. In the morning, 2 lines of defense were lost in a row. This even forced Jason Morgan to temporarily interrupt the committee meeting, letting the committee members discuss it themselves first, and he pulled a military observer who had just arrived from the army last night to discuss the situation on the front line. In theory, it shouldn't be so easy to be penetrated. However, the explanation of the military observer made Jason Morgan, a semi-military blind, understand a little bit about the seriousness of the current situation. This cluster of deformed monsters cannot be viewed with the scattered perspective before. In addition to their huge numbers, there are many advanced variants among them. If it were just ordinary abscess monsters, they would be easy to deal with. But there are a lot of abscess ejectors among them. And there is a super heavy monster with a body height of more than 3 meters. And its lower body wriggles like a rotten worm. It is positioned like a biological artillery, with a shooting range of more than 10 kilometers. Frontal bombing will bring extremely strong corrosiveness. Even if it does not corrode to death, the bombed place will temporarily be untenable. This has a great impact on our defense line. There is also a large-scale biochemical hound with a body length of more than 1.5 meters. It is very fast, and can spit corrosive pus from its mouth. In close combat, it is very difficult for the militia to fight against it. After hearing this, Jason Morgan had a headache. He thought for a while and said, "I want to go to the front line to see." Okay. The military observer took him to the front line. Of course, it was not too close to the front line. He saw the tragic scene with a telescope about 2 kilometers away, across the third front line where the fighting was going on. In half an hour, at least 300 militiamen were killed or wounded. Obviously, this line of defense could not hold. Jason Morgan could not continue to watch, and was pulled into the car by the military observer and ran back. He did not stop until he reached the 4th line of defense. This was the last line of defense outside Crocker Manor, which consisted of trenches, foxholes, and small fortresses built with sandbags. Further back, there was the manor wall. Morgan was in a heavy mood now. Damn. He was not going to be attacked just after he boasted. Was he? Chapter 189, Roaring In. Jason Morgan is a little panicked now. At the committee meeting, he boosted morale and asked those wavering elements to stay here honestly. He didn't think it was wrong. However, Croc Manor is the nominal headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society. Now there are a large number of committee members gathered here. If it is really breached, it will be a lot of fun. The Mutual Aid Society will undoubtedly fall into a state of organizational chaos. Even if the Central Army Group goes south later and solves the problem, the Mutual Aid Society needs time to rebuild if it wants to play a good role in logistics. That would disrupt the entire plan. However, the tragic scene that he had just seen through the telescope, and the countless soldiers who were now retreating from the collapsed 3rd line of defense to the 4th line of defense, left Morgan speechless. Can it be said that the warriors of the militia did not fight hard? Obviously not. They themselves knew that. Behind them was their homeland, and behind them was the refugee camp where their families were. Everyone had finally fled here and survived. They were recruited into the militia to defend hope. If they fight, their families can survive. If they are good defenders, their families will have the opportunity to go to Shuangqing and have the official benefits of Alliance citizens. If they fight, they can let those who want to stay in Chingu area have their own land. Their fighting will is beyond doubt. However, the enemy is huge in number and has strong firepower. This is an objective fact and cannot be reversed by fighting will. Morgan saw with his own eyes the new types of advanced mutants that the military observer introduced to him before. To be honest, his legs are still weak now. if it weren't for the fact that this wasn't his first day in Chingu, and he had seen a lot of various deformed monsters, and had received education at Shonsi College before. If he had been just a clerk in Fuxing City, he would have probably fainted when he saw those monsters for the first time. However, the soldiers of the militia, despite the huge casualties, had dragged on from yesterday afternoon until now. Just now, 300 people died in front of him. The military observer sighed. It's actually not bad. This morning when the sun just rose, the enemy launched its first large-scale attack, and for the first time sent many specialized advanced biochemical monsters into battle. We were caught off guard and lost thousands of people on the first line of defense. Afterwards, 500 people died on the second line of defense. Jason Morgan was silent. Here at Crocker Manor, there are only 5,000 soldiers in total, and 18,000 have been killed so far. The observer continued with a wry smile. In one morning, we lost 3 lines of defense. There is still 1 line behind us. We will reach the wall of Crocker Manor. If this is conquered, there will be no defenses all the way to the 2 refugee camps behind. There was another half sentence, which he did not say. We can consider evacuating people. Even if we cannot evacuate all of them, or even only a small part of them, the remaining people have to find their own way to survive. That is better than staying here and waiting for defeat. And hundreds of thousands of people will all die. Jason Morgan also understood the military observer's implication. However, this was purely a military consideration. Jason had to consider political issues. He had just suppressed the signs of the mutual aid association's wavering due to the actions of the alliance headquarters, but immediately the mutual aid association's headquarters and the largest plantation in the Beiqing Valley area were destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of people in the 2 refugee camps were evacuated in panic. I don't know how many people died in the process. What political cost would this have to pay? The subsequent collateral effects will have a very bad negative effect on the governor's plan to retake the entire Chingu area. He covered his forehead and asked, when will the remaining 5,000 people mobilized from the refugee camp arrive? The observer sighed. He understood that Jason Morgan still wanted to defend. In fact, he also wanted to. This is also good. Instead of wavering, it is better to have firm faith. He gave an answer. It will arrive before noon. Jason Morgan breathed a sigh of relief. At least we have the first good news now. Next, we get the second good news. As far as I know, the vanguard of the Central Army Group heading south is Major Prabhav's troops. Can we get in touch? I want to know if they can change their route and go to Crocker first. If they can, how long do we have to hold out before we can wait for them? We have already contacted them. The Central Army Group has learned about our dangerous situation. The order given to us by the Central Army Group also requires us to hold out as long as possible. In addition, the relevant support orders have also been sent to the Shifeng Brigade. But, when he heard the first half of the sentence, Jason Morgan was still relieved. This is certainly good news. With support, it makes sense to hold on. But the second sentence, but, makes people nervous. Sure enough, what follows this sentence is not good news. The Central Army Group officially started to move south yesterday. Even if the Shifeng Brigade is the vanguard, there is a distance of more than 400 kilometers from the southern border of the Central Bank province to here. It will take them at least 3 days to get there. In fact, the order given to us by the Central Army Group requires us to hold out until dark tomorrow. Dark tomorrow, Jason Morgan pondered. After the 5,000 militiamen from the surrounding area arrive at noon. Can we do it? We can only say that we will do our best, and will not let the enemy completely capture Crocker Manor before I die. Okay. I understand. Jason Morgan turned and left. He did not return to the manor, but took a loudspeaker and announced some real situations to the nearly 2,000 soldiers guarding the last line of defense outside the wall of Crocker Manor. The most important point, of course, is that the soldiers must try their best to hold on until tomorrow night. He promised the soldiers that before tomorrow night, support from the Alliance will definitely arrive. This statement is still meaningful. The morale of the soldiers was really boosted. It may be difficult to win independently and beat back those mutant monsters. But if you hold on until night, then it seems that there is not no hope at all. The shadow of the 3 previous defeats has receded a little. Having a strong will to fight is one thing, but being afraid of death is still a fear of death. Having lost more than 35% of their troops, they have not yet dispersed. In fact, they are already worthy of the identity of militia. At this moment, they can be reinvigorated by Jason Morgan's words. On the one hand, some of the inspiring techniques and rhetoric that Morgan learned at the beginning have played a role. But more importantly, the militia is indeed reliable enough. However, despite this, the restored morale did not last long. When the enemy came again, the corrosive bombs thrown by the biochemical artillery from 10 kilometers away fell on the position again, and the militiamen were still shaken uncontrollably. If, facing the biochemical gas shells, the soldiers could temporarily wrap their faces tightly with cloth, hide in the fortifications, and pray that the corrosive shells would not fall accurately beside them. Then when the biochemical bombardment stopped temporarily, and the enemy began to attack head-on, their remaining strength was no longer able to resist. The complete version of the abscess sprayer is not the monster that Gu Heng encountered in the forest on the edge of Weixing City, which had a range of only 50 meters, and was pulled out in advance by the original Angry Owl sect. At this moment, the abscess sprayer that appeared in front of the target has the ability to shoot the thick slurry flatly within a range of 200 meters. It has no penetrating power, but it is extremely corrosive. After hitting the target, the cloth uniforms of the militiamen cannot stop it. Those who reacted quickly, and whose skin was not stained by the poison, could still save their lives by taking off their clothes quickly. For those who reacted slowly, their uniforms would soon be corroded and stick to their skin. Then, they would face a painful feeling that would not kill them immediately, but would be enough to make them lose their fighting power. If more zombie dogs rushed into the formation, the militia would be completely unable to resist. The fourth line of defense lasted for 3 hours from the time the enemy started shelling, and only for 30 minutes from the time the enemy started the frontal attack. The rout happened for the fourth time. This time, it was even worse than before. The enemy had obviously deployed a large force to attack. In the rout, the zombie dogs that rushed in became even more terrifying killers. These beast-like monsters with 4 limbs on the ground were much better than human soldiers in terms of speed, agility, and flexibility. They would fall down after 2 shots. But the zombie dogs that could jump left and right and change direction were not so easy to be hit. After being quickly pounced on by this monster weighing 30 to 40 kilograms, the soldiers would often be bitten to death soon. Jason Morgan, who was standing in the watchtower inside the wall of Crocker Manor and observing the battle outside, had a completely livid face. Just now, when the enemy began a full-scale attack, he wanted to stay on the outer defense line to boost morale, but was desperately pulled back by the military observer next to him. If you do this when necessary, there will be no problem at all. This is the fine tradition of the Red Hats, leading by example, boosting morale. However, the collapse of the fourth line of defense is not a morale issue. Not to mention whether Jason Morgan staying there can really make everyone overcome the fear of death and face the battle fearlessly. Even if he has a super cheat, it is meaningless. It will only bury all the soldiers on that line of defense. Now, if we withdraw the people, we can rely on the more solid defense line of the Crocker Manor wall to try to resist longer. Then Jason Morgan couldn't die on the front line. If he died, it would be a major blow to morale. Mr. Morgan, who understood, could only retreat with hatred and watch from the observation tower outside the wall, where the militiamen were being killed one after another, and felt heartbroken. Except for those who had already escaped into the wall, those who were still outside were almost all sentenced to death. Morgan couldn't even open the door to let the surviving militiamen in, otherwise the wave of deformed monsters would most likely rush in directly with this wave. The reinforcements that entered Crocker Manor from the rear were arranged on the walls to fire outside to help relieve the pressure on the militia under the city. The militia under the city were asked to defend on the spot and promised that they would be allowed in after temporarily repelling the enemy attack. This was of course despairing. What does it mean to repel the enemy attack? Now everyone can see that the deformed monster is very powerful. How can it be repelled? Isn't it obvious that we are being sent to our deaths? Many militiamen who were so anxious that they cursed loudly under the city. But in the end, the worst situation did not happen. The militiamen under the city knew that they were actually abandoned. But at this juncture, they still did not choose to shoot at their comrades on the city wall. The internal conflict did not happen. They turned around and fought desperately with the enemy, who was getting closer and closer. First, they tried to cooperate with the friendly forces on the city wall to shoot the zombie dogs. And then they tried to shoot at the approaching abscess sprayers at a distance of 200 meters. During this time, the enemy biochemical artillery was once again in full force. The main firepower was still concentrated inside Crocker Manor, but occasionally biochemical shells would fall outside. hitting the remaining external militia, causing casualties. More and more people died. At this time, Jason Morgan didn't even have the heart to feel guilty about his decision to let the soldiers who didn't enter the city die. He had been pulled down from the observation tower. A few minutes later, the observation tower he was previously in was hit by a biochemical shell and collapsed in rapid corrosion. It's not just this place that was destroyed. Those walls are not the same as real city walls or fortresses. Although they look strong, people can even stand on them and shoot outside. They are essentially wooden structures. Under the bombardment of biochemical artillery, there have been gaps, from which you can vaguely see the waves of deformed monsters approaching. What did you say before? Hold on until tomorrow night. You can't even make it tonight. Let alone tonight. If the fighting is not good enough, and the morale of the militia is loosened, they may not be able to hold on until noon. Jason Morgan's heart was already cold. Endless pain surged into his heart. He was not afraid of death now. He even wished to die. If Crocker Manor was breached, he would rather die here than live in humiliation. It was not some training that brainwashed him, but his own heart, which simply could not get through the next level. He watched with his own eyes. The refugee camp he had built with all his efforts in the past 2 months was destroyed, and watched with his own eyes the 400,000 Chingu refugees who, with his efforts, had finally found hope of survival, were slaughtered by these deformed monsters. He couldn't do it. Compared to seeing that scene, dying here is an easier choice. He took out his pistol and said to the military observer beside him, "I want to fight on the front line. I would rather die in battle." This time, the other person did not stop him, but also took out his gun. "I will go with you." The two of them, with a few guards, began to move forward. Just when the two of them were determined to die, they heard a whistle at the same time, coming from the sky. Looking up, 3 white mists cut through the clouds. Squinting to look more closely, they seemed to be 3 blue aircraft. Fire flashed, and 6 flames flashed by. Then, from a place that seemed far away, a muffled sound came. The sound was not particularly clear. After all, they were on the battlefield and had never heard the sound of gunfire. However, they clearly sensed one thing: the enemy biological and chemical bombardment seemed to have stopped halfway. Chapter 190, Alliance Air Force, Ace Pilot applies for battle. Ace Pilot, apply for battle. Enemy spotted at 12 o'clock. Start dropping bombs. Kucha's excited and sharp voice echoed in the flight squadron's channel. Some people wanted to complain, but in the end, there was silence in the channel. There's nothing much to say. Everyone already knows what kind of personality this comrade usually has. The Alliance Air Force just started construction. A total of 18 aircraft were delivered, 3 in a group, formed into 6 teams, at most. It was just an aviation squadron. 18 pilots. Some were selected from the old Alliance crewed Air Force, and the other part was simply young people selected from the military, with anti-gravity engines and the assistance of 2 servo skulls. The difficulty of flying the Wind Falcon is not high. Of course, this not high refers to the entry level. It is not difficult to fly the plane, and the takeoff and landing are not a big problem. It can take off and land vertically, and with the help of the servo skull, it usually won't fall off. However, it is easy to get started, and it is one thing not to fall down while flying, but it is extremely difficult to master it. Horizontal and vertical translation capabilities, extremely high flight speed, complex firepower system, and the body's carrying capacity at high speed. It is really not easy to fly the Wind Falcon well, even with the help of the ruthless servo skull. However, among the people who were trembling with fear and assistance from the servo skull, they could barely fly the plane into the sky. Among those who had a flight time of no more than 20 hours, there was an outlier like Kuchi. His flying time is not much different from others. But everyone must admit that there are geniuses in this world. Although this guy has a weird personality, he is bolder than anyone else when flying, and he can perform all kinds of exaggerated maneuvers at will. At first, the instructor criticized him with the manual, but later he gave up. The instructor was also a rookie, with the same flying time as everyone else. He just had 100 hours of experience in operating propeller planes when he was in the old Union Air Force. He simply couldn't do the many moves that the self-proclaimed ace pilot, Little Kuchi, had done. So let it go, and at most remind him not to do anything fancy when on a mission, and do his job honestly. And now, this is the first mission since the official establishment of the Alliance Air Force. Except Kuchi, everyone is a little nervous. But fortunately, the enemies that the Alliance Air Force will face at present should not require them to fly planes to engage in air combat, dogfights, and other high-difficulty gameplay. According to the navigation, with the help of the servo skull, fly to the target location, launch the 6 heavy missiles carried by the Foam Falcon, then arrive above the enemy, open the belly of the aircraft, and pour the bombs down again, so their mission is basically completed. Those who are confident in themselves fly the Foam Falcon to turn around twice, circling and using the twin machine guns on the aircraft and the laser revolver cannon to lick the ground, directly attack the ground enemy. Those who are not confident worry about hitting friendly forces, worry about getting dizzy from turning around, then hurry back, go back to reload weapons and ammunition, and see if there are further tasks that require them to perform. The first to arrive at the battlefield and enter the attack range was Kuchi. He and his flight formation, 3 Wind Falcons, instantly emptied the 6 heavy missiles mounted. The target they aimed at was the enemy biochemical artillery unit. Those monsters, which seemed to be magnified countless times, raised their front halves, opened their huge mouths and sprayed biochemical shells into the sky, were hit by heavy missiles without any defense. Obviously, these biochemical artillery units were not prepared for bombing. Although the formation was not very dense, hundreds of biochemical artillery units were basically in the same position. 3 Wind Falcons, with a total of 18 heavy missiles, blew up 1/3 of the biochemical artillery. These living biochemical cannons were in a mess. Some were still following the previous battle inertia, firing at the distant Crocker Manor, but some seemed to be cowardly and began to wriggle their huge bodies, trying to escape. However, they were unable to escape. The speed and agility of these big guys were really not commendable. More importantly, they encountered an outrageous pilot. Kuchi called out and asked the 2 wingmen in their group to drop bombs on the enemy densely populated areas according to the plan. He himself lowered the flight altitude and dived towards the biochemical artillery. From the sky above Crocker Manor to the enemy biochemical artillery position, the distance of 10 kilometers. For the speed of the Wind Falcon, it only took 1 minute. In this process, Kuchi dropped all the bombs and washed the enemies who were gathering to attack Crocker Manor with a wave of bombs, and also included the biochemical artillery in the attack range of the machine gun. The range of machine guns and laser cannons is certainly not that short, but Kuchi is determined to achieve a more efficient and accurate attack effect. So he has already dropped his flight altitude to a very low level. The blue-green Falcon he was driving began to spit out the fire of death. The red laser cannon and the rumbling machine gun plowed a trail of death on the ground. In a straight line of attack, 3 biochemical artillery soldiers were blown into pieces. The laser cannon melted part of their huge bodies, and the 40mm kinetic shells smashed the rest into pieces. The other 2 pilots in the same flight group looked at each other in silence. One of them asked in the channel, "How about we try it too?" The other refused. "You try it if you want. I'm afraid of diving at such a high speed. If one of us fails, I will fall head first." "That's right." The other could only give up with regret. "Let's just drop the bombs honestly." The 2 Foam Falcons gave up trying to perform difficult maneuvers. They flew steadily above the enemy heads and dropped the loaded bombs. During this process, they looked at Kuchi with envy, who had come back after a round and fired another round of ground fire, which resulted in the victory of 4 biochemical artillery units. At this point, the entire biochemical artillery position was in chaos. However, his performance time was over. The other 5 formations of Fong Hun also arrived at this moment. 30 heavy missiles, with the assistance of the servo skull, hit the enemy high-value targets relatively accurately. All the biochemical artillery are finished. Kuchi pursed his lips, a little unsatisfied. How can shooting fixed targets on the training ground be as satisfying as going to the battlefield and delivering firepower to those human enemies? Give him some more time, let him fly a few more laps. He is fully confident that he can rely on his own Falcon and get rid of all the remaining biochemical artillery. Unfortunately, his teammates came to grab the head. 5 new formations, 15 Falcons, began to fly over the dense enemy and drop bombs. All the bombs in Kuchi's cabin had been used up just now. He could only aim the machine gun at the enemy in a sullen manner and conduct ground strafing. Every dive attack on the ground was accompanied by whistling screams. Along with it came the bloody baptism of lasers and kinetic shells for hundreds of meters in a straight line. Round after round, Kuchi did not count how many rounds he had fired. In short, he stopped with reluctance until the squadron leader called him and asked him to catch up with the formation and leave. On the way back, when he flew over Crocker Manor, he also made a gesture to the soldiers below, not caring whether they could see it or not. Jason Morgan, who looked up, of course could not see the gesture of the pilot who impressed him, because he was too far away and the pilot was still in the cockpit. But this did not prevent him from saluting him. This is a great savior. He had heard that the Alliance Air Force was being formed in the Twin Cities. In previous years, he had seen airplanes before. In his opinion, the propeller planes and helicopters of the old Alliance were just for show at best. He had not seen their actual use. At least, there was no special record. He thought the Air Force of the new Alliance was just that. Maybe it was more powerful. But how much more? However, today he truly understood the power of the Air Force. Under the governor's rule, this kind of aircraft that had never been seen before was really too powerful. A Wind Falcon has the functions of a missile launch platform, fighter, attack aircraft, bomber, and can do everything well. He counted, there were only 18 of them coming this time. But their arrival caused a devastating blow to the 100,000 distorted monsters. Death from the sky. First, they almost completely wiped out the enemy artillery force. Those biochemical artillery with a range of more than 10 kilometers are the biggest threat to the militia. The small mountain guns and mortars in the hands of the militia are not only scarce in number, but also have a poor range, making it difficult to hit those biological and chemical artillery. In the case of a small number, even if they can barely cover the firepower, they often cannot achieve much results, and will also be counterattacked by the enemy. The pressure of biological and chemical artillery is too great for them. To be frank, the most casualties of the militia since the beginning of the war are caused by those highly corrosive biological and chemical shells with a large coverage area. After destroying these dozens or hundreds of biochemical cannon monsters, the enemy firepower that Crocker Manor has to bear can be greatly reduced. Artillery is the god of war. And this is also true for the advanced version of the deformed monster army. Of course, if it is just to get rid of the enemy artillery, that's good, but it may not be enough. The huge number of enemies left is still a terrible threat. Then, the horizontal bombing of the 18 Wind Falcons, although not very accurate, but a total of more than 2,000 bombs, is enough to form a round of carpet bombing on the battlefield in front of Crocker Manor. More importantly, the corps of deformed monsters obviously had no experience or preparation to deal with the Air Force. The stupid monsters didn't even know how to lie down when bombed. Before that, the enemy army that had been so powerful and brought them great pressure had already been scattered. Countless corpses lay on the road to attack Crocker Manor. So far, Jason Morgan has been fully confident that he can defend the entire manor. At least, he will definitely be able to defend until tomorrow night, and until the main force of the Alliance army arrives. Moreover, during this process, if necessary, the Alliance Air Force can come again. If they run out of ammunition, they can go back to reload, and come again. The round trip is 1,200 to 3,000 kilometers, and the actual journey is only an hour or so. It's just that the reloading time is quite exaggerated, and the ground crew may curse. I have been loading missiles and shells for a whole day, and you use them all up in just a few minutes? But in general, the problem is not big anymore. In fact, there is no need to hold on. After being attacked by the Alliance Air Force Squadron, these aberrations themselves seemed to realize that they could not win. The remaining aberrations retreated like a tide and returned to the dense forest. And here, 3 people in green bachelor's gowns are gathering together. The Alliance Air Force is much stronger than we imagined. However, if we hide in the dense forest, the power of the Alliance Air Force will be greatly reduced. Indeed. But that's unrealistic. The President asked us to take the initiative to attack. The plan takes time to start. And it requires more people. There won't be a large number of people who will take the initiative to enter the jungle. But if we have to face such air strikes all the time, we won't be able to leave the jungle and take the initiative to fight. I have reported to the President that the Society must develop anti-aircraft and even Air Force variants as soon as possible. Otherwise we won't be able to fight. However, it is estimated that it will be difficult to achieve results quickly. In order to avoid orbital strikes, the town of the Singer has been abandoned. The rear is looking for a new hiding place. And the research institutes must be dispersed to avoid being wiped out. The defection of the President's teacher has a huge impact. That's it. We can only lie dormant for the time being. But what will the Alliance do? They are heading south with such a big fanfare. They must be coming to recapture the entire Chingu area. But they can only recapture those plantations and gathering places. 80% of the Chingu area is still primitive jungle, which is our kingdom. Could it be that the Alliance army dares to take the initiative to enter the jungle? It would be great if that were the case. What? Take the initiative to enter the jungle to fight? Jason Morgan widened his eyes and asked an incredible question. Yes. Prabha said confidently. I thought those brainless monsters would continue to besiege Crocker Manor for a while, so that I could annihilate part of the main force before entering the jungle. But unfortunately they ran away. But it doesn't matter. We can still wipe out these monsters in the jungle. No. Why? Jason Morgan was puzzled.